The interstellar train was gliding steadily along the interstellar route. The journey from Xu border to the capital star required 2 days aboard the interstellar train. A pale-faced girl feeling listless gazed out the window at the space scenery, her long black hair cascading beside her. A service robot approached and handed her the medication she needed to take today. Xu Lingqu frowned, not moving, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. 3 days ago, on an ordinary day, Xu Lingqu was carrying out a mission as usual in the 11th year of the apocalypse, leaving the human protection zone Lake Yaden to search for supplies. The next moment, she was transported from the apocalyptic world to this so-called interstellar era, becoming a sickly girl who shared the same name as her. They were both called Lingqu. Take care of your health. Please take the medicine first, said a middle-aged woman in a dark green uniform. Her name was Gina, and she had worked by General Xu Lingqu's side for many years. This time she was specially ordered to bring the adopted daughter from Xu border home. Though she was called an adopted daughter, the gossips in the capital star's aristocratic circle were all spreading rumors that she was the illegitimate daughter of General Xu Lingqu from a romantic affair in Xu border. They had no evidence. Such baseless speculation seemed deliberately orchestrated, and the Xu family had never issued a paternity test report between Xu Lingqu and Xu Lingqu to clarify the matter, causing the rumors to spread even further. Xu Lingqu was unwilling to take the medicine. Seeing this, Gina picked up the medication from the service robot, swallowed it herself, and then instructed the robot to bring a new one. Miss Lingqu, if you need me to test it, I can test it until you're willing to take it. Gina remained expressionless. When she first met Miss Lingqu in the Xu star system, she saw that her face was full of illness, as if she didn't have long to live. Gina promptly summoned the best doctors in Xu border to diagnose and prepare medicine, and also reported the news to General Xu Lingqu on the capital star. What she didn't expect was that the biggest obstacle to treatment was Xu Lingqu's refusal to take the medicine. Then you eat it, Xu Lingqu said, indifferently glancing at Gina. Gina, without changing expression, took the second dose. Just as she was about to take the fourth dose, Xu Lingqu finally stopped her. Give it to me. That was enough testing. The interstellar medicine was far more advanced. It tasted like strawberry milk, but Xu Lingqu didn't like the flavor and forced herself to swallow it. Seeing that she had finally taken the medicine, Gina had the service robot bring in dinner and then withdrew. Xu Lingqu tentatively ate a little, but halfway through her stomach began to feel uncomfortable, and she felt nauseous, so she stopped eating and told the robot to leave. This body was simply too weak. Eating too much caused discomfort, while eating too little made it worse. She coughed frequently and occasionally spat blood. In the apocalypse, she would have been fine prey for mutant beasts. The original owner had died 3 days ago because of her frail body, allowing Xu Lingqu, a soul from the apocalypse with the same given name, but a different surname, though after adoption they shared the same surname, to occupy the body and inherit the memories and language system. The original owner's life was very simple. The Xu border consisted of 4 planets, and she lived on the most remote one, Xu X. Frail and sickly, she had no memories of her family from a very young age. Her daily life basically consisted of staying at home and drinking nutrient fluids to sustain her vital signs. Xu Lingqu had only been in this body for 3 days when this lady Gina suddenly appeared, intending to take her back to the capital star to become General Xu Lingqu's legitimate adopted daughter. During those 3 days, Xu Lingqu had been exploring this interstellar era on her own through the smart brain. This world was divided into 2 major factions, the Interstellar Federation and the Interstellar Empire. The Interstellar Empire had split from the Interstellar Federation 95 years ago, and the confrontation between the 2 sides had been tense with frequent small-scale wars, though it had eased slightly in recent years. Xu Lingqu couldn't quite understand why there were still 2 political systems, Federation and Empire, in the interstellar era. She had originally imagined that the interstellar world would be highly socialized, with the state uniformly raising and nurturing newborns and most labor replaced by robots and artificial intelligence. But this interstellar world was different. The star of this interstellar world was called Xu Lingqu, and overall, it was a multi-planet star system. The planets here were generally small, much smaller than Earth, numbering about several dozen. The Empire and the Federation basically divided these small planets equally. This interstellar world's technological tree focused on environmental modification. Many small planets were either too close to or too far from the star, making their original ecology unsuitable for human survival. However, with the aid of this world's technology, parts of the land had been transformed into habitable areas. The 8 nearest planets of the Interstellar Empire and the Federation formed the Xu border and Mulan border. The border planets had sparse interstellar populations with only 300 to 500 million people per planet, and military personnel accounted for the majority. Moreover, the Interstellar Empire internally divided itself into 4 star systems. The capital star occupied one system as the first star system, while the other 3 star systems experienced a cliff-like decline in wealth. The 4th star system was not a slum, but it was worse than a slum. It had the same shortcomings as a feudal empire, highly centralized power, and an absurdly wide gap in wealth distribution. Obviously this was not a great place, and the identity of the original owner she had transmigrated into was also a mystery. But regardless, she accepted this interstellar world. No matter what, it was still much better than the apocalypse where one lived on the edge of a knife. Xu Lingqu cherished this hard-won peace and tranquility. Subconsciously, she stroked the white snake-patterned ring on her right index finger. It had been on the original owner's hand since the first day she transmigrated. The snake scales on it were so lifelike that one couldn't help but feel it was no ordinary object. There were many secrets in this world, and in the original owner waiting for her to discover. The interstellar train like a silver dragon glided into the massive station of the capital star. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, Xu Lingqu was still startled by the prosperity and beauty of the capital star. The fantasies of future worlds once seen on human movie screens had become reality. Countless flying vehicles of various shapes passed through the sky. Modern and technological skyscrapers stood tall, and service robots of different forms roamed the streets. Riding in the hovercraft toward the Xu mansion in the central area of the capital star, the tall buildings and crowded crowds disappeared. On the ground was a huge Mecha statue surrounded by flowers and fountains. Compared to the outside sci-fi world, this place was more like a paradise. It was a residential area exclusive to the interstellar aristocratic circle. Ecological simulators adjusted the temperature and humidity to be spring-like year-round, and the geographical conditions were modified to allow all flowers to bloom. Snow-defying plum blossoms and delicate spring flowers appeared together in the same flower bed. This place was like an Eden created by God. They then changed to a buggy to head to the Xu mansion. The car stopped and Gina carefully helped her out. The architectural style of the Xu mansion was neither Chinese nor Western, most resembling the style of warlords from the Republic of China era. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the interstellar script for Xu mansion, which at first glance looked somewhat like Kai script. "The madam wants to see you first. The general is still in a meeting," Gina whispered in her ear. The madam's way of speaking and acting is quite direct. She was intentionally reminding her. Xu Lingqu gave a light cough to indicate she understood, then pushed open the door of the Xu mansion. The heavy wooden door slowly swung open. The floor of the Xu mansion appeared to be made of a specially customized material, shimmering like rippling waves, as if one were walking on the surface of a lake. Xu Lingqu raised her eyes and saw a woman with golden hair dressed in a water blue qipao that perfectly accentuated her figure, standing beside a desk made of obsidian. The woman had a Western appearance, but her eyes were like those of a beauty from an ancient Eastern painting. This was Catherine, the wife of General Xu Qingbi. Xu Lingqu bowed respectfully. "Greetings, madam." Catherine glanced at her and said, "Hello. Come closer." The young girl before her was simply dressed in a brown dress and shawl. Her face was too pale, like someone recovering from a serious illness, which made her jet black hair and dark eyes seem as if drawn with the finest charcoal strokes. "A sickly little white flower," Catherine sneered inwardly. Thinking of how Xu Qingbi had informed her that he would adopt a daughter with that condescending attitude, Catherine fumed. She and Xu Qingbi had a political marriage with little emotional foundation. He was always away with the troops, and although they had a son and a daughter, true communication was scarce. In recent years, they had tacitly maintained a facade of harmony when necessary. But even that semblance of peace shattered after the adoption. The gossip outside troubled Catherine deeply, and Xu Qingbi had not responded. She was a pampered aristocratic lady and had not suffered much since marrying Xu Qingbi. Now her anger was fierce, and it was hard not to take it out on the adopted daughter before her. Xu Lingqu could sense the faint anger radiating from Catherine, likely directed at her. It was understandable that Catherine was unhappy with the sudden adoption, as the decision was probably made by General Xu Qingbi alone. However, from the memories inherited by Xu Lingqu, the only impression of Xu Qingbi was that he had sent her a monthly allowance since childhood. She believed that neither her time-traveling self nor the original girl who had grown up essentially neglected had much to do with Xu Qingbi. Catherine looked at the young girl. In her mind, she had a legitimate plan to keep the adopted daughter out of sight, and yet torment her thoroughly. As for Xu Qingbi, when he returned to the mansion, she would quarrel with him fiercely and make him pay. "Let you meet your brother Xu Yuan," Catherine said. As she spoke, a tall, straight-backed young man walked out from the other side of the hall. He wore rimless glasses, bore a strong resemblance to Catherine, and was dressed in military uniform. He nodded perfunctorily at Xu Lingqu. "Xu Yuan." Then he looked at his mother and said, "Qin has gone out. I arranged for her to have special training with the military department at this time." The military academy registration was about to close, and the crucial trial training period was imminent, so time was pressing. Catherine seemed to recall something and nodded. "She insists on applying to the MOE military academy, doesn't she?" Xu Yuan shrugged helplessly. "I've told her several times MOE is no longer what it was. In recent academy competitions, it was Dornston and the Federation that fought it out. She just won't listen." His tone was more indulgent toward his sister. The mother and son chatted as if alone, then seemed to notice the other person standing there. Catherine tilted her head and suddenly asked, "Do you want to attend a military academy?" Before Xu Lingqu could answer, Catherine continued, "In recent years, almost all the younger generation of the Xu family have entered the 6 major military academies. Even though you've just returned, you should contribute your share. Yoan, has the Moye Academy's new student enrollment been filled? Add your sister Lingqu to the list. At these words, both Xu Lingqu and Xu Yuan were stunned. Mother. Xu Yuan frowned slightly. He understood his mother's intention. The so-called sister looked very frail, and sending her to the academy would likely force her to suffer there. It would also keep her out of sight, a double win for Catherine. But registering Xu Lingqu now, when enrollment was nearly closed, was troublesome. In Xu Yuan's eyes, Xu Lingqu was not worth his time, especially when it involved the Xu family's reputation and his father's name as a general. Moreover, if Xu Lingqu and his sister Xu Xiqin were in the same school, given Xu Xiqin's temperament. He gave a light cough, trying to signal his mother to reconsider. But Madame Catherine remained unmoved, a smile on her face, determined to send Xu Lingqu to the military academy. Xu Yuan had no choice but to say, "I'll contact the admissions office." To register for the 6 major academies, if one wanted to take the combat track, they would need to have a military student identity registered at a local planetary academy. Xu Lingqu certainly couldn't apply for that, so she would have to be placed in the non-combat track, leaning toward command and analysis. But even for the non-combat analysis track, most candidates were military academy graduates, or at least had received education elsewhere or family training. Xu Lingqu's situation meant he would have to rely entirely on pulling strings to get her in. Watching Catherine and her son Xu Yuan conspiring right there to get her enrolled, Xu Lingqu breathed a sigh of relief. For her, attending a military academy was far better than staying at home as a quiet young lady. Her experience of surviving the apocalypse would help her adapt quickly to academy life, making this the best path in this interstellar era. Although Madame Catherine likely intended to torment her due to her frail appearance, her malice toward the original girl was a lucky accident for the time-traveling Xu Lingqu. The girl before Catherine did not react as expected. She did not break down, beg, or angrily demand justice from Xu Qingbi. She just stood there calmly agreeing to Catherine's arrangement, as if she had no idea what enrolling in a military academy meant or what kind of life awaited her. "To welcome you, I've prepared a party. You must attend." Catherine's tone was direct and brooked no refusal. "You're new to the capital star, and it's a chance to make some friends." Xu Lingqu didn't really need friends, but seeing Catherine's firm attitude, arguing would be a waste of breath. Going to a meet and greet wouldn't cost her anything. If she had to go, she would go. Xu Lingqu didn't care as long as it didn't affect her chance to enter the military academy. Everything else was negotiable. After 2 days in the Xu mansion, Xu Lingqu essentially kept to herself, never stepping beyond the main gate. She had originally intended to meet with General Xu Qingbi, but allegedly a nest of interstellar pirates had emerged in the Mulan border garrison, and the general, after the meeting, received the emperor's decree to suppress them. Xu Lingqu suspected that he was deliberately avoiding the family's issues. During this time, Ms. Gina summoned a physician from the capital star to examine Xu Lingqu's health. Congenital deficiency, compounded by the harsh conditions of the Zhuyan border garrison, has led to chronic ailments accumulated over the years. The physician examined her, while frowning, finally concluding frequent use of therapeutic instruments for recuperation and moderate exercise should help. The medications prescribed by the doctors at the Zhuyan border garrison are not harmful, but they offer little benefit. Once you finish the current course, there's no need to seek more. Xu Lingqu had anticipated this. Her current botus condition would not be instantly cured with a single dose of medicine. Patience was required. She sat before a dressing mirror, Ms. Gina standing expressionlessly behind her, meticulously styling her long hair. In the interstellar age, the cosmetics industry had not advanced as dramatically as one might expect, differing little from the Earth era. Ms. Gina applied lipstick, restoring a flush of color to her pale face, making her appear far less sickly. Today, Lady Catherine had forced her to attend a gathering. The general was away at the border, leaving Ms. Gina to care for Xu Lingqu. Lady Catherine would certainly not trouble herself with Xu Lingqu's appearance, leaving Ms. Gina to handle it. "If you grow tired, you can slip away unnoticed, Ms. Gina reminded. Xu Lingqu nodded slightly, rose, and made her way to the main venue of the evening's banquet. In the backyard of the Xu mansion, most of the guests had already arrived, aristocrats from the political heart of the interstellar empire residing nearby. This banquet could have done without Xu Lingqu as the so-called protagonist. The guests were already mingling, with Catherine and her daughter Xu Xiqin at the center of the crowd, paying no attention to whether Xu Lingqu had arrived. Xu Lingqu was debating whether to simply return to bed when Catherine's gaze cut through the crowd and locked onto her. "Here comes our Lingqu," she said with a practiced smile, beckoning her over. All eyes fell on Xu Lingqu, and whispers buzzed around. "So this is the adopted daughter General Xu Qingbi is taking in. Fool, you still believe she's really adopted? TSK. Never thought the general would be like this. Lady Catherine is truly magnanimous. She doesn't hold a candle to Xu Xiqin. If I were Lady Catherine, I'd be relieved." Xu Lingqu paid them no heed, walking slowly to Lady Catherine's side and looking at Xu Xiqin, her nominal half-sister. The girl inherited her mother's golden hair, but her father's features, a classic Eastern beauty with a cold, aloof aura. Her custom-made gown shimmered, making her seem like an unearthly sprite. Catherine watched the two stand together, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Her goal was achieved. Xu Lingqu served as a perfect foil to Xu Shiqin. She patted Xu Ziqin's shoulder indicating she would go chat with the Countess, leaving the two to stare at each other. You. Xu Shiqin broke the silence. I heard you also signed up for Moy Military Academy. Your brother signed me up. Xu Lingqu nodded. Xu Shiqin looked puzzled as if she had discovered one of the world's great mysteries. I chose Moy because I admire the Milky Way General. Why did you? The Milky Way General. Xu Lingqu's heart stirred. She followed the thread. I also admire the Milky Way General. Xu Shiqin tilted her head, skeptically scrutinizing her for a long moment. Xu Lingqu remained unflappable, lying with serene composure. Admiring the Milky Way General is only natural. Xu Shiqin quickly reasoned, leaning closer. I heard you're in the command department. We can attend the Moy Military Academy tryout together. She didn't elaborate on the Milky Way General, leaving Xu Lingqu slightly disappointed. But realizing she knew nothing about this Moy Military Academy, while Xu Shiqin seemed well-informed, Xu Lingqu continued, I don't know the specifics of the tryout. Hearing her confusion, Xu Shiqin enthusiastically began explaining like a helpful golden retriever. The Moy tryout lasts about a month and a half. I heard from my brother it's on a small planet in the 3-star system, like wilderness training. There'll definitely be cross-country drills. I'm ready to be a jungle sharpshooter. As Xu Shiqin spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if describing a free-for-all at a cake shop rather than grueling training. Xu Lingqu knew she would have to endure it, dragging this frail body through cross-country exercises. She feared her soul would run ahead while her body collapsed after 2 steps. I also heard from Mother that you're not well. Xu Shiqin suddenly reached out and hugged her. Don't worry, the command department's training intensity shouldn't be too high. And with me here, if you encounter any trouble, just tell me. She truly was like an enthusiastic golden retriever nuzzling up to a human she'd met only a day before. It was hard to imagine Xu Shiqin had such a personality, given her cold beauty appearance. Thank you, Xu Lingqu said. Xu Lingqu gently pushed her hands away. The hug was too tight. She feared her body might be choked unconscious. It's nothing worthy of thanks. Xu Shiqin smiled, about to move closer, when Lady Catherine, face dark, called her name from not far away. Though she had stepped aside to converse with the Countess, Catherine's gaze never left Xu Lingqu and Xu Shiqin. Watching her foolish daughter laughing and chatting with Xu Lingqu, she felt like summoning a medical robot to administer a cardiac stimulant on the spot. Called away by her mother, Xu Shiqin gave an apologetic tongue out to Xu Lingqu before obediently walking over. Xu Lingqu caught the indescribable expression on Lady Catherine's face and found it immensely amusing, though she suppressed her laughter. Maintaining a blank expression, she nodded to Xu Shiqin and deliberately retreated from the crowd towards the garden. Lady Catherine's green-tinged face was hilarious, and Xu Ziqin's guilty puppy demeanor was even more entertaining. The garden was quiet and sparsely populated. Aside from the rustling of wind through flower clusters, only the fountain's gentle murmur could be heard. Xu Lingqu strolled leisurely there, finding solace in the solitude. Walking around also served as gentle exercise for her frail body. I told you not to be so close to her. Caitlin looked at her daughter with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation, pulling her aside and lowering her voice. Xu Shiqin felt deeply wronged, but you were the one who left the two of us alone there. Caitlin was momentarily at a loss for words, then glared at her simple-minded daughter before changing the subject. Xin Sholi from the Xin family came today. I heard he also applied to Moy Military Academy. Did you see him? She had put great effort into inviting him. Su Qingbi was once a subordinate of the Shun family's patriarch. Now at 60, the patriarch was in his prime, firmly seated in the position of a general and serving as the principal of Longyuan Military Academy. Shin's father also held a high-ranking post in the political circle. The Shin family was an entity that even Prince Norton sought to curry favor with. If everyone in the capital's central district was born in Rome, then Xin Sholi was born at the very pinnacle of the Roman palace. Even setting aside his family background, his mental strength was tested at S, marking him as a destined prodigy within the military. If Xu Shiqin could get to know him better, even if not from a romantic perspective, it would be greatly beneficial for their future development in the military. Madame Caitlin was farsighted, but unfortunately her daughter was carefree. Who knows where he went? It's not like I have a tracker on him. Xu Shiqin was a bit baffled by the question. Caitlin glanced around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly flicked her daughter's forehead, and pulled her along to continue socializing. If one were to commit mischief, it would be wise to first conceal one's furtive expression. Xu Lingqu stood by the small fountain in the garden, her gaze fixed on the 2 ice-blue ornamental fish in the pool, yet her consciousness was acutely aware of the 2 people plotting behind her. She had never seen them before, but since they were invited by Madame Cotillion, they must be from affluent or influential families. The 2 young gentlemen had apparently decided on a prank to play on Xu Lingqu, who seemed oblivious to their presence. Even before they could act, wicked grins spread across their faces. Xu Lingqu sighed helplessly and remained standing calmly. A faint breeze stirred behind her, and she nonchalantly sidestepped, perfectly evading the hand that was about to push her back. With no resistance to counterbalance the push and the irresistible pull of gravity, the man inevitably plunged headfirst into the fountain. A loud splash sent water flying, dampening the hem of Xu Lingqu's dress. The other man, who had been planning the prank from a distance, seemed shocked by the turn of events and rushed forward to check on his companion. Xu Lingqu turned gracefully. Seeing the other man leaning over the edge of the fountain trying to fish his friend out, she lifted her foot and sent him in, as well reuniting the two. He tumbled into the fountain in a comical pose. "Oh," Xu Lingqu said calmly, turning to look at the two drenched figures in the water. "Are you two that thirsty?" The commotion of the two consecutive fountain dives was considerable. The garden's household robot immediately sounded an alarm, drawing the attention of the people at the backyard party. By the time Madame Caitlin arrived with the crowd lifting her skirts and hurrying, the two men had just climbed out of the fountain, wringing water from their clothes in an awkward manner. "What's all this?" Xu Shiqin, who had come to see the excitement, was the first to speak, identifying the two men. "Leolunci and Xiongxi, what are you two doing?" "Trying to steal our fish." The cousins Leolunci and Xiongxi were notorious as the wastrels and troublemakers of the Weilai family. The two, who were birds of a feather, were most often found speeding their flying vehicles on the capital's main roads, swaggering into red light districts, and had once inexplicably beaten up a rich merchant's son on the street just because they didn't like his looks. Xu Shiqin immediately walked over to Xu Lingqu, who was standing nearby, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Judging from the scene, it seemed Xu Lingqu had been alone with those two scoundrels. Who knew if those lunatics had bullied her? "I'm fine. I just thought the two gentlemen were thirsty. I've never seen such a peculiar way of rehydrating, so I'm a bit surprised," Xu Lingqu said sarcastically. Xiongxi, whose hair was dyed green, shot her a vicious glare. He and Leolunci had originally passed by intending to bully the general's adopted daughter, who clearly wasn't favored. They assumed that given her status, even if they pushed her into the fountain, Madame Caitlin wouldn't take her side. But to their surprise, this woman seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, acutely sensing Leolunci's movement and causing him to fall into the fountain himself. She then kicked Xiongxi, who had come to the rescue, inside as well. "Miss Xu, it's not right for you to deny it so blatantly. You clearly kicked me in." Qiangxi's face darkened. He couldn't swallow this insult. "I kicked you." Xu Lingqu laughed. "Do you have proof?" Xu Shiqin, furious, pointed at Qiangxi's nose and cursed, "You're causing trouble in our home, and now you want to slander my sister." She called her sister with great ease, her manner utterly unladylike, causing Madame Caitlin, standing nearby, another pang of unease. The Xu mansion's garden had no surveillance cameras, so there was no way to verify the truth. Xiongxi, who had never failed to get away with his mischief, was now being pointed at and cursed. He was about to explode with rage, while the dull-witted Leolunci remained silent like a log, leaving Xiongxi to fight the battle alone. Suddenly, a man emerged from the shaded path beside the fountain. He wore a light brown trench coat, his figure tall and straight, with jet black hair and luminous light brown eyes. He was strikingly handsome, his features arranged in a way that was immediately captivating and visually stunning. Upon seeing him, Xiongxi instinctively flinched, then called out, as if seeing a savior, "Shensholi, you must have seen it. Your mental strength is S, so you definitely saw this woman kick me." "Shensholi." Xu Lingqu was puzzled and looked at Xu Shiqin beside her. Xu Shiqin, looking both surprised and pouting, muttered, "Every time he appears, it's like some big star has arrived. So annoying." Seeing Xu Lingqu's confusion, Xu Shiqin briefly explained the formidable background of this young Master Shun. Xu Lingqu nodded thoughtfully. With S mental strength, he might indeed have seen her kick. But so what? She hadn't been the one to strike first. There was no way he had only seen her kick and not Leolunci's attempt to push her. Shensholi, despite his name meaning observing propriety, had his family background and looks to boast of. These were innate assets worthy of pride. He certainly couldn't live up to his grandfather's wish of becoming a well-mannered, refined young master. But having been raised by General Shin himself, he hadn't turned into a playboy. He didn't commit any outrageous acts that went against his name. At most, he was a bit spoiled and often ignored those he found uninteresting. Most of all, he despised the dissolute wastrels. Thus, people like Xiongxi usually avoided him like mice fleeing a cat. But this time, Xiongxi genuinely saw him as a savior. "You must have seen right." Xiongxi looked at him expectantly. Shensholi's amber-like eyes glanced at him, then fell on Xu Lingqu, who was standing not far away. Xu Lingqu didn't avert her gaze as she looked back calmly. Their eyes met in the air. Shensholi withdrew his gaze and snorted coldly, "I didn't see anything." With that, he nodded to Madame Caitlin and left. Qiangxi's face showed an expression of disbelief. He tremblingly raised his wet sleeve to point at Shensholi in accusation, but lacked the courage. In the end, he silently lowered his hand. Beside him, Leolunci was so frightened, he looked like he was about to crouch down with his hands over his head. The farce had gone on long enough. The events were clear, and there was a witness. Madame Caitlin frowned and spoke. "Madame Weilai, if you and Weilai lack the ability to educate these two young men of your family, I don't mind teaching them a lesson." With a light wave of her hand, two guards controlled the still-dripping Xiongxi and Leolunci. Her words carried weight, calling out the entire Weilai family. Madame Weilai's face instantly turned pale from within the crowd. She repeatedly apologized to Madame Caitlin. "Madame Caitlin, we have indeed been lax in discipline. Please." Send them to the police station. I heard Chief One has been looking for them lately. Madame Cotillion with a cold expression was an unyielding ice queen exuding authority without anger. She intimidated everyone present into holding their breath. Xu Shiqin whispered gleefully into Xu Lingqu's ear. Mother has always hated those two thugs. They dared to bully you in our home, so they'll definitely get what's coming to them. She must really detest those two, Xu Lingqu thought to herself. In the end, the banquet intended as Xu Lingqu's debut concluded with the guards escorting the two interstellar thugs to the police station for tea. Xu Lingqu returned to her room, where she found Ms. Gina assembling a large device with a service robot. Miss Lingqu. Ms. Gina introduced the device to the puzzled Xu Lingqu. This is a device for activating and testing mental strength given by a friend of young Master Yuan from the military. The activation and testing of spiritual power are prerequisites for selection into interstellar military academies. It could even be said that under the current atmosphere of confrontation between the Empire and the Federation, with the entire populace being militarized, nearly everyone undergoes activation and testing of spiritual power. However, those who truly meet the criteria to become cadets and mecha soldiers are extremely rare across the entire Interstellar. Ever since mecha research emerged in the public eye 200 years ago, the corresponding essential piloting condition, human spiritual power, also came into everyone's view. To enter a mecha, one's spiritual power level must be at least B. To pilot a basic mecha, the level needs to be A, while more advanced mechas require pilots with S-level spiritual power. 50 years ago, the Empire annually gathered all 16-year-old youths across the nation for centralized activation and testing of spiritual power. Most were at C or D level. B level was the admission threshold for majors other than the mecha department in military academies, while to enter the mecha department, one's spiritual power level had to be at least A. The original owner had not undergone activation and testing of spiritual power. When she was 16, she was still living alone at the Xu border, and with her sickly appearance, the staff did not insist on her taking the test. No one had any expectations for the test results of a frail orphan. After all, based on past experience, those with high spiritual power levels also tend to have decent physical fitness and excel in certain areas. It is worth noting that many capable ordinary people have tested with low-level spiritual power, yet due to the rigid requirements of the Interstellar's primary combat weapon, starship mechas, they are rejected by military academies. Xu Lingqu still needed to undergo activation and testing of spiritual power. This greatly annoyed Xu Yuan, who had received orders from his mother. Cursing inwardly that Xu Lingqu was like a savage for not having done the activation and testing, he contacted a friend to borrow an instrument and brought it home specifically for her test. He figured she would probably test at C or D level anyway, and squeezing her into Moy Military Academy would require other means. Xu Yuan found it troublesome no matter how he thought about it, so he tossed the instrument to Gina and went back to his study to work overtime. Once fully assembled, the instrument resembled a telephone booth with silver-white metal that seemed to shimmer with flowing light inlaid with transparent material that looked like glass. Madame Gina sent the two service robots out and said to Xu Lingqu, Miss Lingqu, please go ahead. Without much hesitation, Xu Lingqu pulled the door handle and stepped inside. The moment the door closed, her visual ability was instantly deprived, and the sound of an artificial intelligence echoed in her ear. Spiritual power activation and testing initiated. Immediately, an immense pressure rapidly squeezed her body from all sides, almost suffocating Xu Lingqu. At that moment, her soul was torn back and forth by invisible hands, and a violent wind raged wildly in her mind. The scorched earth of the apocalypse appeared bit by bit before her eyes. The screams of humans devoured by mutant beasts echoed in her ears, and the air was filled with the stench of death and despair. The apocalyptic world replayed piece by piece in her mind. She stood on a devastated street, holding a long sword in her right hand. She was still wearing the uniform of an enforcer. Not far away, a small mutant beast was approaching a little girl who was crying bitterly. The girl tried to get close to her mother beside her, but the mother remained indifferent to her daughter's pleas. Without any hesitation, Xu Lingqu fired 4 shots from her left hand at the mutant beast, stopping it from approaching the little girl further. She quickly closed in, and after the bullets were spent, she stood in front of the girl. Just as she was about to swing her sword with her right hand, the little girl's mother suddenly lunged forward and snatched away her longsword. The little girl let out a scream. Without the long sword to block, the spikes on the mutant beast pierced through her body. The corrosive acid attached to them continued to burn Xu Lingqu, but she remained silent. As if accustomed to it, she drew a dagger from her waist and plunged it fiercely into the weak spot on the mutant beast's head. She listened to its piercing screech as it struggled for a moment before quickly losing its life. Having dealt with the mutant beast, Xu Lingqu did not hesitate and flung the dagger, pinning down the mother who had stolen the sword. The infected human before her in the girl's eyes was still her most trustworthy and reliable mother. Infected humans possess hallucinogenic abilities, causing those closest to them to hallucinate and believe they are still in a normal state. However, in Xu Lingqu's eyes under normal vision, they appeared terrifying, indistinguishable from zombies. Don't kill my mom, the little girl cried, trying to grab Xu Lingqu's leg, but Xu Lingqu kicked her aside with moderate force. After retrieving her longsword, Xu Lingqu directly beheaded the infected human. The little girl behind her broke down and began to curse, "You bunch of inhuman beast enforcers, killing so many humans you'll end up in the 18th level of hell sooner or later." Enforcers possess the power to fight mutant beasts. Every day they leave the base to explore and bring back supplies, but sometimes some of the supplies are infected by mutant beasts. Once consumed or used, they turn people into infected humans. Such things are unavoidable. In a sense, infected humans are also created by enforcers, even though their intention is clearly to save people. What's more frustrating is that infected humans emit signals to attract mutant beasts, so they must be killed. Within the base, only enforcers hold the authority to kill. Hence the families of these infected humans detest them. Xu Lingqu had heard these words so many times that her ears were practically calloused. Unmoved, she tried to raise her hand to take out a tool to report the situation to the central tower, but found that she had nothing in her hands. Yet the scene before her twisted and collapsed, once more plunging into darkness again. A spot of light shimmered in her mind, first transforming into a soaring dragon, then into the form of a perfect colossal mecha radiating a cold moon-white glow. The colossal mecha knelt on one knee and extended its hand towards Xu Lingqu, as if a subject devoutly paying homage to a new king. The moment she reached out and touched it, the entire world went dark again. When she opened her eyes once more, she was still inside the testing instrument. It was all an illusion brought on by the awakening and testing of spiritual power. Xu Lingqu's forehead beaded with sweat, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The apocalyptic scenes were too real and the mecha vision too dreamlike, leaving her momentarily disoriented in the real world. When her body had nearly stopped trembling, Xu Lingqu pushed open the door of the testing instrument. She was about to check her final level when she saw Madame Gina operating an intelligent terminal with a grave expression. It was clearly something urgent, so Xu Lingqu cooperatively stayed silent. By the time Madame Gina stood up and looked at her, Xu Lingqu had already finished disassembling the instrument. "Miss Lingqu." Madame Gina's expression grew even more serious. Xu Lingqu instinctively thought she had broken the instrument and was about to check when Madame Gina transmitted a test report to her intelligent terminal. "Your spiritual power was tested twice automatically by the instrument. The first time yielded nothing, the second time." She frowned. It was S level. This was a spiritual power level never seen before. Previously, only S level existed, and after one improvement the instrument could measure S and S. The first test yielding no result was probably because the instrument itself was confused. A doubles level was unheard of in the entire interstellar era. Thinking of the colossal mecha in her mind, Xu Lingqu pursed her lips. Such a level appearing now was not really good news for her. This body was still frail and sickly. If the military department learned of this level, they would inevitably launch a series of investigations. If any irregularities were discovered, she would likely become a subject of experimentation in this era. After all, she was originally a soul from the apocalypse. Even if she wasn't locked in a lab, an S-level spiritual power was not something everyone would be happy to see. Everyone admires geniuses, but once a genius cannot be used for one's own purposes, they become an enemy. And Xu Lingqu was not willing to submit to anyone. "I just hacked into the military's spiritual power statistics system and deleted your report," Madame Gina said calmly. "You hacked into the military system?" Xu Lingqu was genuinely surprised. She had originally thought Madame Gina was merely a capable assistant working for Xu Qingbi, but she hadn't expected her to be this capable, practically omnipotent. Madame Gina looked at Xu Lingqu with a complex expression. "Will you report this to Admiral Xu Qingbi?" Xu Lingqu asked softly. Madame Gina remained silent. Seeing her reaction, Xu Lingqu began to form an idea. "Actually, you could have kept this from me entirely, done what needed to be done, and then directly reported to Admiral Xu Qingbi. That would have saved a lot of trouble. But you chose to tell me, which means there is still room for negotiation between us about whether to disclose this to a third party." Xu Lingqu couldn't be entirely sure what Madame Gina was thinking. She was completely gambling. If Xu Qingbi found out about this, she would be utterly passive. The thought of killing the Gina before her flashed through her mind, but was quickly dismissed. If not for Gina, the military would probably already be on their way to find Xu Lingqu. Moreover, the aftermath of killing someone would be even more troublesome. If it could be resolved in another way, that would be best. Gina stood still, watching the young girl before her. The little finger of her right hand twitched involuntarily. That slight hesitation in her heart was caught by Xu Lingqu. She truly did not want to report this to Xu Qingbi. Firstly, she knew his personality. Once he found out, Xu Lingqu would probably never be able to leave the Xu mansion. However, her pity for this frail girl she had only known for a few days was not enough to sustain her hesitation. More importantly, over the years, she had discovered that what Admiral Xu actually did was drifting further and further from what she had hoped he would do. This made her begin to doubt whether loyalty to Xu Qingbi was correct. Did everything she did under his orders really align with her original intentions? "I don't know why you tested as S-level spiritual power, but I know what would happen to you if it leaked out now." Madame Gina spoke slowly. "If keeping silent can spare one person from harm, I will close my mouth. Having said that, she felt a sense of relief instead. This was clearly a betrayal of Xu Qingbi, yet she felt lighter for not having to go against her conscience this time. When I am capable of reaching a sufficiently high position, I will do my best to repay you. Xu Lingqu could only offer Madame Gina a vague promise for now. From Gina's response, she could sense her inner conflict. She was a thoughtful, capable person, not a mechanical death warrior under Admiral Xu Qingbi's command. I look forward to that day, Madame Gina said with a smile. She knew that Xu Lingque's act was purely a hollow promise. The things she wanted to see could only be accomplished by an Imperial Admiral or someone even more powerful. Could Xu Lingqu become an Imperial Admiral? Her body was so weak. Even getting into the military academy this time would be a challenge. But who could say? Madame Gina had personally witnessed the SS-level spiritual power test result. Perhaps she really could reach that position. But that would be decades from now. No matter what the future holds, Gina knew in her heart that she did not regret what she had done today. After reaching a consensus with Lady Gina, Xu Lingqu felt much more at ease. The military department and Xu Yuan still needed a report to submit, so Lady Gina forged a spiritual energy level B report on the spot and once again infiltrated the military system to place it inside. Watching her move freely through the military system, Xu Lingqu had the illusion that the military system was Lady Gina's home. A spiritual energy level of B just met the level requirement for the command department of the military academy, allowing her to enter smoothly without arousing the wariness and suspicion of Caitlina and Xu Yuan. Having successfully completed the forged report, Lady Gina still had to return the testing equipment to Xu Yuan, so she left first. Only then did Xu Lingqu finally truly relax. The fatigue from activating her spiritual energy spread throughout her body. She sat on the edge of the bed silently watching the afterglow of the setting sun reflected through the window. It was already evening. Suddenly the apocalyptic scene from the test flashed through Xu Lingque's mind. The sensation of being pierced and burned was so real, and the screams of a little girl and the roars of mutated beasts still echoed in her ears. She shook her head, struggling to free herself from the inexplicably recurring illusion, only to find that the burning sensation was real. On her finger, the snake-patterned ring was now scorching her like a red-hot branding iron. Before Xu Lingqu could take it off, a flash of light passed. The ring did not disappear, it remained on her hand, while on the ground appeared a ball-like object resembling a cotton ball. The cotton ball sprouted 2 ears and a pair of grape-like eyes, revealing the true form of a Samoyed puppy. It then spoke to Xu Lingqu. "You are the second master that Inha found for me." She didn't know which was more absurd, that the ring had turned into a dog or that the dog could speak, but both were happening to Xu Lingqu at the same time. This was no longer within the realm of interstellar science, it was fantasy. Xu Lingqu crouched down, grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up. As she walked, she said, "I am not someone who has a habit of abusing dogs, but since you are a talking dog, please explain your origins." As she spoke, she coldly extended the dog out the window, frightening it into curling up into a cotton ball again. "Damn it, it seems that Inha has handed me over to a woman as vicious as himself. Let me go." Its wails were useless. Xu Lingqu remained unmoved. Seeing this, the Samoyed had no choice but to obediently introduce itself. "My name is Lumen, the most handsome and beautiful mecha in the entire galaxy. My previous master was Inha. He seems to have done pretty well, at least an admiral. So can you let me go now?" Xu Lingque's heart was harder than stone. "Then why are you in the shape of a dog now?" "This is the life form that wicked Inha gave me. My main body. I don't know where my main body has gone. I was always the ring on your finger. It was only because you finally awakened your spiritual energy today that I could barely summon this life form." Xu Lingqu pulled her hand back, mainly because her arm was a bit sore. Seeing that the self-proclaimed Lumen also looked relieved, she continued to interrogate. "Then how can you prove your words?" Lumen's entire dog face froze. After thinking for a long time, it tilted its head. "Maybe you want to hear the scandals of that guy Inha." Admiral Inha was the idol that Su Shiqin had mentioned that day. Xu Lingqu remembered that she had even chimed in agreement. She opened her smart brain to search for Admiral Yin's biography, the foremost founding marshal of the Empire, comrade and close friend of the founding Emperor Kaisa Yulafizi, founder of the Moy Military Academy and pilot of one of the 3S mechas of that time. Lumen. Xu Lingqu glanced at the Samoyed puppy, and then looked at the smart brain simulation, restoring Lumen's mecha form, a pure white mecha perfectly embodying mecha aesthetics. Samoyed Lumen lay at her feet, grumbling indignantly. "To be honest, this simulated projection isn't as handsome as a single part of my original body." Such a legendary figure, and the last trace of his life, was mysteriously disappearing at the age of 35 while piloting Lumen. "Then tell me, where did Inha take you in the end?" Xu Lingqu asked. Samoyed Lumen showed a sad expression. "He said he was going to commit suicide." Xu Lingqu was stunned. "That day it seemed he was going to take me to try something. He shut me down, and most of the time he was operating and piloting manually. The last time I saw him, I didn't know where that was. He said to me that he had failed, that he was going to commit suicide, and that he wanted to see me one last time." That Samoyed face was about to cry. "No matter how I tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. He forcibly shut me down. When I woke up again, it was because you awakened me." I don't know where he hid my main body, I couldn't do anything about it. If one had to describe Luming's aggrieved expression, it was absolutely the look of a pitiful abandoned puppy. If everything it said was true, then the life form that Inha had created was truly perfect for it. Alright. Xu Lingqu rubbed her brow wearily, watching Luming the puppy sob. So you are now. You are my new master, so you must take care of me. Luming interrupted her, emphasizing, since Inha left me to you, you must treat me well. I am an SS-level mecha, the strongest in the galaxy. Chen Dao and Qi Ren are not as powerful as me. Xu Lingqu thought of that snake-patterned ring. It had indeed seemed out of place on the original Xu Lingqu. It didn't look like a piece of jewelry she would like or buy. Most likely it was a family heirloom left to her. Following the timeline, it could indeed be linked to the founding Admiral Inha. Its authenticity remained to be verified, but keeping a dog around was not a very difficult thing. After deliberation, Xu Lingqu said, I can keep you. Luming wished it could throw itself on his Xu Lingque's lap. The only thing restraining its impulse was the pride of an SS-level mecha. But the smart brain shows your level as S. She could try to use this dog as a temporary knowledge base. Luming curled one side of its dog mouth disdainfully. That's just the minimum level to pilot us, the level we publicly claim. It's like your spiritual energy. From my perception, it should be at the SS stage. Thinking of the giant white mecha that had appeared in her mind at that time, Luming's words now became a bit more credible. It really knew something. There would be plenty of information to extract from it in the days to come. Xu Lingqu patted its head with satisfaction. Not bad. Do you need to eat anything? Or do you need some other way to obtain energy? After all this commotion, she was also hungry. It was time to eat something. Roast chicken. Luming looked at Xu Lingque's departing back, shyly drooping its ears, thinking about the sensation of being patted on the head just now. This new master that Inha found for it actually seems pretty good. The admission notices for Xu Lingqu and Xu Shiqin arrived within a couple of days. Recruitment for the Moy Military Academy had already been winding down, and Xu Lingqu had been squeezed in through Xu Yuan's orchestration. Her level psychic powers slightly exceeded Xu Yuan's expectations, barely meeting the minimum threshold for the Moy Command Department. It thwarted Xu Yuan's original assumption that she would measure C or D, dashing her hopes of entering the military academy. Xu Yuan never imagined that Xu Lingqu could test at A or above. If she had, he would have found an excuse to dissuade his mother from sending her to the academy, lest she become a future threat. The level neither here nor there left Xu Yuan without a valid reason. The non-combat departments at Moy Military Academy were that easy to get into. While handling the arrangements, Xu Yuan overheard colleagues complaining that this year's combat stream applications at Moy were also inflated. Applications for the combat streams of the 6 major military academies were supposed to be selected from the best candidates in the local military academies of various star systems. The fact that even this was inflated suggested that star system forces were already meddling in Moy's internal affairs. Xu Yuan regretted even more indulging his sister's application to Moy Military Academy, but what was done was done. 3 days later, the probationary training period of 1.5 months at Moy would begin. In the past few days, Xu Lingqu had mostly stayed at the Xu Mansion, while Xu Shiqin, who aimed to become a mech pilot, was taken by Xu Yuan to his military friends for extra training every day. Madame Catalan, seeing her stepping stone plan about to materialize, wore a smile that grew higher each day, and her attitude towards Xu Lingqu softened considerably. As a result, Xu Lingqu openly had Luming's Samoyed form walk through the main entrance of the Xu Mansion, having secured Madame Catalan's permission to keep a dog. Luming had been pestering Xu Lingqu to take it for walks in the garden these past few days. After all, once it followed Xu Lingqu to Moy Military Academy, there would be at least 1.5 months of closed training, and it couldn't even transfer its consciousness to the ring worn on Xu Lingque's finger, as jewelry was not allowed during training. Staying in this little dog life form, and remaining at the Xu Mansion for Gina to play with and take care of you would be fine, said Xu Lingqu, who was reluctantly walking the dog sitting on a garden bench. She didn't understand why Luming insisted on following her to the military academy. Luming returned to Xu Lingqu with a frisbee in its mouth, mumbling, "You just don't get it. If it stayed at the Xu Mansion, who would protect Xu Lingqu at Moy?" The frisbee, once dropped, flew away automatically. In the Interstellar era, even walking a dog could be fully automated. Xu Lingqu watched Luming chase the frisbee with unflagging enthusiasm and began to wonder if this was really an SS glass mecha or a real dog. Isn't the Moy Military Academy that school run by the Galactic Union? It's really dangerous. Liuming, now tired from running again, came back and lay at Xu Lingque's feet, sticking out its tongue and chattering with her. Back when he founded it, it took in all kinds of dangerous elements. Sounds like an interstellar mafia, Xu Lingqu said, speechless. Pretty much okay, Luming emphasized. But that was a long time ago. It's a legitimate military academy now, isn't it? Xu Lingqu stood up, ready to jog a few laps around the small garden. Luming was used to it. It watched its young master panting and looking like she was about to die after just a few laps, and couldn't help running up to her and remarking, "How can you be so weak? How did you even awaken me?" Xu Lingqu couldn't speak. She had been trying to train this body over the past few days. The condition of the body was truly terrible. Just a little more running would bring a discomforting metallic taste to the back, but she unexpectedly discovered that she had an extraordinary control over this body, as if it were her own, only much weaker. If you're this weak and am not by your side, you're doomed seriously. Lumen looked up at its unfortunate host about to say more, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Who are you talking to? A golden-haired girl suddenly appeared in the garden. Xu Lingqu, dressed in casual clothes with a high ponytail, looked much more fashionable and walked over to Xu Lingqu curiously. Xu Lingqu glanced at Liu Ming, who was playing dead at her feet, and said, "I'm talking to myself." "Why are you talking to yourself? If you want to talk, come find me." Xu Lingqu maintained the same enthusiasm she had shown when she first met Xu Lingqu, like a golden retriever seeing a human. She glanced at Liu Ming and blurted out, "I heard you got a little dog, but now that I see it, it's not even cute." Sure enough, a golden retriever sees no evil in people and no good in any dog. Liu Ming indignantly gnawed on Xu Lingque's pants leg, unable to retort verbally. It was enough to drive a dog mad. "I think it's quite cute," Xu Lingqu said, soothing Liu Ming a little, and turned to Xu Lingqu. "What brings you here today?" As the most promising candidate among the younger generation of the Xu family to become a mech pilot, Xu Lingqu was practically tied to the training ground by Madame Caitlin and Xu Yuan. "We're leaving the day after tomorrow, and my brother said I could have 2 days off, told me not to stress too much." Xu Lingqu sat back down on the bench, with Xu Lingqu swinging her legs. Only the top 20 in the Moy probationary training scores can officially enter the mech department and have a chance to become a full mech pilot. "Lately, I keep dreaming that I'm number 21. The brutal screaming of psychic power among military cadets was just the threshold. In the realm of mech combat, every contender was a genius chosen from 10,000. Xu Zikin's psychic power level tested at A, which was sufficient to enter the threshold, but whether she could actually become a mech pilot was uncertain. "If only I were an S like that freak, surely no one would ever doubt he'd become a mech pilot." Even the military brass are eagerly waiting for him, Xu Lingqu sighed. He actually signed up for Moy this time too, which directly takes away one of the top 20 spots. Ugh, I'm so jealous of him. Xu Lingqu, who had tested at S level, felt utterly unmoved. At her feet lay an SS-class mecha, even if it now looked more like a disgruntled puffy cotton candy. His grandfather, General Shen Ruoshui, is the principal of Longyuan Military Academy. Why doesn't he go to Longyuan? Why crowd into Moy? Longyuan is one of the top academies in the league. Xu Lingqu was perplexed. Military Academy League. Xu Lingqu became interested. Yeah, the Federation's military academies send people too. It's hosted by Tiangong Group, so it's all done in the simulated space on Tiangongnet. Xu Lingqu explained. So the Military Academy League was no joke. It was essentially a clash of new forces from the military departments of the two major interstellar powers. Right now we basically rely on Longyuan and Dolston to counter the Federation. Their stronger ones are Lianhe and Qingjun. Xu Lingqu suddenly became inexplicably optimistic as she spoke. So if Shinsholi joins the new Moy class, maybe our league ranking will go up a bit this time, and we won't be at the bottom. Moy is at the bottom. Xu Lingqu asked. Liu Ming, who had been playing dead at her feet, was stunned and lifted its dog head in disbelief to look at Xu Lingqu. Fortunately, Xu Lingqu didn't notice it. She continued, "Yeah, Moy was founded by the Galactic General. In its early years, it was unmatched, dominating the league for over a dozen terms. But ever since the second principal, General Sheng Shu, passed away and stepped down, Moy has declined term after term until now it's completely at the bottom. From the strongest to the weakest, the drop was indeed huge. I heard that Moy's decline is related to General Sheng Shu being a staunch hawk. The old doves in the peace faction disliked him." Xu Lingqu leaned close to Xu Lingque's ear and whispered, "General Sheng Shu was a subordinate of the Galactic General, firmly hawkish toward the Federation. The officers he trained, including those at Moy, were the same. The old doves couldn't shake General Sheng Shu, so after his death they suppressed and targeted Moy at every turn. Even the hardest bamboo can be bent by wind and snow. Moy's stubborn bones, after being ground down for over a decade, hadn't bent, but they had broken. In last year's league they achieved the last place they had never known. I can't stand them doing this. It's too bullying. It's a slap in the face of the Galactic General and General Sheng Shu," Xu Lingqu said with genuine anger. "In the new league, I'm going to make Moy rank among the top again." "Good." Xu Lingqu cooperatively and silently applauded. Xu Lingqu wanted to say more, but an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the garden. Xu Yuan walked in with his hands behind his back, looking at Xu Lingqu. "Brother, I'm on vacation today, aren't I? What are you doing here? Mother wants to talk to you for a moment. Since you're leaving the day after tomorrow, she sent me to find you," Xu Yuan said unhurriedly. With Madame Caitlin invoked, Xu Lingqu reluctantly left Xu Lingque's side, feeling she hadn't talked enough. Watching them leave, Xu Yuan remained where he was. Xu Lingqu casually plucked a green leaf. This person was after her. "Now that Lingqu is gone, I'll be direct," Xu Yuan said bluntly, looking at her. "The probationary training scores are very important. If there's a team-up segment, I hope you'll stay away from my sister and not drag her down." So that was it. Xu Lingqu looked at Xu Yuan. "How do you know it'll be the one dragging her down?" Xu Yuan snorted coldly. "Anyone with eyes can see." Xu Lingqu scooped up Lu Ming and stood up. "Whether I team up or not, the initiative is in my hands, isn't it? You. Xu Yuan frowned. Xu Lingqu brushed past him with a light laugh. It depends on my mood. The journey to Moxie Military Academy was once again aboard a Star Rail train, but fortunately this trip was relatively short. The academy was built on a medium-sized planet located between the third galaxy and the second galaxy, a unique position that fell under no jurisdiction of any galaxy designated by the Galactic General himself. He had named the planet Yuan. Xu Lingqu recalled the name upon seeing it. It was the name of the fifth star of the Big Dipper. She realized that the names of the two academies Moxie and Longyuan were both derived from the 10 legendary swords of China. Xu Lingqu instinctively thought she had found her fellow Earthling, but a search on her personal AI revealed that the names Longyuan Moxie and Yuheng held no special significance in the interstellar language system. Was this mere coincidence, or? Xu Yuan decided to escort Su Shiqin all the way to the entrance of Moxie Military Academy. In the VIP cabin of the Star Rail train, the three of them sat in separate corners, staring at each other awkwardly. Su Shiqin, constrained by her brother's presence, dared not speak to Xu Lingqu and could only gaze at her pleadingly. Xu Yuan, still simmering from yesterday's defeat, at Xu Lingque's hands, tried to glare her into submission. The two beams of scrutiny had no effect on Xu Lingqu. Her long black hair had been cut short, and the clean neat style gave her a newfound vitality. This was her second time aboard the Star Rail train, and now she could finally sit still and gaze at the cosmic scenery outside the window. Stars glimmered across the vast cosmos. In this era, humanity had developed space, and Star Rail trains shuttled between galaxies, leaving silver arcs across the universe. Countless planets in this interstellar age possessed conditions suitable for life, and through the efforts of interstellar humanity, even more planets that were once unfit for human habitation had undergone terraforming. It was far more lively than the solitary Earth of the Milky Way. After a 3-hour journey, a friend of Xu Yuan stationed at the Yuheng military base picked them up in a flying vehicle. They traveled unimpeded to the main gate of Moxie Military Academy. It was said that the architectural design of Moxie Military Academy was inspired by the Galactic General's Mecha Lumen. The dominant colors were silver and white with relief patterns often depicting clouds and wind. The main gate itself was an ethereal structure built with new materials resembling a bridge of clouds, forming a celestial portal with stars and clouds flickering and flowing on both sides. Two colossal sword sculptures stood at the center of the gate. Xu Lingqu looked up. They were the statues of Ganjiang and Moxie, the two legendary swords. They crossed and rested on the ground, their blades overlapping. One was entirely verdant green, the other icy blue, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur that made every passerby lift their gaze in reverence. She was now beginning to believe Luming's boast about being the most handsome Mecha. Xu Yuan pulled Su Shiqin aside and gave her a lengthy lecture. After finishing, he approached Xu Lingqu. "You'd better not give me any news of you trying to quit during the probationary period," he said, seeking to regain the upper hand from yesterday's argument. Xu Lingqu replied calmly, "I thought the news you least wanted to hear was me teaming up with Su Shiqin and dragging her out of the top 20. You." Xu Yuan was caught off guard and choked once more. Before he could think of a retort, she had already strode gracefully into the gates of Moxie Military Academy. His good little sister was even trailing behind her obediently. All his lengthy advice had gone straight into the dog's stomach. Before arriving at Moxie, they had installed the Academy's dedicated subsystem on their personal AIs and had already pre-selected their dormitory, a double room where they would live together. The current message instructed them to store their luggage. Xu Lingqu had few belongings, and it took her only 20 minutes to unpack. Her suitcase was mainly stuffed with Luming's life form. She took out the lifeless Samoyed, and a flash of light from the snake-patterned ring on her hand brought the dog back to life. "I'm exhausted." "You're exhausted." Xu Lingqu had ultimately brought it along, but during the probationary period no one would look after it, so it had to stay in her room. "This place has changed so much, it's nothing like when the Galactic General brought me here," Lumen said, hopping onto Xu Lingque's bed with practiced ease. "He'll wait here for you to come back. You have to come back alive, understand?" One would think she was off on some space anti-terrorism mission. The probationary period naturally forbade wearing rings. Xu Lingqu removed it, and the next second a message popped up on her AI: all new students must immediately assemble at the central campus square. Xu Lingqu immediately called for Su Shiqin, who was still tidying up her room, and they left at once. Exiting the dormitory, they followed the AI's guidance to the central square, where a man in a dark purple military uniform stood on a platform, holding a military baton, watching the gathered recruits. Behind him was a massive spaceship resembling a warship in shape, as colossal as an aircraft carrier. It dominated the center of the square, nearly half the size of a building. "It seems the probationary site isn't on Yuheng Star. We'll have to take a spaceship," Su Shiqin said, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of boarding a spaceship right after the Star Rail train. This year the Academy had recruited 300 new students, roughly divided into combat and non-combat streams. The non-combat stream included specializations like mecha engineers, commanders, and analysts, while the combat stream would be further divided after the probationary period. Once the students had all arrived, the instructor adjusted his cap and spoke, "Greetings, new students. I am your chief instructor for the probationary period. My name is Kane Chris. With blonde hair and blue eyes, he had the typical appearance of a Terran European. Beside him stood a man of Eastern features who then took the microphone and introduced himself. My surname is Chun, and I will be your deputy instructor for this probationary period. Kane shook his military baton and smiled. Since this is our first meeting, it'll be nice to everyone. So the last 2 students to arrive, please step forward. The instructors used the baton to call out names, and everyone present understood that this was a punishment to establish authority. Disobeying a military order would only lead to a worse fate. Soon the 2 latecomers stood up, thinking that arriving just a bit late wouldn't warrant a severe punishment. But Kane showed no mercy. He walked over and delivered 2 strikes without a word. The 2 turned pale and cried out in pain. This was the instructor's warning to all of them. Your first assembly took 6 minutes. Is that the standard for a military academy student? Terrible, Kane said after delivering the punishment, returning to the platform. For all emergency assemblies during the probationary period, anyone arriving after 2 minutes will receive the baton. That is your first lesson today. The crowd, which had been whispering about the instructor's methods, fell silent. Despite their mental preparation, the strictness of Moxie Military Academy exceeded their expectations. They had assumed that the training at the lowest-ranked academy would be relatively lax. Kane was pleased with their subdued, quail-like demeanor. He smiled and said, "See the Stalker R3 behind me. We'll be boarding it to head to our probationary site." Attention and gazes shifted to the spaceship, and the previously quiet crowd stirred again. That's the Stalker R3, the latest model of warship spaceship. I have a model of it at home. It's so cool. Seeing it up close is absolutely awesome. Can we really ride it? I want to take lots of photos. Can I go back to the dormitory and get my laser suit? Excitement and exhilaration spread among the students. They discussed what they would bring from the dormitory onto the spaceship. Kane gave a cold smile, and the spaceship's door opened. He simply said, "Come on." No one expected the instructor to pull such a stunt. The emergency assembly had caught them mostly in just their clothes, and now they were being sent aboard like this. I haven't prepared anything. Are we going up right now? My luggage is still in the dormitory. What will we do over there? I haven't even washed my face. More than a dozen instructors, all in the same dark purple uniforms, ignored the students' complaints and herded them like sheep onto the spaceship. Their goal was the surprise effect, catching the students off guard. The students, flustered yet exhilarated, surged into the spaceship. Xu Lingqu and Xu Shiqin had been walking together, but in the crush, Xu Lingqu lost sight of her. Once everyone was inside the passenger cabin, looking around, bewildered Deputy Instructor Chen's relatively gentle voice rang out. New students, we are now about to begin your second lesson of enrollment. Please experience an interstellar jump. Instructor Chun had barely finished speaking when the students began to stir, restless emotions surging through the crowd. Some on the verge of collapse tried to reason with the instructor. You brought a warship here just to make us experience a warp jump. Help him already nauseous just thinking about the jump before it even starts. What is this? Abusing freshmen. Xu Lingqu didn't quite understand what was happening. Everyone around her was uneasy, and Xu Shiqin was nowhere to be seen. As she turned, a pale face appeared before her. In an era where laser eye surgery was easier than a blood draw, the girl still wore round-framed glasses, her small face filled with panic and anxiety. Xu Lingqu's gaze lingered on her face for a brief moment before she turned to leave, but the girl suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Your spiritual power level must be very high, right? Is it grade? The girl asked anxiously. Xu Lingqu thought for a moment and decided not to shake her off directly. No, I'm only grade. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Then why are you so calm right now? Before she could finish, a loud rumble shook the ship. The massive space vessel launched from the central plaza of Moy Military Academy, carrying a group of bewildered freshmen straight toward outer space. At the academy gate, Su Yowen, who had yet to leave, looked incredulously at his friend from Yuhing base. Those lunatics at Moy borrowed the Stalker R3 from your base, just for the trial training period. His friend lit a cigarette and patted his shoulder. We only found out today too. They said it's some kind of warp jump training. Don't worry, no one's going to die. Warp jump training. Su Yowen's heart skipped a beat. He recalled his first experience with a warp jump. He was a senior, then having studied the relevant knowledge and mastered spiritual power utilization for 4 years. Even so, he felt an unprecedented discomfort, and in the end he and his roommate had to support each other to avoid collapsing disgracefully on the ground. These lunatics. How can I not worry? Su Yuan took off his cap in irritation. The Stalker R3 was already out of sight. His friend couldn't help but tease, "You obsessive brother, don't you know your sister's level? She's A in spiritual power. Why are you so worried? Come on, let's go get a drink." He half-dragged, half-pulled Su Yuan away from the gate of Moy Military Academy. By then the Stalker R3 had already entered outer space. Most students had not yet adapted when Deputy Instructor Chen's voice rang out again. He only spoke 4 words. Prepare for warp jump. The students, who had been hoping it was just a threat from the instructor, now panicked completely. The instructor was serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin began to flash with yellow-green light, and the entire ship started to tremble, the precursor to a warp jump. The girl standing beside Xu Lingqu tightened her grip on Xu Lingqu's sleeve. In an instant the entire ship seemed to enter an unknown space. The cabin was completely sealed, and the instructor had not provided any display to show the outside view, heightening their fear of the unknown. Xu Lingqu only felt a slight ringing in her ears, but the people around her had already begun to retch and collapse to the ground. The girl standing next to her was in such pain, she could barely stand upright, relying on her grip on Xu Lingqu to maintain her posture. The air in the entire space became somewhat viscous, and most people clearly could not breathe properly. Quite puzzled by why everyone was experiencing these symptoms, she looked around, only to lock eyes with Shinsholi, who was standing to her right front. Xu Lingqu and Shinsholi. Shinsholi you. At that moment the scene from earlier flashed back in her mind. The girl asking if her spiritual power level was very high, and why she was so calm. Xu Lingqu finally understood. It seemed that people with high spiritual power were immune to the negative effects of space warp jumps. That was why while everyone else was collapsing, Shinsholi was still standing tall. And she, with her publicly known great spiritual power, was standing here, as if on solid ground. It was utterly unbelievable. Xu Lingqu made a swift decision. Under Shinsholi's inquisitive gaze, she performed a feigned fainting spell, eyes rolling back as she dropped to the floor. She deliberately chose an empty spot away from others' vomit. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the instructors were intently watching the monitors to see the effect of today's first lesson. General Shun's grandson, Kaiyong, said, pointing at Shinsholi on the monitor. Spiritual power. That's how impressive it is. The best news for Moy Military Academy this year was that Shinsholi had enrolled. To be fair, the recruitment officers from other military academies had almost set up camp at the Shun family's doorstep. The entire empire had its eyes on this spiritual power genius, waiting to see which academy would win him. Back then, everyone generally assumed that General Shun's grandson would certainly enroll in General Shun's own Longyuan Academy. They just wanted to fight for that slim chance. But in the end, Shinsholi chose Moy, the only academy that hadn't come to recruit him. At that time, everyone was stunned, unable to understand why he would go to a declining military academy to court hardship. Even now, Kaiyong himself didn't understand why he had made that crazy choice. But since he was already here, why dwell on it? Among the 6 major military academies, Moy was the only one to recruit an spiritual power student. This was also the strongest freshman class Moy had seen in a decade, Kaiyong remarked. And her, that's Lu Zhang. She's from the 4-star systems with great spiritual power. Deputy Instructor Chun pointed to another girl with long black hair. Kaiyong nodded. She too stood as immovable as a mountain. Her family background was simple. Growing up in the 4-star systems was essentially like growing up in a frontier star system, a child from a humble hardscrabble family. It was precisely because of this that she was different from the other young masters and ladies. She had no backing whatsoever. Although she possessed great spiritual power and would inevitably become a mecha pilot sooner or later, she would still need a patron to support her when she entered the military department. Moy's recruitment officers had done extensive homework on her, promising many future benefits to secure her enrollment. Kaiyong privately believed that these two would be the leading figures of Moy's new rising power. This year's class also had many outstanding freshmen with a spiritual power. Deputy Instructor Chun then pointed to the screen at the girl with a golden high ponytail, Su Shichin. This is General Zu's daughter. Truly a tiger father does not have a dog daughter. Kaiyong nodded appreciatively, then thought of something and asked, it seems General Zu's other adopted daughter also enrolled, right? In the command department with great spiritual power. Deputy Instructor Chun, who had thoroughly familiarized himself with all the freshmen's information, pointed to the spot next to Shinsholi. She's on the ground. Kaiyong raised an eyebrow. Both from the Su family, how can the gap be so big? She also enrolled in the command direction with only great spiritual power. Deputy Instructor Chun explained, moreover, she has lived in a place like the Zhuyan frontier all year round. In the past 2 days since she returned, there have been rumors about her poor health. It's normal for her to faint. Instructor Kaiyong was both angry and amused. Poor health. Then why come to a military academy? Deputy Instructor Chun shook his head with a smile. The Su family's eldest son, who is in the military, personally pulled strings to get her in. It's a favor to General Su. There's nothing we can do. Every year, generals and colonels would squeeze their less capable descendants into the military academies. Ordinarily, Moy Military Academy would not be part of this squeezing game, but the current situation forced them to seek General Zu's support. Kaiyong remained silent, finally, just looking away. A mechanical voice announced, warp jump completed. The warp jump was finally over. In reality, only a few dozen seconds had passed, but in the student's perception, the pain had stretched it to feel like an hour. Although Su Shichin was still standing, she had suffered from severe dizziness. After the jump ended, she felt somewhat better. Hearing people around her say that someone had fainted, a bad feeling crossed her mind. Could it be Xu Lingqu? Su Shichin walked toward the corner where a crowd had gathered. Pushing through, she saw it was indeed Xu Lingqu who had fainted. She rushed over in a flash to help her up, then looked up at Shinsholi, who was still standing nearby, and asked, how did my sister faint? Shinsholi. Before he could describe the truth to Su Shichin, Xu Lingqu quickly regained consciousness and reported, I'm fine. She patted Xu Ziken's shoulder and stood up. Once again, after the last time in the garden of the Xu mansion, she met Shin Shuli's gaze, still looking back with calm composure. No one says fainting can't have a delay and a wind-up, right? The starship's hatch opened, and Instructor Kai-Ong stood outside with other instructors arranged in 2 rows. He swept his gaze over the students, still trembling from their first-ever warp transit, then curled a contemptuous smirk. Thanks to you lot, this stalker will need the cleaning bots to scrub it down. He gestured disdainfully at the vomit. Get out. Or are you hoping it'll take you home? He snorted, and with emotion the instructors entered the stalker and drove the students out. Xu Lingqu stepped out. The stalker had landed on a patch of shallow grassland with a forest to the north and a river to the south. Blue sky, white clouds, murmuring water, dense woods. They seemed to have arrived on a pristine little planet. Xu Lingqu felt dazed by the scenery. It gave her the illusion of being back on Earth before the apocalypse. Birdsong shaded groves, a spring breeze that could instantly calm the soul. Xu Shiqin, still worried about whether Xu Lingqu's earlier fainting would leave after effects, stayed close by her side. Once everyone had disembarked, the instructors led them downstream along the river. After about 20 minutes, when the stalker's massive silhouette was no longer visible, they stopped. The spot was flatter and more spacious than upstream. Everyone stood still, and Instructor Kai-Ong leaped onto a large rock, looking down at them. Congratulations on passing the first trivial little test, the warp transit. I must say some of you really opened my eyes. Xu Lingqu felt his gaze linger on her, but she remained expressionless, unfazed by his obvious sarcasm. Those who signed up for mecha manufacturing and maintenance, step forward now. Instructor Guan will take you to another site for your trial. Instructor Kai-Ong waved his hand, and one of the instructors stepped out to lead the students away. Graduates of mecha manufacturing and maintenance become mecha engineers in name. In a sense, an excellent mecha engineer is far more valuable than a mecha soldier, but only under the definition of excellent. The entry threshold for a mecha engineer, unlike that of a mecha soldier, which is measured directly by spiritual power, resembles the martial sects of ancient Blue Star. One must find a master mecha engineer to pay homage at the mountain gate and become a disciple before making any headway. Entering the academy is actually the least critical part of their career. The most important thing is whether they can find their master during this period. The 20 students who had chosen mecha engineering stepped forward and followed the instructor into the forest. Xu Lingqu noticed that the girl who had asked on the starship whether she had high spiritual power was among them. Noticing Xu Lingqu's gaze, the girl turned back, nodded at her in acknowledgement, probably thanking her for having steadied her earlier on the starship. After the prospective mecha engineers left, the crowd began murmuring and whispering among themselves. Being a mecha engineer is so much better. I wish I'd signed up for that. They have an entrance exam. Do you have the brains for it? Mecha engineers are all squishy, they need protection. The rest of us are in for brutal training. Who's going to pity us command track students? And what about us analysts? Among those left, most had chosen the combat track, tall, muscular, tough-looking types who could clearly fight. The 60 people who looked obviously slender stood out. They were from the command and analysis tracks. Command and analysis originally belonged to one track, but later they were carefully split, one emphasizing strategy and decision-making, the other pure data analysis. Both are indispensable on the battlefield, yet they are also the physically weakest batch. Generally, other military academies would pull such people aside for different training, but clearly Moy Military Academy and Instructor Kai-Ong had other ideas. After seeing off the future mecha engineers, Kai-Ong, standing on the high rock, addressed the remaining students in a loud voice. You should have been told before you came that this trial period has an elimination system. Deputy Instructor Chin immediately sent something to everyone's smart brains. The students hurriedly opened it. It was a group assignment list. The remaining 280 people were divided into teams of 7, seemingly at random. Xu Lingqu opened her list and saw that in her team of 7, only one person was from the combat track. The other 6 consisted of 4 analysts and 2 command track students. Seeing the students' visibly darkened expressions, Kai-Ong smiled with satisfaction and announced the first trial assessment team and Team Unknown Combat. The teams were randomly assigned. The number of combat track students was almost 3 or 4 times that of the non-combat ones. By some incredible luck, Xu Lingqu had ended up with such a group. Worse, the opponent team she was matched against was entirely combat track. Xu Shiqin, who was standing beside her watching, turned pale. How are we supposed to play this? It was clearly a losing battle for Xu Lingqu's team. Xu Shiqin asked loudly, can we switch teams? Before coming, Su Yuan had yanked her ear and lectured her at least 10 times not to meddle during the trial, especially not in Xu Lingqu's affairs. But Xu Shiqin couldn't help it. Deputy Instructor Chun, who had climbed onto the big rock, had likely anticipated this reaction. He quickly answered the concerns, saying with a smile, no switching teams. He exchanged a glance with Instructor Kai-Ong, then continued, the point-based selection system for this trial period applies not only to the mecha department, but also to your official admission slots. Throughout this assessment, we will have a point system. For each assessment, we'll clearly announce the rules. At the end of the entire trial period, the top 20 students will enter the mecha department, and the bottom 80 will be eliminated directly. Deputy Instructor Chen explained. For this assessment, teams of 7 compete in matchups. Winning teams each get 5 points, losing teams get 0 points, and will have points deducted. This year's enrollment at Moy Military Academy, due to the unexpected inclusion of Xu, had introduced many variables into the original plan. Some wanted to probe, some wanted to ride the Shun family's coattails, and some came to cause trouble. Eventually, with multiple parties intervening, they were forced to admit 300 students. This trial period was an emergency elimination system to handle the complex situation. Kaiyong added, every point from now on will be crucial to you. Today is only the beginning. After the explanation, the students scattered to gather with their team members. Before leaving, Xu Shiqing patted Xu Lingqu on the shoulder. Next round, let's try to team up. When Xu Lingqu's team came together, no one had a good expression. The only combat track boy wore a black face as if everyone owed him money. Other groups were already buzzing with strategies for player order. Team combat wasn't just about raw strength. The order of fighters and tactics, like trading a lower horse for a higher one, were crucial. Their team, however, was stuck in awkward silence. The sole combat track boy sneered, what's the difference between this team and just me alone? Xu Lingqu glanced at his personal data in the smart brain. Sun Liao from the Ershing system, with a mental power level of a. His physique indeed appeared to have undergone professional training, but there was nothing else particularly remarkable about him. As soon as these words were spoken, the other non-combat team members felt even more awkward. A female analyst mustered her courage and said, is there anything we can help you with? Actually, I learned some basic combat techniques before enrolling. Her name was Lin Xiao, and she looked like the gentle, obedient type of girl, speaking softly and politely. Unfortunately, this Sun Liao wasn't very appreciative. Come on, what help can you be? Aren't you still relying on me to take on 7 opponents alone? Are you sure you can take on 7? Xu Lingqu spoke up. It wasn't so much that Sun Liao was emotional about the uneven grouping, but rather that he was using his status as the only combat-oriented member to throw his weight around and make the others feel guilty. Winning or losing didn't matter to him at all. What mattered was seizing the opportunity to brag and lord it over the others, instilling a sense of guilt in them. His fragile ego was like a bubble floating in the air. Without even needing to touch it, the slightest breeze from a casual remark could shatter it completely. As expected, Sun Liao flew into a rage, his face turning bright red. He rushed over to grab Xu Lingqu by the collar, but she sidestepped and dodged his outstretched hand. His movement was far too fast. Sun Liao froze mid-reach, giving the other team members time to hold him back and separate the two. Stop arguing. The top priority now is to decide the order of going up. The female student Lin Xiao, who had initially brokered peace, stepped forward to mediate again. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at Sun Liao, then finally said, Sun, if you feel wronged, you can choose the order you want to go up. That was exactly what Sun Liao wanted. He snorted coldly, I'll go 6th. Let the first 5 useless ones exhaust the opponent's vanguard, then he would go up at the best time. Not the last, which carried the most pressure. Sun Liao pointed a finger at Xu Lingqu. I have one condition, she goes last. Going last bore the greatest pressure and the highest risk of embarrassment. If things went wrong, she would take the blame. Going 6th, he could easily take down the opponent already worn down by the first 5. Sun Liao thought his plan was clever. Lin Xiao frowned. She had given him the right to choose his order only to appease him superficially, not to indulge his unreasonable demands. Fine, I'll go last. Xu Lingqu nodded to Lin Xiao. It didn't matter to her which position she took. She intended to win this combat training. In the days before enrollment, she had been practicing basic exercises on her own, and she was no longer as weak as she had been at the start. Moreover, she felt increasingly in control of this body. Especially when she occasionally tried combat moves alone, she found herself executing them with ease and proficiency, as if guided by muscle memory. But if she overextended beyond 30 moves, she would start to feel dizzy, short of breath, and on the verge of collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Still, facing these students and taking on the entire opposing team, even 30 moves were more than enough. 280 students were divided into 40 groups, competing in pairs on 2 temporary fields, A and B. Xu Lingqu's group was assigned to the 10th match on Field B, the last of the session. The first assessment officially began as the crowd surged suddenly toward Field A, leaving Field B with only the first 2 competing groups, the supervising instructor Chun and Xu Lingqu, who was too lazy to squeeze through the crowd. The opening match of Field A was the highlight of the day. By an unfortunate coincidence, the 2 most anticipated SSS-level mental power students, Xu and Lu Zheng, were placed in the same group. The freshmen unanimously believed that the future leaders of the Moxie Military Academy, and even the military, would likely emerge from these 2. The 2 stood on opposite sides, not yet on stage, with the order of appearance still unannounced, yet the air was already thick with tension. Instructor Kaiyong, the supervisor of Field A, looked at the 2 groups with great satisfaction and began announcing the order of appearance. Xu would be the 5th to go up for his group, while Lu Zheng would take the stage 3rd. If the 2 were to face each other, it meant Lu Zheng would have to defeat 2 opponents in a row, assuming the preliminary unknown matches remained even. Perhaps influenced by the 2 standout members, or perhaps because both groups were genuinely strong, the first competitors from each side delivered an impressive opening bout. In the end, the first fighter from Lu Zhang's group, relying on greater strength, threw his opponent off the stage, then proceeded to face the second. Xu Lingqu studied the height and size of the platform, calculating the most efficient moves to eliminate opponents with minimal effort, and gradually drifted into thought, until a voice suddenly sounded beside her. I heard Lu Zhang's specialty isn't combat, but sniping. Someone had come to stand beside her. Xu Lingqu turned to look, a tall, slender boy with jet black hair, fair skin, and a pair of dark almond-shaped watery eyes. He had an innocent, harmless appearance. Meeting Xu Lingqu's slightly puzzled gaze, the boy immediately apologized. Sorry, my name is Tang Muin. I'm afraid I'm being a bit abrupt. I was in the first match of Field B and just got off the stage. It's too crowded over there, so I couldn't squeeze through. I thought you were also watching from afar, so I wanted to exchange a few words. At Field B, apart from the contestants about to face off, only Xu Lingqu remained. She was staring off into the distance at the Field A platform, making it easy to assume she didn't want to crowd in and was just watching from afar. At that moment, Lu Zhang was facing the fourth member of Shen Shouli's group. His first teammate had performed admirably, taking down 2 opponents in a row, which eased the pressure on Lu Zhang before he encountered Shen Shouli. However, at this point on the stage, Lu Zhang's moves weren't dominating. His reputation as the great hope of this assessment was entirely due to his SSS-level mental power, which people had endlessly mythologized, as if a high mental power level made one omniscient and omnipotent, especially since it was linked to mecha piloting. In reality, the only advantage it brought to mecha piloting was heightened sensory perception, enhancing the ability to detect changes in targets. At least that was the extent of what Xu Lingqu with her double SSS-level mental power had experienced since awakening it. Nevertheless, even these benefits were considerable in combat. In a flash, Lu Zhang spotted a flaw in his opponent and delivered a single blow that knocked the opponent off the stage. Cheers and applause erupted, and the onlookers buzzed with excitement knowing that Shen Shouli would be next. Combat suits had not yet been distributed, though everyone wore their own clothes, a motley assortment, but most chose practical attire knowing they were here for training. Only Shen Shouli wore a light coffee-colored suit, as if he were about to attend a banquet rather than step onto a makeshift arena on this primitive little planet. Before going up, he even wiped his hands, a complete aristocrat's demeanor perfectly matching his face. Tang Muin was a bit stunned. Shen Shouli is actually like this. Xu Lingqu mused probably. Watching him, she found it rather amusing. It seemed that on the spaceship, the slightly shocked look Shen Shouli had given her was probably because she remained unflappable while being held by a girl who was retching beside her, then simply found an empty seat and fainted without any sign of disgust. Shen Shouli's fighting style was as elegant as his demeanor. He turned the barbaric game of combat into a series of extremely precise, seemingly casual moves, yet his techniques were flawless and impenetrable. Lu Zhang facing him felt like he was up against an unscalable wall. As Lu Zhang's space was steadily compressed, and he was about to be forced off the stage, he decided to take a risk, attempting to slip past to gain more room. In that moment, Shen Shouli sent him off the platform with a single palm strike. And so the highly anticipated match ended abruptly, leaving the audience a bit bewildered. It wasn't even as intense as the first bout. The 2 participants, however, were quite satisfied with the outcome, nodding to each other in mutual recognition. Meanwhile, the first match of Field B had already concluded. Tang Muin's team won, and their teammates went to call the second match of Field B. He remained standing beside Xu Lingqu. Is Shen Shouli always like this? Xu Lingqu didn't answer. Now Shen Shouli was facing a power-type opponent, and his style became even more pronounced, like a gentle breeze brushing a mountain, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. He was toying with his opponent, and in the end, without even touching him, the opponent lost his balance and fell off the stage. Disgusting, Xu Lingqu commented simply. Tang Muin chuckled softly. You seem to have strong opinions about him. His voice and appearance were the kind that easily inspired fondness. It seemed he was well aware of his own advantages as he kept subtly probing Xu Lingqu about Shen Shouli. He probably had a vague understanding of Xu Lingqu and Shen Shouli's backgrounds, knowing that the Shun and Xu families had connections, and thus mistakenly assumed she knew something about Shen Shouli. Xu Lingqu said bluntly, if you're trying to get information about Shen Shouli from me, you've got the wrong person. I'm not close to him. She didn't like being tested like this. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Muin's eyes, as if he hadn't expected Xu Lingqu to say that. He hesitated about to explain when a commotion erupted from Field A, interrupting him. Shen Shouli had single-handedly taken down 4 opponents in a row, and the remaining members of Lu Zhang's group were disheartened, expecting the match to end with Shen Shouli sweeping all 5. However, when the last competitor stepped onto the stage, the situation changed. The youth who went up had striking red hair, a smile revealing a pair of tiger teeth, and a defiant, unruly air. His fighting style matched his appearance. Sharp, swift, with enough power, yet not clumsy and impossible to toy with. Lu Zhang lost to Shen Shouli because he couldn't break through his defense. This red-haired youth, however, was faster and more aggressive, like a razor-sharp spear crashing into an impenetrable wall, producing a completely different effect. The 2 exchanged blows and countered each other's moves with some actions so fast they left only afterimages in the air. The entire audience fell silent, holding their breath, savoring this pinnacle duel. After over 100 exchanges, the red-haired youth seized an opening, grasping Shinsholi's shoulder. The crowd expected a counterattack, but Shinsholi paused, slapped the youth's hand away fiercely, and jumped off the stage himself. The stunned onlookers. Shinsholi brushed the dust off his shoulder in disgust. Only then did everyone notice that the red-haired youth's hand was covered in black ash, leaving a distinct gray handprint on Shinsholi's pristine suit. Thanks for the match. The red-haired youth, victorious by dubious means, felt no shame, and instead waved his blackened palm at Shinsholi with pride. It was pure provocation. Xu Lingqu watched as Shinsholi, disgusted, took off his soiled jacket and threw it away, thinking to herself that if she ever encountered this person, she would know how to deal with him. The red-haired youth's appearance shattered Shinsholi's seemingly imminent victory. The remaining 2 members of Shinsholi's group were no match for him. Instructor Kaiyong, who had watched the entire match, was also surprised by the final performance of this highlight bout. Shinsholi and Lu Zheng had exceeded his expectations, and this red-haired youth was an unexpected bonus. He checked the youth's information. An ordinary student named Gina with a mental power level of A. During the jump, he had been standing in a dark corner, so his condition wasn't clear, but A was certainly not bad. Kaiyong silently swept his gaze over the students. His intuition told him that this batch of freshmen still harbored many surprises waiting for him. The subsequent group matches proceeded in an orderly fashion. Su Ziken's team in Field A had an especially smooth competition. The opponents essentially gave up, and she managed to take down 4 opponents single-handedly to secure victory. Due to their swift completion, there was a significant time gap between groups A and B. By the time Xu Lingqu's team started, only her team and their opponents remained on the field. After all, the team members' profiles for this match appeared utterly ordinary from every angle, and it was far better to use this time for networking. If subsequent assessments allowed for self-formed teams, seizing this opportunity to socialize and choose good teammates would be crucial. As a result, the strongest and most outstanding students were surrounded by many people. Su Shiqin stood by Field B cheering for Xu Lingqu with several people around her. Clearly not there just for the game, yet none dared to approach her. After all, Su Shiqin appeared cold and aloof just by her looks. The reputation of the Miss Su family was evident. Her golden hair shimmered under the evening sun like a precious yellow topaz that could only be admired from afar. When the match began, facing opponents all from the combat track, the few analyst and command teammates had indeed done their best. Especially the young girl Lin Xiao, who clearly tried to exhaust the opponent's stamina and delay time, but the gap in strength was just too great. Although the combat track students varied in strength, they were still the best from local star system military academies. Especially when the opponent sent out their strongest member first, the first 5 of Xu Lingqu's team essentially had no chance against him. Xu Lingqu watched as her 5 teammates were carried off one by one. Finally, it was Sun Liao's turn to face him. Sun Liao stepped onto the platform with a grim face. The opponent was called Wang Qihu, and he knew him. The selection of students for the 6 great military academies in the second star system differed from other star systems. To ensure the enrollment rate of the 6 great academies, the second star system had only one large military academy that centrally managed and trained all cadets, who then applied to the 6 academies after internal selection. Wang Qihu was among the best cadets in the second star system. He only came to Moxie after being rejected by Longyuan Military Academy. As for Sun Liao himself, if he hadn't pulled strings and bribed school leaders, he wouldn't even have gotten into Moxie. In short, the gap in strength between the two in the second star system's military academy was like heaven and earth. It could be said that Wang Qihu being placed first completely shattered Sun Liao's previous calculations. The consumption of the first 5 opponents meant nothing in the face of absolute strength. On the platform, Instructor Chun announced the start of the match, but Sun Liao raised his hand at that moment. He cast a cold glance at Xu Lingqu, the only remaining member of his team, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Instructor, I surrender." He was the only person throughout today's assessment to directly offer surrender. Instructor Chen froze for a moment, pursed his lips, and asked, "Are you sure?" They had no rule against students choosing to surrender during the assessment, but as military cadets, such deserting under fire behavior was truly disgraceful. Sun Liao couldn't care about that now. His thought was that although this would be a bit shameful, it would preserve his stamina to the greatest extent. This point was already lost, and he would also be deducted points. If there were any more important training assessments later, having stamina advantage would allow him to earn back points. "I'm sure, Instructor." Thinking of how desperately the previous teammates had fought, yet ended up losing like clowns, Sun Liao felt no guilt. Instead, he wanted to laugh. He completely believed that his teammates had it coming. If they hadn't dragged him down, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. After saying this, Sun Liao stepped off the platform with ease. He stared gloomily at Xu Lingqu, who walked onto the platform with no visible emotion, thinking that if this woman were smart, she would follow his example and surrender to save trouble. If she overestimated herself, then he hoped Wang Qihu wouldn't show any mercy. At first, knowing only that she was a daughter of the Xu family, he had been somewhat apprehensive about offending her. But after learning that she was actually an adopted daughter, Sun Liao felt nothing but complete contempt for Xu Lingqu. The scorned Xu Lingqu stood on the platform. Wang Qihu, who had already been annoyed by Sun Liao's cowardice, assumed that Sun Liao's surrender was a prearranged decision of the whole team. He bluntly said to the frail-looking girl before him, "Why don't you surrender too? I'm not really used to fighting women." Among the previous opponents, Wang Qihu had found Lin Xiao the most troublesome. Xu Lingqu ignored him, simply nodding to Instructor Chun to indicate that the match could begin. For refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Wang Qihu snorted inwardly, thinking that he would lift the frail girl and gently toss her off the platform to avoid any accidents. The next second, the frail girl's leg was already on his face. Completely unable to react to her attack speed, he had no time to block. Wang Qihu was instantly knocked to the ground by a side kick. Still in shock, the next kick came mercilessly. 2 moves. She only needed 2 moves to kick him off the platform. She hadn't even used her hands in the true sense. Wang Qihu lay on the ground below the platform, still stunned. His entire body was numb, and only after several seconds did he feel the intense pain in his neck and abdomen. Those 2 strikes from Xu Lingqu had shown absolutely no restraint. He scrambled to his feet in disbelief, clutching his painful areas, staring wide-eyed at Xu Lingqu on the platform, unable to speak for a long time. The students who had been chatting in small groups below also fell silent. The entire venue was so quiet that only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. In real life, seeing a frail teenage girl topple a burly man of 1.9 meters was already astonishing, and this was a military academy unknown assessment, with a command track student facing a combat track one. By outward appearance, the two were like heaven and earth, but Xu Lingqu, the earth, had actually punched a hole through heaven. After a few seconds, Xu Ziken's applause and cheers broke the silence. Her eyes glittered and she jumped up, completely at odds with her normally aloof appearance. But she couldn't care less now. Her sister was this strong. This way she could legitimately and assertively pester Xu Lingqu to form a team in the future without fearing Xu Yuan's disapproval. With Xu Ziken's lead, the others instantly reacted. Applause rose and fell like a symphony orchestra. A crowd gathered around the match that had previously been ignored. Even a few instructors came over to watch. Everyone burst into chatter, asking questions. Isn't she from the command track? Who could clearly see her moves and techniques just now? I felt like her speed left after images. Is this speed and strength for real? Is this staged? It can't be real, right? That Wang Qihu was so muscular, and she took him down with 2 kicks. Xu Lingqu was indifferent to the reactions below. She watched the second opponent from the other team step onto the platform, and simply nodded, indicating that the match could begin. This time she used her hands, but attacked even faster. A punch landed on the opponent's upper abdomen. Although the opponent was also a combat track student, his strength was far inferior to Wang Qiu's. Xu Lingqu didn't exert much effort. Seeing that he was unsteady, she simply tripped him with her foot and sent him off the platform easily. Then the third and fourth members of their team came up one after another. With 2 precedents, it was clear that they no longer shared Wang Qiu's initial disdain for Xu Lingqu. They had all prepared full defensive strategies, and even Wang Qiu himself went over to discuss countermeasures with them. Yet they were still thoroughly defeated, lasting at most 5 moves. Watching Xu Lingqu on the platform from below, Wang Qiu reflected that he had been defeated like this, and his mood actually improved a bit. Her moves were too fast, her attacks too precise and unpredictable, and she had no defensive posture at all. Each time a straightforward full frontal assault. There was no visible weakness. His defeat seemed entirely reasonable. As his teammates were also easily defeated one by one, Wang Qiu's back gradually straightened. He wasn't the only one to lose face, and given Xu Lingque's terrifying strength, his loss was completely normal. The shift in mindset wasn't limited to him alone. The watching students below were utterly electrified. This was completely different from the brilliant match between Shensholi and Lu Zheng. Their high-level, evenly matched duel was certainly impressive, but the sheer satisfaction of Xu Lingque's heroic on SSS-7 annihilation far surpassed the former. As the last person to step up entrusted with a critical mission and a command track student whom everyone perceived as fragile, she single-handedly almost wiped out an entire team of combat track cadets. Who could watch this without getting excited? Xu Lingque's name was constantly brought up, with people asking who on earth she was. Su Shiqin stood in the crowd, proudly boasting to everyone, "She's my sister." Jean stood beside Shensholi. The two hadn't approached, but were watching Xu Lingqu from afar. He toyed with his red hair with one hand, and placed the other on Shensholi's shoulder. "Isn't she the Xu family's daughter? You know her better, right? Her moves are so strange. Can you figure out what style they are?" "Can't tell." Shensholi slapped Jean's hand away, hard frowning. "TCH still mad at me? All's fair in war, you know. How can you be so petty?" Jean shook his reddened hand aggrievedly and added, "Who do you think is stronger, Lu Zheng or her?" He pointed to Lu Zheng, who stood slightly ahead of them, also captivated by Xu Lingqu. "I've never faced her in a match." Shensholi watched Xu Lingqu on the platform, his eyes dark. Xu Lingque's moves were strange, with no discernible pattern. She sent the 6th opponent off the platform with a reverse hand strike, once again igniting the crowd. Now all the instructors had gathered around, and the scene was even more boisterous than the first highlight match. Xu Lingqu twisted her slightly numb hand. It was only natural that they couldn't see. These moves were the muscle memory and physical reactions she had forged through countless battles against mutated beasts and infected humans. That said, no matter how skilled the students were, they were still products of a hothouse. Their sensitivity to techniques came from textbook clashes, too much armchair strategy. Xu Lingqu, on the other hand, had experienced hundreds of life-or-death moments and genuinely aimed for the opponent's vital points. Instructor Ling took note of this as well. From the moment Xu Lingqu took down Wang Qihu in 2 moves, he had walked over and stood beside Instructor Chun. If she had a sharp object, even just a needle, her opponents would have a hard time surviving. Instructor Chun nodded in agreement. These can't be defined by techniques anymore. This is pure killing art. Efficient and elegant. Ling's expression was a mix of joy and worry. Watching the 7th person also be easily dealt with by Xu Lingqu, he pinched his nose bridge. This is completely the style of those madmen from Ares. As he spoke, some unpleasant memories flashed through his mind. Ling felt a sharp ache in his teeth. The most vivid of those memories was when he had once witnessed Ares executing a treasonous officer at the military headquarters. Those people entered the office area unimpeded and mercilessly shot the officer through his brains, splattering everywhere, even a bit landing on Ling's hem. That man was an officer after all, and his death was so gruesome. Up to that point, Ling thought it was acceptable, just the price of betrayal, but the brains were really too disgusting. However, next he watched helplessly as the leading Ares officer removed his leather gloves and forcibly gouged out one of the man's eyes. At that time, Ling was just a student doing odd jobs in the military secretariat. That night, he went back and vomited into a trash can. Later, he transferred to the front lines and got used to life and death, so he was much better. But the eye-gouging incident still left a considerable shadow on him. But her spiritual energy level is only B, and she passed out during the warp jump. She doesn't meet those madmen's requirements at all. Ares would never come to our school to recruit, right? Instructor Chun sensed the faint anxiety in his partner's voice. He patted Ling's shoulder, signaling him not to overthink. Then he stepped forward to the center of the platform and announced Xu Lingqu's team's victory. Lin Xiao below had been excited from the moment. Xu Lingqu easily handled Wang Qihu, and by the end, she was almost in tears. But when she thought that according to the rules the shameless Sun Liao would also share the spoils of victory, her expression darkened. Congratulations, you've achieved the feat of a on Eversus 7 comeback. Instructor Chun said to Xu Lingqu with a smile. The crowd below was full of cheers for this spectacular comeback, but Xu Lingqu herself didn't feel too good. She hadn't finished everyone within 30 moves. The later actions were completed while she was dizzy and barely holding on. By now her body was completely overloaded. Every time she blinked, she felt she might black out the next second. Her subconscious told her she needed to get off and rest immediately. But Xu Lingqu still forced herself to speak to Instructor Chun. I'm really impressive, so can I make a request? Instructor Chun had congratulated many students, but this was the first time someone made a request. What is it? I demand that the teammate who surrendered not receive any points. Xu Lingqu said directly. She had always been a hard-hearted and vengeful person. She even suspected that this was why she could serve as an executioner for so long during the apocalypse without breaking down. Year 6 of the apocalypse. Xu Lingqu, a newly appointed enforcer, began her duty. In the eastern district of the Lake Arden survivor base, an infected individual appeared. Xu Lingqu followed the senior enforcer, He Baiyan, to respond. At the infected person's home, the family member resisted fiercely. He Baiyan chose to shoot the man's leg to incapacitate him, then killed the infected. 3 days later, on a peaceful day with no mutated beast invasions, He Baiyan died in the line of duty, shot in the back by a limping human male. No longer being lenient with humans is the first step to saving humanity. This was the first lesson the new enforcer Xu Lingqu learned. Since he surrendered personally, there's no reason to give him the points for team victory. Xu Lingqu, looking at Sun Liao's alternatingly pale and flushed face below the stage, explained her reasoning to Instructor Chun. Since points determined elimination, she wouldn't allow someone like Sun Liao to leech points. It wasn't that she feared him, it was just like stepping on a cockroach when you see one. A simple matter. Why? The rule says the winning team gets 5 points. Why can you decide not to give me points? Sun Liao was panicking. Xu Lingqu's performance far exceeded his expectations, ruining most of his plans. He had already lost face in front of everyone. He couldn't lose points too, or else it would be a double loss. Flustered to the point of babbling, he said, "Can one person change the rules just because you're stronger? Can you bully the weak in the team?" Instructor Chun was silent. He turned to look at Xu Lingqu, clearly sensing her weakness at that moment, and furrowed his brows slightly. His micro-expression gave Sun Liao the illusion that the instructor might be on his side. Sun Liao pressed on, pulling out the moral high ground. She can decide who gets points and who doesn't. Is this still teamwork? She can take away my points now, and next time she'll take away others. At this moment, Lin Xiao raised his hand. Instructor, as a teammate, I agree that those who surrendered don't deserve points. Moreover, I voluntarily give my points to classmate Xu Lingqu to allocate. Xu Lingqu had essentially single-handedly won the match, saving them from a certain loss and point deduction. Lin Xiao naturally believed that Xu Lingqu could allocate the points however she wished, and she unconditionally supported her. After Lin Xiao spoke, several other team members also raised their hands expressing support for Xu Lingqu's allocation. Sun Liao's face was frighteningly pale. He clenched his fists wanting to continue struggling, but suddenly Xu Lingqu on the stage swayed and collapsed. Instructor Chun, who had anticipated this, immediately caught her. The students who had been watching the drama instantly shifted their attention. Su Shiqin jumped onto the stage. What's wrong with my sister? Xu Lingqu had already fainted twice today. Instructor Kaiyang also stepped onto the stage, checked Xu Lingqu's condition, and signaled a female instructor to carry her to the makeshift medical tent in the woods. Exhaustion, he succinctly explained to the anxious Su Shiqin, who was about to follow, holding her back. His gaze at Xu Lingqu grew more complicated. An extremely poor physical constitution, a low spiritual energy level, yet possessing such exquisite battle-hardened combat skills, and she was General Zu's adopted daughter. A mystery shrouded her, leaving people at a loss. Instructor Chen watched as she was carried away, then smiled at Sun Liao. Classmate Su has fainted from exhaustion, so let's follow her wishes. Lin Xiao caught on and followed the instructor's moral counterattack, saying to Sun Liao, Yeah, she's fainted. You're not going to argue with her anymore, are you? Instructor Chen's meaning was clear. Sun Liao had to accept the bitter outcome, angrily retreating to a corner. This was only the beginning. He would have another chance to get revenge on that arrogant woman. After fainting, consciousness slipped into darkness, then quickly surfaced. A black interrogation room. Xu Lingqu in her enforcer uniform was being judged. West District, Nanjing Street 102, during the execution of Task D7, why did you kill that little boy? His mother was infected and had been killed. He voluntarily licked her blood and became infected. In my eyes, he was already an infected, eligible for execution. The interrogator tapped the table. Lake Arden's new law states that humans in the early stage of infection can be handed over to the laboratory for antibody research as specimens. The new law clearly stipulates two measures: handing over to the laboratory or summary execution. I simply chose the latter. A person in a white coat appeared, slamming the table and pointing at Xu Lingqu's nose, shouting, This is a disregard for human life. You're extinguishing the spark of antibody research. You don't want the apocalypse to end. Because only with the apocalypse continuing can you enforcers be above life. The interrogator dragged him away. Xu Lingqu remained expressionless. I've explained clearly. Can I leave now? After receiving the interrogator's approval, she stood up and opened the door. Outside the door was a futuristic interstellar city with flying vehicles and towering skyscrapers. Before Xu Lingqu could react, she opened her eyes, waking from this nightmare. At this moment, her legs were wrapped in a transparent substance, constantly wriggling on her skin, feeling like jelly. Awake. Fainted on the first day. I had to box them up and bring them here just for you. A woman in a white coat was looking at Xu Lingqu. Her ice blue hair fell to one side, whether dyed or natural was unknown. Xu Lingqu glanced at her name tag, Dr. Li. This was the school doctor assigned to the new recruits during the training period at Moy Military Academy. I heard you fainted twice today. The first time was due to the warp. School Dr. Li directly reached out and touched the back of Xu Lingqu's head. Didn't hit your head. Should I praise you for knowing how to fall? Xu Lingqu instinctively tried to dodge, but the two lumps on her legs immobilized her. Don't move. This is high-tech, a new product from the collaboration between Tianwang and Dai, the xylate coagulate. Very expensive. Dr. Li put on gloves and removed them. This substance was specially developed for recovery from high-intensity physical training. Currently, it was only used within the military and the 6 major military academies. The share allocated to Moy Military Academy was barely enough to fill the equipment. Dr. Li would have to pack them back soon, she would be heartbroken if any was lost. Xu Lingqu suddenly felt her previously heavy legs become incredibly light, as if she had been given a new pair of legs. The equipment is too heavy, so I can only use it locally like this, Dr. Li said, placing the xylate coagulate into a suitcase-like container. Once you've recovered, you can leave. If you're caught slacking off here, I can deduct points on behalf of the instructor. She flicked her ice blue hair, cleanly dismissing the guest. Xu Lingqu got off the hospital bed. The moment her foot touched the floor, she paused. Not only had her physical strength greatly recovered, but her entire body condition had improved by a notch. The xylate coagulate unexpectedly proved very effective for the original owner's frail constitution. Seems like she'd have to faint a few more times, Xu Lingqu thought secretly as she walked out of the makeshift medical tent. Stepping out of the makeshift medical tent, the sky had already darkened. A female instructor was waiting outside, leading Xu Lingqu out of the woods. The original 2 sparring platforms had been dismantled, and instructors were handing out training uniforms and tents to the students. During the time Xu Lingqu was unconscious, several instructors supervised the students as they ran back and forth along the riverbank, performing only the most basic physical training. It wasn't until the sun was nearly set that the instructors distributed tents and formal training uniforms. Such simple physical training left the students feeling somewhat disoriented. Many suspected the instructors had ulterior motives given that they had started with interstellar jumps and then forced them into consecutive sparring matches. Now suddenly everything had become strangely normal. Yet by the time training ended and they had received their uniforms and tents, the students had to accept that today's training was truly over. I never expected the trial training grounds of Moy Military Academy to be so primitive. Xu Lingqu spotted Xu Lingqu approaching from a distance and immediately walked over. She had already changed into her formal training uniform, a pale purple that distinguished her from the instructor's deep purple. I can't believe they're actually letting us stay here. I thought they'd have us take a stealth back. Xu Lingqu led Xu Lingqu to the tent she had already set up, telling her to change clothes first. Her jacket hung over the upper right side of the tent, covering a gap. Instructor Chen said this batch of tents are all defective and just good enough for us. Is Moy Military Academy really that broke? Xu Lingqu complained as she watched her sister change into the uniform. Pale purple suits you. Are all of them damaged? Xu Lingqu asked, taking down Xu Ziqin's jacket to look at the gap. Yeah. Xu Lingqu handed her 2 bottles of nutrition liquid for dinner. Instructor Kaiyong just announced that today's training is over. It's free time now. I can't believe it's so easy. Several campfires were lit on the ground. The students, still young men and women, gathered together, the tension of training gone, and chatted animatedly. The green mountains and clear water, the campfire gathering. It felt like a youthful documentary. Are the instructors staying in tents too? Xu Lingqu bit open a nutrition liquid and drank it, coconut flavored. A feeling of fullness quickly set in. Xu Lingqu pointed toward the depths of the woods. There seemed to be wooden cabins inside. They're probably staying there. The two found a spot to sit, and as soon as they did, dozens of eyes swept over them. After she fainted and was carried off, Xu Lingqu had gained a new title, the Command Department's War God. According to a talkative instructor, in his 10 years at Moy Military Academy, he had never seen a Command Department student defeat Combat Department students in hand-to-hand combat, let alone 7 in a row. For a moment, the Command Department students stood a little taller, who said they were just a bunch of weaklings with brains. A dozen gazes shone with admiration and curiosity, but at the same time several were laced with malice and disdain. A few Combat Department boys with Sun Liao at the center gathered together, speaking arrogantly. It's just that the Combat Department students she faced were weak. If I had met her. I heard she's the adopted daughter that General Su brought home not long ago. To be honest, her enrollment timeline doesn't even match up right. Tisk tisk, it's all thanks to her family. She probably bribed her opponents. A stick with embers flew over, and the boys scrambled to jump away. The one hit frantically patted out the flames on his clothes. Sun Liao was about to lash out, pointing forward and shouting you. But when he saw it was Wang Qihu who had thrown the stick, he immediately fell silent. Is it fun? Gossiping behind her back. If you're so tough, why didn't you dare to challenge her on the stage during the day? Was the stage built extra tall, just for you? Wang Qihu was furious. Being defeated by Xu Lingqu in 2 moves had pissed him off, and hearing people slander her behind her back made him even angrier. If Xu Lingqu was belittled as worthless, what did that make him? Wang Qihu glanced nervously at the young girl sitting not far away. The campfire illuminated her, adding a rosy flush to her pale face. Her short hair was tousled by the evening breeze, and her bright big eyes were fixed on the river. How could she look like a frail, powerless girl? How had she defeated him in just 2 moves? Wang Qihu lamented bitterly. A military whistle blew. Instructor Chun emerged from the woods once more. Compared to Instructor Kaiyong, the students clearly preferred the gentler Instructor Chun. Curfew time. Instructor Chin reminded them with a smile to return to their tents and sleep. Most of the students, having come from military academies, knew the rules. They extinguished the campfires and headed to their tents. Seeing most of them had crawled inside, he smiled and turned away. Sweet dreams. Xu Lingqu yawned. She was exhausted after the day's events. Since no instructor was watching, she was about to convince Xu Lingqu to sleep with her, but Xu Lingqu pulled her away from the tent area. Sis, leaving the tent area during curfew will get us points deducted. Xu Lingqu was confused, but didn't pull away from Xu Lingqu's grip. We can't sleep here. Xu Lingqu dragged her deeper into the woods. Xu Lingqu was nervous, thinking the instructors were in the wooden cabins inside the forest. But the deeper they went, the more she sensed something was wrong. There were no wooden cabins, no instructors. Where had they all gone? The gaps in the tents look man-made, not from wear and tear. The grass on the inner banks of the river on both sides differs too much in length from the grass in the forest, and the soil's clay content is off. In a secluded spot, Xu Lingqu explained quietly to Xu Lingqu. If I'm not mistaken, something will happen near the river tonight. If my guess is right, they're probably going to flood the tent area. Most importantly, earlier at the makeshift medical tent, Dr. Li said she had brought her equipment out in a box, meaning there was a fixed medical room some distance away. Combined with the highly suspicious tents they were given, Xu Lingqu was almost certain the actual trial training ground wasn't here, but elsewhere. Tonight's riverside campout was probably the 3rd intimidation tactic from Instructor Kaiyong and Instructor Chun. Great minds think alike. Suddenly a figure jumped down from a tree, landing about 2 meters from Xu Lingqu. In the dim forest, the red hair was still strikingly noticeable. A branch pressed against the side of Jean's neck. Somewhat annoyed, he shouted at Xu Lingqu, who was pointing the branch at him. Hey, you have a really bad temper. You can shout louder just to wake everyone up. Xu Lingqu withdrew the branch, twirled it in her hand, then swung it backward, eliciting a cry of pain. I thought you didn't notice the tail following you. Jean laughed, revealing a canine tooth. Xu Lingqu was even more interesting than he had anticipated. Xu Lingqu hadn't used much force. Tang Muin rubbed his thigh for a moment, then picked up the branch and stepped out of the shadows. He kept his eyes lowered, not daring to meet Xu Lingque's gaze. Sorry, I was just curious. I didn't mean to follow you. Tisk, who knows whether you meant it or not. Xu Lingqu remained silent, but Jean was the first to speak up on her behalf. He tilted his head toward a tall tree and called out, Shinsholi, you're sitting up high. You must have seen. Before he could finish, another figure leaped down from the tree. Shinsholi landed lightly, brushed off his clothes, glanced at the three others excluding Jean, and said nothing. Jean continued, addressing Xu Lingqu. You truly live up to being in the command department, sharp mind. Fate brought us together at this moment. Though we don't have your meticulous analysis, Shinsholi found the tent dirty and dragged me along to stay in the tree. He really did talk too much. Shinsholi corrected him. You insisted on coming with me. But the tree trunk isn't exactly clean either. There might be bird droppings, Xu Lingqu said bluntly. Jean froze for a second, then burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Beside him, Shinsholi stiffened entirely, his hands, which had been loosely placed on his hips, slowly clenching into fists. After landing a verbal blow on both of them, Xu Lingqu turned to Tang Muin. You'd better tell the truth. I'm not particularly strong. I need a formidable teammate. Tang Muin's throat felt dry. Looking at Xu Lingque's eyes, which glimmered under the moonlight filtering through the trees, he seemed on the verge of tears. Su Shiqin eyed Tang Muin warily. Her sister had just begun to show her brilliance, and already someone was clinging to her without restraint. Before Xu Lingqu could answer, Tang Muin pressed on. You said earlier that there's something wrong with the river, and that the instructors might control the water flow to flood the tent area. Is that true? Most of the others had heeded Instructor Chen's words, and were now sleeping soundly. If Xu Lingque's speculation was correct, the instructors might release floodwater, or use other means to submerge the tent area, posing a significant danger to the unsuspecting students. So the cuts on the tents were man-made to let the water in? Su Shiqin asked in disbelief, shaking her head with a frown. No, we have to wake them up. Jean stepped in front of her. You're going to wake everyone up now. Move aside. Su Shiqin didn't understand why he was stopping her. This is a matter of life and death. How can I not go? Every single one of them is our competitor right now. And tonight we don't know if this will actually happen. Besides, this is just a trial like the void jump and combat training. Jean stood his ground, unusually serious. If you rush to wake everyone now, the instructors can easily change their plan. You'd only be making things harder for them. And if nothing happens, the others will resent you for not letting them rest. So because of what you say, I should just watch them face danger unknowingly. Su Shiqin narrowed her eyes, the atmosphere between them becoming tense. Tang Muin spoke up. Maybe we could just inform them. Those who trust us can act, to those who don't can go back to sleep. That would play right into the instructor's hands. Shinsholi stepped forward as well. If they cancel the plan, those who believed us will have wasted their effort, while those who didn't will have slept well. From then on, we'll have zero credibility with anyone. Both sides held their ground. A force was needed to break the deadlock. For pairs of eyes fixed on Xu Lingqu, who simply turned and continued walking into the woods. If tonight is a trial, then our every move is also within the instructor's expectations. Xu Lingqu traced the path the female instructor had taken earlier, her eyes adjusting to the darkness. If flooding the tents is part of their plan, then they'll have rescue measures in place. She recalled that the temporary medical tent had several small wooden cabins nearby. Earlier she had assumed they were the instructor's quarters, but now she realized they were more likely storage areas. Su Shiqin and Tang Muin followed without hesitation. Jean and Shinsholi hesitated for a moment, then fell in step. You mean our current trajectory is also within the instructor's expectations? They think we'll take the supplies to rescue people. Jean hurried to catch up with Xu Lingqu, earning a glare from Su Shiqin. Probably. In truth, Xu Lingqu just didn't want to go back and wake everyone up. That kind of effort was thankless and would dredge up unpleasant memories from the apocalypse. Fortunately, this body hadn't stripped her of her sense of direction. She groped her way to the temporary medical tent. The lights were all off. She knocked on the door, but Dr. Li wasn't there. She must have returned to the actual training ground. The group opened the wooden cabins one by one. They were empty but stacked with emergency life jackets, life rings, and 2 inflatable boats. Good heavens. You're practically a prophet. Jean rubbed his hands together, staring at Xu Lingqu. So are we about to save the world now, eh? Thank goodness he had run into Xu Lingqu, otherwise he'd still be sitting on a tree branch, with Shinsholi playing monkey. These supplies couldn't be fully carried away in one trip. They had to be transported in batches to a wooded area near the tent site. Su Shiqin and Jean worked with boundless energy. One was inherently righteous and passionate, the other saw himself as a cool savior. Tang Muin toiled diligently like a busy worker bee while Shinsholi maintained his expression of disgust at the dust and dirt, but still took the heaviest item, the boat, to carry. Xu Lingqu stacked the life jackets in a clearing in the woods. By the time the transport was nearly complete, it was well into the latter half of the night. Jean leaned against a life ring and sighed. What if tonight is just an ordinary night? Then we'll look like complete fools in the instructor's eyes. You're already a fool. Before seeing these rescue supplies, Su Shiqin had been a little worried. Now that they had been moved, she was 100% confident in Xu Lingqu's speculation. If our efforts turn out to be useless, that would be wonderful. Tang Muin murmured from behind. Xu Lingqu had remained silent all this time. Moonlight spilled across her face expressionless as she simply gazed at the river from a distance. She made up her mind. First move the supplies outside. Toss the life jackets and life rings right at the tent entrances. Tang Muin hesitated. Won't that make too much noise? What if we wake them all? If we put the stuff right there, the smart ones will figure out what the instructors are up to. Jean caught on quickly. As for the truly dense ones, earning their trust wouldn't help anyway. There's a saying, the most dangerous thing is a fool who means well. They began placing the rescue items outside. Suddenly, a muffled thunderclap echoed. Xu Lingqu's heart sank. They were too late. The instructors have opened the sluice gates. Lu Zheng had a restless sleep that night. As an S-class psychic ability user, she was acutely sensitive to changes in her surroundings. She sensed that the red-haired youth named Jean and Shinsholi had left the tent camp and headed deeper into the woods. Lu Zheng hesitated for a moment, but did not follow. She lay back in her tent, yet sleep eluded her for a long time. Thus she was the first to hear the thunderous rumble and the sound of turbulent rushing water. She unzipped her tent and stepped out only to find a life jacket and lifebuoy thrust into her hands. There were 280 students, and although the tents were clustered together under the instructor's orders, handing out rescue supplies by a few people alone could not keep pace with the rapidly rising floodwaters. For this reason, Xu Lingqu divided the area into 4 zones. Jean, with his loud voice, was assigned to guard the 2 boats at the original spot. The boats had to wait until the water was completely flooded over so they could float with buoyancy. Only when the water surface stabilized could they begin rescue operations, lest the first and second waves overturn both boats and people. While guarding, he shouted, "Wake up! Put on your life jackets and lifebuoys. Climb up the trees." Even in the interstellar age, humanity had developed advanced technological means to defend against and mitigate natural disasters. But once separated from these tools, humans remained utterly insignificant against nature's raw power, no matter the era. Fortunately, the instructors had some sense of proportion and did not intend to completely endanger the students. The water moved swiftly, but it was clearly controlled. The rate of rise was not fast. Xu Lingqu waded through water that had reached her calves and handed life jackets and lifebuoys to Lin Xiao. A few tents likely occupied by deep sleepers whose stakes were not properly secured began to drift downstream with the current. This situation could only be dealt with later by boat along the shore. Xu Lingqu quickly distributed rescue supplies, urging everyone to run into the woods and climb trees as soon as possible. When she had nearly finished handing out items, she headed toward the forest. A towering wave surged in, instantly swallowing the empty tents on the open ground like a giant beast devouring its prey. The students who had been dazedly climbing trees snapped awake in shock. If not for the rescue items thrust into their hands, they would likely have been swallowed along with the tents. Xu Lingqu clung to the tree trunk with all her might, not letting go. Before she could climb higher, a massive wave slammed into her entire body. Wet hair plastered over her eyes, blurring her vision, but she still embraced the tree and struggled upward against the torrent. At the same time, a window popped up on everyone's smart terminal. A map with real-time coordinates of each person constantly updated. About 15 people had been swept downstream. Are these instructors trying to kill us? Why haven't they shown up yet? Why did Shinsholi bring me my life jacket? Did they let us sleep here knowing the tide would rise at night, or was it intentional? Just because we're poor they run the training camp like this. Why didn't I have the guts to try sea buckthorn? Why did I have to come to this lousy school? The students' complaints rose and fell. The water level had quickly risen to Xu Lingqu's neck. Using the buoyancy, she struggled to climb a bit higher, her fingers bleeding without her notice. At this moment, the water's velocity began to slow and the force of the current diminished. But Xu Lingqu's body temperature was steadily dropping. She had to get out of the icy water. It was dangerous. Just then Jean made his grand appearance with his 2 boats. Xu Shiqin, whose location was closest to her, piloted another boat straight towards Xu Lingqu. She was truly anxious to save her sister. She pulled Xu Lingqu onto the boat. Xu Lingqu wiped the water from her face and glanced at her smart terminal. Apart from those swept away by the river, the others were basically safe in the trees. Even if someone fell into the water from exhaustion, she had at least ensured everyone had received rescue supplies. Jean and Xu Shiqin rescued a few people who were wearing life jackets, but hadn't yet climbed trees. At that moment, rain began to fall on Q, large bean-sized drops pelting everyone's faces. Xu Lingqu looked at the shared location on her smart terminal. The coordinates of those swept away had eerily stopped moving. The instructors will probably arrive soon. Xu Lingqu said, pushing her wet hair back. The river no longer surged to swallow them. The water level had stabilized. Both boats and the surrounding trees were filled with terrified students. Xu Lingqu looked down at her smart terminal. To rescue those swept downstream, she first needed to confirm their positions. Suddenly the coordinates of the missing people began moving, upstream toward them. The instructors had intervened. The sky was faintly lightening, but the rain still poured heavily. Jean's red hair plastered to his face. The students on his boat lay sprawled and motionless, but he stood up excitedly, his eyes bright, and said to Xu Lingqu, "If there's an apocalypse, this must be what it looks like." Xu Lingqu didn't reply. She wiped the rain from her face and gazed at the sky downstream. Soon more than a dozen small helicopter-like aircraft appeared. Each one carried a web-like net underneath, holding the people swept downstream. Following the small aircraft was the Stalker R-3, which had brought them on the jump this morning. It had transformed. Yesterday morning it was a massive interstellar vessel, and now it appeared as a giant aquatic beast. The Stalker's hatch opened. More than a dozen instructors worked together far faster than Xu Lingqu and her team. Soon all the students had entered the Stalker from the trees or boats. Inside it had been thoroughly cleaned, emitting a faint pleasant fragrance. The warm air brought relief to the soaked students, but they stood like frightened birds, not daring to move. Xu Lingqu was the last to board. Instructor Kaiyong personally extended his hand to pull her up. "Good rescue work, little commander." She grabbed his sleeve and jumped up, then clapped her hands. "Remember to give me extra points, instructor." In truth, Xu Lingqu was far from being in good condition. The high-intensity rescue efforts and the time spent trapped in the river battered by the current had drained every ounce of her strength. Her fingers, torn and cut by branches and bark, were still dripping blood. She pressed her hands against her wet clothes, concealing the bleeding for now. Instructor Kaiyong strode toward the center of the group, and the students watched him with trepidation, dreading that he might announce another dreadful task. The nocturnal flood assault had completely shattered their psychological defenses. It was no longer merely a physical ordeal, it was a torment of both mind and body, plunging most of them into an abyss of fear from which they could scarcely escape. Afraid. Instructor Kaiyong surveyed the students, his gaze cold. "When the river surged, most of you were still dreaming, weren't you? Having a good sleep." He let out a chilling laugh. "So you can follow orders at a time like this." Instructor Chen sat in the cockpit, operating the Stalker alongside two other instructors. They had put considerable effort into simulating the flash flood. To ensure zero casualties while still instilling genuine terror in the students, they had drafted numerous contingency plans, none of which had been approved by the higher-ups. Yet they had ultimately insisted on carrying out this assessment. These students possessed certain abilities and were endowed with fine qualities like innocence, enthusiasm, and mutual trust. However, on a battlefield, such traits were utterly useless. Instructor Chun, during his tenure at the military department, had been primarily tasked with collecting the remains of Imperial soldiers. He had witnessed far too many young souls lost. Facing this batch of students, most of whom would eventually join the military, he appeared kind and genial, but in truth, he harbored little compassion. His pity was reserved solely for the dead. The number of students who detected the anomaly was fewer than they had anticipated, yet the students' self-rescue efforts far exceeded their expectations. Downstream, they had thoroughly prepared rescue measures, deploying numerous instruments and tools. Initially, they had expected to rescue around 200 students there, but only a dozen or so flyers were actually used. In fact, the net baskets could each bear 10 or more people, but far fewer arrived, so they simply let each student ride in one. Today, following Kaiyang's suggestion, Xu Lingqu was sent to the medical tent. The two instructors had even made a bet whether Xu Lingqu would discover the rescue supplies and put them to use for the students. Instructor Chun won the bet. Kaiyang called out the names of the 5 who had taken part in the rescue. Su Shiqin wrung the water from her sleeves, her eyes sparkling as she listened to Instructor Kaiyang's praise. She was one of the few students still capable of expressing joy. Another equally exuberant figure, Gene, Yi, was grinning his canine teeth, reveling in the astonished and admiring glances cast his way. And also the overall commander of your self-rescue operation, Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu was so exhausted she could barely stay conscious, too drained to muster any strength. She merely lifted her eyelids to acknowledge that she had heard. Without her, most of you would be in the trees, not in the net baskets being transported here. Though the degree of dishevelment might not differ much, congratulations are in order. You have escaped the fate of being penalized. Kaiyang smiled as he announced to the crowd, "In this river assault assessment, the only perfect score goes to Xu Lingqu. Only the fools who were swept downstream, waiting for us to fish them out, will have points deducted. Everyone else gets extra points." As his words fell, each student's smart device immediately displayed a ranking list. Xu Lingqu firmly held the top spot with 15 points. Right now, I'm sure a lot of you are cursing inside, thinking this damn instructor is treating our lives like a joke, isn't he? The instructors at Moy Military Academy are nothing but complete lunatics. Instructor Kaiyang spread his hands. Let me make it clear, yes, the instructors at Moy Military Academy are indeed lunatics. And for the next month and a half, I can't guarantee you won't face something like this again. So stay alert. Staying alert will help you dodge a lunatic's sudden whims. Or if you want to quit, now is the time. You can register again next year or go back and study at your home system's military academy for another year. Instructor Kyong paused. The students hesitated, murmuring among themselves, but in the end no one chose to withdraw. Sometimes after a day of warp combat and a sudden flood assault, one might feel that having survived all that, what else could be insurmountable? No one wanted to flee the battlefield. Kyong was inwardly satisfied, but his expression remained as arrogant as ever. The stalker soon reached its destination. As the doors opened once more, the students filed out, stepping onto the real training grounds. This was a small military base built by the army on this planet, temporarily loaned to Moy Military Academy for the trial training. Treading on the official runway, gazing at the several pale green buildings, even though they were humans of the interstellar age, the sight of this humble base moved some of the more sentimental students to tears. The contrast with the previous tent camp, which had been flooded, was stark. Indeed, comparison breeds beauty. This training base instantly won the approval of all students, and they were eager to rush into the dormitory buildings. An instructor from the base came out and distributed 2 sets of new combat training uniforms to each student. After the night's ordeal, most of their clothes were torn, damaged, or so filthy they were beyond recognition. Instructor Chun emerged from the cockpit side as he looked at the students and said, "All of you go back to your quarters. You are allowed to start the first day of training from the afternoon. Get a good night's sleep." Individual dormitory room numbers were sent to the students via their smart devices. The sky was now almost fully light. After the terror, drowsiness swept over them. Many could barely keep their eyes open, ready to fall asleep on the spot, yet they still dared not make a move. What if this was another one of the instructor's cunning tricks? What if some strange assessment awaited them? Involuntarily, all eyes turned to Xu Lingqu, as if they had not yet emerged from the river assault, waiting for the commander to announce the next move. Xu Lingqu raised her hand. "Excuse me, instructor, where's the medical room? Could you take me there?" She revealed her injured hand, and an instructor immediately came to lead her. Su Shiqin was about to follow, but Xu Lingqu patted her shoulder and stopped her. "Go back to the dorm and get some rest." With those words, the crowd was instantly relieved. Since Xu Lingqu had said that, it likely meant there were no more traps. Most of them finally relaxed, and they scattered like birds, heading back to rest. Xu Lingqu followed the instructor to the medical room. It was far larger, cleaner, and brighter than the medical tent. Her eyes fixed on the exquisite, ornate instrument, filled with xylate coagulant. This was the reason she had forced herself to come. Even though she was filthy and on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, she had to see the xylate coagulant she would inevitably rely on in the days ahead. The abundance of the supply filled Xu Lingqu with immense satisfaction. Dr. Li turned to look at Xu Lingqu. "What, you again?" Before she could finish, Xu Lingque's body went limp and she collapsed to the floor. Dr. Li was speechless, fainted again. She knelt down to examine Xu Lingque's condition. It didn't take long to reach a conclusion. This person had simply passed out from exhaustion. Are you truly prepared to sacrifice your life and everything for the survival of humanity in the apocalypse? Yes. Even if it means fighting mutated beasts with your bare flesh, facing constant risk of death, and executing infected humans, inviting hostility and revenge from their relatives? Yes. This dream was much shorter. Xu Lingqu had recently found that whenever she received severe stimulation, falling asleep or fainting would inevitably trigger dream fragments of apocalyptic memories. She suspected it was caused by the awakening of her spiritual power. As she gradually adapted, these fragments became shorter and shorter until they disappeared. "Awake. Did you sleep well in the infirmary?" A face appeared in front of the glass cover. Dr. Li operated the controls to open the instrument and gestured for Xu Lingqu to come out quickly. This time the feeling of being completely reborn was even more pronounced than the last. Xu Lingqu looked down and saw her clothes were dry and smooth, as if her entire body had been cleaned. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything. The household robot handled you the whole time." Dr. Li sat down, inputting information into the brain-computer interface. "Tisk, did Kyong and the others take you fishing? You were all dirty, and when you lay down here, I thought we'd fished up a corpse." Xu Lingqu. Listening to Dr. Li, she felt a sense of helplessness, not knowing how to respond. "Come on, fill out the form, and also complete the one from last time." Dr. Li transferred a file from the brain-computer interface to Xu Lingqu. The blank spaces were for her to input the full context of this fainting incident as an archive. Xu Lingqu silently wrote down physical weakness and excessive fatigue as the reason twice. Dr. Li paused. "Also describe the training content that caused you to faint." Xu Lingqu obediently wrote it down truthfully. "You're from a non-combat direction, right? Command or analyst? Sometimes you just have to slack off. Your instructors are under a lot of pressure, acting crazy every day." Dr. Li muttered, watching her fill in the information, then nodded with satisfaction. "You can go now." Xu Lingqu still enjoyed listening to Dr. Li talk. The last time key information had leaked from Dr. Li's words. What pressure could Instructor Kyong and Instructor Chun have? She thought as she walked out, so when someone jumped out beside her, she instinctively swung a slap. Jean's reaction was fast enough, at least he didn't let the slap land on his face, but his dodge was clumsy, almost falling to the ground. Serves you right for scaring my sister. Xu Lingqu pouted, raining sarcasm on Jean. Now Xu Lingqu was like a deity in her eyes. Luckily, she hadn't listened to her brother and mother's advice to distance herself from her. With her around, Xu Lingqu felt much more confident about this trial period. This is the second time you've done this to me. Jean stared at Xu Lingqu with a hint of resentment. And I was kind enough to come see how you were. Xu Lingqu didn't respond, glanced at the time on her smart brain, and saw that there was about an hour left before today's formal training began. Xu has taken his third shower today. No matter how much I tried to pull him, he refused to leave the dormitory, or even the bathroom. Jean was very frustrated. So I can only find you two to play with me. What's there to play? Training is about to start, and you're still thinking about playing. Xu Lingqu argued with him. Jean was very unconvinced. You can think about playing anytime, okay? The two started arguing like elementary school students. Xu Lingqu was lost in thought. From the MOE Military Academy's internal program data on her smart brain, it only showed that Jean was an ordinary student with a spiritual power level of A from the Sanqing system, and there was no other information. Why was he so close to Xu? Judging by how well he seemed to know Xu, they must have known each other for a long time. And Xu had a special identity from which it could be inferred that Jean's identity was not simple, even very special, requiring him to conceal his identity when coming to MOE Military Academy. Xu Lingqu looked at Jean and Xu Lingqu, who were still engaged in a very childish argument. She interrupted, "How's the dormitory?" Mentioning this, Xu Lingqu immediately stopped her aggressive posture and looked at Xu Lingqu with a pitiful expression. "We didn't get assigned to the same dormitory, but it's not far. You're on the first floor, I'm on the 6th floor. And you call that not far?" Jean started complaining again. There's clearly 5 floors between them. Xu Lingqu glared at him. Is 5 floors really that far? Coming and going is easy, okay? You ride the elevator, so of course you're not tired. The two immediately started another round of childish arguing. Relying on them was useless. Xu Lingqu glanced at the dormitory number she had looked up on her smart brain and decided to go back and check it out before formal training started. The dormitory building was well constructed, clean, and tidy. The first floor lobby was equipped with about 10 household robots which students could activate and take back to their rooms. Xu Lingque's dormitory was on the first floor. She glanced at the door plate number 104, and as she pushed the door open, she was met with a familiar face. Lu Zheng seemed to have just gotten out of bed, her long hair flowing down. She was wearing a pair of pajamas printed with bear patterns with a cold expression on her face, creating a strong contrast with her outfit. These pajamas are issued uniformly. Sensing Xu Lingque's gaze, Lu Zheng explained. Yours are there too on your bed. All students had been kidnapped by the sudden warp jump, so basically no one had brought luggage, only their own smart brains. All the living supplies here were provided by the training base. Xu Lingqu walked to her bed and saw her own bunny print pajamas. Xu Lingqu. The dormitory door opened again. This time the person who entered was also a familiar face. Seeing Xu Lingqu, Lin Xiao was like a cat spotting a fish. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly approached, but stopped very restrainedly 1 meter away from Xu Lingqu. Are you feeling better? Lin Xiao asked cautiously. Nothing serious. Xu Lingqu replied, raising her hand to show Lin Xiao. The wound had been completely healed by the xylate coagulant. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Xu Lingqu had been gone for so long to treat her hand that everyone was speculating whether there was some other bigger problem. Mainly the guys led by Sun Liao had been tirelessly spreading rumors about Xu Lingqu, saying that she was so badly injured that her legs and arms were broken and she would have to withdraw from the trial. Although their words were certainly not credible, Lin Xiao was still anxious because she hadn't seen her. Now that she was standing here safe and sound, Lin Xiao was relieved. Xu Lingqu pointed to the empty bed. Who's that? Lin Xiao, as the designated dormitory leader by the system, sent the roommate's profile to Xu Lingqu on her smart brain. She seems to be a mecha pilot. They have it worse than us. This planet seems to be the location of some rare gold mine. They were reportedly taken to the mine to dig. Lin Xiao showed a sympathetic expression. Rare gold was one of the main materials for mecha manufacturing, and it was named for its rarity. Even if a rare gold mine was found, the extraction process was extremely complex. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that being taken away at that time wasn't relief, but a darker hell. I had envied them for nothing. Xu Lingqu glanced at the profile card a few times, feeling that this person looked familiar. After a few seconds, she remembered who it was. This was the girl who had clung to her during the warp jump. Her name was Nadata. There was nothing much to pack in the dormitory. After greeting her 2 roommates, Xu Lingqu left the dormitory building. Xu Lingqu seemed to have a grudge against Jean. In the vast training ground, when Xu Lingqu found them, the two were competing in pull-ups. Aren't you tired? We still have training later. Xu Lingqu found it hard to understand these two, one with golden hair and the other with red, both shining brightly. Did special hair colors give some kind of boost to stamina? It's fine. I'm going to settle this with him today and show him what real strength is. Xu Lingqu said while doing the exercise. You? Do you think I'd lose to you? Jean was completely unyielding. The two bickered as they exercised. Xu Lingqu sat down on the ground watching their quarrel, as if it were a comedy show. The wind brushed over the lawn, watching the grass sway gently. Xu Lingqu felt a daze again, as if she had returned to her college days before the apocalypse on Earth. Student Xu, a soft call interrupted Xu Lingque's wandering thoughts. She looked up and saw Tang Muwen holding a box beside her. She had checked the real-time updated rankings. In this rescue operation, Tang Muwen had also successfully added points, currently at 10 points, ranking relatively high, and among the currently disadvantaged analysts, he was among the top. He opened the box, revealing meals packed from the cafeteria, and the bottom layer contained nutritional supplements from the military's special operations. You probably haven't eaten yet, Tang Muwen said, lowering his eyes as he handed the box to Xu Lingqu. I only went to get it after hearing you came out of the infirmary. Xu Lingqu still reached out and took it. Can people even know whether I've left the infirmary or not? Many people were now watching Xu Lingqu. Some admired her, especially the command stream students who had already begun to praise her as the pride of the command department of this year at Moe Military Academy. Another part resented her, eyeing her stable first-place points with hostility. Among them, Sun Liao was the most active. Others liked to push him forward as a target. After all, Sun Liao was also among those who were swept away while sleeping, and his points were very dismal. Most people thought he would be eliminated anyway, so they might as well use him as a weapon to attack Xu Lingqu. To be honest, the steamed buns at Moe Academy were quite tasty. Xu Lingqu took a bite. They tasted similar to those made by the specially hired chef at Xu Mansion, without the typical machine-prepared feel of interstellar food. Seeing her eat, Tang Muwen sighed in relief. He sat down beside her. I thought you would refuse me. Xu Lingqu chewed the bun. Why? Before I thought some of my actions had made you dislike me, Tang Muwen explained. There might have been a misunderstanding between us. After finishing the bun, Xu Lingqu stood up and clapped her hands. There still is. Accepting food from someone is a tacit potential signal of reconciliation among humans, but Xu Lingqu didn't think so. She was just hungry, and someone handed it to her mouth. Under completely safe circumstances, it would be a waste not to eat. Even if Tang Muwen had poisoned it, it was only a minute to the infirmary. What? Tang Muwen stood up, as well as eyes filled with confusion. I'm not as strong as you imagine. I can't promise to drag you through the trial period without being eliminated. Xu Lingqu said bluntly, flattering me is a complete waste, it has no effect. A pop-up window appeared on the brain-computer interface. The formal training began. Everyone moved toward the assembly point. Su Shiqin and Gina hadn't yet decided their winner when Xu Lingqu dragged them away like a master pulling a dog home. Instructor Kai Ong did not appear. Instructor Chun came to take charge. The river raid training in terms of procedure was actually a fait accompli. Kai Ong was taken back to the main campus for a meeting to discuss the matter. Instructor Chun was still smiling, but no one could feel the spring breeze from his smile anymore. Everyone only felt that his smile was sinister, not knowing what bad intentions lurked behind it, just like that day when he smiled and told everyone to sleep well. Everyone seems quite refreshed after the rest. Instructor Chun saw that everyone had gathered. Having learned a lesson from the first roll call, where people were randomly selected this time, the assembly was very fast, and no one dared to dawdle. He nodded with satisfaction and instructed the other instructors to bring up the training equipment for the day. Several hundred ordinary weighted packs were brought up. The students shouldered them. The weight was about 20 kilograms. Instructor Chun announced, weighted 5-kilometer run, start now. The combat track cadets were very familiar with this. They immediately put on the packs and started running. The non-combat track students groaned, but had no choice. They put them on and followed. Xu Lingqu was afraid of this. This body already struggled with weight, and now she had to run with it. This was only the first training item of the day. Xu Lingqu had a feeling that she might end up in the infirmary again today. Each pack had a sensor that recorded distance and synced in real time to the brain-computer interface. The first and second places, Gina and Su Shiqin, were still in their battle. To settle the score, they ran far ahead, leaving the main group far behind. The leader of the main group was Lu Zheng. Her black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, swinging in the air as she led the crowd, looking heroic and valiant. Xu Lingqu followed at the back of the main group, essentially at the tail end. She tried to adjust her breathing, conserving energy as much as possible, and chose a slower-paced runner ahead as her reference point. She felt that if she could finish the run, she would be thankful. But as she ran, a familiar figure appeared beside her. Shinsholi was running at about the same pace. Xu Lingqu turned to look at him, and he silently looked back. What's wrong? Am I being lapped already? Xu Lingqu calmly analyzed the issue. No, Shinsholi frowned. Running too fast makes me sweat too much. I've already taken 3 showers today. I don't want to take another. If he showered again, his skin might get chafed. Xu Lingqu found it a bit amusing. This person's cleanliness obsession was actually this severe. Xu Lingque's steps grew heavier, and she gradually fell behind the people ahead. Correspondingly, she noticed that Shinsholi's pace beside her also slowed down. You? Xu Lingqu turned to look at Shinsholi again. Shinsholi pursed his lips slightly nervously. Are you that afraid of sweating? Xu Lingqu couldn't believe that someone could go this far just to avoid sweating. The last time she saw such an exaggeration was the princess and the pea. Shin Sholi fell silent, but Xu Lingqu could feel the small anger emanating from him. Could it be that afraid of sweating is just an excuse you made up? Could it be that you're simply weak like me? Xu Lingqu deliberately said this to add fuel to the small flame of anger. If emotions could be visualized at this moment, Shin Sholi's anger would go from the size of a lit match to a firework exploding in the sky. Xu Lingqu watched Shin Sholi storm off in silence, leaving her as the sole straggler, and felt immensely satisfied. In truth, she sensed that Shin Sholi had done so out of a desire to accompany her, sparing her further humiliation, a kind gesture. Yet Xu Lingqu had a knack for mistaking kindness for ingratitude. The training ground was vast, and after approximately 2 kilometers the competitive Gina and Xu Shiqin had already lapped her once. They glanced at her with mild surprise. Xu Lingqu was too breathless to speak, merely waving them on. From then on, one by one the others overtook her. Lu Zheng and Shin Sholi also ran past. Shin Sholi glanced back at her awkwardly, leaving Xu Lingqu bewildered. Her shoulders ached more, her legs grew heavier, and she gradually slowed, unable to keep pace with even her own milestones. She fell further behind the main group. One after another people passed her, widening the gap to the front. Even the non-combat students began to overtake her. Though physical prowess was not their strong suit, they had been military cadets and possessed basic training, far surpassing Xu Lingqu, who had entered through connections. Yet Xu Lingqu herself was not worried. From fainting after 2 laps in the Xu family garden to barely enduring this intense training, she was already satisfied with her progress. But to others her performance was a stark contrast. Sun Liao, as he passed, taunted loudly, "Isn't this our top student? Looks like first place can come from either end." He and his companions burst into laughter, waiting to see her hurt or angered. But she remained indifferent, showing no emotion as she continued running. Tang Muan, running beside her, whispered, "Perhaps you need me to pull you along." Xu Lingqu shot him a glance. Too exhausted to speak, she conveyed with her eyes that the instructor was watching. They would both be punished. Tang Muan understood, but still slowed his pace, staying by her side to watch. The race for first place soon ended. With a half-step advantage, Xu Shiqin won. She excitedly searched for her sister, but the crowd was vast. Gina beside her panted in defiance. Soon after, Lu Zheng and Shin Sholi arrived, followed by the rest. Everyone stopped, but Xu Shiqin, wanting to support Xu Lingqu, noticed she hadn't halted. "She still has one more lap," Tang Muan explained. Xu Lingqu was alone on the track. Her throat felt scorched, her legs too heavy to carry, her sweat pouring like rain, vision blurred. She wiped her face. Basic physical training couldn't be forced, completing it was already a triumph. In the apocalypse, as an evolved being with a monstrous physique, she had never worried about stamina. Now in the interstellar era there were no shortcuts, she had to start from scratch. With this thought she adjusted her breathing, her heart gradually calming. She maintained her rhythm. The instructor followed in a small vehicle holding a baton. After about 5 minutes, Xu Lingqu finally finished the remaining distance. Dragging her body, she felt unsteady with a mouthful of blood threatening to rise, a grim sight. Xu Shiqin rushed to support her, helping remove the weighted gear. She was about to walk her slowly when Instructor Chen appeared. Second training item, 10-kilometer weighted run. It seemed to be a day of pure physical training. The students resignedly began running again. This time Xu Shiqin didn't race ahead to challenge Gina. She held Xu Lingque's hand, trying to pull her along, but Xu Lingqu shook her off. "You go ahead," Xu Lingqu said directly. "No, what about you?" Xu Shiqin sensed her determination to play the hero, just as she had silently assigned herself the most dangerous zone during the rescue. "They'll rest." Xu Lingqu stopped and walked toward Instructor Chen. "Huh." Xu Shiqin stood frozen, watching as Xu Lingqu actually approached the instructor, exchanged a few words, and sat down. After confirming that Xu Lingqu had indeed sat down, Xu Shiqin silently returned to the track and began chasing after Gina, who was far ahead. The conversation between Instructor Chen and Xu Lingqu was brief. "Skipping the run will cost you 2 points. Are you sure?" Xu Lingqu nodded and sat down. Points were meant to be spent. The human body had limits, and hers in particular had a frighteningly low threshold. There was no need to court death, survival was paramount. That was her philosophy. Instructor Chen wasn't surprised by her choice. From the rescue incident, he had seen she was intelligent. And from her sudden collapse during the Unknown bout, he knew she was a fragile genius. Too exhausted to continue. Xu Lingqu nodded. Even seated, she tasted blood in her throat. "Your mental power level is also low," Instructor Chen said, sitting down. "With such a high ranking you can't become a mecha pilot." Regret. In truth, setting aside her physical frailty and low mental power, Xu Lingqu was a born mecha pilot. Piloting a mecha required intelligence, perhaps more than any other role. Many mistakenly believed commanders were cunning schemers, analysts were human supercomputers, and mecha pilots were simple brutes with high mental power and combat skills. But that was false. A mecha, a precision-killing tool, was wielded with a world of difference between a sharp mind and a dull one. Xu Lingqu had no such worry. Her true mental power was S-grade, not great. In real mecha pilot selection, mental power would not limit her. Yet she had no intention of revealing her mental power to become a pilot. She lacked deep understanding of mechas, and if she wanted to learn she already had Liuming who claimed to be an S-grade mecha. In her eyes Liuming was about 80% trustworthy. Rather than exposing her S-grade mental power and inviting danger, it was better to bide her time, stay low, and absorb mecha knowledge from Liuming. No, being a commander suits me just fine, Xu Lingqu said sincerely. You're quite open-minded, Instructor Chen remarked. She nodded. Given the circumstances, there's no point in forcing myself. He smiled wryly, a rare, genuine expression. But I feel that once you get your hands on a mecha you'll fall in love with it. Xu Lingqu didn't reply immediately. In her mind the white mecha from her mental awakening loomed. A colossal, subservient figure. Beautiful, massive, a precise killing machine like a knight clad in moonlight and armor. Perhaps, she said quietly. The training debt from resting must be repaid. The entire day consisted of basic physical training. A total of 10 kilometers of weighted running plus 10 kilometers of steady-paced running. By the time most had finished they dispersed to the cafeteria. Xu Lingqu was still running. She still owed 5 kilometers of weighted running and 8 kilometers of steady-paced running. She decided to finish the 8 kilometers of steady-paced running first. Xu Shiqin had packed a box of food from the cafeteria and brought it over, but Xu Lingqu didn't even have the strength to chew. Fortunately, Tang Muin appeared at that moment with a nutrient drink. She finished it, rested for a few minutes, and then continued. Quite attentive, Xu Shiqin murmured softly. Miss Xu, I can help here now. You can go back to rest and freshen up first. Tang Muin said softly. I can help with whatever she needs first. When you're free to come back, that's when I can leave. Xu Shiqin had come straight after training, grabbing food from the cafeteria, and indeed hadn't eaten or washed up yet. There might even be an emergency assembly later that night. Tang Muin seemed reliable enough, so she accepted the suggestion and left first. Tang Muin watched Xu Shiqin leave, then turned to look at Xu Lingqu on the track, slow steps, but never stopping. On the smart device her accumulated kilometers kept increasing slowly, but without pause. She kept running like that, the wind brushing her face, sweat drenching almost her entire body, making her look even more disheveled than after the early morning rescue. Students finished their meals one after another, and many came to watch Xu Lingqu, who was still running. Some openly mocked her, others whispered about her. Although commanders and analysts had a stereotype of being generally fragile, those in this training ground were at least applicants to the 6 major military academies. Being fragile was relative to the inhuman combat erection students. At least they had basic physical training and some foundation. This level of physical training, they couldn't keep up with the combat erection students, but they could finish on time. Combat was their real weak point. Yet Xu Lingqu's basic fitness seemed terrible, but she could take on 7 combat erection students in hand-to-hand combat. This was utterly against all reason and logic. Were you really going easy on her? A friend from the same military academy as Wang Qihu's second galaxy asked out of curiosity. How did she take you down so easily? Did she pay you? Get out, get out, get out. Your dad here would never throw a match in his life. As the sky was about to darken, Xu Lingqu was still struggling like a little snail. Wang Qihu was truly puzzled, suddenly unable to figure out how he lost to her, and guessed he would keep mulling over this question for the next month and a half. Until around 10 p.m. Xu Lingqu finally finished today's training tasks. Tang Muin and Xu Shiqin came forward together to support her and walked slowly, letting her recover. Xu Lingqu looked absolutely ghastly, like a ghost, quite frightening. The night lights of the training ground were off, but a head of red hair was still striking in the darkness. Gina and Shinsholi, who was scowling beside him, had arrived at some unknown time. The two didn't speak until Xu Lingqu and the others approached. Commander Xu, you look like you're half dead. In just 2 encounters, Gina had already seen how blunt Xu Lingqu could be. Taking advantage of her being too tired to speak, he quickly got in a winning remark. Xu Lingqu indeed couldn't speak, but she gestured with her shoulder toward Gina. Gina followed her gesture and saw a large flying insect on his own shoulder. "Ah!" he screamed and jumped up. The startled insect flew toward Shinsholi, who froze completely. In the end, Xu Shiqin helped deal with the insect. While doing so, she complained, "What are you guys even here for? There were so many bugs in the forest yesterday, and you weren't scared then." Gina retorted indignantly, "Sure there were many, but they didn't crawl on my shoulder. And this one is clearly terrifyingly huge." "Coward." Xu Shiqin jabbed at Gina's sore spot simply and directly. "You're the coward." Gina remembered the real business. "Shinsholi and I came here to make a bet. We bet on whether the instructor would have an emergency assembly tonight, so we waited here first. Didn't expect the instructor to not show up, but our commander is still here. Pay up." Shinsholi extended his hand. Clearly he was the winner. "I don't have money now. They'll pay when we get back." "Hey, you're not short of money. Why do you want this little bit from me?" Gina was very reluctant to lose. "Besides, it was your idea to wait here, wasn't it?" Xu Lingqu withdrew her arm that Tang Muin was supporting. She had recovered a bit. At least she could walk on her own. It was late, she needed to hurry back to wash up. Tang Muin nodded politely, took his leave, and returned to the male dormitory on the other side. Gina and Xu Shiqin, for some unknown reason, started competing again, not sleeping at night, going to do pull-ups. Xu Lingqu walked toward the female dormitory and noticed someone behind her like a bound spirit. Every step she took he took one too. Shinsholi, is there something you need? She turned back with a hint of helplessness. Shinsholi had a faint fragrance of gardenia. He had probably gone back to shower after training. The wind blew his fluffy soft hair in the night sky, occasionally covering his light brown pupils. His expression was a bit strange. I know you said that on purpose. You didn't want me to fall behind with you. He mumbled, but the distance was too close. Oh, every word reached Xu Lingqu's ears clearly. No, actually, it's because I found you too troublesome. She silently repeated that in her mind, but said nothing, adhering to the principle of provoking once and letting it go. Provoking too much might make him bristle, which would be more troublesome. Shinsholi took something out of his pocket and handed it to Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu thought it was something important, took it, and looked down. It was a nutrient drink. She didn't know why he was giving her a nutrient drink at this time. She looked up to ask, but he was already far away. What was Shinsholi being awkward about? Xu Lingqu found it very baffling. The question flashed through her mind quickly, but was soon tossed aside. For now, what mattered more was washing up, resting, and figuring out whether the silence coagulant in the infirmary could treat her muscle soreness. Decoding a teenage boy's feelings could wait until later. Xu Lingqu dragged her exhausted body back to the dormitory. Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng were not there. She went into the bathroom to wash up. Her body was clean, but the muscle soreness from overexertion was torturous. After drying her hair, Xu Lingqu headed straight to the infirmary. This time Dr. Li only glanced up at her and immediately looked away. You treat this place as your home. Xu Lingqu replied matter-of-factly. Is there any way to relieve muscle soreness from overtraining? Xu Lingqu asked. Dr. Li stared at her for a few seconds, then sighed. Fine, come here. This time she took out something resembling a medicinal patch, transparent with a wire connected to a machine reminiscent of lie detectors from Earth-era movies. Can't use that one. Xu Lingqu pointed at the xylate condenser device. Do you think you're an imperial protected animal? Dr. Li told Xu Lingqu to lift her clothes and applied the patches slap onto the severely sore areas. As the machine next to her started, Xu Lingqu immediately felt as if thousands of tiny tentacles were massaging her aching muscles. Xu Lingqu sat to the side, her psychological guard and physical fatigue gradually dissipating under the machine's influence. The advanced technology of the interstellar age was truly wonderful. Leaning against the soft cushion, she drifted into a drowsy state. Dr. Li watched the no-relaxed, half-asleep girl and adjusted her glasses. When she first came to this trial period at Moy Military Academy, the veteran school medic had told her that the job was easy. Just sit around and most students wouldn't come because the trial intensity was low and injuries were rare. Dr. Li had naturally thought it was a cushy gig, but she happened to run into the trial reform pushed by the two lunatics Kaiyong and Instructor Chun. On the very first day, they delivered a grand combo of jump combat, river assault, and tent flooding. She had to stay on high alert. Fortunately, the two were now called back to the main campus for education. Why would someone so desperate sign up for a military academy? Dr. Li pulled up Xu Lingqu's physical data. This female student had abysmally poor innate health. She hadn't retrieved detailed data at the first aid tent yesterday, but when she saw it today, she was shocked. For an ordinary person, such a constitution would mean gasping after an extra step and spitting blood after a short run. Yet this female student stubbornly applied to the military academy with this body, reportedly winning a Never 7 in combat, and also serving in rescue and command. That day she had fallen asleep in the infirmary. Her injuries weren't limited to her hands. Her entire body was covered in bruises and wounds, a shocking sight. Dr. Li's heart softened. Even knowing she was just tired and not unconscious, she directly administered the xylate condenser. Xu Lingqu's astonishing performance had even made Dr. Li doubt whether her data was flawed. But today, seeing how basic physical training had drained her so completely, she felt reassured that her data was correct. Watching the sleeping Xu Lingqu, Dr. Li couldn't help but stretch. As far as she knew, Instructor Chen's schedule for the next week was all physical training, unchanged until Kaiyong returned. Could Xu Lingqu hold up? Dr. Li raised an eyebrow. Many people were probably wondering the same thing. But Xu Lingqu herself wasn't worried. After the machine treatment, she returned to the dormitory and slept. The next day, at the sound of the bugle, Instructor Chen drove an off-road vehicle and had them warm up for a 30-kilometer cross-country run with a 10-kilogram load. Each person could also carry a small pack with supplies. Xu Shiqin was immediately worried and wanted to go to Xu Lingqu. Given Xu Lingqu's condition yesterday, she assumed that finishing today's run would be extremely difficult. She had to stay by her side. But Instructor Chen announced the previous day's results. Cross-country runs were far more dangerous than training in the base. Students would be grouped by performance, and corresponding instructors would drive behind them. Naturally, Xu Shiqin was assigned to the first tier. Instructor Chen divided the students into 5 groups. When the 5th group appeared on the smart device, everyone exchanged glances. Because the 5th group had only one person, Xu Lingqu. So even the instructor acknowledges she's the worst. How can she be so bad with this little training and still dare to apply for a military academy? Tisk, don't say that. She's in the command department. Those who disliked her immediately seized the chance to mock her. Lin Xiao couldn't stand it and retorted loudly, so what? Her score is still ahead of yours, isn't it? Xu Lingqu had lost 2 points yesterday, but still ranked first. Sun Liao snorted coldly. She won't finish today, and she'll lose more points. Day by day she'll eventually hit negative. Just wait and see. He turned smugly to see if Xu Lingqu showed any embarrassment, but someone bumped into his shoulder. Sun Liao was about to explode when he turned, and saw it was Xinsholi. He immediately shrank like a quail turned sideways to let him pass, but Xinsholi stopped right in front of him. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and disgustedly wiped the spot where he had touched Sun Liao, saying nothing. But the gesture alone made Sun Liao's face flush red, his fists clenched. He knew it was Xinsholi's way of showing that he was dirty. At that moment Jean sauntered over with a grin, looking at Sun Liao. You were so loud just now, why are you silent? His movements were as arrogant as his red hair. Sun Liao didn't know his background, but anyone this familiar with Xinsholi was definitely someone he couldn't afford to provoke, so he kept his mouth shut. Jean Board pulled Xinsholi forward and stopped beside Su Shiqin. Why aren't you helping your sister out? Su Zikin's face was unusually cold, expressionless as she pointed at the map on the smart device. I'm looking for a spot where I can kick him into the river. Jean's eyes lit up. Count me in. The cross-country run soon began under the instructor's organization. When it was Xu Lingqu's turn to depart, only she and Instructor Chun remained on the training ground. Are you going to tail just me with an off-road vehicle? Xu Lingqu turned to look at Instructor Chun. Instructor Chun pulled the door shut and started the vehicle with his fingerprint. What else? Do you expect me to run alongside you? That would seriously upset my sense of fairness. Xu Lingqu walked out of the training ground, put on her load, and began running along the route marked on the smart device. The instructor had scouted the route in advance, clearing some obstacles, but it was still not easy to traverse, especially a section that fell within the flood zone where they had submerged the tents, making the ground extremely slippery and prone to falls. Instructor Chin's off-road vehicle, however, moved as if on flat ground. When encountering such terrain, it transformed into a hovering vehicle, then back to a car after passing the narrow, slippery sections. Isn't it tiring to keep switching? Xu Lingqu complained. Not as tiring as you. Instructor Chun countered, glancing at the training traces of all students on the smart device. We're far behind now. Because of you, I'm last among the instructors too. So sometimes choice is more important than effort. Xu Lingqu was completely immune to the provocation and even slowed down. She was still confident she could finish the training, though she didn't know where that confidence came from. But it was there. Sweat dripped down her neck onto the stone crevices as Xu Lingqu gasped for breath, reaching the first rest point designated by the instructors. Half the day had already passed. She opened her supply pack, sat down, and silently drank a tube of nutrient fluid. Glancing at the main forces route, she saw that the first echelon had nearly reached the second rest point. The first leg is the easiest, the third leg is the hardest, Instructor Chin remarked from the comfort of a hovering vehicle nearby, watching her leisurely. You've fallen far behind. The nutrient fluid was unpalatable. The peach flavor was overly sweet, cloying. Xu Lingqu gulped down some water to wash away the saccharine aftertaste. My task today is to complete it, not to compete. If Kaiyong were here, he'd add 5 kilometers for that tone, Instructor Chun said with a raised eyebrow. Xu Lingqu nodded expressionlessly. Then I'm grateful you're not that autocratic. The rest period ended, and she stood up, reshouldering her load. The artificial sun hung overhead, the sunlight scorching her skin. The path was narrow, littered with broken stones. She pressed against the left cliff wall for support, which was also searing hot from the sun. Instructor Chin sat in his hovercar, watching her struggle through. If you want to give up, you can deduct points, and I'll take you back. Xu Lingqu didn't answer. She didn't have the strength to. Her ankles had been cut in 2 places, at some point bleeding. After running through the gravel path and reaching the grass, she paused, applied a hemostatic agent, and continued running. She had never thought of giving up and never intended to. Unceasingly she advanced for 2 hours until she reached the second rest point. Xu Lingqu spit out a mouthful of blood on the muddy ground. Instructor Chin finally jumped off his hovercar and gestured to her. How are your feet? Not a big deal. Xu Lingqu waved her hand, her voice hoarse. Several students have already given up and are heading back on the instructor's aircraft. Many have injured feet, Instructor Chin hinted rather obviously. Kaiyong had been called back for a reprimand precisely because of the objective dangers posed by the sudden river attack. Although they put on a front of indifference toward the students, they were deeply afraid that something might go wrong. If she continued injured, the probability of an accident was not low. Moreover, Xu Lingqu's speed was visibly slowing and darkness was approaching. Nighttime trekking with a load would only be harder. Of course, Xu Lingqu understood what Instructor Chin meant. She sat for a long while until her throat no longer hurt so much before speaking. Instructor Chin, I am a person who treasures my life. Yesterday's continuous training had indeed made her feel her life hanging by a thread, which was why she had requested a temporary break. The body needed an adaptation period. For the first few days, she had been running on overload. Today's weighted cross-country, though daunting, was manageable because she had rested well yesterday and could set her own pace. Completing today's training was right at her limit, not exceeding her psychological expectations. Seeing that she had spoken so, Instructor Chin said no more and returned to his hovercar. Night gradually fell. Xu Lingqu moved forward in the dark. A stream gurgled. She had to cross it. Wading through the stones were slippery. With Instructor Chen's tacit approval, she could take her time here. Was this where you released the water 2 nights ago? The cold and pain from the stream hitting her wounds surged through her like electric currents, now sharp and clear. Instructor Chen watched her wade across the stream, paused for 2 seconds, and then said a bit further down. He glanced at his smart device. Those who had completed today's training tasks had already returned to the base, and the injured ones who couldn't finish had been sent back one by one. On the map, only Xu Lingqu was still slowly advancing. This was the final leg. Today's staggered departure was based on the instructor's assessment of each student's physical condition. In his mind, Xu Lingqu should have given up halfway through the first leg, so she was placed in the 5th and last group. But she had already finished half of the 3rd leg. Instructor Chen was suddenly reminded of an old cold joke he had seen long ago on the galactic net. If a snail with immense perseverance and determination resolved to hunt down a human, its chance of failure was not 100%. Inside the base's confinement room, Xu Shizhen was pressing against the only small window, trying to look outside. Jean, sitting on a chair, couldn't help but say, "You can't see anything from there. What's the point?" Confiscated of their smart devices and confined to write self-criticisms, the two were completely in the dark. Xu Shizhen fumed. "It's all your fault. Your move was too obvious. You exposed us both." "Tisk, how was I supposed to know that instructor would look over just then?" Jean said, lying on the table in despair as he wrote his self-criticism. "Your move was quite obvious too." Unlucky for them, the person they had jointly kicked into the water was Sun Liao, who constantly picked on Xu Lingqu. Xu Shizhen, adhering to her principle of doing what she said, had originally been in the 1st echelon. She dawdled her way to the 3rd echelon, just to fulfill her wish of kicking Sun Liao into the water. Unexpectedly, Jean learned of her plan and insisted on joining. He kicked the rear, she kicked the legs. They worked in perfect unison and caused a big scene right in front of the instructor. Watching Jean hunched over the table writing diligently, Xu Shizhen leaned in to look. "Your handwriting is actually quite nice." It was clearly professionally trained from a young age and oddly familiar. Xu Shizhen nodded. "The 3-star system has good educational resources, huh?" The Empire comprised 4-star systems, with wealth decreasing as the number increased. Jean's birthplace was marked as 3-star system in the smart device. With the advancement of smart technology and artificial intelligence, few families now enrolled their children in calligraphy classes. The drain of talent had made professional calligraphy teachers scarce, turning calligraphy into a pretentious pastime for some in the nobility. It was rare for children from ordinary families to specifically study calligraphy. Jean paused, twirled the pen in his hand. "You'd better go back to the window and stare out. You might miss the precious footage of the commander's return." At that, Xu Shizhen did go back to the window, but kept talking. "Speaking of which, how did you get to know Shinsholi? A 3-star system guy, being so familiar with the future military star of the Empire?" She raised an eyebrow, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear. Over the past few days, everyone had realized Jean's identity was unusual, but Xu Shizhen couldn't recall any major figures from the 3-star system. Jean didn't stop writing. "Shinsholi isn't that hard to get to know. Come on, those dukes, barons, ladies, and gentlemen love to flatter Shinsholi. Even a single word with him is something they brag about." Xu Shizhen shuddered at the memory of their sycophantic behavior. Before having any real contact, she had always thought Shinsholi was a pompous show-off. After actually interacting with him, Xu Shizhen was even more convinced that Shinsholi was a fastidious and now attentive poser. A light drizzle fell through the night, the final stretch of the cross-country run turning into a muddy quagmire. Xu Lingqu trudged through it, as if wading through a swamp, her body drenched and filthy, her face and hands scratched by branches, blood seeping out only to be washed away by the rain. She sneezed as she ran like a stray puppy. Instructor Chun followed behind her. As the curfew for the students at the training base approached, his smart brain received a query from the base instructor about their current situation. "Everything is fine," Instructor Chun replied. "We're almost there." He had witnessed every step of Xu Lingqu's journey. At several points where he thought she would give up, she had simply gritted her teeth and pushed through. He found it hard to articulate his feelings toward this student now. Xu Lingqu didn't think too much. Her current physical state wouldn't allow it. She had already reached her limit. It was a favor that her frail body hadn't simply blacked out. Mechanically, she followed the route planned on her smart brain, relying solely on her will to keep her running in the darkness. Suddenly a flash of light blazed ahead, stinging her eyes. Xu Lingqu stopped, unable to open them. 2 figures approached, clad in military smart waterproof suits that hugged their bodies, shielding them from the rain. Their lights illuminated the entire path like daylight. Xu Lingqu recognized the newcomer Shinsholi. "What are you doing here?" Instructor Chen finally turned on his vehicle's lights. He had kept them off to ensure fairness in today's training. Xu Lingqu had dragged herself this far, and it was only right that she navigate the darkness herself. The accompanying instructor sighed, visibly troubled. This student insisted that he lost something during the daytime training and had to come out to find it. Shinsholi's special status made it difficult for the instructor to refuse his request. No one wanted to offend the grandson of General Shun and the Empire's future star with spiritual power. Having learned the gist of the situation, Xu Lingqu wiped the rain from her face and continued running. As she passed Shinsholi, he grabbed her wrist. If she had any strength left, she would have thrown him over her shoulder. "What is it?" she asked. "Your face, your hands." Shinsholi stared at the pale red droplets on her face, the color of blood mixed with rainwater. "You're badly injured." "Yes," Xu Lingqu replied, perplexed by his sudden action. "So can you let me go so I can get back and receive treatment?" Shinsholi froze for a moment, then released his grip. Xu Lingqu ran past him without a second glance. The remaining distance was truly short. 10 minutes later, the training base's gate came into view, and Xu Lingqu successfully completed today's training. As the gate swung open, Xu Lingqu looked up to find a crowd of people craning their necks toward the entrance, as if a large portion of them had been waiting for her return. A transparent shell shielded the base from the rain, and the droplets slid off Xu Lingqu's hair onto the grass. The girl was pale and bloodless, her wounds oozing blood. She was utterly disheveled and bedraggled, yet her back remained straight as she tilted her head slightly, surveying the crowd. She threw her weighted gear and supply pack to the ground. It was a complete posture of a victor. No one spoke, but someone began to clap. Lin Xiao and Tang Muan. Their lead prompted the onlooking students to join in one after another. From this day onward, Xu Lingqu's performance would be under the spotlight. Her solitary existence in the 5th tier and her unwavering top spot in the total points ranking had made her a hot topic among the students. Today's training, whether Xu Lingqu could complete it, was the subject of much debate. The difficulty was indeed high, and even some combat-oriented students had chosen to give up. Most had initially been skeptical of Xu Lingqu. With that sickly look, she should just stick to commanding. She did a good job in the rescue operation the other day, always calling her sickly. What does that make the one she beat 7-1? Paralyzed. Wang Qihu and his group, caught in the crossfire, had to reiterate that they hadn't thrown the match. Xu Lingqu's combat skills were genuinely formidable. This forced Wang Qihu to ponder whether the positive correlation between combat ability and physique had ceased to exist. But his final conclusion remained: not everyone could be an anomaly like Xu Lingqu. Even so, he hadn't truly believed she could complete today's training. But as Xu Lingqu's name on the map advanced step by step, everyone's opinions began to shift. Is Xu Lingqu playing us? Why hasn't she given up yet? She has the perseverance and determination to see it through. Okay. Just watch if she can hold on. Damn, she actually made it. Our great commander has returned to the training base. Instructor Chen's vehicle followed closely. He jumped out and announced to everyone today's training is officially over. All who completed it received 2 points. The top 5 get an extra point. Those who gave up midway lose a point. He removed his gloves and gave her a deep look. Go to the medical bay now. With that, he turned and headed to his quarters. The crowd began to disperse, but the gates soon opened again. Xu Lingqu turned to see Shinsholi and the accompanying instructor, who had claimed he needed to find something. He stripped off his raincoat and walked straight over, stopping beside Xu Lingqu. Did you find what you were looking for? She asked casually as she headed toward the medical bay. No, I'm not looking anymore. Shinsholi's voice was low, hinting at some unspoken emotion. Xu Lingqu, her body and mind exhausted, had no energy to ponder the young master's thoughts. She nodded and continued toward the medical bay. Tang Muan emerged from the crowd. He wanted to support Xu Lingqu but was subtly avoided, so he quickly changed course and picked up the weighted gear and supply pack from the ground, following behind her. Su Shiqin and Jin Ba pushed Sun Liao into the water and got confined to quarters, he reported, having naturally taken on the role of her secretary. They should be released soon. Xu Lingqu entered the medical bay. Tang Muan brought the gear to the logistics instructor. This was the 3rd time she had been here, but this time she wasn't alone. There were quite a few familiar faces. Sun Liao, hobbling on one leg, glared at Xu Lingqu, who had ultimately succeeded in returning. His teeth were clenched in frustration. You said, a person with a level mental strength has the potential to pilot a mecha. Inside Instructor Chen's residence, Kai Ong, who was communicating with him via holographic projection, wore an expression of speechlessness. Chenaifu, have you gone soft teaching those brats? He pointed his finger twice in a gesture of frustration, as if he wanted to reach out and grab Instructor Chen through the screen. The Nani Convention, the Dream Forging Master's Laboratory. How many people died back then? Anyone with a mental strength lower than A would have their entire body collapse the moment they stepped into a mecha. What kind of wishful thinking are you indulging in? Instructor Chen's mind flickered with the image of that figure slipping through the night, and he couldn't help shaking his head. You're right. It's just that these brats have been getting on my nerves these past 2 days. Kaiong grinned. If you miss me, just say it. Wait, he'll be back in 2 days, and then he'll drill the little rascals with something fun. Inside the medical bay, Sun Liao's resentful gaze seemed glued to Xu Lingqu, never leaving her for a moment. Even when Xu Lingqu went into the side room to let the home robot clean her body, he kept staring as if he wanted to rush in. Dr. Li turned to look at him. Did you fall and hurt your eyes too? Sun Liao sheepishly withdrew his gaze. Remembering how he had been double-kicked by Jin and Su Shiqin today, his heart was filled with bitterness and anger, but he had no way to vent it. It was all Xu Lingqu's fault. All that woman's fault. As soon as he returned, he went straight to the medical bay for treatment. He had sprained his ankle and the treatment took quite a while. Throughout he kept his eyes glued to the smart brain, tracking Xu Lingqu's movements, waiting for bad news to arrive. But she returned victorious, making all his curses fall flat. After cleaning up, Xu Lingqu finally emerged, no longer looking so disheveled. She connected to the treatment device and fell asleep leaning against it, without once casting a glance at Sun Liao. Sometimes being ignored hurts far more than being despised. Sun Liao's mind churned with internal drama, but it was all a one-man show with no audience. He convinced himself to look away and pretend not to see, turning his head to the side and falling asleep as well. Her bodily functions were recovering. This time in Xu Lingqu's dream, there was no apocalypse. She stood in a vast darkness, and after a moment, a mountain house appeared before her. Xu Lingqu hesitated, then finally pushed the door open. A young, unfamiliar man sat behind a tea table, looking up and smiling at her. The wind blew through the wind chimes hanging from the bamboo eaves, producing a tinkling sound. 2 seconds later, the dream twisted and blurred. Xu Lingqu woke up. The medical bay was empty, leaving only her. She removed the instruments and was about to leave when Dr. Li called her back. The curfew has started. The instructor ordered everyone else back to their dorms, but I asked you to stay. Your treatment procedure isn't finished yet. I waited for you to wake up. Dr. Li clasped her hands together and turned to face Xu Lingqu, since she said that there must be something important to tell her. Xu Lingqu lowered her eyes. Is there something wrong with my body, doctor? Dr. Li needed to discuss was bound to be related to her physical condition. Xu Lingqu instinctively braced herself for the worst. Dr. Li projected the data visualization into the air. This is your BOTUS data from the past 2 days. Yesterday and today, in just 24 hours, you've made significant improvements in your basic physical fitness and bodily functions. Her face was a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. Considering your training intensity, I've discovered that as long as you push your body to its limit every time and then receive proper recovery treatment, your basic skills and physical fitness will undergo a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, I didn't collect complete body data from the days before, but based on my inference, your first breakthrough in physical limits occurred after the Xu Lingqu provided treatment for you. Dr. Li stood up and fixed her gaze on Xu Lingqu. You felt it yourself. That's why other students don't like coming to me, but you're particularly fond of this place. You realized 2 days ago that it had a special effect on you, didn't you? Xu Lingqu nodded sincerely. Indeed, I have nothing to hide. Before, my body was so weak that even a few steps could make me spit blood. Lately, I've noticed that every time I wake up, my body feels as if it's been reborn. Is there a problem with that? Although she had always felt a strange familiarity with this body, it was limited to her control over it, which allowed her to defeat 7 opponents in a row in combat. She had never found a good way to rapidly improve her physical fitness. So she attributed the improvement in her physique to the coagulant. Outwardly, she remained calm, but inwardly, she was a bit nervous. After all, she couldn't be sure whether her unusual physical condition was due to the soul from the apocalypse era residing in this body. Just as she was getting anxious, Dr. Li smiled and touched her ice blue hair. Your constitution actually has precedence in our medical database, though they are extremely rare. Only 2 cases so far. It is said that the Lianbang has other cases, but they are unwilling to share them with us. She shrugged helplessly and continued. For now, I don't have enough data to confirm that you have this constitution. Such a constitution often comes with congenital deficiencies, which perfectly matches your previous physical condition. It's because your training intensity over these 2 days has pushed you to the limit of what your body can endure, and you persisted. Moreover, you received effective recovery treatment afterward, which you believe is the Xu Lingqu that helped you so much. Under these circumstances, your special constitution has been awakened. As long as you maintain this state, you will grow stronger. But pushing your limits requires sufficient self-control and precision. If you fall short, all your efforts will be wasted. If you go too far, it's suicide. So that was it. According to the doctor, the Xu Lingqu was only an auxiliary factor. What mattered more was the special constitution of this body. So her sense of mastery and familiarity with this body was also related to its inherent special constitution. Dr. Li studied the girl before her. At first glance, she still appeared pale and frail, her only noticeable change from 2 days ago being a healthier complexion. Now, with a slightly surprised expression, she looked much more adorable than when she always wore a cold face. Dr. Li pondered for a moment, then decided to give Xu Lingqu some encouragement. To be honest, aside from you, the only other case of this special constitution is the Inha Shangjiang, the greatest and most powerful mecha warrior of the Interstellar era. With such a shining example before you, you as a latecomer can't afford to be too mediocre. Hearing the name Inha Shangjiang again, Xu Lingqu felt a subtle stir in her heart. Too bad my mental strength is level, she said, accepting Dr. Li's words of encouragement with a smile, maintaining a composed facade. Then you can become the strongest commander. Dr. Li was unusually excited. If Xu Lingqu could truly prove to have the same special constitution as the Inha Shangjiang, she would be able to leave her mark in the medical history of the Stellar Empire. So now she was eager to keep Xu Lingqu coming in for checkups and push her to grow stronger. What I'm telling you today is to hope you'll cooperate more in coming to the medical bay for examinations so I can gather more data to confirm Dr. Lee got back to the point. And I'll also let you know that once I have enough data, I'll inform your instructor. It was like a pillow appearing just when she was dozing off. Xu Lingqu readily agreed. No problem. Seeing that she had said all she needed to Dr. Lee opened the door and let Xu Lingqu return to her dorm. Standing at the entrance of the medical bay, Xu Lingqu rubbed her hands together and looked up at the glittering star clusters in the night sky. The stars here were more numerous and dazzling than those in the apocalypse era on Earth, forming a river of stars. Galaxy. She thought of that fellow countryman who might have come from Earth just like her. That legendary general whose name was spoken by countless people had seen his era come to an end, his name becoming a monument of legend commemorated by all. And the legendary era of Xu Lingqu was just beginning. In the following days, the basic training arranged by instructor Chen progressively increased in intensity. Xu Lingqu decisively chose to trade points for safety when the load clearly exceeded her limits, while she persevered through what she could manage. At the end of each day, she would lie in the infirmary. The days passed swiftly in this cycle of fulfilling, yet grueling training and precious rest. On the day before Instructor Kion's return, Instructor Chen assigned the same tasks as the first day. The students, now accustomed to it, carried their weights and began the 5-kilometer run. At the command, the training commenced. As they ran, a slight commotion stirred among the students. Xu Lingqu, who usually lagged behind, suddenly appeared in the middle of the pack. Her breathing was steady, a stark contrast to her near suffocation on the first day, and her steps were firm and consistent. The students behind her felt a pang of dread. They were now struggling to outpace Xu Lingqu. Those at the back drove themselves relentlessly, while those ahead dared not slacken. Gina and Xu Shizhen, leading the pack, sensed the turmoil and accelerated furiously, setting a blistering pace. Another instructor standing beside Instructor Chen watched the students sprinting en masse, dumbfounded. These little brats. Have they gone mad? The instigator Xu Lingqu maintained her own rhythm, finishing with a modest rank still near the bottom. But this time she stood upright, unruffled, and straight as a bamboo stalk. Other students, especially those near her, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, their tongues lolling out in utter exhaustion, as if enduring a living death. All students completed the run 5 minutes faster than the previous session. Those on the combat track met the standard 25-minute mark for official Imperial military personnel, while the non-combat track finished within 30 minutes. Everyone had unlocked their potential, all because of one person's exceptional performance. Xu Lingqu stepped forward to help Xu Shizhen up. This time, in order to maintain her unchallenged lead, Xu Shizhen had pushed too hard and was unusually collapsed on the ground. Beside them, Gina raised his hand in protest. I want to be helped up too. Xu Lingqu glanced at the other standing figure, Shin Sholi. Have him help you. Shin Sholi refused. No, he's been rolling on the ground covered in dust. Furious, Gina scrambled to his feet. How dare you say that about me? Just then Tang Muwen, who was also exhausted and barely able to stand, staggered over. He bumped into Gina and was about to fall, but Xu Lingqu freed one hand and caught him. Tang Muwen's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Thank you. From the initial hostility and disdain to now being willingly helped by Xu Lingqu, this was a qualitative leap. He felt joy, for in a sense it marked his inclusion within her carefully guarded boundaries. But Xu Lingqu didn't overthink it. She simply didn't want to appear ungrateful. Tang Muwen had been bustling around her like a lackey these past few days. If she couldn't even offer a small hand, it would seem too cold-hearted. Cold-hearted. The word flashed through Xu Lingque's mind, and suddenly the image of her raising a gun without hesitation to shoot infected in the apocalypse surfaced. Once a word as intimately connected to her as a brand, it now felt strange and unfamiliar, even making her uneasy. She unconsciously let go of Tang Muwen's hand. He stumbled, barely steadying himself, then smiled at her without a word. Xu Shizhen leaned on her shoulder, acting spoiled, like a golden retriever returning to its owner. Sister, you're amazing. You're completely different from before. Xu Shizhen nuzzled against her shoulder. When she first met this adopted older sister, she perfectly matched the stereotypical image described by her mother and brother. A frail, unappealing, short, pale, lifeless sister. At that time, Xu Lingqu didn't fit the image of the sister Xu Shizhen had hoped for. She instinctively felt that her sister needed protection. Even if her brother and mother disliked her, in Xu Zizhen's eyes she was a weak one, without fault, naturally falling under her protection. But as the trial period at Moy Military Academy progressed, Xu Lingqu demonstrated strength and resilience in every aspect. This time she no longer evoked pity or protective instincts, but rather an aura of power that inspired trust and dependence. You're so old, still clinging to your sister like that. Gina couldn't help interrupting, unable to bear the tender moment. And isn't Xu Lingqu an adopted daughter? Why are you acting like you've been true sisters for over a decade? Xu Shizhen, deeply immersed in the joy of relying on her sister, finally lost her patience. She turned and kicked, but Gina barely blocked it. You're full of energy, aren't you? Why pretend to be weak leaning on our commander? Gina shook his numb arm. Your brother's extra training over the years has really paid off. How do you know so much about our family? Xu Lingqu stepped forward to grab Gene and interrogate him. Is your family on the capital planet too? Are you the son of some duke, baron, minister, or general faking your identity as a citizen of the 3 galaxies? Gene quickly dodged behind Xu. It was all Xu who told me. Ask him if you don't believe me. Xu stood like a pillar between them, separating the childish brawl. He turned to look at Xu Lingqu, his expression clear. Are you going to handle this? Xu Lingqu shook her head decisively. Can't handle it. Faced with this national treasure of a young master whom her brother and mother and everyone around praised endlessly, Xu Lingqu restrained herself slightly. She didn't grab him by the collar. Instead, she looked at Xu with confusion. You usually act like you don't care about anything, but how do you know everything behind the scenes? Xu reached back and pushed Gene. Gene fell to the ground, clutching his left lower abdomen. Even as he fell, he winked at Xu and mouthed, "Thanks for taking the blame." Clearly he was gloating. "I visited your house the other day, didn't I? It's normal to know." That was why, wanting to avoid socializing, he had hidden in the garden and witnessed the party's hostess, Miss Xu, kicking someone into the fountain. And for the first time in his life, he had given false testimony, claiming he saw nothing. He left the second half unsaid, his gaze pausing on Xu Lingqu for a moment before quickly shifting away. Speaking would be useless after all. The completely transformed Miss Xu never appreciated his gestures. In the subsequent training, Xu Lingqu firmly maintained a stable position in the middle of the pack. Everyone was discussing why her transformation had been so swift and sudden. They finally concluded that while the change was rapid, it was not abrupt. In fact, it had been evident over the past few days that she was gradually catching up with the basic physical training, though she had still been lagging at the tail and failing to draw anyone's attention. In just a few days, she had transformed from an inconspicuous figure into a 5-sided warrior lacking only in mental fortitude. Lin Xiao was delighted by her roommate's transformation. Although they were not particularly close, it felt akin to the excitement of having correctly predicted the top 8 in the Mecha tournament on the Heavenly Net, a vindication of her exceptional judgment. Moreover, their combat training group had genuinely benefited from Xu Lingque's prowess. It was a pity that the training base's signal was blocked, otherwise she would have boasted to her friends every day about sharing a room with the Purple Star of Moy Military Academy. The sound of a fingerprint verification echoed, and the very star herself, Xu Lingqu, had just returned from the medical bay. Her initial physical condition had been alarmingly poor, so the enhancement after rigorous training was both substantial and relatively easy, like pulling a score from 0 or even negative to a passing 60. However, further improvement became challenging. Dr. Li had just discussed this drawback of her constitution with her. She could not repeatedly push herself to the brink of physical limits, as progress would then become excruciatingly slow. Pushing to the brink in practical training was highly dangerous. Without Xu Lingque's relentless, yet cautious spirit from the past few days, such success would rarely be triggered. But don't rush things. Your specialty is the commander, and your current physical fitness is more than sufficient, Dr. Li reassured her. That was Dr. Li's consolation. Just a commander. Xu Lingque's mind flashed back to the towering white mecha. She climbed onto her bunk and lay down, suddenly feeling a longing for Lumen. Although Gene and Xu Lingqu also liked to chatter and bustle around her, it was different. Lumen's Samoyed, a living being, seemed far more comforting and endearing than humans. The door opened again, and Lin Xiao shifted her covert gaze from Xu Lingqu to the entering Lu Zheng. This young woman, destined to become a mecha soldier with SSS-level mental energy, also wore a look of exhaustion. Lin Xiao was slightly more familiar with her than with Xu Lingqu, and thus knew that Lu Zheng had been secretly adding extra training sessions recently. During the trial period at Moy Military Academy, the two most anticipated figures were Xu and Lu Zheng. They had once engaged in a pivotal battle on the combat platform, drawing all the students to watch. Every cohort of the 6 major military academies had its luminaries, and many believed that Moy's would emerge from between these two. Lately, however, the spotlight had clearly been stolen by Xu Lingqu. Whether admiration or mockery, all eyes, including those of the instructors, were fixed on Xu Lingqu. Lin Xiao could understand the pressure on Lu Zheng, and Lu Zheng herself thought the same. She was inherently outstanding enough that the admissions officers of Moy Military Academy had actively sought her out with highly attractive offers. She was fully aware of her own worth. Moy Military Academy aimed to rectify its ethos this year and revive its standing in the Inter-Academy League. They needed exceptional students to stand out and carry the banner, and the trial period was a prime opportunity to shine. Until the combat training, she had believed her greatest rival would be Xu. In the arena, he had indeed exerted oppressive pressure, making her realize the formidable challenge she faced. But now the radiance Xu Lingqu emitted nearly eclipsed everyone, including Xu, whom she had deemed sufficiently powerful and dazzling. Lu Zheng felt somewhat suffocated. She put away her belongings, and with one glance saw that Xu Lingqu had already drifted into slumber. Lu Zheng was filled with confusion. As a roommate, she had observed Xu Lingque's self-regulation abilities. Xu Lingqu was entirely a person who had no one else in her eyes. Unlike Lu Zheng's own psychological presumptions, she seemed not to regard anyone as a rival, Oh, every day she did was about surpassing herself, never anxious or disheartened regardless of the results. Lu Zheng lay on the bed, hands behind her head, staring at the ceiling, listening to the steady breathing from the neighboring bunk. Her heart gradually calmed. Xu Lingqu must possess some special magic that could quiet and soothe everyone around her. With this thought, she too fell asleep. But Xu Lingqu, whom she had been thinking about, was not at peace. Perhaps due to the intense emotions of the day, she dreamed that night of the apocalyptic events. She walked on a scorched earth road, not wearing the enforcer uniform, but tattered clothes, not even a pair of shoes. The ground, freshly burned, did not burn her feet. Xu Lingqu quickly realized that this was the day of her evolution. The apocalypse had been brought on by the invasion of mutated beasts. Yet amid the doom, a fragile flower of hope bloomed, the emergence of evolved humans. These individuals could not be infected. When on the brink of death, 1 in 10 had a chance of becoming an evolved human. Their extraordinary physiques allowed them to directly confront small and medium-sized mutated beasts, bringing a glimmer of hope to humanity. Thus, the Enforcer organization was born. Evolved humans bore the hope of saving humanity's future, fighting against mutated beasts, eliminating infected humans, and maintaining the normal survival of the 4 human bases like Lake Yaden in the apocalypse. Xu Lingqu, the evolved human, was born on this fire-ravaged street. At that time, mutated beasts lacked the ability to set fires, so it was obvious that this fire was human-made. Humanity needed evolved. But evolved were not superhumans. Though they could fight mutated beasts and resist infection, they died quickly in battle, as they were not invulnerable or immortal. Therefore, humans created accidents to produce evolved. A street was set ablaze, killing over 100 ordinary humans, but with a probability of yielding 5 to 10 evolved. For the high-level humans who viewed the overall strategy, this was a surefire profitable deal. Enforcer Xu Lingqu was born under such circumstances. She abruptly opened her eyes and sat upright. In the dormitory, Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng were still sleeping peacefully, while outside the window the instructors had already risen and were conducting their own daily training. Xu Lingqu watched for a moment, then suddenly felt a scorching gaze beside her. Lu Zheng, who had woken up at some point, was staring straight at her. "Can you shoot?" Xu Lingqu had not interacted much with Lu Zheng, and in her impression Lu Zheng was not particularly talkative. Most of the time she wore a cold expression and spoke sparingly. This sudden inquiry left Xu Lingqu uncertain about the purpose behind Lu Zheng's question. "I can. What's the matter?" Xu Lingqu turned sideways, facing Lu Zheng directly. "When the shooting range opens, can we have a match?" Lu Zheng tried to soften her tone, but habit made her words come out icy, almost like a provocation. Xu Lingqu, however, seemed unbothered. Sure. She took it as a normal challenge invitation. When it came to shooting, Xu Lingqu had never received systematic training or conducted research, but the first time she held a real gun, she was already taking lives. After washing up, she left the building. Lu Zheng remained seated on the bed, somewhat dazed, as if she herself hadn't expected to have issued such a challenge to Xu Lingqu. Lin Xiao silently pulled the blanket down from over her head. What had she just overheard? Lu Zheng had voluntarily challenged Xu Lingqu, and Xu Lingqu had accepted so readily. To be honest, Lin Xiao had imagined a confrontation between the two one day, picturing a battlefield thick with gunpowder smoke. But the actual scene was as mundane as two people asking each other if they had eaten breakfast. Thinking of breakfast, Lin Xiao's stomach growled. She scrambled out of bed, tidied up, and dashed straight to the cafeteria. If she was late, there would only be nutrient fluid to drink. She craved steaming hot buns and fried dough sticks. At the cafeteria entrance, she ran into Instructor Chun, who was carrying 2 breakfast bags and heading out. "Instructor here for breakfast." Lin Xiao obediently greeted him. Instructor Chun nodded. "Going to pick up your Instructor Kaiong." Lin Xiao's sprint toward the cafeteria came to an abrupt halt. Instructor Kaiong was coming back. The demon head instructor who took delight in tormenting them and had gifted them several surprises upon their first meeting was returning. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that the aroma of food wafting from the cafeteria wasn't as enticing anymore. The demon instructor Kaiong himself was unaware that his return had just robbed an ordinary female student of her appetite. At that moment, he was lounging with his legs crossed in Instructor Chen's office. The door opened, and the man returned. Instructor Chen glared at him in exasperation. "I had already started my hovercraft to pick you up, and you sneaked in here without a word." Back at Moy Military Academy, the fussy old man had yanked his ears and lectured him for days about not tormenting the students anymore. Kaiong's ears were about to grow calluses. Finally released, he couldn't even wait for Instructor Chen to pick him up. He just barged straight into the training base. He unabashedly grabbed a soft, fragrant steamed bun from Instructor Chen's packaged breakfast and took a bite. "Don't you usually just drink tea and eat pastries?" "Brought them for you," Instructor Chen said, pulling a chair over and sitting down, frowning at the ravenous Kaiong. "What's the matter? Did they starve you during those days you were back?" "Not at all," Kaiong said, washing down the mouthful with a sip of soy milk. "It's just that the food in the training base smells especially good. When you're staring at those old men blowing their whiskers and glaring at you all day, how can you eat anything? It's a miracle if you don't throw up." He had had a truly rough few days. The old men were practically itching to hold a hearing and demand he confess every scheme he had to torment the students, urging him to abandon them early. Isn't it just because General Shin's grandson is stationed here that those people are afraid of something happening? General Shin himself hasn't said a word, so why are they worrying? Huh. Kang felt genuinely unlucky. Those old codgers talk loftily about protecting the safety of all students, but they think no one sees through their hidden agendas. Instructor Chun tapped the table with his index finger in agreement. Moy has been declining year by year, and we have them to thank for that. At this, Kayang's gaze darkened. If they followed their old training methods like herding sheep and let Shinsholi go back and tell his grandfather about it, that would be a true disgrace. He stood up and looked out through the one-way glass window. The students had already assembled and another instructor was leading them through the morning's scheduled physical training. They think that with Lu Zheng and Shinsholi as guarantees this term, at least the Mecha Arena event in the Military Academy League won't be too embarrassing for us. That's enough for them. It's as ridiculous as their strategic vision on a larger scale. This topic was a bit too sensitive. Instructor Chen frowned and spoke. Kayong. Kayong waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Nothing went wrong these past few days, I assume. Instructor Chun was silent for a moment. Kayong thought he was angry and quickly added, with you in charge, of course nothing went wrong. I shouldn't have asked. No, Instructor Chun interrupted his apology. Something actually went wrong. Kayong was stunned. Instructor Chun transmitted a data report directly to his neural interface. It was an evolved version of the report Dr. Li had shown Xu Lingqu earlier. It detailed all of Xu Lingqu's recent training data, supporting the reality of her unique constitution. Same type as the Galaxy General. Kayang's brow furrowed deeper as he read. After thoroughly reviewing every piece of data, his brow relaxed, and a look of sudden realization dawned on him as he turned to Instructor Chun. So that day you suddenly asked me if someone with a level spiritual power could pilot a mecha. Instructor Chun gave a slight nod confirming Kayang's question. Kayang fell silent and read the data again. Xu Lingqu was truly an incredible person. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, just from the growth in the data, he could sense how rapid Xu Lingqu's evolution had been over these past few days. Instructor Chun had personally watched her transform step by step. On the day of the cross-country weight-bearing exercise, he had followed alone behind Xu Lingqu. Her willpower, courage, and determination. He had witnessed it all. In the end, it led him to defy his own military common sense and ask that question. Can a person with level spiritual power truly not pilot a mecha? Kayang understood completely. It's like the day of the combat training when I saw her, and my first thought was of those lunatics from Ares. Remember how you comforted me then? Spiritual power limitations. In this interstellar era, spiritual power levels in a sense represented a strictly hierarchical social order. Countless lessons paid in blood warned humanity not to overstep, and people gradually grew accustomed to it, witnessing those with high-level spiritual power achieving extraordinary feats. Xu Lingqu with her level spiritual power was too much of an anomaly. If she had always been this strong, people might have suspected a mistake in the spiritual power test. But everyone had watched her grow from weak to strong, which easily sparked incredible fantasies about her future. Kayang was silent for a moment before finally saying, at the very least she will definitely be an excellent commander. The map battles in the Military Academy League will be her moment to shine. During routine physical training, Xu Lingqu had already found her optimal position and rhythm. Now she could steadily maintain a mid-tupper rank, keeping pace with Wang Qihu and a few others in the same echelon. There was still a gap between her and Su Shiqinjin and Shinsholi, but it was narrowing. Wang Qihu, watching Xu Lingqu beside him, inexplicably felt that the bafflement had experienced a few days earlier had somewhat dissipated. Seeing her rapid progress now, he realized that being defeated by Xu Lingqu was no longer such a shameful or extraordinary thing, was it? Accompanying Xu Lingqu's monstrous improvement, he silently comforted himself. He imagined that on the battlefield with such a formidable commander as Xu Lingqu, he could charge ahead as the vanguard. Even if he fell, he would feel an indescribable ease knowing his commander could take on 7 opponents single-handedly. Just as he was secretly gloating, his foot was suddenly tripped. Wang Qihu's eyes widened as he saw the leg belonging to Xu Lingqu that had caused his fall. He had just been thinking of relying on his commander, and now he was being sabotaged by her. Simultaneously, as he tumbled to the ground, a bullet whizzed past him, and the entire training student group erupted in a dozen cries of pain and the sound of bodies hitting the floor. Someone was attacking them with guns. Wang Qihu's heart jolted. He braced his hands on the floor to keep from sprawling completely, then rolled aside to dodge. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu, after tripping Wang Qihu, had already swiftly slipped behind an iron barrel obstacle, crouching in the training ground. Su Shiqin and the others quickly reacted as well, each scattering. After this round of gunfire, a figure familiar to everyone swaggered into view. Kayong, carrying a rifle, beamed at everyone. How about it? I'm back. Missed me. The bullets were made from a new material recently developed by the Royal Materials Institute. They would cause only pain upon impact, inflicting no real harm. After returning and being lectured by the old men, he had to take some compensation back. Among the over 200 students, at least half were hit. The bullets were logged into the neural system, and a window instantly popped up on the hit students' neural interfaces showing that 1 point had been deducted from their scores. Wang Qihu looked around at those who had been struck and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. If Xu Lingqu hadn't tripped him, he would have lost points too. An inexplicable surge of gratitude and appreciation welled up inside him. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, scratched his head, and walked over to Xu Lingqu. Thanks. Xu Lingqu glanced up at the tall figure momentarily, unable to recall who he was. After a 2-second delay, she realized this was the person she had just tripped. She gave a slight nod indicating that it was nothing. She rose to her feet as well. Just now she had sensed movement and instinctively tripped the nearest and most convenient person, Wang Qihu, without thinking too much. The students who had initially been terrified now stood up. Having been subjected to a few such intimidating lessons before, they had been trained to handle this. They showed little reaction, adapted well, and walked over to Instructor Kaiyong. These past few days Instructor Chun has been drilling you. Looks like you've improved quite a bit. The group of students quickly formed a formation of vast improvement from the first day when they were lazy and even dared to be late. He raised his gun toward the students. How about it? Want to give it a try? At the sight of the gun, the students grew restless. Over the past few days at Moe Military Academy, they had been doing nothing but physical training, which felt like ordinary university military drills, completely devoid of the sense of being enrolled in one of the Empire's top 6 military academies. They looked at the silver feather in Kaiyong's hand, the latest development from the military department. The silver gun body seemed to be made of some unknown silver material with smooth and elegant lines. They wondered about its range and rate of fire. A few knowledgeable combat direction cadets who had previously trained at the military academy recognized it immediately, especially those from the second star system. They grew excited. Although they had conducted live-fire drills before, they had never used this kind of weapon, the military's newest development. Even the command direction and analysis direction students were excited. After days of running drills, finally getting to hold a gun might mean they could stop enduring the hardship of basic training. They were not Xu Lingqu. They couldn't grow stronger with every session. Though they had some foundation, these past few days had been exhausting. Unfortunately, that expectation was premature. Kaiyong gave them a mysterious smile. To be honest, shooting at targets is too boring. On the battlefield, no one stands still for you to shoot. So today we'll do something more exciting. 10 instructors carried 140 guns up and placed them in front of the students. Today we'll start our first shooting training, the shooting chase battle. To avoid accusations of bullying, you'll be playing against yourselves. Half of you will do obstacle course running, and the other half will shoot. Each person gets 3 bullets. Hitting someone earns 1 point, successfully escaping adds 1 point. At the end, rankings will be tallied. The top half will get an extra point added to their total during the trial period with additional bonuses for the top 10. The bottom half will lose points. Kaiyong smacked his lips. Did I make that clear enough? This was originally Instructor Chen's job, but he insisted on taking half a day off, saying he was exhausted from leading you all these days. He grinned. You little rascals, I'm here to deal with you all by myself. The grouping for the 2 major teams was quickly decided. Each student received 2 different color blocks, red and blue, on their neural interface. Xu Lingqu's interface showed blue. Jean saw it and immediately squeezed over to her, laughing. What a coincidence. I originally thought blue was ugly, but being in the same group as Commander Xu, I'm totally satisfied. This isn't a group confrontation, Xu Shiqin said, unable to stand his smug look. She was assigned to red along with Shin Sholi and Tang Muan. But her main concern now was for Xu Lingqu. In this competition format, who knew how many gun barrels would be aimed at Xu Lingqu? No matter who it was given this opportunity, it would be hard not to be tempted to take down Xu Lingqu for that single point. Even Xu Shiqin herself felt a little urge to try. After all, from Kaiyong's surprise attack, if Xu Shiqin hadn't been mistaken, the one who reacted fastest, dodged, and found cover was Xu Lingqu. She even had time to stretch out her foot to trip Wang Qihu, saving one person she could. Landing a hit on Xu Lingqu during this training would undoubtedly bring immense satisfaction. While Xu Shijin was still worried that Xu Lingqu would be used as a live target by the group, a sniper had already directly sought out Xu Lingqu herself. Lu Zheng walked up to Xu Lingqu and said, looking at her, my muzzle will definitely be aimed at you. A provocation, a blatant provocation. Standing beside Xu Lingqu, Jean expected her to deliver a merciless hand strike or a flying kick as she had done to him, but instead Xu Lingqu merely nodded, faintly indicating that she accepted the challenge. This isn't right. You're not like this with me usually, Jean complained, his expression full of grievance as he watched Lu Zheng walk away. Xu Lingqu glanced at him. Am I that bad to you? Well, it's hardly good. Jean recalled how at their first exchange a branch was almost thrust at his neck. A truly unpleasant memory. You can consider it a special treatment for you, Xu Lingqu said as she took a firearm from the instructor. The first round would have the red team run while the blue team sniped. Jean also picked up his gun and looked up at Xu Lingqu, who handled the weapon with practiced ease. Don't tell me you've had systematic training and are a sharpshooter. I haven't had any systematic training, Xu Lingqu replied truthfully. Jean breathed a sigh of relief. If Xu Lingqu were also proficient in marksmanship, it would be too monstrous. She would be another Shinsholi raised from childhood as a human weapon, just with some flaws in mental fortitude. But at least Shinsholi had more humanity than Xu Lingqu. In Jean's eyes, Xu Lingqu's occasional coldness made him want to recommend a very suitable job for her after graduation. A certain ruthless killer organization. The students took up positions at different spots, ensuring the red team members were fully exposed to the gun barrels, leaving no blind spots for them to exploit. At the command, the red team began their obstacle course run. Jean focused on locating Shinsholi, only to find that he was taking it seriously, moving at high speed, and making it extremely difficult to aim. While Jean hesitated, he suddenly saw Shinsholi pause and roll aside. Clearly he had been hit. Who was it? Jean was startled, unable to imagine anyone hitting Shinsholi. He switched to an easier target, fired 3 shots and scored. Lifting his head to share the news with Xu Lingqu, he turned and saw on her smart device 3 familiar names listed among the 4 she had eliminated. Shinsholi, Su Shizhen, and Lu Zheng. Jean gulped. Why didn't you just go all out and kill Tang Muan too? Xu Lingqu blinked. I was looking for him, but he was too slow, so I picked someone nearby at random. As if you picked randomly. You must have taken out the one who challenged you on purpose, Jean thought to himself, a sudden chill running down his spine. If he hadn't been assigned to the blue team, the 3rd target Xu Lingqu harvested would probably have been him. Jean said bitterly, you lied to me. Xu Lingqu was speechless. What did I lie about? You said you hadn't had any systematic training, but your performance is that of a sharpshooter. Taking out 3 of the red team's strongest players. What else could that be? I didn't lie. I really haven't studied it systematically, Xu Lingqu said, removing her gun as it was time to switch rounds. Now they would run, and the red team would shoot at them. In the post-apocalyptic era, where would she have found time for systematic marksmanship training? Her first shot was fired in actual combat. All the surviving enforcers in the base had such marksmanship, not because of the convenience of evolved humans, but because in battles against mutant beasts those who couldn't shoot accurately died. The ones left were naturally all sharpshooters. If you asked Xu Lingqu to hit a target, she might not achieve a perfect 10-ring score every time, but when it came to hitting living humans, she was all too familiar with her aim, would not miss a single intended target. As Jean walked with her to the starting line of the obstacle course, he kept muttering, "You're done for, I'm telling you. Shinsholi, Su Shizhen, and that Lu Zheng who declared war on you. They'll definitely chase after you. The 3 strongest members of the red team will all have their sights locked on you." Jean thought the pressure immense. Why don't you just stand still and let someone snipe you? Whoever's fastest gets that point. What do you think? Not a good idea. At the starting signal, Jean instinctively dashed out first, naturally assuming Xu Lingqu would follow him. But halfway through he turned his head. Xu Lingqu was nowhere to be seen. He instinctively looked ahead, thinking she might have already outpaced him, but the path ahead was empty. In that moment of distraction, a sharp pain shot through his leg. He had been hit. Just as he was falling, a figure darted out, using his body as a shield to leap over the conspicuous obstacle that was easy to snipe, then smoothly rolled to the side of the previous obstacle, using it as cover. When the next person overtook her, but was unfortunately hit, she repeated the tactic and advanced. Damn, how despicable. Jean lay on the ground stunned, never imagining that Xu Lingqu would employ such a cowardly strategy, using others' corpses as her own cover to move forward unscathed. In his mind, Xu Lingqu's victory should have been like a one-man stand or a lone charge, but the past few days of physical training had deceived him and everyone else. Xu Lingqu was a commander, a very, very intelligent commander. A clever commander's heart is the dirtiest. Just as Xu Lingqu was about to reach the finish line using this sleazy method, a miraculously guided bullet came from somewhere, striking from an extremely tricky angle and hitting Xu Lingqu with precision. She had fallen short. Lying on the ground, Jean almost wanted to applaud that piercing cloud shot. Xu Lingqu lay on the ground calm, as if truly dead, and opened her smart device to see who had hit her. Lu Zheng. It was within her expectations. The smart device showed that Lu Zheng had fired 3 bullets, only one of which hit Xu Lingqu. The first 2 missed. Given the level of the 3rd shot, it was unlikely that she had missed other targets. She had used all 3 bullets to snipe Xu Lingqu, persisting even after 2 misses to take that difficult angle. Realizing this, Xu Lingqu's somewhat lazy attitude shifted. Lu Zheng's challenge was serious. She truly intended to compete with Xu Lingqu in this training exercise. In this shooting drill, the team that survived the obstacle run relied entirely on luck, Jean remarked, fuming at the sight of Shinsholi, the one who had killed him. In truth, it was Xu Lingqu who had eliminated him in the previous round, yet Shinsholi had turned around and shot himself. In a sense, this shooting drill had completely devolved into a personal vendetta. Ironically, the students with fewer enemies and weaker skills often managed to survive, because they ran slower, leaving everyone else's ammunition spent early, and no one bothered to snipe them. Kaiyong, listening to Jean's indignant roar, stood by with a smirk. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and addressed the embittered students with a sigh. Luck is also part of strength. There's another truth: the tallest tree is the first to be struck by the wind. In such a setting, the standout students were inevitably the targets of everyone. Xu Lingqu picked herself up from the ground, ready for the second round. As Lu Zheng handed her the gun, she said solemnly, 1-to-1. Time. Xu Lingqu gripped the gun. She was the tall tree destined to be struck by the wind, as instructor Kai Ong had put it. Nearly half the eyes in the arena were fixed on her countless gun barrels, aimed to claim her points. Lu Zheng, while competing with Xu Lingqu, was also battling the majority of the students. She had to take Xu Lingqu down before anyone else could. During the weapon swap, Xu Shiqin appeared out of nowhere, her face full of grievance. "Sis, why did you send me off?" Seeing the intelligence system marked her elimination by Xu Lingqu, Xu Shiqin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then she switched expressions and addressed Jean. "What a pity. I was just 2 seconds away from taking you down, but Xin Shuli's gun was a bit faster than mine." The shooting drill had turned into Su Zikin's personal stage show of face-changing. Jean didn't bicker with her. Instead, he seized the idle moment to settle scores with Xin Shuli. "Why did you snipe me? It wasn't me who took you out in the first round." Xin Shuli calmly removed his gun. "I know. Then why come after me? Go after Xu Lingqu. She's the one who shot you." Jean's agitation suddenly ceased as he stared at Xin Shuli. "Unless..." Xin Shuli. "Unless what?" "Unless you're not strong enough to even catch a glimpse of Xu Lingqu's back. Get lost." Xin Shuli turned and walked away, leaving only that single word. How uncivilized. Jean made a mental note to complain to General Shin about it. He returned to the shooting zone and stuck close to Xu Lingqu as usual. "Who are you targeting this round? Don't let Xin Shuli off the hook." Among the array of firearms, Xu Lingqu put back the gun Lu Zheng had handed her and picked up an old-fashioned revolver instead. She loaded 3 bullets into the cylinder, spun it, then turned to Jean. "Guess which chamber holds the bullet? They'll shoot him on that shot." In this tense and thrilling shooting drill, Xu Lingqu was playing Russian roulette, a complete reckless madwoman. Jean's eyes sparkled with excitement. This personality was right up his alley. He immediately stretched out a hand and guessed 3rd chamber. He picked a convenient weapon. "If the 3rd shot is empty, I'll take it upon myself to execute justice." A gentle breeze swept by stirring red hair. The two stood at the shooting point, a striking pair in black and red. No student in the obstacle run dared to approach their position. Together, they looked like grim reapers from the underworld come to claim souls. One had welcome wealth on his forehead, the other peace under heaven. With 6 bullets between them, whoever they aimed at was doomed. Xin Shuli, standing in the middle of the field, inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. "But aren't you supposed to settle the score with Lu Zheng? Can you spare time to aim at Xin Shuli?" Jean asked, settling into his shooting stance. "The other 5 shots are for her." The moment Xu Lingqu finished speaking, the red team began their run. She spotted Lu Zheng among the crowd. Just like in hand-to-hand combat, this type of high-mobility drill wasn't Lu Zheng's strength, making it easy for Xu Lingqu to lock onto her. Unfortunately, the first trigger pull was a blank. Lu Zheng ducked behind cover, her tactical plan likely to stay there for a while, since everyone realized that the obstacle runner's best chance relied on good luck and endurance. Her current position was decent, so she could stall as long as possible. Seeing this, Xu Lingqu didn't waste time. Her second shot randomly targeted a passerby, not a blanket direct hit. The third shot came quickly. Xu Lingqu scanned for Xin Shuli. He was sprinting fast, having broken away from the main group and reached the middle section. His reasoning was simple. Rather than scurry and hide like the others getting covered in dust, he'd rely on his speed to finish the race quickly. Xu Lingqu narrowed her right eye and pulled the trigger on the third shot. Blank. Realizing the chamber was empty, the hyper-focused Jean reacted instantly. His 3 bullets flew straight at Xin Shuli from 3 angles, cutting off his escape. Xin Shuli was hit and eliminated. Jean grinned, showing 8 teeth. He turned to Xu Lingqu. Her 4th shot had already been fired. Another blank. By then, Lu Zheng had emerged from cover. For the 5th shot of the revolver, Xu Lingqu didn't bother to aim. She simply raised her hand and fired as casually as if it were nothing. The bullet whistled through the air, tearing through the wind, and flew straight toward Lu Zheng, as if guided by a will of its own, striking her in the shoulder. Jean swallowed hard. From a purely technical standpoint, Xu Lingqu's movements clearly showed a lack of systematic training. Anyone could see that. Yet her marksmanship was so refined. There were only 2 possibilities: either she was an absolute prodigy, or she was battle-hardened from countless fights. Either way, it was hard to accept. For the final bullet, Xu Lingqu spotted Tang Muwen, whom she had wanted to target in the previous round, but hadn't found. With a flick of her wrist, the 6th shot rang out. 3 hits, 3 points secured. Jean had only earned Xin Shuli's point this round, but he was more than satisfied. He had already turned the drill into a game among friends. Next round, he vowed to take down Xu Shiqin as well. Lu Zheng picked herself up from the ground and walked silently over to Xu Lingqu. About to speak, her eyes fell on the weapon in Xu Lingqu's hand. It wasn't the one she had given her. It was a revolver. "The gun I gave you is fine," she said, her voice slightly subdued. "I know. This one just feels more comfortable," Xu Lingqu replied, twirling the revolver. During the apocalypse, there was a time when military factories, ordnance depots, and weapon caches were systematically attacked by mutant beasts. All production resources were allocated to food supply, causing a severe shortage of firepower. The law enforcers were issued only obsolete weapons from stockpiles, aside from the few blades produced by the Apocalypse Research Institute. She wasn't lying. she truly was used to it. But to Lu Zheng it felt like an insult. Lu Zheng took the revolver from Xu Lingqu's hand. Next round, I'll use this too. Shooting was Lu Zheng's most proud and confident project. Growing up in the fourth galaxy, a place rife with danger, poverty, and violence, it was a tear in the splendid imperial robe of the empire. The tear existed objectively, but the high-ranking officials and nobles ignored it. Lu Zheng's family was ordinary. Both her father and mother worked in factories. Although robots could theoretically replace low-level labor entirely, the imperial government controlled the ratio of human to robot employees in factories to provide ordinary humans with a means of survival. Thus her parents were not unemployed, and their family was not starved. Before her S-level spiritual power was detected, and she was elevated to the skies, touching a gun was an unexpected joy in 7-year-old Lu Zheng's life. Every family has poor relatives. As one of those poor relatives, on a snowy day her mother took 10-year-old Lu Zheng to the second galaxy. She saw skyscrapers and various flying vehicles crisscrossing the sky. At her aunt's home, her mother's cousin who worked in the second galaxy police department, she saw a gun for the first time. It was an ordinary GF-60 standard issue for every Interstellar Empire police officer, yet at that moment, it deeply captivated Lu Zheng. Upon her plea, her aunt placed the gun emptied of bullets into Lu Zheng's hands. At that moment, she felt she had found something she would love for the rest of her life. The mother and daughter stopped at the entrance of a luxurious shooting club in the second galaxy. Finally, the mother gritted her teeth and exchanged their return seat tickets for standing tickets. The money saved bought 10 bullets. 10-year-old Lu Zheng chose the gun that attracted her most, the GF-60. All 10 shots hit the bullseye. As she reluctantly followed her mother to leave, the club owner stopped them. She has great talent. She could become a professional shooting athlete. Give it a try. Lu Zheng's fate was changed by this sentence. She frequently traveled between the second and fourth galaxies, cherishing every opportunity to shoot. She practiced muscle memory until in the middle of the night, she would suddenly make a gun-holding gesture in her sleep, startling her mother, who came to tuck her in. The club owner covered most of her training expenses, but a small portion still needed to be paid by her family. Her parents were taciturn people, but they silently took on extra jobs to fill the financial gap. Although she was from the fourth galaxy, when training with students from the second galaxy, her beautiful new clothes and ample smart brain account balance were all silent expressions of love. At 15, Lu Zheng did not let her parents' love down. In the Interstellar Empire Youth Shooting Competition, she won the championship with nearly perfect scores. The prize money was enough to repay the club owner's support and supplement her parents' income. Determined to become stronger, 16-year-old Lu Zheng entered the fourth galaxy local military academy, Haoyuan Military Academy. That same year she underwent a spiritual power test and was rated S-level. The entire galaxy was astounded. The galaxy governor personally received her, and tears glistened in her parents' eyes. 2 years later she naturally entered one of the 6 major imperial military academies, Moy Military Academy. The hope of the entire galaxy now rested on her shoulders. If she could successfully enter the military and gain high power, she would change not only her own destiny, but also the fate of thousands of households in the fourth galaxy, which had long been neglected due to its border location. Her performance during the trial period was crucial. As a phoenix from the fourth galaxy, Interstellar media closely watched the performance of key students in the 6 major academies. She could no longer afford to be mediocre. At the very least, in shooting, Lu Zheng must not lose. The revolver felt slightly warm in her hand. The blue team students took their positions on the obstacle course, loading 3 bullets into the cylinder. Lu Zheng certainly won't let you off, Gina said resentfully. Shin Sholi definitely won't let me off either. He stood beside Xu Lingqu looking utterly dejected. Maybe he'll just stay at the starting line and not run. He'll wait for the instructor behind me to shoot me dead. If you get hit by an instructor, won't points be deducted double? Xu Lingqu said, casually watching the instructors rearrange the obstacles and barricades that had been knocked. Ask you. If you're so reckless, you might as well be my mobile shield. You're so heartless. Gina's face turned green. He curled his shoulder-length red hair and muttered to himself, you shouldn't be in a military academy. There's a more suitable job waiting for you. Xu Lingqu didn't catch what he was saying and turned to ask only to have a vaguely familiar person approach. If you don't mind, I can be your mobile shield, Wang Qihu said awkwardly. He had been eavesdropping on Gina and Xu Lingqu's conversation and remembered that he had narrowly escaped earlier thanks to Xu Lingqu tripping him up. Wanting to repay the favor, he impulsively interrupted. One look at Xu Lingqu's expression showed that she had no idea who Wang Qihu was. Although he had anticipated this, it still stung a little. Sorry, I just... Wang Qihu's face flushed red, and he stammered for a long time before finally giving up. I think the mobile shield tactic is worth a try. If I can cover you effectively, you can cover me in the next round. Xu Lingqu and Gina exchanged a glance. Gina showed his little tiger fangs. With her physique, even if she covers you, she can't even hide half of your body. Wang Qihu looked down at his own burly frame and flushed even redder. But the 2 of us together can definitely cover you, and you can definitely cover the 2 of us. Gina immediately put an arm around Wang Qihu's shoulders and looked at Xu Lingqu. Commander Xu, want to give it a try, eh? On the training ground, the instructors finished their preparations. Xu Lingqu briefly explained the mobile shield plan. It essentially relied on the fixed obstacles and barricades on the field. There was a route that could maximally avoid shooting angles, but even on this route there were gaps. At those moments, having a mobile shield moving at high speed beside you could achieve perfect evasion. Since the three of them were covering each other, and it was their first time cooperating, Xu Lingqu did not give the other two specific routes. The starting gun fired. The three set off simultaneously, sticking close to Xu Lingqu. The first short segment went smoothly. The second segment had the largest gap, requiring maximum physical agility to pass. A bullet grazed Xu Lingqu's cheek, almost taking her out. It was a close call. The third segment began, and the mobile shield plan was activated at this critical juncture. Wang Qihu immediately moved to block the sniping angle for Xu Lingqu and Gina. One bullet hit Wang Qihu, but they were already approaching the finish line. He thought he had died a worthy death. At that moment, another bullet, just like before, struck Xu Lingqu at an extremely tricky angle, just one step away from the finish line. She fell sideways to the ground. The sniper's name popped up on her smart brain. It was still her, Lu Zheng. Gina, who finally made a clean getaway and reached the finish line, jumped up and cheered. With his red hair, he looked like a bouncing chili pepper. Turning his head, he saw Xu Lingqu and Wang Qihu lying on the ground. "Oh, my comrades, you died so tragically." He laughed and pretended to wipe non-existent tears from the corner of his eyes. Xu Lingqu silently got up and withdrew to the sidelines. Gina immediately leaned in and said, "Let me guess who was the one who made you suffer. Shinsholi, Su Shiqin, or again Lu Zheng." He licked his canine tooth, his eyes curving into crescent moons, clearly gloating over Xu Lingqu's misfortune. Lu Zheng. Xu Lingqu sat to the side, brushing the dust off her leg. At that moment, Wang Qihu also came over, diligently playing the role of a corpse by crawling over. If he were in a TV drama, he would be a very eye-catching corpse actor. "I actually couldn't stop you," Wang Qihu said in a mournful voice. He truly couldn't accept this cruel reality. He couldn't beat Xu Lingqu in a fight, nor could he block her. What was the use of all this muscle he had trained? Although Wang Qihu was tall and muscular in Lu Zheng's eyes, as long as something was in motion, she could always find a sufficiently tricky angle to hit Xu Lingqu. The self-cultivation of a sharpshooter. Soon it was the blue team's turn to take the guns. Gina, as the sole survivor of the three moving targets, just now conscientiously went to help the other two get their guns. He raised an eyebrow and asked Xu Lingqu, still using the revolver, "Mm." Xu Lingqu closed her eyes, lost in thought. Wang Qihu, thinking she was resting with her eyes shut, didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing her. Gina brought over a pistol and tossed it to her. Wang Qihu watched as Xu Lingqu, who had her eyes closed, extended her left hand and firmly caught the gun. The gun spun once in her hand. Xu Lingqu opened her eyes. Gina, arms crossed, asked with a smile, "What?" "Found a way to counter Lu Zheng's pursuit." "Found it, but this isn't the time to discuss it." Xu Lingqu stood up, loading 3 bullets into the cylinder. "Now it's our hunting time." Lu Zheng put down her gun and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Round this point, she had won with heart-pounding tension. Several times she had the feeling that Xu Lingqu would deftly escape beyond her range, but fortunately, she finally secured the kill. Now the two of them were tied at 2-2. There were 6 more rounds to go. Both had earned their 2 points during their own shooting rounds. Neither had yet managed to evade the other's sniper fire in the obstacle course. With their shooting skills evenly matched, whoever could first escape and score a point in the obstacle run would become the key to breaking the deadlock. Last round, when Lu Zheng saw Gina and Wang Qihu executing the moving cover tactic around Xu Lingqu, it would be a lie to say she wasn't flustered and anxious. Xu Lingqu's recent improvements in mobility and agility had already significantly boosted her obstacle course performance. Now she had even devised a cooperative strategy to clear the course. The pressure on Lu Zheng increased with every passing second, nearly overwhelming her in the last round. At that moment, she was so tense and focused on shooting that she unknowingly bit her lower lip hard. Only after she finally found an angle to take down Xu Lingqu, who was about to touch the finish line, did she realize that her lip had been bitten raw and bloody by her own unconscious action. In the shooting event, no one had ever put such pressure on Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao watched her with some concern from the side. As a roommate to both of them, Lin Xiao had witnessed the obvious confrontation today. She wanted to mediate, but lacked both the ability and the position to do so. After all, she wasn't particularly close to either side. However, when another student from the 4th star system and analyst told her about Lu Zheng's story in the 4th star system, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. The other student from the 4th star system was named Lan Ruo, a boy. He and Lu Zheng were the only 2 students from the entire 4th star system this year to enter the 6 major military academies. "Even my admission slot was probably thanks to Lu Zheng. The star administrator managed to secure it for me," Lan Ruo said with a bitter smile. "I'm not close to Lu Zheng either. We just grew up in the same 4th star system. Her story is already known by heart to everyone in our system." Lan Ruo approached Lin Xiao. It happened that in the first round of the obstacle course, both of them had died shortly after the start. Quick deaths. He had done some research on Lu Zheng's roommates, and after a moment's thought took the initiative to speak. The Star Administrator fought for this spot for me hoping that I could help Lu Zheng. Unfortunately, the places where I can actually help her are few and far between. As long as I don't hold her back, that's a relief. Lin Xiao sighed. Both of them were on the red team, with Lu Zheng. Now it was their turn for the obstacle run. After several rounds of exhaustion, their stamina was insufficient. Shortly after starting, Lin Xiao unfortunately got hit and fell to the ground, followed closely by Lan Ruo. Actually, today's shooting training doesn't fully test shooting ability. Lu Zheng doesn't need to care so much or be so obsessed. Lin Xiao naturally continued the previous topic, intending to continue chatting with Lan Ruo as two chatty corpses on the battlefield. But when she glanced over, she only saw Lan Ruo's eyes wide with shock. I was killed by Xu Lingqu. Lan Ruo swallowed hard, speaking as if it were as unbelievable as if he had sniped Xu Lingqu himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned her head and saw that Lu Zheng had already reached the middle position. Why wasn't Xu Lingqu shooting at Lu Zheng? What did that mean? It's not her turn yet. Gina aimed his left eye through the scope, caught a trace of Su Shiqin, and fired 3 shots. Shen Sholi didn't get caught by him, and Su Shiqin also escaped successfully, even flashing a peace sign in his direction. He couldn't help but urge Xu Lingqu again, get them quick. They're getting out of control. It's not their turn yet. Xu Lingqu repeated the same words. The first 2 shots were blanks, and only the third had a bullet. Gina curiously looked to see who she had hit. It wasn't any of his ideal targets, but a name he had never seen before. Lan Ruo. Gina checked his brain computer interface. He's just a small analyst. Why did you bother hitting him? I took him out when the feeling came, Xu Lingqu replied. She hadn't paid much attention to who she had taken out earlier in this round. That was just how her shooting worked. She relied entirely on her instinct. The 4th shot was also a live round, not a blank, and she hit casually. Among the 5th and 6th shots, one would be a live round. Xu Lingqu's attention began to focus on a single person. To Xu Lingqu, Lu Zheng's movement route now looked extremely familiar. She had completely imprinted Xu Lingqu's route from the previous round in her mind. In this round, where she was not good at the obstacle run, she began to learn from the enemy to defeat the enemy. Xu Lingqu truly admired Lu Zheng's memory and perseverance. It seemed that in the previous round, during her sniping of Xu Lingqu, she had been extremely focused. Her scope probably never left Xu Lingqu's figure, allowing her to replicate every small detail of Xu Lingqu's movement route so perfectly. Gina also noticed Lu Zheng's route. He grinned again. What's she doing? I was the one who successfully escaped the gunfire in the end. Why is she copying you instead of me? The essence of Xu Lingqu's route was still the moving cover tactic. Copying her individual movement route alone could indeed evade most people's gunfire, but it was impossible to escape Xu Lingqu's own gun. Xu Lingqu raised her hand. The 5th shot, bullet loaded within range, sniped Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng never regretted the choices she made herself. Replicating Xu Lingqu's route right under her nose was an absurd idea that suddenly popped into her mind at the starting line, one that would normally be vetoed by Lu Zheng's rational system. After all, replicating someone's route in front of them meant laying your entire movement pattern bare for them to know, and being taken out by Xu Lingqu with a single shot in this round was inevitable, a waste of effort from a result-oriented perspective. But at this moment, with her rational system lost, Lu Zheng didn't think so. Lying on the ground, feeling the wind of this small planet brush across the surface, stirring up tiny dust from the obstacle course field, her heart was filled with unprecedented ease and contentment. Xu Lingqu, who had come up with this new route in such a short time, was truly remarkable. A completely worthy opponent. After personally running through it, Lu Zheng could also better perceive the weaknesses that still existed in this route. These weaknesses would be etched into her own mind, and in the next round of shooting, she would definitely eliminate Xu Lingqu from the picture she had envisioned in her head. Xu Lingqu herself, the target of the preset sniper, was now off the field briefing Gina and Wang Qihu on the newly revised route and tactics. This is completely different from the plan you had last round. Wang Qihu was utterly astonished. He licked his lips and glanced at Xu Lingqu several times. Don't tell me you came up with all this in that short span of time, just now. What else? Do you think I can pause time to think? Xu Lingqu naturally understood Lu Zheng's motive for replicating her route. It was not a deliberate provocation, nor a desperate last-ditch gamble. Experiencing the problem firsthand was the only way to magnify it to its fullest from a third-person perspective. Xu Lingqu fully comprehended Lu Zheng's reasoning. With a rival of equal strength, no move was ever wasted. That was the unspoken understanding between opponents. But this route has only been simulated in your mind so far. We just run it directly on the field. Is that really okay? Wang Qihu still had some hesitation. Even though Xu Lingqu had already become the image of an all-knowing, all-strategizing military advisor in his mind, changing plans on the fly and executing a route that had only been mentally simulated still made one hesitate. Gina couldn't help but step forward, slapping him on the shoulder and complaining loudly. How can you be so big and burly but so hesitant in action? Routes are made by trying. We just do what the commander tells us to do. Have some sense of being a fearless vanguard. Xu Lingqu silently covered her ears. Gina could be unbearably noisy at times. The only way to slightly control him was either to give him the cold shoulder like Shinsholi, or to engage in a heated argument with him like Su Shichin, and then the two physical maniacs would start competing over something trivial, draining each other's energy, which would at least shut both of them up. Wang Qihu's head was spinning from the noise, but he still remembered one sentence: routes are made by walking. How could you know if it works without trying? He had to always have faith in his commander, he thought as he looked at Xu Lingqu. With the start of this round of obstacle course, he made up his mind to act according to Xu Lingqu's new plan and execute it strictly. From the moment they took their first step, alarm bells began ringing in Lu Zheng's heart. Her worst-case scenario had come true. Xu Lingqu had anticipated her anticipation and replanned the route and strategy in no time. She could only raise her sniper scope and start reacquiring Xu Lingqu's movements and position. The new route was even more elusive and difficult to read than the old one, as sometimes they even had to run backward. Wang Qihu grumbled inwardly, but followed the instructions, and later, when the new route actually helped dodge many bullets, he mentally praised Xu Lingqu to the skies. Everything proceeded methodically according to Xu Lingqu's arrangements, as if she were the puppeteer of this training ground, using invisible strings to control everyone, making them follow her storyline. Arriving at the finish line, Lu Zheng had already missed 2 shots. This final stretch couldn't possibly have any more fancy moves. She told herself to stay calm and composed. Her grip on the gun grew steadier and more resolute. She had also sniped Xu Lingqu from this position in the previous 2 rounds, and she believed the third time would work as well. But Xu Lingqu had a life principle: never 3 times in a row. At the end of the story, the one who played the greatest role appeared. Lu Zheng's bullet still came from that tricky angle, heading straight for Xu Lingqu. But at that moment, Gene suddenly turned around, and with the conviction of catching a bare-handed sword, used his body to block that fatal bullet for Xu Lingqu. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu performed a forward roll and crossed the finish line. To Wang Qihu, everything seemed to slow down, playing out in slow motion. He himself crossed the finish line and stood dazed for a long time, unable to react. Wang Qihu's large frame as a cover had always been Xu Lingqu's decoy. She had never intended to use his size to help avoid shooting angles. That might work on ordinary people, but how could it possibly work on Lu Zheng? Lu Zheng's target had always been clear. She would spend almost all 3 bullets on Xu Lingqu each round, not even bothering to take out 2 others to score extra points. If Wang Qihu were the one to take the final bullet blocking role, his large size would make him too obvious, and Lu Zheng would take him out early. So Xu Lingqu ultimately chose Jean as the final piece of her mobile cover plan. It was precisely because of Jean's self-sacrifice to attract firepower that Wang Qihu also managed to pass through by accident. We're tied now. Each of us has successfully passed once. Jean got up laughing, striking a victor's pose. Xu Lingqu, you won. And I won. Ha ha. As he laughed smugly beside her, Xu Lingqu turned around and observed Lu Zheng holding the sniper rifle for the first time. She hadn't won yet. This kind of psychological trick could only be used once. In the following rounds of obstacle course, Lu Zheng's 3 bullets took out Xu Lingqu, Jean, and Wang Qihu all at once. Jean lay on the ground complaining bitterly. This crazy woman is now wiping us all out in one fell swoop. Honestly, Xu Lingqu, can't you come up with some more cunning schemes? Do you think I'm a superbrain? Xu Lingqu was also lying flat. After several rounds, her body was reaching its limits. Running was difficult enough, let alone thinking. Forget it anyway. After 10 rounds, you'll definitely be 1 point ahead of her. Your shooting won't let her off the hook. Jean consoled himself like that. And Lu Zheng thought the same. After the day's shooting training completely ended, she appeared again in front of Xu Lingqu. I lost. Lu Zheng looked at Xu Lingqu and said calmly. She was genuinely convinced. After a brief surge of embarrassment and anger, she realized she had been manipulated by her own emotions, and inexplicably, she felt relieved. She was no match in skill, willing to admit defeat, no one else to blame. Xu Lingqu was so exhausted, she was half-crouching, gasping for breath. Seeing Lu Zheng about to turn away, she stood up straight. Do you think we've settled the score? In shooting? One sentence stopped Lu Zheng in her tracks. What do you mean? She turned around and looked at Xu Lingqu, who was speaking with labored breaths. Xu Lingqu made a gesture for her to wait, and she watched as Xu Lingqu recovered her breath and lifted her head. Today's shooting training wasn't purely about shooting, was it? Xu Lingqu brushed back the wet hair on her forehead. What you're good at should be fixed-point shooting and the like. Today was unfair to you. Lu Zheng was silent for a moment, then spoke. Do you know that as a winner, pitying and sympathizing with me in return is very hurtful? She rarely spoke such a long sentence, clearly quite angry. Xu Lingqu smiled. Then you'll have to get used to it, because I'm that kind of nasty person. You think the outcome is settled between us, but I think it's not. The shooting range is open. There should be a dedicated fixed-point shooting session in a couple of days. She paused, then continued. I will defeat you in your truest area of confidence. After saying that, Xu Lingqu took the lead and walked away, leaving Lu Zheng, who was originally about to leave, standing there stunned. The resignation, frustration, and despair that had filled her heart were swept away by these words, replaced by unwillingness, anger, and a rising competitive spirit. Xu Lingqu was a remarkable person, easily able to implant certain emotions into those around her. Lu Zheng held firm to this opinion. So what did you say to her? Lin Xiao asked, curiously trailing behind Xu Lingqu. She glanced uneasily at Jin Su Shiqin and Shin Sholi standing around her. People she would normally never dare approach. Just moments ago, Lin Xiao had mustered her courage for the first time to initiate a conversation with Xu Lingqu, all for the sake of Lu Zheng's matter. Her meddlesome nature had driven her to proactively speak with Sun Liao during combat training, and after witnessing Lu Zheng's perpetually expressionless face reveal a hint of helplessness and fragility at the session's end, Lin Xiao became stubbornly convinced that Xu Lingqu needed to understand the significance of shooting to Lu Zheng. Thus, she braced herself to act as a mediator. After listening to her recount Lu Zheng's story and the meaning behind shooting, Xu Lingqu said nothing, perhaps because the session had just ended and she was resting against the side exhausted. Then Lu Zheng arrived and Lin Xiao quickly slipped aside, eager to hear their exchange, but unable to catch a word. Now she was chasing after Xu Lingqu for answers. I gave her a little motivation. Xu Lingqu recalled the expression on Lu Zheng's face like a crack in an iceberg. It worked quite well. Upon hearing the word motivation, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She had wanted to reconcile their relationship, and since they were already at the stage of motivation, things couldn't get much worse. Jean watched Lin Xiao leave with satisfaction and shook his head. She's still too naive. Knowing our commander, her motivation is no different from suppression and provocation. There's no way she dished out any mental health-boosting chicken soup. You think you know my sister that well? Go on, say it. Su Shiqin jabbed him with an elbow, dragging out her words in complaint. Your group was so intense today. I had no idea when this Lu Zheng started competing with my sister out of nowhere. The final training results of the day were both surprising and expected. Xu Lingqu scored 30 points across 10 rounds with 3 shots, no misses, plus 1 point for an escape, totaling 31 and ranking first. Close behind was Shin Sholi with 30 shots, 5 misses, and 4 successful escapes. But Lu Zheng was too fixated on competing with Xu Lingqu. She spent almost all 3 shots per round on Xu Lingqu, only considering scoring off others after Xu Lingqu was down. During the obstacle course escape, she was frequently taken out by Xu Lingque's single shot, leading to an unsatisfactory final score that nearly dropped into the negative half. Kang was still somewhat surprised as he looked at the students' results. He burst into Instructor Chen's dormitory like it was his own home, flopped onto the sofa, and turned his head to watch Instructor Chun, who was already accustomed to this, and was making tea. Lu Zheng actually didn't take first place in this training. That's unexpected. Kang sent the results to Instructor Chen's smart device. The motion of pouring tea paused, and Instructor Chun helplessly placed a small cup of tea in front of Kyong. Instructor Kyong, if I'm not mistaken about the time, am I not on break? Half a day off was still a break. The morning training had just ended, not yet noon, and Instructor Chin treasured every second of his holiday. Kyong sat up, glanced at the time, then lay back down. Oh, can't you spare a moment? Seriously, aren't you surprised when you see these results? What's there to be surprised about? Seeing Xu Lingqu at the top, Instructor Chun was already numb. He even felt that if someone suddenly told him Xu Lingqu had started piloting a mecha, he wouldn't be shocked. In just a few days, Xu Lingqu had created too many miracles and surprises. Adding an exceptional marksmanship to the list was hardly astonishing. I'm not just showing you this. There's another set of data. Kyong insisted on dragging Instructor Chin out of his holiday. Reluctantly, Instructor Chin opened the second set of data. It was a specialized statistic tracking the sniper duels between Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu that day. Seeing the dense record of their mutual kills, Instructor Chun fell silent. When did those two start butting heads? There hadn't been any sign of it in the previous days. Instructor Chun took a sip of his own tea. It was a bit bitter, so he frowned slightly and poured the rest into Kyong's cup. The interpersonal relationships among the students were also a key focus of this trial period, as their rigorous training was all in preparation for the upcoming Military Academy League. Kyong, to put it bluntly, had already lost hope in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students of Moy Military Academy. Their hopes were pinned on the newest batch, the most impressive recruitment class in Moy's history, to make a name in the league. In the league, especially in team events, individual prowess was useless, cooperation and coordination were paramount. This trial period was designed to foster competition among the students, but building trust in such a short time was challenging. Moreover, unexpected situations arose, like the friction between Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu. With very little information, Kyong was already imagining a dramatic confrontation between the two in his mind. Stop fantasizing. How could Lu Zheng, with her personality, ever jump on a table and provoke Xu Lingqu? Instructor Chin interrupted promptly. Don't project your own desires onto the students. Hey, I'm just thinking, Kyong said, gulping down a mouthful of tea, his face scrunching at the bitterness. Is this the poison water you brewed during your precious break? So what's the plan for this afternoon? Instructor Chin deftly changed the subject, probing Kyong's intentions. You'll handle the afternoon. Train them as you see fit. The surprise I've prepared for them. Haha, will come tonight. Kyong smacked his lips, still tasting bitterness, and reached for some candy from Instructor Chin, only to be firmly denied. Meanwhile, during the noon break in the boys' dormitory, Gene watched Xu Lingqu prepare to shower for the second time. Unable to bear it, he pulled him back to force a discussion about training. I saw you were pretty normal during the obstacle course today. You didn't throw a tantrum. But now you're being fussy after the fact. Before training started, Gene had worried that Xu Lingqu's cleanliness obsession would make him refuse to participate or half-heartedly go through the motions. After all, the obstacle course involved crawling and hiding, raising dust everywhere. Surprisingly, Xu Lingqu had been quite serious during the session. When have I ever thrown a tantrum? Xu Lingqu's words were almost gritted through his teeth. To prove he wasn't prone to tantrums, he reluctantly gave up on another shower and sat down. You haven't. Since childhood. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you, Gene said, crossing his arms with a helpless expression. Their other two roommates were both mecha engineers still undergoing specialized training in another venue, making this dormitory feel like a double room. All right, back to the point, Gene said, turning serious. How's the investigation going? About Xu Lingqu. The training base was equipped with signal jamming devices, so only the exclusive auxiliary system of the Moy Military Academy was running on the students' brain computers, cutting off access to the Skynet and any communication with the outside world. However, as the saying goes, while the law is high, the devil is even higher. From the cuff of Xu Lingqu's sleeve, a miniature cube with two tiny wings flew out, trembled, and then projected a stream of text into the air. It was the report sent back by Xu Lingqu's dispatched agent after investigating Xu Lingqu. This precision microrobot crafted from a special material could bypass the jamming devices and deliver external information accurately into Xu Lingqu's hands. Xu Lingqu grew up in the Zhuyin border fortress. Her grandfather passed away when she was young, and she was in poor health herself, barely scraping by on welfare in the house left by her parents. The only person she was somewhat familiar with was an elderly neighbor. According to feedback from the military, her parents were apparently former subordinates of General Su Qingbi, who perished in a skirmish with the Federation. At that time, the peace-building trend was in full swing, so their deaths were conveniently hushed up. It wasn't until recently that General Su learned that his former subordinate's daughter was still alive, living in solitude and destitution, and took her in as an adopted daughter. Her background read like a tragic novel about an interstellar orphan. Gene and Xu Lingqu exchanged a glance. This was precisely where Xu Lingqu seemed off. Her combat techniques, tactical ability, and sharpshooter-like marksmanship. How could such skills be nurtured in that environment? According to the latest feedback from Ares, the Federation has sent a batch of spies our way, and some have infiltrated the 6 major military academies. Gene leaned back in his seat. Do you think Xu Lingqu could be one of them? That's too obvious, too foolish. Xu Lingqu said decisively. Besides, do you think Su Chengba's people are idle? General Su would have certainly investigated Xu Lingqu thoroughly before adopting her. Moreover, a spy would act with the utmost discretion. Even if she had those skills, she wouldn't flaunt them so blatantly. That would practically invite scrutiny. Gene blinked. Isn't there more? Keep playing it. According to the elderly neighbor who was Xu Lingqu's only contact in the Zhuyin border fortress, she admired the Galaxy Admiral immensely. When she stayed indoors, she would spend her time studying various archival materials about the Galaxy Admiral. She had no other particular hobbies. At 16, due to her frail constitution, she didn't undergo spiritual activation and testing. It was only after arriving at General Zu's residence through backchannel connections that she underwent the activation and testing again. Xu Lingqu's past was so sparse that the investigators eventually ran out of things to say. Apart from her tragic circumstances, there was no other clue in her life story. But this time they finally found a thread that could connect the two extremely disparate halves of her life. The Galaxy Admiral. She admires the Galaxy Admiral. Xu Lingqu's voice carried a note of doubt. That should be accurate. Gene nodded, confirming the information. Su Shiqin mentioned to me that both of them chose Moy Military Academy because of their admiration for the Galaxy Admiral. After 2 days of interaction, he had managed to extract some useful information. So is it possible that she was naturally clever but physically frail, and that her combat techniques were self-taught by studying the Galaxy Admiral's rare battle footage? Later, when her health improved, probably after receiving proper treatment in the capital star, she could finally perform. Gene tried to piece together a plausible explanation for the investigation into Xu Lingqu. But that's shooting. Only talent can explain it. He recalled witnessing Xu Lingqu's 34-30 shooting record. His tone was dubious, but his smile widened. Few people could remain as elusive and unfathomable as a fog after being investigated by the Shin family. I think maybe it's just as I said, Gene said. After eliminating all possibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Believe in the power of the Galaxy Admiral as an idol. You admire her too, don't you? Xu Lingqu shot him an annoyed glance, rubbed his temples, and put away the microrobot. Anyway, the third prince's main mission this time isn't to investigate her, so you don't need to focus on her too much, do you? He tucked it away quickly, as if letting Gene see it any longer would be a loss. Gene suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Can you stop calling me that? It feels like you're about to go tattle to my brother any second. Didn't you say just a couple of days ago that you wanted to find a way to recruit Xu Lingqu into your Ares? Xin Shuli's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, tired of Jean's act as a naive kid from the 3-star system. With her mental power level at B, to pull that off you'd have to wield the inviolable authority of a prince, wouldn't you? Xu Lingqu is already suspicious of you. It's a good thing she doesn't like attending parties or banquets, or she'd recognize your voice. The third prince of the Interstellar Empire had never truly shown his face in public. Everyone knew he was born frail and almost died in the cradle. But thanks to the Royal Medical Academy's efforts, he survived and was kept confined to the palace, nursed back to health. Somehow he managed to grow up. He simply didn't like being seen in public. He rarely attended gatherings or banquets, and when he did he wore a mask. Most people had only heard his voice, a few words at most. Many speculated that the third prince must be hideously ugly or afflicted with some hidden ailment. Yet the prince's status lent him an air of mystery, and most believed he was enigmatic and serene. Now Jean sat calmly before Xin Shuli, his fiery red hair complementing his handsome features. This was the famously reclusive and sickly third prince. In reality, he was a madman with a talkative, performative personality. Instead of lying in the palace recuperating, he had infiltrated the freshmen of Moy Military Academy carrying a secret mission. Jean grinned. It's fine. She'll find out sooner or later. Xu Lingqu helped Xu Lingqu out of the infirmary. After the training session, Xu Lingqu belatedly realized she had banged her thigh hard and was complaining of pain. Xu Lingqu examined it, a large dark bruise, and brought her to the medical room for treatment. Watching Xu Lingqu rest quietly with her head tilted to one side, eyes closed during treatment, Xu Lingqu couldn't help but think of the insufferable Xu Yuan. If he knew his sister was hurt, he'd be heartbroken, wouldn't he? He had repeatedly hinted both openly and subtly for her not to hold Xu Lingqu back, displaying an arrogant attitude that was frankly annoying. Recalling their first meeting, Xu Lingqu had eagerly pulled her aside and asked if she had enrolled in Moy Military Academy, because she admired the Galaxy Admiral, her eyes sparkling. At that moment, Xu Lingqu found it hard to associate Xu Lingqu with her brother Xu Yuan. Moreover, Xu Lingqu had provided her with a perfect smokescreen. Admiring the Galaxy Admiral. The day before the trial training began, Xu Lingqu had asked Miss Gina to do a little favor in the Zhuyin border fortress. The old neighbor didn't really know the frail girl next door. They had little interaction. He only knew she had gone to the capital star to become the general's adopted daughter. Naturally, he wanted to boast about it, but he simply didn't know Xu Lingqu well enough. That was when Gina provided him with the material for his bragging. She spent all her time alone in the room, studying the Galaxy Admiral's materials. Those movies and shows. And the public battle footage. Because she admired her so much. Haha, I heard she's now studying at a military academy. I always knew she would go. She taught herself from those materials, so clever. The old man rambled, but he helped Xu Lingqu weave a not-so-credible lie. She had anticipated being investigated. Xu Lingqu had never considered playing weak or taking the middle path during this trial period. Though the safe route was secure, it was never within her consideration. Since she had decided to shine brilliantly, she was prepared to be investigated. Meet the enemy's moves with your own and counter their schemes. This was hardly a perfect explanation. In fact, upon closer inspection, it was quite flimsy. But Xu Lingqu's goal was never to explain, it was to confuse. If she could baffle those trying to investigate her, that was victory. To confuse those who sought to investigate her, that was victory. The students were determined to face the afternoon training with a death-defying resolve. After all, it was Instructor Kaiying's first day back, and he had already orchestrated an unprecedented shooting drill in the morning. Who knew what he had in store to torment them next? After treatment in the infirmary, it was almost time for the afternoon session. Xu Lingqu helped Xu Shizhen to the training ground, and once the post-treatment numbness wore off, Xu Shizhen was bursting with energy again. Do you think he'll just make us run shooting chases in the wild? Knowing how twisted he is, he might add weighted packs. Xu Shizhen began speculating about Kaiying's intentions, anticipating some thrilling and grueling training. When the students had all gathered, it wasn't the morning demon who emerged. Instructor Chen looked even more exhausted than before. This break seemed worse than no break at all. Why the long faces? Should I leave? Let Kaiying take over. Instructor Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the dumbfounded expressions of the students. Most had spent the noon hour mentally preparing for Kaiying's afternoon torture, only to be greeted by Instructor Chen instead. Their psychological preparation was in vain, but they were overjoyed. After a brief moment of stupor, their faces beamed with delight. Stop smiling. Instructor Chen announced the afternoon plan. Basic physical fitness intensified from previous days. Most students breathed a sigh of relief, while the non-combat-oriented ones grumbled softly. Is anyone concerned about the survival of analysts and commanders? Moy Military Academy is probably going to produce analysts and commanders who can rival combat specialists. Tisk, not everyone is Xu Lingqu. I feel like my life is being shortened by this training. Being non-combat-oriented, they kept up with the basic drills initially, but as the intensity increased, they began to struggle, and complaints grew louder. Instructor Chen smiled, and said, "Don't worry, you'll soon have a chance to shine." He left with that cryptic remark, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances before their hearts surged with excitement. The prospect of commanders and analysts truly being useful meant they would soon bid farewell to monotonous physical training and embrace real team combat. Most of the students present, both combat and non-combat, had watched the Military Academy League's team battles. Those battles showcased the decisive command and strategic mastery of commanders, the encyclopedic memory of analysts, and the unparalleled combat prowess of individual fighters, a perfect opportunity for everyone to display their strengths and shine. With this shot of adrenaline, the students trained with all their might in the afternoon. By the end, they collapsed on the ground exhausted, but smiling. Let me think. Our commander is definitely you and the analyst. That Tang Muin, right? I'm not mistaken. 3 assault slots, me, Xu and Xu Lingqu. A perfect lineup. Just a few hours ago, he was digging into people's backgrounds, and now Gene was nonchalantly counting on his fingers to Xu Lingqu. This was the basic configuration of a 5-person squad. In the Military Academy League, despite involving hundreds of soldiers per school, squads were typically organized for easier management. A commander wasn't a mandatory slot for every squad. Usually there was one overall commander with 6 to 8 deputy commanders overseeing the squads. Xu Lingqu was also fixated on the team battle. No, we're still missing a sniper. I think I could do it. You a sniper? If only we could get Lu Zheng as the sniper, but alas. Jean made a face. If she were the sniper, she'd probably take out our commander first. The instructors won't let us form a squad here. Xu glanced at Xu Lingqu, shattering Jean's fantasy. Tang Muin murmured in agreement, you're too strong. Under the current circumstances, if they formed a squad, it would mean the top students bundling together, making them virtually unbeatable, contradicting the instructor's purpose of testing all students during the trial period. Xu Lingqu spoke, but not about the squad. Instead, she said, you'd better sleep with one eye open tonight. Huh? Jean was startled by the abrupt remark. Instinctively following her advice, he squinted one eye and pointed at himself, like this. The sight was so ridiculous that Xu Lingqu burst out laughing. I mean, stay alert when you sleep. Something's off. Xu Lingqu felt a bit helpless, realizing she had used a Earth slang on a group of interstellar people, so she explained further, it's strange that Kyong didn't show up this afternoon, including Instructor Chen's words and the training plan. Everyone had happily finished training, eaten, and gone to bed, excitedly anticipating the possible team battle drills the next day. This atmosphere reminded her too vividly of the bonfire by the river after the combat training session. First throw out smoke bombs to confuse and numb, then strike at the moment of least vigilance. Xu Lingqu thought this must be Kyung's usual tactic. Once she said that, the others sensed something was off. Jean stared at Xu Lingqu for several seconds, exaggeratingly. What kind of brain do you have? Xu Lingqu seemed perpetually vigilant, never lulled by any element, her mind constantly racing. With such a brain, it made sense that during those years at the border of driving clouds, she had locked herself in her room, studying the holographic records of the Galactic General. Shen Sholi pinched Jean's chin and turned his head away, forcibly redirecting his gaze from Xu Lingqu. What are you doing? I'm just saluting our commander and feeling the aura of wisdom shining upon me. Can't I even do that? Jean grimaced, and when he saw Shen Sholi wiping his hand with a hint of disgust, he grew even angrier. If I didn't stop you, you'd be heading to the infirmary next. Shen Sholi showed no mercy to his friend, even pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hand. Jean then realized that during those few seconds of staring at Xu Lingqu, Xu Zizen's fist had been ready to swing. If he had looked one more second, he would have taken a punch to the face. Close call. Xu Lingqu, highly alert, directly pulled Jean aside. Are you? Xu Lingqu squinted. Are you trying to steal my sister's brain? Jean, who had been about to deny any romantic or overstepping intentions, was left speechless. I'd rather steal yours. It's even more eccentric. The two of them started brawling like elementary school kids again. Xu Lingqu, completely accustomed to it, was about to step away when Tang Muin suddenly spoke up. Xu Lingqu, can we talk? He glanced at Shen Sholi, who had also turned around, and added, alone. Shen Sholi's expression was indescribably strange. Xu Lingqu, with her back turned, completely failed to notice the look on his face, and readily agreed, okay. The two moved to a secluded spot by the edge of the training ground. Tang Muin, who was more than a head taller than Xu Lingqu, looked at her, as if he were looking up to her. We had a misunderstanding before, but later it didn't seem so serious. Tang Muin's voice was soft, as if floating in the air. I'm not pestering you now, just to find a stronger teammate. So if later there's a situation with teams. Xu Lingqu roughly understood what Tang Muin was struggling with and cut in directly, don't worry. If we have to form our own teams, I won't pick you if it's too forced. At first she really disliked Tang Muin's probing. Xu Lingqu had once thought that Tang Muin was trying to gain something by showing weakness. That was what her intuition told her. But after spending a few days together, she realized that Tang Muin seemed to be naturally like this. He was a male student with an analytical bent. Apart from being a bit tall and having passable physical fitness, he really had no advantage during the trial period. Wanting to latch onto a strong teammate was understandable. Xu Lingqu had more or less accepted this person's presence around her. As for whether he should continue to latch on, she chose to respect Tang Muin's own thoughts. Tang Muin didn't seem surprised at all by Xu Lingqu's reply. He smiled slightly. That sentence really sounds like something you would say. Dim light scattered across the training ground, and the atmosphere shifted slightly. Unfortunately, Xu Lingqu was completely oblivious to the mood. She turned to leave, but as she turned she saw a familiar figure. Shinsholi was lowering his head, as if searching for something moving closer in their direction. Shen, why are you here too? Tang Muwen seemed flustered, not expecting Shinsholi to appear after he had emphasized being alone. Shinsholi on the other hand raised his head unabashedly, his gaze flickering between the two. I'm looking for something. Xu Lingqu was good at reading the instructor's tricks, but she was completely oblivious to the current subtle atmosphere. Why do you always lose your things? She brushed past Shinsholi as she spoke, leaving the two standing there dumbfounded. Tang Muwen carefully ventured, Shun, do you need me to help you look? No need. Shinsholi's face was cold. Go away. Seeing his expression suddenly change, Tang Muwen quickly obeyed and left, afraid of incurring his displeasure. Xu Lingqu went to the infirmary as usual to relieve the discomfort of her whole body aching, as if she had been beaten up in a sack after the intensified training. When she returned to the dormitory, Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao were both there. She nodded to them in greeting, then went to wash up. After washing, she quickly got into bed and closed her eyes. Tonight, barring any surprises, would not be a peaceful night. She would rest as much as she could. Lin Xiao was still excited about the news of a possible team competition. She was about to grab Xu Lingqu to talk, but saw her get into bed as if a ghost was chasing her from the bathroom. Xu, are you feeling unwell? Lin Xiao tentatively asked. I just came back from the infirmary. Xu Lingqu's head was buried in the blanket, her voice muffled. It seemed she had been too nosy. Lin Xiao blushed, scratched her head, and turned around only to find Lu Zheng staring intently at Xu Lingqu. Thinking of the grudge between the two, Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Lu Zheng like this, was she about to witness a dormitory conflict? Lin Xiao stood up tremblingly, wanting to attract Lu Zheng's attention to stop her staring at Xu Lingqu, but Lu Zheng spoke at that moment. You also think something will happen tonight, don't you? Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Ever since the shooting training ended that morning, when Xu Lingqu said she would defeat Lu Zheng in her most proud event, Lu Zheng had fallen into this icy state. Xu Lingqu pulled the blanket down. So stop talking and get into bed to rest. Hearing this, Lin Xiao, although still confused and full of questions, obediently got into her bed. After having her vague doubts confirmed, Lu Zheng immediately lay down as well. Their dormitory became the first to turn off the lights in the building. Lin Xiao couldn't fall asleep and couldn't help asking, what's going to happen tonight? This uneasy feeling reminded her of the river raiding incident that night, and the thrilling sensation flashed through her mind again. Lin Xiao was still a bit scared. I don't know. Xu Lingqu closed her eyes to rest. It was too early to sleep, so lying down to rest was enough. But the worst case would be opening your eyes to find someone holding a gun at your bedside. No need to be too nervous. Xu Lingqu comforted her. Lin Xiao became even more nervous. Lu Zheng turned over and joined the conversation. The instructors should have access to the dormitory doors. We're on the first floor. Once it starts, we'll be the first to be affected. She actually believed the worst-case scenario Xu Lingqu casually mentioned and started analyzing. Lin Xiao, while feeling scared, thought to herself, isn't analysis my job? Xu Lingqu smiled. It's okay, I put something at the door. She was the last one back. Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng hadn't noticed that she had dragged a chair to block the door and placed a glass bottle on the edge of the chair seat, so that the slightest movement of the chair would cause the bottle to fall. Once someone pushed the door open, the glass bottle would inevitably shatter, creating a noise, and the shards on the ground would also pose some difficulty for the person entering. This wouldn't buy much time, but unfortunately they had no luggage. The daily necessities in the dormitory were provided by the training base, and there were no handy tools. The glass bottle and chair were the best choices. Every second counts. This time is enough for us to get up and hide in the bathroom. The bathroom door can be manually locked from inside, so they'll have to break it down violently. Meanwhile, we can climb out of the bathroom window. I remember the straight line distance from here to the gun storage warehouse is only 500 meters. The entire escape route was clearly planned by Xu Lingqu. As Lin Xiao listened, she suddenly felt confident about the night. Some people are just born to be commanders. Lin Xiao now wanted to laugh heartily, just like the meaning of her name given by her parents, and thank the system for assigning her and Xu Lingqu to the same dormitory. Go to sleep early. With enough rest you won't be dizzy and lightheaded when you jump out. Xu Lingqu's words seemed magical. After hearing them, Lin Xiao peacefully fell asleep. In the dead of night, in the late hours, Kai-Yong walked to the training ground in military boots. Instructor Chen looked helplessly at his colleague who loved being a night owl. Are you sure you want to wake them up like this? Kai-Yong smiled. Of course. Come on, let's first cut off the fingerprint system of their dormitory doors. When Lin Xiao sensed something amiss and tried to get up from the bed, a hand had already pulled her out of the covers. Dazed and drowsy, she was dragged into a sitting position, and then the sharp sound of a glass bottle shattering rang out, jolting Lin Xiao fully awake. Panicking, she recalled the route Xu Lingqu had told her before bed, ran into the bathroom, locked the door, opened the window, and began to climb out. Just as she was scrambling off the bed and dashing into the bathroom, she was grabbed by a hand and yanked back. The one pulling her was Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao turned around in panic to ask why they weren't running, only to see Lu Zheng pointing expressionlessly at the door. Xu Lingqu was standing at the entrance with a puddle of broken glass and an overturned chair in front of her. In her hand, she gripped a snake about the size and thickness of a human arm, roughly 1.5 meters long. Lin Xiao's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat pouring out. She opened her mouth to look at Xu Lingqu, but couldn't utter a single word. Was Xu Lingqu's courage a bit too great? And why would such a snake appear in the dorm at night? Don't worry, it's fake. Xu Lingqu squeezed the snake in her hand, clearly feeling the metallic texture. It was a bionic mechanical snake with a lackluster simulation of touch. Sent into the student dormitories at night, it must be a surprise from Kaiyong. Lu Zheng released her grip on Lin Xiao and took the initiative to grab a tool to clean up the broken glass on the floor. Lin Xiao stood by the bed, still immersed in the shock the snake had brought her, unable to snap out of it, until Xu Lingqu spoke. Let's go. The culprit should be waiting on the training ground to watch the fun now. The three of them had changed into clean training uniforms before bed on Xu Lingqu's reminder, so they needed little preparation and could head out directly. Xu Lingqu, holding the mechanical snake, led the way with Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao following closely behind. In the corridor, screams began to echo from various dormitories one after another. By the time they exited the dorm building, screams and the sounds of lights turning on were rising and falling in succession. At that moment, Kaiyong on the training ground was grinning with great satisfaction. It wasn't just mechanical snakes. This time he had brought a batch of small and medium-sized mechanical animals of great variety, the largest being a wolf and the smallest a toad. However, to wake up the students in the dorms, he had dispatched 10 toads. Instructor Chen clapped helplessly beside him, never able to understand his peculiar taste, but respecting it nonetheless. Kaiyong was still waiting to see how long it would take these little rascals to realize they were fakes. In the darkness, 3 figures were already approaching them with measured steps. Instructor. Though knowing full well this was their doing, they still had to keep up appearances. Xu Lingqu raised the mechanical snake in her hand and reported expressionlessly a mechanical snake was found in the room. Kaiyong's smile widened. Well done, put it down. Xu Lingqu complied and put it down. The mechanical snake, as if escaping from a demon, swiftly scurried back behind Kaiyong. You noticed it early? Kaiyong asked, feeling a bit embarrassed that his scaring snake had fled back so hastily. He gave the snake's head a light kick with his foot. Not that early, just a habit of setting up a few traps at the dormitory door. Xu Lingqu's answer matched her image of a level spiritual power user with many schemes. In fact, she had woken up as soon as the snake moved in the corridor. As the days of activation passed, her SS-level spiritual power gradually revealed its superiority, continuously expanding her perception. But she chose not to act, waiting for the S-level Lu Zheng to get up first, then pretending to be woken by Lu Zheng and lying in wait at the door like a trap. With Xu Lingqu's warning, Su Shiqin and the others were not too disheveled tonight. Following Xu Lingqu's advice to sleep with one eye open, Jean stayed alert and full of energy, waiting for the group of toads assigned to her dorm. The two of them dawdled on their way down simply because Shen Sholi absolutely refused to touch the toads. Even though Jean repeatedly emphasized that the toads were fake, not dirty, and only ugly, he still wouldn't agree. In the end, Jean alone cleaned up the toad infestation, cursing under her breath as she came down with the leisurely, empty-handed young Master Shen. Su Ziken's side was much easier. The girls in her dorm generally trusted her a lot. Following a similar procedure to Xu Lingqu's dorm, they had made contingency plans for nighttime emergencies and then went to sleep together. The only difference was that a mechanical jackal visited their dorm. Initially, everyone was genuinely frightened, but after Su Shiqin subdued it, they realized it was mechanical, a false alarm. Things went less smoothly for Tang Muan. He carried little weight in his dorm, and one of his roommates had a good relationship with Sun Liao, completely disbelieving Xu Lingqu's words and telling Tang Muan to get out if he wouldn't sleep properly. Later, a mechanical wolf burst in. The terrified roommates scrambled to squeeze into the bathroom, too scared to jump out the window. They were on the 4th floor. It was Tang Muan, who had been staying in the next dorm, who came over and told them it was just a mechanical wolf. Admittedly, Instructor Kaiyong's night raid was a success again. Some students performed as impressively and calmly as ever, while others, as expected, were frightened and contributed a brilliant comedy of terror. The diverse reactions of the students during this night raid left Kaiyong especially satisfied. Students who touched the animals generally realized it was another prank by the instructor and brought the mechanical animals to the training ground on their own. For those who were too scared and locked themselves in the bathroom, other instructors went door to door to call them out. Eventually, all the students gradually gathered. The lights on the training ground came on, revealing students in all sorts of states, some in pajamas, some bare-chested, some with hair like a bird's nest. In stark contrast, Xu Lingqu and her 2 companions appeared calm, composed, and well-dressed. How was it? How did you find tonight's wake-up call service? Kaiyong made no attempt to hide his delight. Behind him, the mechanical animals gathered together. He looked less like the chief instructor of the 6 major military academies and more like a zoo director. He snorted twice. I originally had some larger mechanical beasts, bears, lions, tigers. But I was really afraid you little brats would wet yourselves, so I chose these little cuties. I didn't expect you to still be scared out of your wits. Imagining opening their eyes in a half-asleep state to find a brown bear lying beside the bed made the students involuntarily shiver. At that moment, the only thing echoing in their minds would be their own wills. Xu Lingqu looked at the animals behind Instructor Kai Ong, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Only when Instructor Kai Ong mentioned large beasts, lions, tigers, brown bears, did Xu Lingqu realize where the oddity lay. Ever since she had arrived in this interstellar era, all the animals she had seen were those found on Earth. This interstellar era had no animals distinct from Earth, yet some strange plant materials were absent from Earth. Thinking back to the name the Galaxy Admiral had given to Yuhing, Xu Lingqu's heart churned with tumultuous waves. This interstellar era was neither like another world nor a parallel dimension of Earth. It seemed to be a bizarre fusion of the two. Xu Lingqu had always believed that this interstellar era might be another civilization highly similar to humanity nestled within the boundless cosmos. Yet as she gazed at the familiar beasts before her, the conviction within her began to erode. If the creatures of the interstellar realm could be equated with those of Earth, what then of the humans who traversed these stars? Was this the same universe or a parallel world? A heavy object crashed to the ground before her, the thud and rising dust shattering Xu Lingqu's tangled thoughts. Instructor Kai Ong announced the purpose of their nocturnal ordeal. Commence weighted cross-country march. Now. He gave no distance, no destination. Likely a special training ground awaited them. The students, roused from sleep in the dead of night, wore expressions of resigned despair as they mechanically hoisted their burdens. The gates swung open, and they began their trek. The training commenced, pulling Xu Lingqu from her deep contemplation of this world. Exploration could wait. The immediate priority was to survive this probationary period unscathed. The night march lasted roughly an hour and a half. Instructors flanked the formation in vehicles, ensuring no one strayed. Upon arrival, most students were exhausted, compounded by the debilitating lack of sleep. Their destination featured a modest wooden door which creaked open to admit the throng of students and instructors. This was a small rustic training base, a far cry from the main facility with its overgrown vegetation, earthen paths, and wooden huts. The base's instructor who had opened the door stepped forward to shake hands with Kai Ong. Mech pilot training is progressing smoothly, he reported. Kai Ong nodded, clapping him on the shoulder. So this was where the legendary sent to the mines mech pilot trainees resided. The students from command and analysis who had initially complained about their own accommodations fell silent. Their quarters were far superior. Why had Kai Ong inexplicably dragged them here? Were they to be exiled to this godforsaken place? Natada had heard the commotion from her wooden hut early on, but consecutive days of study and assignments had left her severely sleep-deprived. She was too tired to rise until the disturbance outside grew unmistakable. Donning her clothes, she yawned and stepped out. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of the tyrannical instructor Kai Ong who had subjected them to that first jump. Then her gaze swept the crowd, landing on a familiar face. What are you doing here? Xu Lingqu, who had been observing the base, suddenly found a figure rushing toward her. She stared at the face for a moment, but failed to place it. The confusion in her eyes told Natada she had been forgotten. It's me. The girl who kept grabbing you on the stalker, she prompted. Remember? Xu Lingqu's memory stirred. So this was the one who had asked how she wasn't afraid. She nodded in recognition. Instructor Kai Ong noticed their reunion, but did not intervene. You have 20 minutes to get acquainted with the mech pilot trainees here, he announced. Relieved, Natada extended her hand to Xu Lingqu. Let's formally meet. I'm Natada, mech pilot major. Xu Lingqu command. She reciprocated the handshake. Surveying her, Natada felt Xu Lingqu had transformed. She seemed taller, no longer the frail, sickly figure from before. Now she stood with a palpable strength. Clearly Xu Lingqu had undergone much in the interim. But now was not the time for reminiscing. Natada began sharing details about the small training base. Since we parted ways, we've been stuck here for about half a month. First, we learned to identify and familiarize ourselves with the raw materials produced here. About 800 meters from here, there's a large cave with a mine shaft. The workers go down to extract ore, and we follow them to learn the ropes. Natada gestured as she spoke. After our daily lessons, we return to select materials, cut, soften, a whole series of tasks. Don't let the shabby exterior fool you. The lab houses equipment worth tens of millions of Imperial Star coins. Listening to her describe the routine, Xu Lingqu realized the mech pilot's work demanded both intense mental effort and physical labor. They engaged in cutting-edge research, yet spent days grinding materials and descending into mines to collect raw resources. Tedious, time-consuming, and monotonous. I don't know why he brought you all here. Our instructor didn't inform me. Natada's lengthy explanation left her dry mouthed. So engrossed was she that she failed to notice a curious group of people, especially the red-haired and blonde ones, edging closer to observe her. Su Shichin and Jean were equally stunned. Sis Commander, how do you even know a mech pilot major? Kai Ong had instructed the students to seek out mech pilot trainees for information, and no one dared ignore him. Everyone scrambled to find one. But with only 20 mech pilot trainees to serve 280 students, each trainee would have to entertain 14 on average. Xu Lingqu was fretting when she noticed one such trainee approaching her sister of her own accord. The usual crowd that stuck with Xu Lingqu naturally clustered around to listen intently. Those who didn't know her well dared not intrude, thus becoming the biggest beneficiaries of the chaos. When she returned, she would surely tell her mother and brother all about this. Being held back by Xu Lingqu? Not at all. She was happily latching onto her sister's coattails. Seeing Natata's flustered expression, Xu Lingqu reached out and pushed Jean's protruding head back. It's fine, don't be scared. She turned to introduce her companions. This is my roommate Natata. So it was a roommate connection. Xu Lingqu and Jean nodded in sudden understanding. But Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao knew better. It wasn't just the roommate bond that had earned them this privilege. Lin Xiao silently mused that Commander Xu must have exuded her usual charisma somewhere. The 20 minutes flew by. Some had gained full clarity while others were still adrift. Having observed the student states, Kai Ong revealed the purpose of their visit: mining. Today you're here to mine, to help collect raw materials. Xu Lingqu calmly clapped twice. Attending school and already working as black labor. How droll. In the group competition of the Military Academy League, the Tionet system had collected an extensive array of special maps. Last year the team from Moxie Military Academy suffered a crushing defeat on the desert terrain, utterly routed by their opponents from the CI Rose Academy due to their chaotic sense of direction. Watching his students fluster one after another, Kai Ong became even more resolute in the decision he had made today. Instructor Chen stood by, patting his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. At that moment he fully understood his colleague, who was usually a bit arrogant and whimsical. Moxie Military Academy could no longer rank at the bottom, and its students could no longer be ridiculed. It was with this conviction that Kai Ong was desperately forcing growth upon this batch of students, like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It's still the middle of the night, and you're going down. Natata widened her eyes slightly. The mine was quite complicated. Even during the day, under the guidance of workers and instructors, they were afraid of getting lost, let alone at night. Xu Lingqu was already fully accustomed. You have no idea what we went through last night. I suspect our chief instructor has some grudge against sleep, determined to become everyone's sleep assassin. The military whistle blew, and everyone returned to their positions, standing at attention to listen to Kai Ong announce the detailed rules. Students in the mech engineer track, you will face a small assessment during the day building a mech part. You are now allowed to form teams freely. One mech engineer student corresponds to 14 students from other tracks. Your team of 14 will go down into the mine. We have placed pre-collected materials at various points. You will collect the materials he needs, then find the exit. We will only open 2 cave entrances as exits. Specific rules will be announced later. Kai Ong clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the students with a warning expression. No conflicts are allowed at the material collection points. If any conflict or snatching occurs, every member of that group will lose 5 points and be disqualified from this assessment. The same applies to maliciously taking all materials from a point. Mech engineer students can only verbally describe the appearance of the materials they need. You have only one chance to search, once you come out you cannot re-enter. Even if you pick the wrong material, you must use it. Listen carefully: if you take all the materials, the mech engineer student must also use all of them in the daytime assessment. Finally, the top 3 mech engineer students in the assessment will add 5, 3, and 2 points respectively to their team members. A group whose mech engineer successfully produces a part gains 1 point of failure, deducts points. You now have 20 minutes to form teams and record the material information. With only 20 minutes, no sooner had Kai Ong finished speaking than the students fell into chaos. Forming teams was the first challenge. Natata would definitely team up with Xu Lingqu, and Xu Lingqu alone automatically bound Xu Lingqu, Jin Shinsholi, and Tang Muan, making 5. Their fellow dorm mates Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao would certainly be included, leaving 7 spots. First, Wang Qihu very self-consciously came to cling to the strong, bringing 2 buddies with him. Su Zaikan's dorm mates also joined, adding 3 more. The last spot was filled by Lin Xiao, dragging over Lan Rua, who had been hesitating on the sidelines. While other groups were still arguing, this team completed their formations swiftly and orderly. Natata began to describe the materials she needed. Rare gold is the primary material for the mech part, so you must pick it up first. It is a golden metal object with blue-white trim and a white fluorescent glow. Next, you need to get Yutsue grass. The root is white, leaves are brown, small and thin, about 35 leaves per plant. Then Jinmo powder, pink like sand, but the particles are much larger than ordinary powder. It should be in a bottle, just take it. Next, take a piece of e-silver, just a small piece. The instructor should have it packed, but is highly corrosive, so be careful. It is green, and when shaken in the bottle it feels soft. Finally, Lihua rice, liquid, black and viscous. When you smell it closely, it has a sour odor. I only need 1 of each of these materials. Due to time constraints and conditions, Natata could only speak as quickly and clearly as possible. She just managed to repeat the description twice within the time limit set by instructor Kai Ong. Their group was already relatively fast. Other groups hadn't even finished 1 round and were still in a fog. The students were urged to leave quickly forming groups to head to the mine 800 meters away. Su Shichin took 2 steps and suddenly wailed. I feel like I can't remember anything. It's okay, I remember. 3 people in the group suddenly said in unison, Tang Muan Lan Rua and Lin Xiao. We are all in the analysis track with basic database knowledge. The things Nadata just mentioned are relatively common materials. The 3 of us should be able to remember what they are and identify them once we go down. Tang Muan and Lan Rua nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao. Xu Lingqu glanced at the 3 of them and asked, analysts should have an innate advantage in identifying terrain directions, right? Lin Xiao nodded. We are essentially like data repositories. Analyzing directions and distances based on terrain is one of our most basic tasks. In the battlefield, an analyst is equivalent to a humanoid smart brain. Although smart brain technology is advanced, methods of jamming and interference are also emerging endlessly. Analysts serve as a strategic reserve for the smart brain, and sometimes artificial intelligence can fail on the ever-changing battlefield, producing numbers that are too cold and rigid. At such times, a bit of human analyst data from a humanistic perspective is needed. For example, there was once a case where the smart brain calculated that the probability of rescuing survivors from a collapse site was too low and suggested giving up directly. Later, a human analyst insisted that people were still alive and must be saved, and eventually 8 lives were saved. Although they were as weak as the smart brain had predicted, they all survived through sheer willpower. Good. I remember there are 5 materials we need to find. With 3 analysts, my suggestion is to split into groups of 5, 5, Oi, and 4. The groups of 5 will look for 2 materials each, and the group of 4 will look for 1. That way we won't have a large crowd wandering around inside. Once found, the subgroups can exit first, and we'll meet up outside. Xu Lingqu keenly perceived that this assessment was probably designed by instructor Kai Ong to test the analytical skills of the trainees during the trial period. The tasks were all centered on analytical ability. Following the pattern of the previous assessments, hand-to-hand combat for individual soldiers, the river ambush for commanders, it was reasonable that this time it was the analyst's turn. Hearing Xu Lingqu's group arrangement, the 3 analysts simultaneously tensed up. Even a fool could see that the deployment was centered around them. The instructor led them to their destination. The mine here was quite different from those on Earth. It was actually built around a small hillside with 20 neatly arranged entrances encircling the slope. The cross-sections of the excavation were smooth and precise, clearly not man-made, but the result of interstellar high-tech. The 20 groups of students were assigned to enter from different entrances. Instructor Chun, holding a megaphone, emphasized, after you go in, the rules for which entrance leads to an exit will be announced later. If any emergency occurs inside the mine, he waved his hand, and the instructors handed each student a small yellow ball. Just crush it to call for help, and we'll arrive promptly. Make sure to keep your yellow ball safe. Xu Lingqu's group entered through the 5th entrance from the right. They collected the emergency distress balls, and on the way divided their team, randomly based on how close everyone was standing. Shilin Xiao, Lu Zheng, Wang Qihu, and one of his friends were assigned to a group. Their task was to retrieve a piece of yin and some liaomai. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a chill rushed toward them. This mine was unlike any Xu Lingqu had known on Earth. It looked more like a karst cave. Just inside there were 3 forks. With exactly 3 groups, they split up immediately. Xu Lingqu's group took this kind of mine is carved out of the mountain, then further excavated downward into different tunnels to search for deep-seated raw stones. Some raw stones require special treatment here before they can be taken out, which is why there are such large and numerous open spaces. So this situation is quite normal. Lin Xiao nervously swallowed, then continued speaking to bolster his courage. Of course, I think it's also possible that the instructors deliberately designed this place to be like a maze. It was basically confirmed that they had done it on purpose. Xu Lingqu walked at the very back, observing the structure as they moved. She noticed that the path kept leading them downward. With her guarding the rear, the others felt an indescribable sense of security, but it wasn't so great for Lin Xiao, who had to lead the way at the front due to analytical needs. Summoning her courage, she led the group for a while until they finally saw a faint yellow glow ahead. They emerged from the tunnel into a more open area, facing a large hole about 3 meters in diameter. This should be the additional mine shaft Lin Xiao had mentioned. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, crouched down, and peered into the hole. Based on the depth and width, this should be a rare gold mine entrance. Did we come to the wrong place? Their task was not to collect rare gold. Her words made the others falter, as if wanting to retreat. Just because this is a rare gold mine entrance doesn't mean the material point here is necessarily rare gold. Let's go check it out first. Standing firm at the back of the team, Xu Lingqu pointed ahead. Beside the hole, a narrow path led to another area. Oh right, you're correct. Lin Xiao wiped off his sweat. He had been overly nervous, dragging the others into his foolishness. Fortunately, Xu Lingqu was there. They set off along the path. After a while, a white light appeared. In a small room, there were over a dozen square boxes made of a glass-like material, each containing a green mass. Looking closer, it resembled a metal object that matched Natata's description of yin. Xu Lingqu stepped forward and picked up a box. The box was magnetically attached to the table, which was itself fixed in place, making it a bit difficult to lift. She shook it in her hand. It was indeed quite soft. Lin Xiao let out a long breath and smiled. That's great. We found what we need right away. Now we just need the Liaomai. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire small room began to tremble violently, and then everyone inside clearly felt the room moving at high speed. Xu Lingqu, still holding the box, nearly lost her balance. The box contained highly corrosive yang. Wang Qihu, who was closest, panicked and reached out to steady her, but instead saw Xu Lingqu, who seemed about to fall, somehow summon an incredible stability and flexibility, adjusting her body angle and stabilizing herself. The stunned Wang Qihu, on the other hand, took a solid fall. Covered in dust, he was helped up by his friend brushing the dirt from his mouth. He had to change his habit of judging by appearances. It always put him at a disadvantage, especially when dealing with Xu Lingqu. With a sound like a mechanism clicking into place, the room settled down, presumably having moved to another area and stabilized. Xu Lingqu glanced at Wang Qihu, thought for a moment, and then said, "Thank you." She had indeed nearly lost her balance while holding a dangerous item. At the critical moment, she had managed to steady herself through sheer body coordination, and in her peripheral vision, she had noticed Wang Qihu moving toward her, attempting to help. Regardless of the outcome, the fact that he thought to protect a comrade in such a moment showed that Wang Qihu was truly a good-hearted person. Hearing those two words, Wang Qihu, who had been feeling dejected, suddenly felt a strange flame of hope ignite in his heart. Xu Lingqu had thanked him. This was Xu Lingqu. But next time, make sure you're safe first before trying to save others. The follow-up words doused that flicker of hope with icy water. Wang Qihu's mouth twitched. Okay. Xu Lingqu checked that everyone was unharmed, then walked to the door and opened it. Outside was no longer the narrow path that had led them along the rare gold mine. The others crowded at the door and saw the changed surroundings. What happened? Are we haunted? A ghostly labyrinth. Wang Qihu's friend rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what had just occurred. Lin Xiao, supported by Lu Zheng, walked out. She had injured her leg when it hit the table earlier. With a grave expression, she looked at the small room and sighed. The structure here now is exactly the same as a map that Tianwang once used in an inter-military academy competition. With a serious look, she continued, I really hope I'm wrong. Looking back now, the terrain layout from the moment we entered was very similar, but I didn't realize it at first because I was too nervous. Now that the mechanism of this small room has appeared, I can basically be 100% certain that the instructors have transformed this place into a simulation of that map. And the name of that map is the Underground Labyrinth. Instructor Chen glanced at the time. It was about right. He used his smart brain's authority to start the system. Kaiyong was crouching nearby, unusually showing a worried expression. What's wrong? Didn't you scout this place a month in advance and have someone modify it? Instructor Chen found his expression particularly amusing. He reached out and yanked him up like grabbing a giant mane. Kaiyong adjusted his military cap that had nearly fallen off due to Instructor Chen's action, still looking utterly hopeless. Don't let these little brats waste my painstaking efforts. The previous year's Military Academy League on the desert map, where Moy Military Academy suffered a disastrous defeat, had left a huge shadow on Kaiyong. That defeat was due to reasons in command and morale. Instructor Chen pointed to the smart brain. What are you worried about this time? Xu Lingqu is here. Xu Lingqu was about to ask, are you saying this is based on the Military Academy League? Suddenly the smart brain on her wrist activated, and the secondary system started operating. A map popped up in front of everyone showing the real-time positions of 280 students. Most were marked in green, while those on the same team were distinctly marked in pink. At this moment, the positions of the other two groups that had split off were far too distant from them. There were a total of 20 entrances here, each with 3 forks leading to 3 different material acquisition points. There were 60 rooms storing materials, and just now the rooms had undergone a teleportation swap. Looking at the distribution of students on the map, it was clear that many chose to stay together as a whole team to search. Some spaces were empty, while others were crowded. Regarding the teleportation of material rooms, some people had entered, and some had not personally witnessed the room's movement. There were 60 material points and 20 cave entrances. The map had numbered each entrance from 1 to 20, but the material points were not numbered. The instructors had not yet released the refresh rules for the exitable entrances. Can the pattern of the room's position changes be calculated? Xu Lingqu pondered for a moment and asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was startled. We still need more swaps. Now the safest method was to stay on this path, wait for the rooms to automatically teleport, and refresh, check if they contained the needed materials, take them if they did, withdraw, if not, wait for the next room, and finally go to the entrance to wait for the refresh there. If they were unlucky, they might not get out until the year of the monkey and month of the horse, and the mecha engineer assessment might end while they were still waiting here. Suddenly the system popped up a window. Clicking on it, they found it could accept input. Holy crap, is this a public chat channel designed for us? We can actually chat. The instructor must think we're bored and want us to kill time while waiting. What are you all thinking? This is clearly for us to exchange information. This sentence made the quickly scrolling chat interface pause for a moment. The instructors wanted everyone to exchange information this time. But wasn't this the trial period? They were clearly competitors. Could they really exchange information normally? Xu Lingqu checked and saw that only this public screen was available for chatting. There was no second window for group chat. She directly typed a line to inquire the leaders of the other two groups. Shinsholi Su Shichin, have you gotten the target materials? Xu Lingqu's name refreshed, causing the public chat to have a second brief pause, and then directly changed the topic everyone was discussing. Am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? Did Su Shen just speak above me? Su Shen is a very rustic name. This is our great commander. Aren't you embarrassed? What's the big deal about her saying a word? Commander, what materials have you found? We don't have an analyst in our team, and no one remembered the materials. What should we do? Hearing the commander, it seems they split into groups. So smart. If only we had split 2, we could unlock 3 material points. Xu Lingqu stared at the screen for a long time, afraid of missing a message from those two, when suddenly 2 notification sounds came. No. Sister, it's not the material we need. We didn't enter the room, and are still on the original path. Although the team members didn't have their own private chat channel, they had a dedicated notification sound when chatting in the public screen. They didn't encounter the required material, which was within Xu Lingqu's expectations. Given her luck, being able to find one type of material directly in the combat grouping level was already quite good. A loud noise sounded. The 5 of them were not inside the material room. Turning around, they saw a small room suddenly disappear downward into the ground. Immediately after, the loud noise echoed through the underground maze as the second transfer of material rooms was underway. After about 5 minutes, the transfer ended. A new material point appeared before them. The position points of personnel on the map underwent a major change. Xu Lingqu looked at Lin Xiao. How long has it been since the last transfer? Lin Xiao immediately answered, 7 minutes. 7 minutes for the transfer, but the last transfer process ended in 2 minutes. The actual scene here is very different from the underground maze in the Tianwang. Let me think. The Tianwang is fully automatic refresh, so the refresh time of material points is all 5 minutes. But here the transfer time of material points varies due to distance. Based on this, we can roughly calculate the transfer distance. Combined with the map refresh pattern, I think I can give the location of a specific material point on a certain path at different times. The more she spoke, the more her eyes sparkled. Xu Lingqu nodded and first entered the new material room alone to check. The material was not one of those they needed, so she withdrew. Xu Lingqu opened the public screen, ignoring everyone else, and sent a message to Shinsholi and Su Shichin. Now change the strategy. As long as we encounter materials needed by our entire group, just take them directly. No need to divide according to the previous method. Just say it here once you get it. Previously, the groups had divided specific materials to find purely out of fear of duplication. Now that they could communicate, there was no worry. Xu Lingqu added, we have already obtained the yin. As soon as she said this, others erupted. Can this be said directly? Why can't it be said? They've already got it. Doesn't that reveal what material point she has? People who need the same thing can just try to find the point where they were before. Our analyst said it can be calculated. Can you believe what Xu Lingqu says? What if she's lying and deliberately giving a wrong one? The public screen suddenly erupted into an argument because of this sentence. Wang Shihu was about to lash out at the person who was inexplicably speculating about Xu Lingqu when Xu Lingqu sent another message. In this assessment, we need to cooperate. These 2 weeks of trial training had already ingrained the concept of rivalry in every student's mind, yet now the top scorer on the leaderboard had actually uttered the word cooperation. Instinctively, everyone began to deny it. Would it be too absurd for Xu Lingqu to say that? Us. Cooperation. To be honest, when the first place person talks about cooperation, it's definitely beneficial to her, isn't it? If it weren't for the instructor's restrictions, I think everyone would love to just scrape together all the materials and take them away. But soon someone quickly retorted. Why can't Xu Lingqu talk about cooperation? If it weren't for her during the sudden river attack last time, some people would have already been swept away. Now you're looking down on her. Exactly, thinking everyone is as narrow-minded as you. If you had been alert last time, you wouldn't have gone to find rescue supplies. You would have just enjoyed watching everyone else drown. Xu Lingqu paid little attention to their argument. This time she proposed cooperation to everyone simply because she had considered what the instructors wanted to see in this assessment. Xu Lingqu posted her analysis in the public channel. This training session has unusually enabled the public chat and map function and emphasized that grabbing is forbidden. I believe the instructor's intention is for us to cooperate. Our performance in this assessment is not tied to how fast we leave, but depends on the speed of memorizing materials and the abilities of the mecha pilots in our groups. There is no conflict in collecting materials individually, and conflict is prohibited. Our group's analyst Lin Xiao pointed out that the terrain here is a complete replica of the underground maze from the Tianwang Military Academy Interschool League team competition. I think everyone knows the concept of team competition, students from the same school fighting side by side. I reasonably deduce that the instructors hope we can achieve cooperation, allowing everyone to leave this place quickly. A long paragraph appeared on the public channel. No one spammed. Oh, everyone was reading Xu Lingqu's words attentively. Lin Xiao blushed even more when she saw her own name mentioned, but a sense of mission surged within her. She absolutely had to calculate the operational patterns to live up to the trust Xu Lingqu had placed in her with that long speech. After everyone finished reading, replies trickled in one after another. As expected of the commander. Well-reasoned and emotionally stable. On the battlefield, having someone like this at the rear would make me willingly risk my life. Commander, let me report my position. Currently am on the middle path of the 6th tunnel, and the material here is soft sand silver. More and more people after reading that paragraph acknowledged the cooperation Xu Lingqu had proposed and began to report their positions. All the analysts were now working at full capacity brainstorming to calculate positions and patterns. Su Shiqin and Jin Wu, having nothing to do, watched Tang Muin deep in thought and whispered to each other. Our commander was really gentle and reasonable this time. Yet just to wake these people up, I saw her type such a long message for the first time. Tisk, how come someone is still causing trouble on the public channel? Who? Let's wait on this path and give them a kick into the mining pit when they come. The exchange of information was in full swing. Lin Xiao let out a long breath. She had roughly grasped the movement patterns of the material points and directly posted them in the public channel for other analysts to discuss and share. Everyone agreed that her calculations were correct. Following this pattern, they began to find intersection points for material exchanges through movement. For example, the material needed by Group 6 was currently at the point of Group 8. As long as Group 8 moved once and Group 6 moved twice, they could meet on the same path. More and more groups started helping each other. The team without an analyst encountered Xu Lingqu's group during a move. They only had time to hear the names of the materials, not knowing what they looked like. With Lin Xiao's help, this problem was easily solved. Surrounded by a group of people thanking her, Lin Xiao blushed deeply and couldn't help but steal a glance at Xu Lingqu standing nearby. She wasn't very confident in herself. Lin Xiao came from a wealthy family. Her father worked in the Capital Star military department. Since childhood, her family had hoped she would follow in her father's footsteps, become a cadet at one of the 6 major military academies, and eventually enter the military department like him. Carrying such expectations, Lin Xiao couldn't quite articulate her feelings toward the profession of a soldier. She wasn't averse to it, but it wasn't the life direction she truly embraced. Her family had trained her in various directions since childhood, but her individual combat ability was poor, and she wasn't qualified as a mecha pilot. Eventually, she ended up in the command and analysis track, where her teacher made her choose analysis over command. At that time, Lin Xiao was unwilling. She was a fairly responsible person, but she didn't understand why she couldn't be a commander. She disliked the role of an analyst. To others, an analyst was just a database, a cheap substitute, when the neural computer was damaged, sounding dull and uninteresting. How glorious it was to be a commander, expending the least physical effort while receiving the greatest protection with a wave of the hand, making everyone follow orders. Coincidentally, her father, who worked in the military department, was home on leave. She wanted him to change the teacher's assessment of her, but her father just looked at her quietly for a long time. If that's how you define analysts and commanders, then you're destined never to be a good commander. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Xiao truly understood his words. Xu Lingqu had respected and trusted her from the very beginning. She never treated her as a mere database. She believed in the information and judgments she provided, corrected mistakes when necessary, and kept everyone on the right path. Some people are born commanders. The neural computer chimed as Instructor Chun announced the conditions for opening the tunnel. Tunnel 7, condition 140 people. Everyone's breath caught. This opening condition fully confirmed what Xu Lingqu had said earlier. Even those who had been questioning her fell silent. This time the instructors wanted to see mutual help and unity. Without Xu Lingqu and the efforts of all the analysts, everyone would still be in the dark. How could they possibly have assembled 10 teams ready to leave? If everyone had refused to cooperate, even if someone was incredibly lucky and collected everything at once, they still couldn't leave. What would have been a lose-lose outcome was completely turned into a win-win under Xu Lingqu's leadership. Now everyone had gathered. The map was densely marked with positions. Xu Lingqu stood at the very front of Tunnel 7. Lin Xiao looked at her and recalled the second half of her father's words. You think being a commander is just about hiding behind everyone, drinking tea, reading reports, and making decisions? You're oversimplifying it. A good commander always stands in front of everyone. Watching the coordinates of the students on the smart map gradually converge toward the 7th exit. 280 points clustered together with not a single one missing. Instructor Chun and Kaiyong both fell silent. Were they coming out early because they hadn't found the materials? Or Natada, who had been somewhat drowsy, now felt fully awake upon seeing the peculiar expressions of the 2 chief instructors. Had something strange happened inside? Curiosity mingled with anxiety for Xu Lingqu as she fixed her gaze on the 7th exit. The pitch-black entrance, sealed by an iron door, let out a thunderous roar as the door slowly lifted upward. Everyone outside stared intently at the opening. The first person emerged as daylight broke the night having passed. The wind swept up her short black hair, and she stepped out of the tunnel with firm, unwavering strides. There was no special pose, and her attire was merely an ordinary combat uniform. Yet in that moment, she embodied the very essence of the word valiant. It was Xu Lingqu. After she stepped out, the probationary students behind her seemed to share an unspoken understanding. They waited for her to exit first before filing out one by one. This was a mark of respect for the commander. Whether they believed in her or doubted her, during tonight's assessment, Xu Lingqu had led everyone to find the fastest and most optimal solution. Kaiyong stared at the young woman with a complex expression. His initial impression of her during the probation period had been unfavorable. She was frail, pale, and had fainted during the interstellar jump. Kaiyong did not despise weakness, but in his mind weakness had no place in Moy Military Academy. He had rashly affixed that label to Xu Lingqu only to watch her tear it off piece by piece. All 280 students emerged during the first opening of the exit, far exceeding the expectations of both Instructor Chun and Kaiyong. Moreover, all 20 groups had brought out materials. Some groups had initially miscommunicated and grabbed the wrong items, but half of the groups had retrieved the materials needed by the mecha pilots. Such a result could only have been achieved through unified command and coordination, along with the ability to temporarily set aside competition and foster cooperation. Kaiyong suddenly felt a surge of tears and silently turned aside. If the previous 2 years had seen students with this level of command ability, Moy Military Academy would not have suffered such crushing defeats. The desert map battle from last year still haunted him, and after the match the students had shifted blame onto one another, and Kaiyong had wanted to leave, to return to the battlefield and the border rather than continue teaching such students. But the old men on the school board refused to let a man of his experience and passion go, granting him the authority to design the probation period as the chief instructor of the new recruits. After careful deliberation, Kaiyong chose to stay. The scene before him now was a vindication of the choice he had made when he was suffering from that earlier disappointment. Instructor Chun, who had been watching, was initially surprised, but then quietly shifted his position to shield him from the student's view, hiding this sudden vulnerability. Such was the unspoken understanding between partners. Kaiyong had always been emotional. His anger, his pride, and his melancholy came and went swiftly. He might have enjoyed teasing others, but Instructor Chun knew perfectly well the expectations and effort he had poured into this new batch of students. "They'll give you only 15 seconds, Instructor Chun said as he watched the students hand over the materials. "Chief Instructor, you need to come and take charge quickly." Kaiyong gave a muffled grunt in response, and Instructor Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. Natata took the materials from Lin Xiao and the others. The combined weight was considerable, and Lin Xiao had been a bit worried, but the young woman steadily accepted the load and flashed a big smile. "You all did an excellent job." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xu Lingqu. Though she didn't fully understand what had happened, Xu Lingqu had been the first to exit, which meant she was undoubtedly formidable. She had truly latched onto the right person this time. Xu Lingqu, feeling the burning gaze, returned a calm look and gave a slight nod. It wasn't that she was being aloof or unhappy, as she had spoken far too much in the underground labyrinth and felt that her daily quota of words had been exhausted, leaving her disinclined to talk. But to others this seemed like the self-cultivation of a true expert. This only deepened the awesome students already held for Xu Lingqu. "I must work hard to improve my ranking and ultimately stay. I desperately want to experience what it's like to have Commander Xu as our teammate in the league matches. There's a sense, as long as our commander is still alive, we haven't lost. Are you guys done? Enough. Is it necessary to flatter Xu Lingqu like this? What's so special about her words? Anyone could say the same, just setting a grand banner and shouting empty slogans. The real work was done by the analysts. You idiot. You should be thrown back into the underground labyrinth. How does someone who says that have the nerve to walk out with us?" A minor commotion erupted among the students over the topic of Xu Lingqu. Just then Kaiyong had composed himself. "All right, you've performed well this time. You may rest here for half a day. This afternoon, we'll head back to the original training ground." These words from Instructor Kaiyong left the students stunned. Half a day of rest. The demon chief instructor was voluntarily giving them half a day off. Was that something Kaiyong would say? Something was off, definitely off. There had to be a hidden agenda. All the students stood ramrod straight, completely forgetting the fatigue of being startled awake in the middle of the night running cross-country and then exploring the underground labyrinth. They eagerly displayed their willpower before Kaiyong, practically writing on their faces, "Instructor, just tell us what test you have in store this time." "A crisis of trust, huh?" Instructor Chun muttered softly, taunting Kaiyong, then picked up the loudspeaker. "No trick. Half a day's rest, I promise. Now head back to the training ground here." With Instructor Chin's words as a reassuring pill, the students swallowed their doubts, broke into cheers, and set off toward the Mecha pilot's training ground. Kaiyong glanced at Instructor Chun with a hint of embarrassment. "These little rascals really trust you now, huh? You're good to them." "Just average, mainly thanks to the contrast," replied Instructor Chun. "At least I let them get a decent night's sleep. Unlike someone who the students now call the sleep killer." Upon returning to the small training ground, the students who had been excited earlier had now calmed down. As their spirits relaxed, drowsiness crept back in. There were not enough dormitories, only 20 small wooden cabins for Mecha pilot students. Some of the Mecha pilot students were willing to offer their rooms for everyone to squeeze in. Others were unwilling, and there was no space left to cram in, so everyone simply made do and laid down on the floor to sleep. In a sense, this trial period had cured some students of their cleanliness obsession, except for Xu. He stared at the floor of Natada's room for about 40 seconds, then said, "No, I'm not sleeping." Jean, standing nearby, tried to persuade him with a hint of helplessness. "Isn't the floor outside even dirtier? You should be grateful for a place to sleep, yet you're still picky. Wait until I go back and tell your grandfather. He'll definitely teach you a lesson." The last part was said in a low voice. Xu shot him a glare and walked out. On the training field, Xu Lingqu was sitting on the ground leaning against a tree with her eyes closed to rest. This spot was near the woods, and Xu Shiqin was also resting nearby, imitating her posture, though she sat crookedly, clearly fast asleep, unaware of anyone's arrival. As for Xu Lingqu, she opened her eyes the moment someone approached slightly. Her eyelids lifted, and seeing that it was Jean and Xu, she closed them again and said, "Here to rest." Jean, not caring whether Xu Lingqu could see him, shook his head and replied, "I've come to bask in the glory of our commander." The next second, a small stone shot out swiftly from Xu Lingqu's right hand, striking Jin's abdomen. He dramatically clutched the spot where he was hit, acting as if he had been pierced by a bullet. "Commander, your heart is so cruel." But neither Xu nor Xu Lingqu played along with his performance. Jean awkwardly straightened up and found a spot to sit down. Soon he managed to console himself. This time the commander was clearly showing mercy. The stone, though fast, didn't hurt much upon impact. Compared to their first meeting, Jean could clearly sense that Xu Lingqu's killing intent toward him had weakened considerably. As for Xu Lingqu's maneuvers in the underground labyrinth, Jean was no longer surprised. He now only looked forward to the day he could truly fight alongside her. Xu stared at the tree Xu Lingqu was leaning against and said, "I remember you told me once that there's a high chance of bird droppings on tree trunks. That's on the upper branches. This is the base of the tree. If anything, it's where dogs piss." Xu Lingqu opened her eyes and glanced at the spot where Xu was sitting. "Your spot is usually where dogs bury their shit." Jean burst into an earth-shattering laugh, drawing sidelong glances from everyone within a 5-meter radius. "Aha! I told you, why do you have to provoke her? You can't outtalk her, yet you keep jumping in to make yourself miserable." Jean laughed, while wiping tears, his other hand patting Xu's frozen body. Beside them, Xu Shiqin was startled awake by the ruckus. Opening her eyes and seeing it was Jean, she rolled her eyes, turned around, and went back to sleep. She was exhausted. Xu's body stiffened and his ears turned red, but he clearly ignored Jin's advice and continued to address Xu Lingqu. "Don't you find it uncomfortable?" The bark of the tree Xu Lingqu was leaning against was not smooth. The old bark was crisscrossed with ridges, clearly full of bumps. Xu clutched the combat uniform jacket in his hand. If Xu Lingqu had opened her eyes at that moment, she would have noticed he was offering his jacket to cushion her back. Unfortunately, Xu Lingqu had just closed her eyes again. "You find it uncomfortable? Are you a princess?" And the P. She assumed Xu was asking because he wanted to lean against the tree, but found it too rough and couldn't help teasing him. Jean was puzzled. What princess? When did the Empire have a princess of peas? As the third prince, how could he not know? Xu also fell silent. Perhaps due to confusion, the redness even faded from his ears. Xu Lingqu was at a loss for words. She had casually referenced a fairy tale from Earth in front of 2 interstellar people. Opening her eyes to explain, she said, "There's a story about a princess who once stayed at someone's house. She felt a pea under 20 mattresses, keeping her awake all night." Jean immediately understood why Xu Lingqu had called Xu a princess and the P. He laughed even more wildly, teasingly calling out princess and the P. Xu Lingqu, having rested enough, opened her eyes fully and stood up. She checked her smart device. The time was about right. The mecha pilots were starting their assessment, and she planned to go watch. Jean was about to follow, but Xu seemed to freeze in place. Jean instinctively thought the nickname princess and the P had hit him too hard, and for once he felt like being a decent person and comforting his friend. But Xu suddenly spoke. "She made up a whole story just to call me princess." "Jean, you're not Xu. Get out of my friend's body." The mecha pilot's assessment was at the center of the training ground. By now many students had come to watch, just like Xu Lingqu. Each mecha pilot student had a small private room where they were manufacturing components. Natada felt a bit panicked as she stared at the materials on the table. She prayed silently in her heart. "Father bless me." Jean and Xu had caught up by then, along with Xu Shiqin, who was rubbing her eyes and yawning. She had been woken up by those two anyway, so she might as well come watch. "Are you interested in Mecha, Commander?" Jean asked, watching Xu Lingqu observe intently. "I'm somewhat interested." Before Lumen appeared, Xu Lingqu's interest in Mecha had been average. Having slaughtered enormous monsters for so long, facing such massive objects, even if they were made of metal, the enforcer Xu Lingqu's first reaction was still an itch for action and killing intent. But ever since a mecha claiming to be an SS-class relic of the Galactic Admiral had suddenly appeared in her hand, she had taken some interest in learning more, though not excessively. First, she couldn't yet verify Liu Ming's identity. She was more inclined to treat it like a puppy. Second, her spiritual power was falsified as grade a level incapable of piloting a mecha. As a solitary girl who had just returned from the Xu border fortress, and kept to herself. It was normal for her not to be enthusiastic about Mecha. What truly moved her were the phantom images that occasionally surfaced in her mind suspected to be Liu Ming's true form, and what Instructor Chen had said to her: once you touch a mecha you're sure to fall in love with it. At the age of 7, Natada first handled mecha materials, a piece of phosphorescent stone. Her father held her hand, guiding it as she ground the stone into a fine golden powder, whispering softly in her ear, "This is the most important material for painting the mecha." That was the day she resolved to become a mecha designer. Her heart brimmed with joy, her mind filled with boundless dreams of the future. She fantasized that one day after coming of age she would design a mecha that would astonish the entire galaxy and become the pride of her father. Back then she could not foresee the grim shadows of the future. The death of her father a few years later, or the crushing debt she would shoulder to enter the trial period at the Moy Military Academy. Natada gazed at the materials Xu Lingqu and the others had brought out, let out a long breath, and firmly took hold of the rare metal. This would truly be the first day of a new chapter in her life. Commander, are your friends from the Mecha Design track reliable? The results of this assessment for the Mecha Design track would affect their bonus points. Jean glanced at Natada, who was already moving slowly in the transparent cubicle, and teased. In truth, she and Natada were not particularly close. They had only interacted briefly during the jump in the stalker. Hardly friends were they. Still, there was no need to explain that. Xu Lingqu watched Natada's deft movements after she started, and said, "Should be fine." Xu Shiqin was so sleepy that her mind felt foggy. Words would enter her ears, wander halfway through her body before reaching her brain. It was only now that she reacted to the conversation between Xu Lingqu and Jean about whether she was interested in mecha. "Sis, when you go back, log into the Skynet. Upgrade Psychic can pilot in a class mecha on the Skynet. You'd be amazing in the mecha tournament." Xu Shiqin vividly remembered the combat moves Xu Lingqu had used to take down 7 opponents in one match. Those moves, both ruthlessly practical and utterly unknown, would be even more breathtaking when applied to a giant mecha. Jean couldn't help but walk over and shake her. "Get a grip, you're not awake yet. The Skynet's simulation of actual mecha is only 30%. And right now only the top 50 in the mecha tournament can pull off a continuous sequence of moves on the Skynet. Our commander is only grade. You'd be sending her to her death." In reality, the psychic threshold for piloting a mecha was utterly insurmountable. The Skynet, however, greatly reduced the mental pressure and physical demands of piloting. From 80-year-old grandmothers to 80-year-old girls, everyone could pilot a basic entry-level virtual mecha. But the Skynet was not content to let mecha become commonplace. Aside from the barrier-free simulation mecha, it also offered replica versions of real mecha. These replicas were a full one-tune restoration, so the psychic requirements were nearly identical to the real thing. The lowest grade replica, a class mecha, could be piloted on the Skynet by grade individuals, just a slight step down. In Jean's eyes, Xu Lingqu's psychic power barely reached the threshold for the A-class replica. And even if she could pilot it, executing moves required immense psychic strength and physical endurance. Asking Xu Lingqu to replicate her combat moves from the match wasn't that expecting too much. Shaken awake by that jolt, Xu Shiqin was now fully alert. She promptly punched Jean's stomach. "What do you know? How could my sister be like ordinary people?" After all, Xu Lingqu was still at the top of the trial period leaderboard. Xu Shiqin was still hoping Xu Lingqu would earn a mecha soldier spot alongside her. As for the psychic level restriction, in Xu Zikin's eyes that was insignificant. If Xu Lingqu crushed everyone else with her strength, then the spot was rightfully hers. Whether she could actually pilot a mecha was a matter for later. Xu Lingqu's punches were light taps, but Xu Zikin's fists were real blows. Jean, showing his true emotions, curled up on the floor, clutching his stomach. General Xu, a tiger of a father, had indeed raised 2 tiger daughters. Oh right, Xu Shiqin also had a brother, didn't she? Rumor had it he was in the military, but he kept a low profile. A true underdog. Jean scrambled up, rubbing his belly. Once the trial period was over, pick a couple of people from Ares to go scare that brother. If he couldn't provoke the 2 tiger daughters, surely he could handle a single dog son. This time their bickering actually had some substance. Xu Lingqu, listening nearby, caught a bit of information. Skynet mecha. At her question, the 3 people around her froze for a moment, then quickly realized. Xu Lingqu had grown up in the Zhuyan border, so it was only natural she was unfamiliar with the Skynet. In the century since the Empire had split from the Federation, the Skynet had only been connected to the Imperial Interstellar Network 50 years ago. Xu Lingqu had not been on the capital star long, and most of her time had been spent in the Xu mansion, where most people paid her little attention. The only one who was somewhat friendly, Xu Shiqin, was often dragged off to train by her brother. Lady Gina also had other tasks assigned by General Xu Qingbi. It was perfectly normal that Xu Lingqu didn't know about the Skynet. However, Jean, who had been secretly investigating her and had ties to the 3-star system, wisely put on a shocked expression to avoid exposure. Shin Sholi kept his usual expressionless face. "Your neural computer probably hasn't loaded it yet. They'll help you load it when we get back. The Skynet has all sorts of fun things, community shops, various online competitions. The virtual mecha tournaments get super lively at night. They'll set it up for you when we're back, Xu Lingqu said, feeling a pang of sadness as she thought of her sister's hard years in the Zhuyin border. She had also struggled with the thought that being so clingy to this suddenly appeared adopted sister, a sister who was a thorn in the eyes of her mother and brother, felt like a kind of betrayal to her family. But after spending these days together, she had been drawn to the personal charm Xu Lingqu exuded. Xu Lingqu was certain that even without this family connection, she would still have gravitated towards Xu Lingqu. The grudges and entanglements of their parents' generation should not be repeated in their relationship. She silently sidled up to Xu Lingqu like a little dog begging for affection from its owner. Xu Lingqu glanced at her, suddenly reminded of Lumen. She wondered how the dog was doing alone in the dormitory at Moy Military Academy. Can the Skynet Mecha show some famous Mecha? Thinking of Lumen, who always boasted about being the most handsome Mecha in the galaxy, Xu Lingqu had searched for it on her neural computer. The images it showed did not match the white Mecha in her mind. Perhaps the replicas on the Skynet would be more reliable. She asked directly, like the Mecha of the Galaxy General. Gina and Xu exchanged glances, silently conveying "See." She really does admire the Galaxy General. Xu Lingqu, a true fan of the Galaxy General, got excited for a moment before deflating. No, the Skynet only has replicas of S-class Mecha like Blade Grip and Heavy Blade. There's no Lumen of the Galaxy General. The Galaxy General, and it, disappeared too early. Have Chen Dao and Rin been replicated? Xu Lingqu was more than familiar with these two names. Lu Ming chattered in her ear, every day boasting that both were its defeated foes, trivial Chen Dao laughable, and foolish Rin unworthy of mention. It had also emphasized repeatedly that in its aesthetic opinion, those two were hideous. Seeing Xu Lingque's growing curiosity about mechas, Xu Lingqu pulled her to sit down, ready to elaborate on these matters, and Gina also settled beside her. What are you doing? Gina, accustomed to Xu Lingque's swift change of expression toward anyone other than Xu Lingqu, especially himself, grinned and said, I'm here to learn about mecha knowledge too. I certainly know less than the daughter of General Xu the professional. I promise I won't interrupt. Just listen, no talking, and pay attention. He then made a gesture of covering his mouth to demonstrate. Seeing his rare good attitude, Xu Lingqu let it slide and turned to Xu on the other side. And you still need a lecture from me. With his status, background, and family, he had likely been raised touching mechas since infancy. Did he really need her explanation? No harm in listening. Xu glanced at Xu Lingqu beside him. As long as she didn't drive him away, he was relieved. Unable to get rid of these two, Xu Lingqu was about to organize the knowledge her brother had instilled in her when another voice drifted from above. May I listen too? This time Xu Lingqu was so startled, she nearly shot out of her seat, but Xu Lingqu held her back. Lu Zheng, when did you? Xu Lingqu clutched her chest, genuinely frightened by Lu Zheng's sudden appearance. Did I startle you? Sorry. Lu Zheng's face was a rigid mask of ice, her apology stiff. She had also come to watch Nada Ta's evaluation. Lin Xiao was still fast asleep in Nada Ta's bed, so she had come alone. The Mecha Master evaluation was frankly hard to follow, but overhearing Xu Lingqu and the others' conversation piqued her interest. So Lu Zheng eavesdropped openly. Xu Lingqu pulled Xu Lingqu to sit down again, making an excuse for Lu Zheng. Stealth is an essential tactical skill for a sniper. After speaking, she patted Xu arm, signaling him to make room. Reluctantly, Xu shifted to give Lu Zheng a space. Is everyone here now? I assume Tang Muwen is asleep. No one else is going to pop up and listen, right? Xu Lingqu glanced around suspiciously, confirming no one else was suddenly appearing, then began her explanation. Currently, the Skynet's replication of mechas starts with the trio that founded Interstellar Mecha Basics. The Shadow Wind, Shadow Snow, and Shadow Dream, by Master Forge Dream, originally rated A class, now rated Aminous. My brother once took me to see a real Shadow Snow. It was truly beautiful. Master Forge Dream is indeed Master Forge Dream. After her sigh, she continued. Next came his A-class works, The Deceiver, The Magician, and The Judge, a very splendid set. Among the Skynet mechas, my favorite is The Magician. When I become a powerful mecha soldier, I will definitely. Jean quietly coughed twice to stop her from straying too far. Xu Lingqu glanced at him, while he hadn't interrupted, and she had indeed digressed. She pulled the topic back on track herself. The Skynet's replication is now quite comprehensive and fast. Except for the latest Flower series by our Empire's Master Qin, which hasn't been replicated, yet almost everything else is fully covered. The Aminous Green Crystal Master Type, 4 Ron Silent No. 2 version, the A-class Green Crystal Masters, Single Piece Obsidian, and Master Qin's Silver Muse. All of these can be seen in the Skynet mecha simulation. The most important are the 3 S-class mechas that cannot be replicated anywhere in the entire galaxy. Speaking of this, Xu Lingque's tone grew heavy. Chen Dao, Run, and Lu Ming. These 3 S-class mechas were all crafted by Master Forge Dream. Their materials are unique and their workmanship is unparalleled. They cannot be recreated in reality. Only one of each exists. To this day, no one has been able to create another S-class mecha. Master Forge Dream, now advanced in age, has declared he will no longer create. As for Chen Dao and Run, it's manageable. After the death of Admiral Merlin of the Federation, Chun Dao agreed to be replicated on the Skynet. Qi Ren's replication was a deal between the royal family and the Skynet. As Su Ziken's mouth ran ahead of her mind, she realized what she had said. Is this something I'm allowed to say? Jean nodded beside her. The third prince himself had internally consented to sharing royal secrets, but unfortunately Su Shiqin couldn't receive telepathic signals. Anyway, for class mechas the replication of both was successful. They can now be directly accessed on the Skynet, but piloting them still requires S-level spiritual energy. Su Shiqin pointed at Shinsholi, and then at Lu Zheng, her tone tinged with envy. You two must have piloted them on the Skynet before. Lu Zheng nodded. I prefer Chun Dao. It comes with a sniper weapon. I tried it, and it has a strong compatibility with me. Unfortunately, it was a mecha from the Federation, and in reality piloting it required spiritual energy. Lu Zheng was still slightly short. Su Shiqin turned her gaze to Shinsholi. What about you? What's your impression? Shinsholi nodded. Qi Ren is cooler than Chun Dao. What kind of answer was that? Su Shiqin was about to criticize such a superficial judgment based on looks, when Xu Lingqu, who had remained silent, spoke up. Isn't the coolest mecha Lumen? Next time she thought, let it argue with Shinsholi itself. Exactly. Swallowing her criticism, Su Shiqin nodded, feeling more and more that her sister and she were kindred spirits, a perfect match. Lu Ming is the coolest. I recall many biographies of famous figures. Whenever they mentioned the Galactic Admiral and his Lu Ming, they would write a passage about how handsome, beautiful, and powerful Lu Ming was. Even those who had never seen it forced themselves to write just to ride the hype. Because of such behavior, the image of Lu Ming has become increasingly blurred. The depiction of Lu Ming retrieved from the Smart Brain was a hybrid generated by AI from various sources, resulting in a mishmash that was hard to believe was the most handsome mecha in the galaxy. Where did the Galactic Admiral and Lu Ming go? Alas, their traces in this world are too mysterious. I see many people still believe the Galactic Admiral is alive, waiting for the Empire to fall into crisis again before he reappears with Lu Ming. If only that day could come. Su Shiqin rested her chin on her hand, sighing. She held the purest admiration and desire to follow the Galactic Admiral. But the Galactic Admiral had already committed suicide. This interstellar legend, a figure who seemed to be a fellow countryman of hers, had apparently perished in some unknown corner of the universe. Xu Lingqu thought silently, though Lu Ming still existed. Moreover, it had been pinched by the ear by Su Shiqin and deemed not very cute. On this side, the Skynet mecha knowledge popularization was ongoing, while on the other side, the actual assessment for students in the mecha engineer track was in full swing. For this individual part, the instructor had given them a time limit of 3 hours. Natada was working on a small leg component for an Aminus grade mecha at a critical moment, the final step of adding Mu Hu Mi Yi for shaping. Sweat beaded on her forehead from tension, but the hand pouring the Mu Hu Mi Yi remained steady. About 5 minutes after, pouring, a puff of smoke rose, and Natada waved it away. The final step, success. A beautiful, complete mecha part lay before her eyes. Natada pushed open the door of her booth to signal that she was done. With half an hour to spare, the assessment results awaited the instructor's individual inspection. Natada was allowed to leave her booth first. She glanced around, spotted Xu Lingqu's location, and walked straight over, a smile breaking out on her face. The result is pretty good. Seeing her expression, it seemed their team's bonus points were secured. Jean moved aside to make room for the hero Natada to sit down. What are you all talking about? Natada asked curiously. With the assessment over, a heavy weight had been lifted from her mind. Rumor had it that after this assessment they would return to the large training base to train alongside Xu Lingqu and the others, so it was a good opportunity to get to know them better. Su Shiqin enthusiastically chimed in. Mechas, the ones replicated from the Skynet. Speaking of which, you're the real expert. We were just talking about the 3-class mechas. Natada's smile faded slightly. I see. I'm still just a student, not really a true professional. The path of a mecha engineer was long and arduous. Today's assessment was merely a small threshold. She reminded herself inwardly. A few of them huddled together, chatting about the characteristics of various mechas. For instance, Master Green Crystal's mecha focused on speed. Luo In loved building heavy mechas, and Master Qin's mecha was flashy, capable of swapping several weapons. When the assessment ended, the instructor of the mecha engineer track announced the results. Natada placed second. Well done, the instructor said. These 3 points were securely added to Xu Lingqu's team. The rare half-day break soon ended. Kaiyong waved his hand grandly, leading the students back to base like a triumphant army. He was extremely satisfied with the assessment results. Joy brightened his spirits, and he wore a smile the entire time as he led the students on an off-road journey back to the base. This made the students suspicious. They wondered if he had arranged something along the way to ambush them, so they couldn't relax during the off-road trip. Put away those big white teeth of yours, Instructor Chun said, looking at the pitiful students and deciding to speak up for them. Kaiyong protested indignantly. I learned it from you. You always smile at them for no reason, and the students feel close to you and really like you. Instructor Chen shot him a glance. It's not the smile, but it's the person. Instructor Kaiyong was deeply wounded by this remark, but unfortunately no student knew. The off-road return trip arrived in the afternoon. Instructor Chun added some extra training content, and after finishing he dismissed them. Yet after training the students still worried about some hidden schemes stood rooted to the spot, like a grove of wooden stakes. He assured the students repeatedly, "Tonight you can really sleep well, there won't be any more surprises. Who knows if there's some trick?" Su Shiqing really couldn't believe it this time. Xu Lingqu on the other hand simply walked away after hearing the assurance. Gina was skeptical so he caught up and asked, "Commander, what's your insight?" "The instructors are quite satisfied with our assessment. There's nothing left to stir up." Xu Lingqu walked toward the medical bay without looking back. As she pushed open the door, Dr. Li, who had grown accustomed to Xu Lingque's daily visits and barely looked up, raised her head in surprise. "This time you didn't faint and get carried in, nor did you look half dead. As befits a special constitution, it seems you've really improved rapidly." Dr. Li didn't know what they had been up to, only that the two restless instructor colleagues had dragged the large group of students out again. She had asked many times if she really didn't need to accompany them, and each time she received a negative answer. Dr. Li had been afraid that the two would bring back a few student corpses, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Xu Lingque's condition wasn't serious, just the usual fatigue and soreness from overtraining. This time the degree was actually quite mild. Logically, she shouldn't have come. But for her, walking into the medical bay had become a kind of muscle memory. Her feet naturally carried her here. Xu Lingqu sat down, and an old Earth song, "Always Come Home to See," oddly floated into her mind, a fitting tune. This was one of the few moments in her 2 lifetimes where she felt quite humorous. Unfortunately, the interstellar humans wouldn't get the joke. In the dormitory, Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng gave Natada a brief introduction to the dormitory, which had virtually nothing worth introducing. One of them habitually wore a smile, the other a poker face. It looked awkward, yet had a certain contrast. Natada gave them a genuine smile. Just then Xu Lingqu pushed the door open and returned. "Xu Lingqu." She suddenly stood up and called Xu Lingque's name, catching Xu Lingqu off guard as she stood there momentarily stunned. "You called me?" Xu Lingqu asked. Realizing her actions were rather abrupt, Natada quickly waved her hands. No, it's nothing. I was just a bit excited." She had heard Lin Xiao recount Xu Lingque's accomplishments over the past half-month, and her admiration and fondness for Xu Lingqu had soared. In these descriptions, Natada felt that Xu Lingqu was like a bamboo, tenacious in growth, and when made into a weapon sharp, yet carrying a faint fragrance. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Xu Lingqu went about her usual routine, tidying up, washing up, and going to bed on time. As she took off her combat suit jacket, she thought of something and turned to Natada. "Will you be training with us from now on?" Natada shook her head. "Our instructor said we focus on classes with physical fitness assessments as supplementary. We live with you, but our training isn't together." "How nice," Lin Xiao sighed, sincerely thinking about the students in the mecha engineer track. Earlier she had envied them, then felt relieved that they weren't sent to the mines, and finally things had come full circle, proving that envy was still warranted. They were the only group among non-combat students who could escape Kaiyong's clutches. Watching Xu Lingqu tidy up, the 3 of them also got ready for bed one by one. This trial period had cured Lin Xiao of her previous habit of staying up late. She had a severe fear of sleep deprivation, so she now cherished every second under the covers. At lights out time, Lu Zheng got out of bed to manually turn off the light. Before doing so, she suddenly walked over to Xu Lingque's bunk. The day of fixed-point shooting training should come soon. Lu Zheng still remembered the last time Xu Lingqu had declared she would defeat her in her most confident event. Thinking that she had recalled Earth moments a bit too often today, Xu Lingqu yawned and replied, "Always ready." The training content over the past few days had been unnervingly normal, giving one the illusion that Instructor Kaiyong had been dragged back to the Moy headquarters for interrogation. But clearly that wasn't the case, because now during regular training, Instructor Chun led the morning session, while Instructor Kaiyong took the afternoon. The students saw both instructors every day, confirming they hadn't been kidnapped or gone missing. "It's so normal, it's abnormal," Su Shizhen remarked from the edge of the training ground. Jean chimed in. "I feel like they're brewing something bad, preparing a big one for us." That afternoon's training had already ended normally, and on the field Xu Lingqu was giving herself extra practice. Lately the daily routine no longer gave her that sense of over-fatigue that cried out for rescue. According to Dr. E, that was detrimental to her physical improvement, so Xu Lingqu took the initiative to push herself harder. These past few days she had been training extra every single day. When the session ended and everyone scattered, she remained on the field practicing on her own. Jean crossed his arms, watching Xu Lingqu on the field with admiration. "Our commander is the kind of person who succeeds at whatever she does." "What do you mean, our commander?" "That's my sister," Su Shizhen said proudly. "You're stating the obvious." These past few days, Xu Lingque's extra practice had driven many people to compete. Some adopted the attitude, "If Xu Lingqu is still training, how can I bring myself to eat or sleep?" They directly became her sparring partners on the field. They trained until she finished staying with her the whole time, a pure act of companionship. The typical examples were Wang Qihu and Tang Muan. Others, however, led by Sun Liao, strongly disapproved of Xu Lingque's approach. In other words, these people had disliked her from the very start. Why should she be the one to steal the spotlight, receive praise, and win the adoration of the students? Human jealousy needs no reason. Even if Xu Lingqu had many praiseworthy achievements laid out before them, some people simply chose to ignore them. They stubbornly believed that her leading the charge in extra training was just putting on a show for the instructors, and such behavior was utterly outrageous. The day before yesterday, a male student walked straight up to Xu Lingqu during her extra practice and said, "Don't you think it's pointless to push everyone so hard? You're strong, but is it necessary? You could easily tone down your brilliance." Such people had no logic, yet spoke with utter confidence. Xu Lingqu merely cast a cold glance at him and retorted, "What does the first-place student's effort have to do with rank 196? Those in the top 10 could still complain that Xu Lingqu's extra practice fueled their anxiety, but it had nothing to do with someone ranked 196, who was doomed to be eliminated. The boy stood frozen, as if turned to stone, pointing at Xu Lingqu with a trembling hand, too furious to speak. Sneaking away would be even more humiliating, but he couldn't think of a strong retort at that moment. As Xu Lingqu finished her training and left, she didn't forget to deliver the final blow. "No matter what I do, you're still going to be eliminated soon." The damage was severe, and the insult was even stronger. Gene, never one to miss a good show, heard that the male student went back to the dormitory and cried under his blanket. Shamelessly, Gene went to watch him cry. He had to see with his own eyes how miserable these people were, otherwise had suspect. They had some masochistic fetish. Getting scolded by Xu Lingqu made them feel good. That was why they kept picking pointless fights with her. "And you're any better," Xu said from the dormitory, curling his lips at Gene's words. If anyone had a masochistic fetish, it was Gene, who had suffered plenty of physical beatings just to stay close to Xu Lingqu. Gene immediately protested loudly, "No such thing. Our commander is very gentle with me now. Don't spread rumors about her." He rubbed his chin, noticing Shuli's unnatural expression, and suddenly felt he had discovered something huge. "To be honest, you've never been the type to swallow losses since childhood, right? With that spoiled temperament of yours, I remember the first time your grandfather brought you to the palace, the first time we met, you punched me just because I accidentally splashed mud on you. But I feel like your tolerance for our commander is exceptionally high." Shuli cut him off. "Are you going to say you didn't do that on purpose back then?" At that time, the third Prince Gene was still a genuinely sickly child, but he never missed a chance to cause mischief in the palace. He had heard that General Shun was bringing his outstanding grandson to meet the vigorous Emperor Andalou. Rarely having appear in the palace, Gene specially prepared mud bombs in the garden for Shuli's enjoyment. The result was that the fearless young Master Shun pinned him down and beat him up. General Shun awkwardly dragged Shuli to apologize before the Emperor. Andalou grinned and praised Shuli for a good beating. "Whenever you get nervous, you change the subject?" "Every time." Gene stood up like a triumphant general. "I've caught you red-handed. You're just..." Shuli instinctively reached out to cover his mouth, but quickly realized he'd be touching Gene's saliva and withdrew his hand, wiping it with a handkerchief in disgust. "You finally met your match. Boy, there are so many young ladies and gentlemen in the capital who'd love to say a word to you, and the nobles who want to get in with the Shun family are practically wearing down your doorstep. Countless eyes are on that prized piece of yours. And here you are nursing a secret crush." Thinking about it, all of Shuli's previous strange behavior now made perfect sense. Gene teased his friend with great delight, but then stopped mid-sentence to ponder the truth. "Well, if I'm being honest, if the target is our commander, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it?" Shuli's ears were red enough to bleed, but he still managed to warn his loudmouth friend, "If you dare tell anyone." Gene blinked rapidly. "To be honest, even if you stood in front of our commander and said I really like you, she'd either ignore you or tell you to go to the hospital." That was just Xu Lingqu's personality. Winking at her was like winking at a blind person, let alone confessing. "You're right." Recalling his previous attempts to get close that had all ended in vain, Shuli was amazed he had ever dared to do such things. Gene's gossip fire burned fiercely. "Wait, when did you start having improper thoughts about our commander? Why didn't you tell me anything?" Shuli put on a stern face. "No comment." "Tisk, there you go again. Look at you." Gene figured he probably wouldn't dig anything more out, but finally had the conscience to console his friend. "Honestly, I think the commander's heart isn't set on this, but you still have a good chance. If all else fails, go beg my father to issue a marriage decree to secure a title. It's better than nothing. My father dotes on you after all." Hearing Gene's implication that he should give up, Shuli paused and retorted, "But I think she's actually quite special to me." "Gene? Where? Shuli, isn't she?" "Gene, no." "Shuli, I think so." "Gene." One shouldn't casually judge others. The real masochist was his own brother. Xu Lingqu became acquainted with a secret organization exclusively for evolved humans, whose members were mostly law enforcers who had defected from another base. The leader of the organization said a meaningful sentence the first time he saw Xu Lingqu. "We are evolved humans, not humans. You must understand me, just as the same changes in our bodies. Millions of years ago, when humans learned to use tools, they were no longer the same species as apes." The leader, clad in a white robe, wore a serene smile on his face. "And we are the same as those ordinary humans. We have long ceased to be their kind. Now they are fish on the chopping block, and we are the knife. The human high-ups keep brainwashing us, asking us to sacrifice ourselves to protect them. Law Enforcer Xu, evolved human, Xu, we want to carry out a massacre in Lake Yaton. We need you. That night Xu Lingqu also learned about the evolved human cultivation plan, the truth behind the fire she had experienced. She ultimately agreed, and the price of admission was the activity trajectory of some high-ranking humans in the central tower. Evolved humans could contend with mutated beasts, and at times they could kill ordinary humans faster than mutated beasts. The high-ranking humans who had once made the decision to actively kill humans in exchange for the creation of evolved humans were bloodily slaughtered that night. The evolved human organization killed until their eyes were red. When the leader was reveling in the pleasure of being above ordinary life, an old-fashioned revolver was pressed against his head. After using the knife to kill Xu Lingqu destroyed the knife with her own hands. Do you think ordinary humans will like you for doing this? Who will truly appreciate you? You have betrayed your own kind in this world to protect the ordinary humans who call you murderers and dictators. Before his death, the leader had an abundance of pointless words. Looking at his painstakingly built organization being destroyed by her alone, he laughed somewhat crazily. Xu Lingqu, in this world you belong neither to ordinary humans nor to evolved humans. You led us to kill the human high-ups, and you don't really identify with your identity as a law enforcer, do you? Do you have a place in this world? A pitiful outlier who goes out of their way to seek trouble. The gunshot rang out, blood splattered. She left the bloody scene in the night, the soles of her feet sticking to the blood of either the high-ranking ordinary humans or the evolved humans. Xu Lingqu inexplicably remembered the day he died. Although evolved humans had gained the power to fight against mutated beasts, their brains had always been a weakness. He was too unlucky. The person who shot him was actually using a gun for the first time, yet the bullet happened to pass through the back of his head. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally heavy on people. It turned out she wasn't unable to perceive, just numb. Commander, Commander, Commander. A voice pealed her out of the heavy moonlight's embrace. Xu Lingqu thought it was Gina at first, since he was the only one who liked to call her that. But upon closer listening, it was the voices of many people. The voices of the students from MOC's trial period all combined. Jean could understand that over the past 10 days Xu Lingqu had been doing extra training, and although the infirmary served as her respawn point, entering with eyes closed and coming out refreshed, the two states cycled repeatedly. But was it really reasonable to fall asleep while eating? Su Ziken's first reaction was, my sister can sleep wherever she wants. Tang Muin carefully moved the half-eaten piece of food from Xu Lingque's mouth and worried, she still has something in her mouth. Could she choke in her sleep? Are you going to dig it out of her mouth? Jean casually remarked, but turned to see Shinsholi, who usually would have despised such words, smiling faintly. He felt the world was collapsing. Can you not do that? It makes me, who has been beaten by you since childhood because of your cleanliness, look like an idiot. Keep your voice down, Shinsholi said seriously, looking at Xu Lingque's sleeping form. It's rare to see her so relaxed. Don't disturb her. Like a stray cat boss at the alley entrance, usually either biting whoever it meets or ignoring humans and doing its own thing, but one day it unexpectedly fell asleep in front of familiar humans. The four people at the table watched the sleeping Xu Lingqu with care. When someone passing by in the cafeteria saw who was sleeping, they also became lightfoot, afraid of making any noise that might wake the commander, who needed rest. Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao saw it from the next table, and were also a bit surprised. Natada, who was eating with them, didn't understand, so Lu Zheng simply made a shushing gesture at her. Everyone tacitly protected Xu Lingqu, who seemed to be having a sweet dream. Unfortunately, she was actually having a real nightmare. Amidst the repeated calls of Commander, Xu Lingqu opened her eyes. Feeling some soft touch beside her arm, she turned her head to see Su Shiqin lying next to her, leaning against her. Feeling Xu Lingque's movement, she also sat up. She wanted to take a nap with her sister, but didn't expect her sister to wake up so soon. Commander, you finally woke up. I was deprived of my right to breathe, almost suffocating. Jean's voice was very resentful. The culprit Shinsholi sat nearby, looking as if he had nothing to do with it. Xu Lingqu, have you been training too much lately? Are you too tired? Tang Muin now also expressed concern. At this moment, Xu Lingqu realized she must have fallen asleep while eating. Rarely she felt a hint of embarrassment, but her face showed nothing. It's fine. Looking around, the cafeteria was empty. Those who wanted to nap had gone back to the dorms, and those who didn't weren't active in the cafeteria. At this hour, only a few of them were still sitting here, along with the meal-serving robot with a cute smile on its window. Xu Lingqu rubbed her eyes. But I do need to stop the extra training. There was only about half of the trial period left. These days Kai-Ong had been unusually normal and well-behaved, gradually regaining his image among the students. But whether it was her instinctive crisis intuition or the warning from her S-level mental power, Xu Lingqu felt that something important was about to happen, and it would happen within a few days. At this moment in the instructor's office, Kai-Ong was pacing back and forth in irritation, almost making Instructor Chun, who was sitting, dizzy. Sit down. How can I sit down? You said it was a month and a half trial period from the start. Who does Su Li think she is to cut the time like this? She's the vice principal, the youngest among the 6 military academies. Instructor Chun couldn't stand it. He'll count to 3. If you don't sit down, get out. Kion, calm down a little. Don't you think she's deliberately making things difficult? It's because you built that underground maze renovation terrain here and got caught. Instructor Chun, seeing him sit down, stood up himself and pushed the table's smart brain towards Kion. It was a holographic call request from Xu Li. Damn, are you going to leave me alone to report to her? Kion, seeing Instructor Chun about to leave, almost pounced to hug his leg and beg him not to go. I have to lead training in the afternoon fixed-point shooting. I need to go to the training ground first. Instructor Chun revealed a mocking smile. You're on your own. Inside the shooting range, 10 students stood in a line before 10 targets for the afternoon's fixed-point shooting exercise. Each was issued 30 rounds and a standard FSE-1 firearm, with the final ranking determined by their total scores. Everyone's bullets and targets were linked to the neural system, which had already produced a comedic spectacle during the first 2 rounds. 2 adjacent shooters accidentally hit each other's targets, resulting in a public shaming on the big screen. Don't ever say you're my students once you leave here, Instructor Chun sighed helplessly. The 2 foolishly nodded. Well, say we were taught by Instructor Kion, rest assured Instructor Chun. The other students struggled to suppress their grins, silently begging their own hearts to calm down, lest they become the next laughingstock when it was their turn to shoot. As the next group of students stepped up, the previously playful crowd suddenly fell into a solemn silence. The 4th and 5th lanes were Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu, a clash of titans, and they were facing off directly in adjacent lanes. Lu Zheng bowed her head to load her ammunition. In that brief moment, she glanced at Xu Lingqu to her right. The latter's expression remained calm and composed, no different from her demeanor during any other challenge or assessment. Yet Lu Zheng could barely steady her own racing heart, her hands trembling faintly. She took a deep breath, relying on years of competitive shooting experience to quickly regain her composure. She couldn't help but feel excited. She had been waiting for this showdown for a long time. I will utterly defeat you in the event you are most confident and proud of. Xu Lingqu's words echoed in Lu Zheng's mind. The sensation of something akin to a flammable agent coursing through her veins surged once more, spreading through every limb and bone. Lu Zheng tightened her grip on the pistol. She would show Xu Lingqu the strength of her determination to win. How insane, someone muttered. After the first 10 shots, the big screen displayed Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu tied in score. Each had an average of over 10.5 per shot, with Lu Zheng hitting the bullseye 10.9 3 times and Xu Lingqu twice. Their total score stood at 107, for leaving the rest of the group far behind. This shooting range had become a battlefield drenched in the smoke of gunpowder belonging solely to the 2 of them. Jean took a deep breath and looked at Xu. Do you know Lu Zheng's record in fixed-point shooting? Her trophy stacked up would be nearly as tall as she is. So now you understand just how extraordinary Xu Lingqu is. She hadn't even received systematic training. Xu fixed his gaze on Xu Lingqu's figure and lane 5, her back straight as a bamboo. Her shooting posture clearly showed she had never undergone formal instruction. He whispered just loud enough for Jean to hear, count yourself lucky that such a genius belongs to the Stellar Empire. Lin Xiao had once attended an Empire shooting competition, though Lu Zheng wasn't there that time. The contestants fired shot after shot, chasing each other's scores with the big screen updating in real time and holographic projections of bullseyes. She thought that was already thrilling enough. But now in this shooting range, Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu had everyone's hearts in their throats. Lin Xiao felt she might hyperventilate from the tension. The students, including Instructor Chun, held their breath, waiting for the victor to emerge between the 2. The spectators were far more nervous than the shooters themselves. After the second round of 10 shots, the new scores appeared. This time their performance was even more dazzling. Lu Zheng's second round total reached 107.6, while Xu Lingqu trailed by 0.1 ring, scoring 107.5. With the cumulative scores, they were no longer tied. Lu Zheng held a 0.1 ring lead over Xu Lingqu. Su Shiqin saw the updated numbers on the big screen and immediately clasped her hands together, closing her eyes and muttering to herself. Jean found her behavior amusing, but didn't dare to tease her, as before any commotion might affect the shooters. He whispered, "What are you doing?" Su Shiqin whispered back, "I'm praying. Performing a ritual. If this is some cult, watch out. The police might come knocking." Jean made a throat-slitting gesture. "Shut up, you're the cultist. Do the police even care about this?" Su Shiqin muttered, but she couldn't afford to be distracted now, so she focused on praying for her sister. Lu Zheng, oh Lu Zheng, please miss one shot. Just one. Unfortunately, Su Ziken's prayers were not very reliable. The third round scores were updated and compiled. Lu Zheng 107.1. Xu Lingqu 107. Xu Lingqu once again trailed Lu Zheng by 0.1 ring. Finally, the total scores for all 3 rounds appeared on the big screen's leaderboard. 1. Lu Zheng 322. 1. 2. Xu Lingqu 321. 9. In a duel between masters, a hair's breadth can make all the difference. This battle concluded with the shooting legend from the 4th galaxy, Lu Zheng, defending her glorious record in marksmanship. Lu Zheng stared at the familiar name at the top of the big screen. Her usually cold face now radiated joy and excitement. She had won. She had defeated Xu Lingqu and had not been bested in the event she was most confident in. Congratulations, Xu Lingqu said, lowering her gun. She had had certain expectations for the outcome of this match. Her own posture was still not entirely standard, some shooting habits were not ideal, and this boa's hands were not yet steady enough. They still needed training. Many factors had led to her failure. However, she said nothing of these things aloud. A loss was a loss, and making excuses would only be self-deception. You are strong. I will challenge you again, next time, Xu Lingqu said, turning to leave the shooting position and make room for the next group. Lu Zheng also put down her gun and followed, grabbing Xu Lingque's sleeve. What's wrong? Xu Lingqu paused, then decided not to pull away. In the Military Academy League, I will be the most reliable weapon in your hands, Commander. These words had been brewing in Lu Zheng's heart for days. She had to admit, whether in the river ambush or the underground maze, Xu Lingqu was not only her acknowledged rival, but also her recognized commander. Lu Zheng was never good with words, so she couldn't express her desire to fight alongside Xu Lingqu as directly as Lin Xiao or Su Shiqin might. But Xu Lingqu seemed to understand Lu Zheng's meaning. She nodded and said okay. At that moment, neither of them nor anyone present could foresee that in the near future Xu Lingqu and Lu Zheng would create a new history for individual kills in a single match during the Military Academy League's team competition. Their names would soon flood the Tianwang forums, but that was a story for later. The shooting training concluded successfully. Instructor Chun, in high spirits, sorted out the score sheets and returned to his office. Upon opening the door, he found Kaiyong sprawled lifelessly on his sofa. Instructor Chun. This isn't Dr. Lee's clinic either, Instructor Chun said as he returned to his seat and looked at Kane, who was half dead. Alright, get up. They'll show you something to lift your spirits. Kane dragged himself up, his every movement like that of a soulless zombie. He'll never be okay. He'll never be okay for the rest of my life. Has Suli already learned to drain people's souls through holographic projection? Instructor Chin attempted to analyze Kane's affliction. It's no different. No different at all. Kane clutched his head in agony. We're only halfway through the original trial period, and she demands I complete the final assessment within 10 days and take the students with me. What kind of joke is that? What kind of interstellar joke is that? She's gone mad too. Instructor Chin muttered, fiddling with his tea leaves again, needing to calm himself. She also wants to personally oversee the final assessment results. Kane rubbed his nose. The first thing she'll do when she arrives is tie me to a tree and make me hang myself. Instructor Chin's hand paused. Don't think you can escape. You'll be hanging on the tree next to mine, Kane said gloomily. Alright, show me this good news that's supposed to lift my spirits. Instructor Chin sent over the shooting training scores. As soon as Kane saw the top two names and their scores, his eyes lit up, and the little dark cloud hovering over his head turned into sunshine. These two monsters are basically headhunters in a team battle. And we've got a commander who wields a death scythe, Kane said, now brimming with optimism about the future, eager to shout into the ear of the tournament organizer, start the competition now. My students are coming to dominate. He continued, flipping through the scores. In third place was Shin Sholi, whose total score was 1 ring behind Xu Lingqu, a noticeable gap. The two people behind him, Su Shiqin and Gina, were already familiar to Kane, their scores all within a 0.4 to 0.6 range. Further down were Wang Qihu and Lu Ning, students who had maintained a steady upper-middle performance throughout the trial period, trailing Gina by 2 rings and tightly clustered among themselves. And beyond that, it was basically a chaotic free-for-all of mediocrity. The stratification was too obvious. After thoroughly reviewing the score sheet, Kane's expression grew serious. In the past, Kane had mentored the best of MOC's second and third-year students, all of whom were at Wang Qihu's level. When the school-level team selection came, such stratification would persist, making it easy for some students to develop negative thoughts. If the sky falls, there's always XXX to hold it up. If I die, I die. In the end, it's better to let the top few do the 1vs, and they'll just coast to victory. Once such thoughts emerge, they inevitably drag the lower layers down, pulling the upper layers along, and eventually leaving only the best to carry the entire match, until they too are worn down. Instructor Chun noticed the change in his expression and knew Kane had caught on to what he wanted him to see. Today's tea wasn't bitter. He pushed a cup toward Kane. So this is the good thing you said would cheer me up. Kane was still traumatized by the last poisoned water and didn't dare drink without seeing Instructor Chun take a sip first. Yes. Instructor Chun lifted the lid of his teacup to skim off the foam. When you start thinking about these things instead of being hung by Su Li, that's when you feel better. Kane nodded. You're right. In that moment, all the chaotic thoughts receded from his mind and countless final assessment plans flashed through his head. He picked up his teacup, drank it down boldly, and slammed the cup heavily on the table. Inspiration had struck him, overflowing with power. The slam was thunderous. Instructor Chen didn't respond, silently picking up his own teacup to inspect its base. It's cracked. Pay up. Kane. Stand right there. Don't move. Xu Lingqu was on the training ground, directing Wang Qihu to stand still with a steamed bun perched on his forehead. Wang Qihu's friend Guan Zhongli, a fellow command student from the second star system, stood helplessly holding a firearm borrowed from the weapons storage along with bullets that Kane had brought back. Bullets that only cause pain, without real damage when hitting a human body. You shoot at the steamed bun on his forehead, Xu Lingqu said calmly. Wang Qihu's expression nearly shattered. Regret. He was especially regretful now. 20 minutes ago Wang Qihu had brought his friend and shamelessly asked Xu Lingqu for guidance. Guan Zhongli was relatively outstanding among the command students of this batch aside from Xu Lingqu. His mental power level was A and his physical fitness was up to par, but shooting had always been his weakness. His family had spent a fortune hiring professional shooting coaches, but it hadn't helped much. Wang Qihu, seeing that Xu Lingqu's irregular posture still yielded godlike accuracy, thought she might be able to save his friend. This was how she did it. Jean was laughing so hard tears streamed down her face, and she remarked to Shinsholi, "I told you she's a natural Aries talent. She comes up with these torturous punishments effortlessly." Su Shiqin was itching to take Guan Zongli's place, wondering if he could manage it. If not, could she have a go? This looked so fun. If you hit, congratulations, your aim has improved. If you miss, at least no food was wasted, Xu Lingqu added, feeling the need to justify herself. Though it might be a bit hard on your friend. Xu Lingqu genuinely believed she was teaching seriously, not trying to entertain anyone. Her philosophy was that true knowledge came from practice and humans were better targets than dummies. And she only agreed to teach because of Wang Qihu's face. Otherwise she couldn't be bothered. "Thank you," Guan Zhongli said, taking a deep breath. He looked at his friend who was on the verge of tears, aimed at the steamed bun, and told himself, "Don't hit, Wang Qihu, don't miss." With a mental pep talk he pulled the trigger. Wang Qihu contorted his body to protect his vulnerable parts, waiting for his friend's bullet. A gunshot rang out, and the steamed bun fell to the ground. It wasn't hit. A miracle. Wang Qihu excitedly picked up the steamed bun to check for bullet holes, but found none. Had Guan Zongli's shot gone wild into the sky, and the bun simply fell off from his own shaking. Just then Guan Zhongli came over and examined it, finally finding a grazing mark on the bun. It was a hit. Wang Qihu happily slapped his friend on the back, nearly sending him flying. He was about to thank Xu Lingqu when he looked up and found the group had already left. They moved fast. Wang Qihu scratched his head. Guan Zongli's smile faded slightly. "Don't you think they're too tightly bonded?" "Huh." Wang Qihu didn't understand his friend's sudden remark. Guan Zhongli patted his shoulder. "If the final assessment is still a free-for-all among students, who among the rest of us do you think can beat them?" This was a very strong team, and Guan Zhongli had been silently observing them for a long time. "If we can't beat them, we can't beat them," Wang Qihu said bluntly, still not getting the point. "So what if we can't beat Xu Lingqu? It's normal, isn't it?" Seeing that his brother was on the verge of cheering for Xu Lingqu, Guan Zhongli found it hard to say anything more. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come practice with me again." Wang Qihu sensed something was off with his brother, but knowing his brother's habit of bottling things up, he refrained from asking further and focused on accompanying Guan Zhongli in shooting practice. After this fixed-point shooting training session for the next 6 days, the training schedule was arranged as basic physical training in the mornings and shooting practice in the afternoons. Regrettably, it seemed Instructor Chun had secretly pulled some strings, as Xu Lingqu and Lu Zheng never found themselves in the same group again. Judging solely by their final scores, they had traded wins and losses, though Lu Zheng still had the upper hand. Yet in the eyes of others, Xu Lingqu appeared nothing short of a monstrous anomaly. She kept growing stronger, as if the rank mental strength she displayed had no ceiling. What was even more terrifying was that she never slackened her efforts, training harder than anyone else. Such a person was destined to reach the summit. The instructors felt the same way. Over these days, Kaiong had been burning the midnight oil to draft the final assessment documents for Su Li, and whenever he felt like throwing up from exhaustion, a glance at Xu Lingqu's results would instantly refresh his spirits. "You said she fainted on a whim during the leap, but how did she become so strong later?" Kaiong couldn't help but marvel. It was like walking down the street, and someone casually handed you a trash bag-wrapped package. You'd be a bit reluctant, but when you opened it at home, it turned out to be filled with priceless treasures. Kaiong said blissfully, "I feel like I'm nurturing the future light of the Imperial Command." "Nurture? You? Nurture?" Instructor Chen glanced at the final assessment document. He had written a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What a mess of nonsense. I have to revise and polish it." She's all self-made. During that cross-country run, Xu Lingqu had never considered giving up, who she had endured purely on willpower. Once you revise it and send it over, Su Li will definitely approve it quickly. When she arrives, we can kick off the final assessment. Kaiong rubbed his hands together in excitement. Instructor Chen stared at the chaotic final assessment plan, then commented, "Your mind can be quite vicious sometimes." "Kaiong, is that a compliment?" On the 7th day after the first fixed-point shooting training, on a day as ordinary as any other, the training base gate opened. A Redan silver aircraft entered the training ground. The cockpit opened, and a woman with curly brown hair stepped down. She wore a light purple military uniform, likely the standard issue of Moy Military Academy, with a new pair of sunglasses. Her walk was brisk and commanding, exuding efficiency. At that moment, the students were gathered on the training field, awaiting the instructor's orders. Today both Instructor Chun and Instructor Kaiyong were present, so everyone suspected something major was about to be announced. When this newcomer arrived, all the students turned their eyes to her watching as she strode in her military boots to stand before the two instructors. Let me introduce you. This is Vice Principal Xu Li of Moy Military Academy. After exchanging greetings, Instructor Chun spoke first. Xu Li removed her sunglasses and surveyed the freshmen. These were the ones Kaiyong and Instructor Chun had boasted about, the new generation of Moy who could crush Delancedon. At first glance their morale did seem better than that of previous cohorts. The students felt a sense of awe. Why would the vice principal come to observe their training? At the same time, they were wary. This vice principal didn't seem like an easygoing figure, and she might have some grueling new plan in store. Even the usually arrogant Kaiyong seemed to have toned down his bravado by a notch. He glanced at Xu Li, then rubbed his nose and announced to all the students, today marks the beginning of the final assessment for this batch of Moy Military Academy new recruits. As soon as he finished, the students erupted. What? Time flies so fast. It's already a month and a half. You've gone stupid from training. It's actually less than a month. They're moving the final assessment up. Why the rush? Is Moy out of money? I'm glad it's early. I can't stand this dump anymore. After they vented their emotions and chattered, Kaiyong continued, quiet down. What kind of spectacle are you making in front of the vice principal? Stand straight. He'll only explain the rules of the final assessment once. At those words the entire field fell silent. Other instructors began distributing the equipment to be used in the assessment. Don't worry too much. It's just a normal competition similar to the holographic gunfights you love on Tiantianwang, Kaiyong said with a reassuring smile, but then his tone shifted. But that would be too boring, so I've come up with some new twists for you. In this assessment the basic rule is simple gun battles among yourselves. For ordinary students, each kill earns 1 point. Kill points are directly added to the overall elimination ranking. And the fun twists I've devised for you are. Kaiyong opened a list on his smart device. Xu Lingqu, Su Shiqin, Shin Sholi, Jin, and Lu Zheng. You 5 are the top 5 in the cumulative ranking. For this final assessment you are distinguished from ordinary students, each carrying a bounty of 20 points. A bounty. Although these 5 held a huge lead in the current rankings, the gap between the students behind them was narrow. 20 points per person meant that if someone could eliminate one of them, they could leap from the brink of elimination to the middle ranks, or from the middle ranks into the top 20 to qualify as a mecha pilot. This was essentially putting them on a spit over the fire. Kaiyong felt the fire wasn't hot enough, so he added more fuel. Furthermore, all students except these 5 will automatically form one faction. Of course, I'm not saying your only target is them. You still have to fight among yourselves. At the end of the training, tally the faction scores. Each of them counts as 55 points while each of you counts as 1 point. Whichever faction accumulates more points will have each member gain an extra 10 points. The instructor's meaning was clear. He wanted to force these 5 into a coalition and set them completely against everyone else. This way they could experience a 1v55 situation while also sparking the fighting spirit of the rest. For Kaiyong, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The entire assessment runs from 2:00 p.m. today to midnight exactly. Around 1:10 p.m., we will dispatch 20 instructors into the field to clear out the remaining students. Those who manage to evade the purge and return to the base on their own will also receive 5 points. Each of you starts with 30 bullets. The firearms are fixed and bound to your smart devices. The supplies you need will be airdropped at designated points. The combat system in your smart devices has been activated. Kaiyong observed the students' expressions. Now we can head to the field. Wait a moment, Jean suddenly spoke up. I want to ask, if we hit an instructor who comes to clear us out, do we get a reward? The 5 of them had gathered in the crowd with Xu Lingqu at the center. The other students, whether intentionally or not, had moved away, slightly making them stand out conspicuously. When Jean asked this question, everyone's first reaction was to laugh. After all, he was always so reckless, and asking such a whimsical thing wasn't surprising. Kaiyong was about to make a joke to ease the atmosphere when Vice Principal Xu Li suddenly spoke. If you don't know your place. If you can hit an instructor, it'll give each of you 100 points. Jean smiled and nodded. He also thought the question seemed odd at the moment, but then he turned to glance at Xu Lingqu. The commander had told him to ask, so asking was the right move. No mistake. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves, and a few landed on one's shoulders. Amid the waist-high weeds, Su Shiqin remained concealed, watching several people pass along the path not far ahead. The final assessment was held in the mountains, where dense trees, thick undergrowth, undulating terrain, and intertwined canopies blocked the sunlight, promising particularly poor visibility at night. Once the group had moved far away, Su Shiqin crawled through the grass, sliding down a small slope into a more secluded hollow that resembled a natural trench. There Xu Lingqu, Jin Shin Sholi, Lu Zheng, and Tang Muan had gathered, while beside them, crouched over a terrain analysis and map drawing, was Tang Muan. He had chosen to defect on the spot, approaching them because they lacked an analyst among their 5 members, and voluntarily surrendered all his equipment, even forcefully shutting down his smart brain, demonstrating sincerity. When he first arrived, Jean had pressed a gun to his head, but he paid it no mind, saying, "Let me finish the terrain analysis and map for you before you kill me." Jean was exasperated. So you're giving up all your points in the final assessment. Tang Muin shook his head. The points I've already earned are more than enough to advance in this training. Command analysis is separate from combat operations. I've been ranked second in the non-combat category. He glanced at Xu Lingqu as he spoke, adding, much of my previous points were thanks to you all. I'm just repaying the favor. With such earnestness, and given his habit of trailing behind Xu Lingqu, he temporarily earned their trust to conduct the terrain analysis. Since the start of the final assessment, they had been stealthily advancing, evading the pursuit of the main group. The strategy of the two factions Kai and Ong proved highly effective. The ordinary students seemed driven by a shared determination to hunt down the top 5, who usually outshone them, especially Sun Liao's group, whose target was crystal clear capture Xu Lingqu. Sun Liao had long awaited this day. As soon as the faction rules were announced, he was electrified. Beyond his personal grudge against Xu Lingqu, his points were dangerously low, teetering on elimination. If he could personally strike Xu Lingqu, he would stage a stunning comeback. Sun Liao loudly vilified Xu Lingqu among the ordinary students, painting her as odious and heinous, though no one knew where he had amassed so many fabricated charges. He was relentless in his slander. However, most students seemed indifferent to his fervor, with only a few echoing him, until he suddenly turned his accusations toward Wang Qihu and Lin Xiao. A group needed organization and leadership. The ordinary students were led by Wang Qihu and his friends, a few second-tier students, along with Lin Xiao, who had performed well in the previous underground labyrinth. You two. One is Xu Lingqu's roommate, the other is always hovering around her. During the assessment you won't betray us and tip them off, will you? Sun Liao, though lacking in real skill, excelled at sowing discord. Unlike his earlier baseless smear campaigns, this accusation threatened the interests of every ordinary student, lending it a certain plausibility. As the leader having such close ties with our enemy, is that appropriate? Can you guarantee you'll never betray us? Wang Qihu's face darkened instantly. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and retorted, I've been chasing after Xu Lingqu too, and am Lu Zheng's roommate. In the end, Guan Zhongli stepped in as the peacemaker. As a reasonably competent commander, he held some authority among the ordinary students. With a smile, he put an arm around Sun Liao. Brother Liao, I know you've long despised Xu Lingqu, and I understand your feelings. But this is the final assessment. My brother Wang Qihu and Lin Xiao would never joke about this, right? I've also disliked those 5 for a long time. Our goal now is to unite and first eliminate them. Calm down. Don't turn your anger on our own people. His words placated Sun Liao, lifting his spirits. The final decision granted Sun Liao some command authority, allowing him to lead a portion of the group. He was thoroughly satisfied. Sun Liao looked approvingly at Guan Zhongli. This was the ideal commander, smooth-talking and willing to share power, unlike some people. Just the thought of Xu Lingqu's name made Sun Liao seethe with hatred. It had all started from the combat training day, sending him into a downward spiral. Now was his chance for revenge, and he couldn't afford to miss it. Thus, as soon as the final assessment began, Sun Liao was eager to comb through every inch of the mountain with his men, ready to confront Xu Lingqu's group hidden. But after nearly an hour of searching, there was no sign of Xu Lingqu. The 5 of them seemed to have vanished into the wilderness, hiding in plain sight. Sun Liao grew increasingly frantic, jumping at shadows. At the slightest rustle, he would fire off a shot, hitting nothing, but wasting ammunition. The male student who had once acted arrogantly in front of Xu Lingqu, only to be reduced to tears, approached Sun Liao. Brother Liao, do you think Xu Lingqu and her crew are scared of us? All that bravado before, and now they're hiding like turtles. This remark soothed Sun Liao's frayed nerves. Just then a message from Guan Zhongli appeared on the Smart Brain's ordinary student channel, asking about Sun Liao's progress. Sun Liao reported that he had found nothing. Oh, no problem. Try heading west. A reconnaissance team just spotted signs of Xu Lingqu's group around there. Energized by this, Sun Liao led his people westward. Su Shiqin watched the fool race off and returned to their hideout to report to Xu Lingqu, the idiot's gone. Since entering the assessment site, Xu Lingqu had led the group to this concealment spot and instructed the other 4 to wait. They had been lying low ever since. Jean grew impatient and asked, Commander, how long are we going to hide here? In his eyes, this constant hiding was entirely unlike Xu Lingqu's style. He had imagined she would lead them in a 1v55 assault, obliterating the opposition. Staying hidden like this might be safe, but it felt somewhat cowardly, didn't it? Xu Lingqu remained silent. At that moment, a message came through the confiscated smart brain of Tang Muin from Guan Zhongli. Thank you. The fish has taken the bait. Fish on the hook. How come interstellar people also love to speak like that? Xu Lingqu replied via her brain computer interface, received. She lifted her head to look at the others and began explaining why she had been leading them in hiding since they entered the assessment site. Time rewind to the journey to the final assessment location. Instructor Kai Ong deliberately left them some time. Since there was a faction battle, some strategic planning was necessary. Guan Zhongli, who had been pushed to be the general commander of the common camp, felt a slight warmth in his chest. Not long ago, he had worried about what to do if Xu Lingqu and her group banded together in the final assessment. But now the instructor had given them the cohesion they lacked most. 1v55, what did that mean? Even catching 55 chickens alone would take half a day. Couldn't beat them in a onion, but they could still use a human wave tactic to wear them down right. A flame of hope gradually ignited in his heart. What if they could actually win? Which student of command had never secretly fantasized about leading a battle to victory? Just as he was thinking about this, Wang Qihu appeared. His expression was somewhat awkward. Xu Lingqu wants to see you. Guan Zhongli's heart skipped a beat, but his mouth reacted faster than his mind. Just because she asks me to go, I have to go. Even as he said this, his slower brain had already commanded his limbs to obediently follow Wang Qihu. I'm going to see her just to see what trick she's playing, Guan Zhongli silently rationalized to himself. He glanced back at Sun Liao, who was passionately denouncing Xu Lingqu as a heinous criminal, and felt a bit like rolling his eyes. Wang Qihu led him to a concealed spot in a thicket. Xu Lingqu stood there at leisure, her once short hair now grown longer and falling over her shoulders. She made no superfluous movements, but just a single glance from her made Guan Zhongli's heart tremble. Xu Lingqu at this moment was very different from the one who had taught him and Wang Qihu the steamed bun shooting method that day. Thinking this in his mind, but unwilling to show weakness in words or expression, Guan Zhongli spoke first. Is there something you need from me? He forced calmness, controlling his expression to maintain an air of nonchalance. Xu Lingqu took in this feigned demeanor completely. Without wasting words, she cut straight to the point. Did Lin Xiao help you analyze the benefits of this final assessment? Guan Zhongli was taken aback. What? If not, then let me be direct. Your insistence on fighting us will yield minimal gains. Each of the 5 of us carries 20 points, which sounds like a lot at first, but the total is only 100, while your total number is 275 people. The points on us are less than half of what you collectively have. Xu Lingqu used the same patience she had shown in the underground maze to lay out the logic for Guan Zhongli. Moreover, our points are concentrated. Even if all 5 of us are actually hit by you, only 5 people in your camp will truly benefit from the spoils. Guan Zhongli fell silent. These words were like a bucket of cold water, directly extinguishing the flame that had been rising in his heart. Xu Lingqu was right. The faction battle had to some extent obscured this cruel limitation. There were only 5 of them, and even if they managed to catch all 5 in one net, at most only 5 people would end up with those 20 points. But we still have faction points. Guan Zhongli couldn't help but struggle. After all, he was the general commander, being convinced by just a few words would be too pathetic. Faction points create gaps among you. What does it mean for everyone to get an extra 10 points? If all of you survive, everyone gets 10 points, so it's as if no one got anything right. The gap between the top 5 and the rest was too severe. These few points wouldn't pull them down. Moreover, who ultimately got the faction points was in a sense more important than capturing the bounties on Xu Lingqu's group, because it covers more people, causing greater fluctuations in overall rankings. If one person gets 10 points and another doesn't, it directly creates a 20-point gap. The calculation Kaiong had made this time was originally to intensify faction conflicts. Several of the additional conditions he had provided were all meant to serve that purpose. Unfortunately, the basic rules of the final assessment remained unchanged. Even with factions and bounties masking it, the essence was still that the final assessment required each to fight for themselves with elimination at stake. Guan Zhongli's throat felt dry. Xu Lingqu had made it very clear, pretending to be obtuse at this point would be no different from being an idiot. The psychological gap after realizing the truth was too great, but what could he do? He sighed helplessly then. What kind of cooperation do you want from us? What do we need to do? Divide and conquer. First, sacrifice some of your own as point compensation. Xu Lingqu handed over a list. The names on it were Sun Liao and his clique, who liked to slander Xu Lingqu, about 20 to 30 people. You can appropriately expand the numbers within it and establish a team truly your own. Strike them first. You? Guan Zhongli had always thought that Xu Lingqu simply couldn't be bothered with Sun Liao and his group, but he never expected that when she did act, she would be utterly ruthless and even use others to kill. I've become the knife in her hand, Guan Zhongli thought as he tremblingly took the list. When the final assessment rules were announced today, quite a few ordinary students were excited. After all, everyone here had managed to enter the trial period of the 6 major military academies, including MOE. They had some pride and some hot-blooded dreams. Many shared the same fantasy as Guan Zhongli, but among them those who truly held hostility towards Xu Lingqu were not many. Having experienced the river ambush rescue and the underground maze command, anyone who wasn't heartless would remember what an outstanding commander Xu Lingqu was. Sun Liao and his attention-seeking little clique were only a small portion, the rest were the silent majority. Guan Zhongli steadied his mind, but they'll only get at most around 40 points. Moreover, if I lead people to suddenly strike them, it will only split us, which is all benefit and no harm to you. You could even take advantage of the chaos to kill us all. Can't be completely led by the nose. He had to consider his own interests. Xu Lingqu nodded. So the 5 of us will not attack you. That's the content of our cooperation. When necessary, we can help you lure them into an encirclement. You want attack? Guan Zhongli found it somewhat unbelievable. Then what are you going to do in the final assessment? Don't you want any points at all? However, the condition of not attacking was still very tempting. In his eyes, each of the 5 could easily kill 20 people. Having them not attack meant fewer ordinary students would die at their hands, allowing them to fight each other and expand the point pool. Have you forgotten the question Jean Gang asked in front of everyone? A hint of a smile appeared on Xu Lingqu's face. To Guan Zhongli's eyes, it made him feel a chill run through his body. Our target is the 20 instructors in charge. Hunt the instructors. The 4 words floated lightly from Xu Lingqu's mouth, yet they crashed like thunderclaps in Guan Zhongli's ears. You? His speech system momentarily malfunctioned, and he stammered, "Are you serious?" They were instructors. Although those instructors were new recruits in the military, they were quite outstanding graduates of the military academy. Their combat experience was far more extensive than that of this group of trainees, wasn't it? Insane Xu Lingqu was truly insane. Seriously, and we need your help, Xu Lingqu began. During the final cleansing period, I need you to gather and lure them to the ambush point we've set up. We'll take them all down. She spoke of such a momentous matter as casually as gathering clothes in the rain. Guan Zhongli was dumbfounded. We attract them. Wouldn't that mean we'd all lose our lives? Even if you don't cooperate, they'll eventually cleanse you, and you'll still die? So it's better to cooperate with us. After we kill them, we'll commit suicide and transfer the faction points to the rest of you. Xu Lingqu's words were plainly calm and light, yet they were like the whispers of a demon tempting him. Throughout the entire training period, haven't you ever thought of resisting them? You've been tormented so badly. It's a pity that Kang and Instructor Chun probably won't participate in the cleansing, otherwise I would really want to. A bigger smile spread across Xu Lingqu's face. Capture them alive. A madman, a true madman. For a moment, Guan Zhongli felt that the person standing before him was not human, but a thorough tyrant. Within her territory and her rules, everything was decided by her. Whomever she wanted dead would die, or whomever she wanted to live would have to endure humiliation and stay alive. Trading with her was like offering one's soul. Guan Zhongli thought, fortunately, I am not a normal person either. He looked at Xu Lingqu and finally bowed slightly. At your service. After leaving the woods, Guan Zhongli realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Wang Qihu, who seemed relaxed beside him. How did you know she was there and wanted to see me? Wang Qihu scratched his head. I originally planned to defect to their side. Why did he say such a thing as defection so casually? Guan Zhongli's mouth twitched for the first time in a long while, wanting to punch his brother. But I was rejected. Commander Su said I could defect at the assessment site, but it depends on whether Tang Muan defects. If he defects, he'll just go along. I just need a smart brain to communicate with you. Had she already thought to this extent? Guan Zhongli felt complex. As fellow commanders, why could the gap between people be so vast? What do you think would have happened if I had refused? Xu Lingqu must have been certain from the start that he would cooperate with her. Guan Zhongli's rebellious streak poked its head out just a little. What if he hadn't agreed? What kind of deployment would Commander Su have made? Wang Qihu glanced at him. I don't think you could have refused at all. Even if you had, once you get to the assessment site, you'd be the first to be eliminated. Wouldn't it be easy for Xu Lingqu and her group to single him out and kill him? Guan Zhongli thought for a moment and finally nodded. You're right. Wang Qihu's words were completely correct. The timeline returned to normal. At this moment, Guan Zhongli was hiding under the cover of trees, leading a group of people at the western ambush point, waiting for Sun Liao to bring that group over. He was fairly capable in winning people over. While Sun Liao was out running around with his small group, Guan Zhongli laid out the cooperation plan to the rest. Of course, this was after having Wang Qihu and others confiscate everyone's smart brains using the excuse of checking for Tang Yuan's accomplices after his defection, but in reality, it was to prevent anyone from tipping off Sun Liao. To his slight surprise, most of the remaining students responded very enthusiastically to the cooperation plan. First, everyone was not stupid, it concerned their own interests. The final assessment points directly counted toward the elimination ranking. Xu Lingqu had analyzed it clearly for them, just like the previous underground maze. Second, many people genuinely admired Xu Lingqu. The initial faction bounty had stirred some hot-headedness, but now that it had subsided, most people were actually unwilling to oppose Xu Lingqu. Now that the cooperation details were revealed to everyone, they became even more excited. Commander Su was so considerate to them, even when she was in the opposing faction. It truly made them admire her even more. However, Guan Zhongli held back the part about hunting the instructors, and only mentioned the faction points, which made everyone even more moved. After being eliminated and leaving the site fearing someone might let slip, he planned to gather everyone after today's final assessment to explain the matter. Now it was time to fulfill the first part of the cooperation. It had to be said Xu Lingqu and her group could really hide. They hadn't left a single trace yet. If they directly confronted them without care, even if they didn't act, and just hid, they could cause the students of the ordinary faction to fall into chaos and eventually split. Faintly hearing a crowd approaching from not far away, Guan Zhongli thought to himself, how could a fool like Sun Liao claim to be Xu Lingqu's opponent? He wasn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. Today he would teach Sun Liao a lesson. Inside the hideout, Xu Lingqu roughly finished explaining the entire cooperation process. Jean and Su Shiqin were dumbfounded. I say those idiots in the Federation have lost this year's Military Academy League. The team championship and the final best commander award can be directly awarded. Gina recalled the time when Xu Lingqu had him ask that question about killing the instructors. It was a complete public validation, but at the same time, because he was the one who always had wild ideas, it lowered everyone's guard, including Kang and Instructor Chun. This time Kang had intended to outwit the 5 of them, but under Xu Lingqu's manipulation, they instead regained the highest ground. They transferred all the conflicts and pressures that Kang had set for them. Most importantly, we are really going to hunt the instructors. A flame of excitement ignited in Jin's eyes. He knew that Xu Lingqu would never disappoint him. Shinsholi was also stunned. He had previously made assumptions about the final assessment. He originally thought that for the sake of battle balance Kang would not put them together. But Kang had clearly thought one step further than him. He did the opposite, using factions and bounties to create a relatively balanced 1v55 single-player versus human wave tactics. Instructor Kang had indeed coached several military academy leagues, but unfortunately, there was someone here who thought far deeper and more comprehensively than him. Sun Liao, following the intelligence provided by Guan Zhongli, ran westward without a second thought. Passing through a low-lying mountain path, he didn't think twice, and boldly led his men charging through. As their entire team stepped into the middle of the road, gunfire erupted. Wang Qihu fired 5 shots in succession, sending Sun Liao to the ground. His neural intelligence system immediately declared him eliminated. Guan Zhongli shook his head regretfully beside him. Why wasn't it me who killed him? You still need practice, Wang Qihu said with a grin. It was a one-sided ambush with over 200 people encircling more than 40. By the time it ended, Sun Liao lay on the ground, his face still frozen in the terrified expression he had when first struck. They were all wiped out. Those who scored points cheered while those who didn't sighed. Guan Zhongli, Wang Qihu, and Lin Xiao emerged from the woods on both sides, smiles on their faces. Damn it, you bastards. You backstabbed me. Sun Liao roared, his eyes red. Gazing at the 3, he suddenly realized what had happened. He had been tricked, used as a pawn, and backstabbed. It must be Xu Lingqu. She must have made some deal with you. What did she promise you? Especially you, Wang Qihu, you're always circling around her. She must be. Someone like Sun Liao would stop at nothing to slander and attack, especially when targeting women, using sexual remarks to destroy them. Wang Qihu was disgusted beyond tolerance. I'm going to tear your mouth apart today. He was determined to beat Sun Liao up regardless of rules or discipline. But before he could act, Lin Xiao moved first. A slap landed on Sun Liao's face, crisp and loud, instantly silencing the entire field. Lin Xiao had always been seen as a gentle, good-natured girl. But this time she put all her strength into the slap, drawing blood from the corner of Sun Liao's mouth. I've wanted to slap you for a long time. Ever since the combat training day, she had been enduring this man, holding back, even trying to soothe him at first. Now it was clear, every extra word with such a person was a waste of time. If a response was needed, it would be with fists and violence. How dare you hit me? Sun Liao stood up to retaliate, but Wang Qihu's fist was already there. The fist whistled through the air. The blow nearly sent him flying. As he hit the ground, his vision went dark and he thought he might pass out. He lay there convulsing in pain. Then Guan Zhongli walked over and calmly stepped on his hand. Be smart and get the hell out of here, or I can't guarantee how many more people will take a swing at you. Remembering that he had once called this guy Brother Liao, Guan Zhongli felt it was probably the biggest stain on his life. Sun Liao stumbled to his feet, his eyes dark and venomous as he glared at the group. He'll go down and tell the instructor. He clearly told us to form a faction and target Xu Lingqu and her team first, but you guys turned around and backstabbed us. Guan Zhongli was completely unfazed, making a dismissive gesture. At that moment, a drone flew in. Whenever an elimination occurred, it would oversee the eliminated students leaving the assessment site. If the eliminated student delayed or others obstructed, points would be deducted. The others, aside from Sun Liao, dared not speak up. They had always used Sun Liao as their front man since he was the only one who had a direct conflict with Xu Lingqu. These people were driven by pure jealousy, yet they were also afraid of truly offending Xu Lingqu. They had thought this final assessment would be their chance to ride on the coattails of the main group and finally take down Xu Lingqu, so they had joined the rush. They never expected such an outcome. The group slunk out of the assessment site like a pack of beaten dogs. Kaiyong, Instructor Chun, and Su Li watched as the first batch of eliminated students approached. Sun Liao practically ran up to the 3 complaining. Instructor Guan Zhongli backstabbed us. I don't know what deal he made with Xu Lingqu, but she bought him off. He completely ignored your faction rules. Kaiyong looked at Sun Liao as if he were an idiot. He had actually anticipated this situation. The faction of ordinary students would inevitably go through a split before becoming more united. At their core, there were still conflicts of interest. Getting rid of the troublemakers that everyone disliked would help them consolidate. The fact that Guan Zhongli had taken the lead to do this actually earned him some points in Kaiyong's mind. However, what slightly surprised him was, are Xu Lingqu and her team taking any action? None of the eliminated in this batch had been taken out by those 5. In Kaiyong's view, that was not Xu Lingqu's style. How they're all hiding like turtles in there. I searched for a long time and couldn't find a single one. The more Sun Liao thought about it, the angrier he got. If he hadn't been so focused on catching Xu Lingqu back, then he wouldn't have been so careless and completely off guard. Hiding. Hiding was indeed a good strategy to increase the enemy faction's anxiety and split them. But how could Xu Lingqu be so good at hiding? How could she be so patient? It was somewhat like her style yet somewhat not. Kion couldn't figure out what she was up to for now. He gave Sun Liao a kindly smile. I know everything. Get lost. As for Xu Lingque's ability to hide, so well Su Shiqin was equally puzzled. Sis, how did you manage to lead us directly to such a good hiding spot? Xu Lingqu blinked. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutated beasts were enormous, appearing specifically in large cities to attack. In the early stages, humans relied on various modern thermal weapons to fight them. They used almost everything except nuclear weapons, barely managing to eliminate them, but the cities were ruined in the process. Later there was an incident where a massive swarm of ultra-large mutated beasts emerged en masse to destroy major energy points. At that time, humans considered gathering all the nuclear weapons on Earth to annihilate them together, but in the end they couldn't bring themselves to do it. Or rather, no one wanted to bear the sin of destroying humanity. After that attack, the ultra-large mutated beasts vanished without a trace. Once order completely collapsed, humans began trying to establish a new order and build settlement zones. The number of mutated beasts increased, but their sizes became medium and small. That was why evolved humans could contend with them. In such times of apocalypse, humans often chose to flee into the deep mountains, using the terrain to evade them. Xu Lingqu had grown up and trained in such an environment. But obviously she couldn't tell Su Shiqin the truth. Xu Lingqu made up something on the spot, intuition. Su Shiqin accepted this, easily nodding. Her sister was a genius. It was perfectly reasonable for a genius to be capable of anything. After Sun Liao and his clique were dealt with, Guan Zhongli signaled to the ordinary students that they could now fend for themselves, forming teams or going solo, whatever pleased them. Those who wish to try can still pursue their tracks and claim the bounty if they succeed. However, if you attack them first and get counterattacked, don't blame me. At that moment, someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask in confusion, then why would Commander Su and the others keep hiding without attacking us, only to deliver us camp points in the end? What good does that do them? This question hit the mark. They had to conceal their plan to snipe the instructors, which left a gap in the motive for not attacking ordinary students, making it somewhat unreasonable. Guan Zhongli was pondering how to answer when another voice rang out. Commander Su must have her own considerations. Let's not overthink it. In any case, the fact that they won't actively attack us this time is good enough. Everyone is now enemies, so spread out quickly. This was said by Lin Xiao. Her words dispelled the last trace of doubt among the ordinary students, and the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Guan Zhongli sent Xu Lingqu a message that everything was resolved. They could temporarily leave their hiding spot. Their task had now changed. No longer hiding, but scouting the entire assessment area to find the best ambush points. This relied heavily on Tang Muwen the analyst. Xu Lingqu decided to split up, as she also possessed some analytical ability. For now, they would form two teams to explore the terrain separately. After she spoke, Su Shiqin and Lu Zheng immediately declared they would stay with her, leaving the three men to form their own team. As they were about to move, Tang Muwen suddenly called out to Xu Lingqu. I've been meaning to ask you. Did you foresee from the start that I would betray them to join you? He still wore that cautious expression, afraid that the question might displease her. Xu Lingqu nodded and walked away. There was nothing incomprehensible or unexpected about it. The reality was that Tang Muwen, for some reason, always liked to hover around her, making the probability of his betraying the ordinary students quite high. Last time he said he didn't want to hold her back, and that he wasn't clinging to her because she was strong, but clearly his actions told a different story. Xu Lingqu couldn't be bothered to ponder what he was really thinking, nor did she want to. Having explained it twice already, she felt neither disgust nor fondness toward him. If he was useful, she would use him, nothing more. As the three men left, First Jean suddenly placed his hand on Tang Muwen's shoulder, his tone laced with danger and warning. What? Do you have any special thoughts about our commander? He wasn't standing up for Shinsholi. He simply thought this man was too weak and timid to be worthy of Xu Lingqu. Tang Muwen flushed red, unable to utter a word. Shinsholi spoke up. All right, this is the final assessment. Do what needs to be done. As he said this with a cold face, his image suddenly reverted to what it was before the trial period. The aloof, unapproachable young master of the Shin family. Jean thought that Shinsholi's temper had improved during the training, but it turned out he was just putting on a front in front of others. He released his grip and stopped teasing Tang Muwen. Given Xu Lingque's personality, no amount of admirers or infatuated suitors would make a difference, and it wasn't his place to meddle. The six of them split up to search for the best ambush points in the area. Su Shiqin followed Xu Lingqu through the forest. Though she had been thrown into the fifth echelon by the instructors and took a full day to complete the cross-country run, she now moved through the woods with astonishing speed. As she kept pace with her sister, she also frequently turned back to pull Lu Zheng along. She carried a heavy sniper rifle, the AS-73, paired with new type bullets. The military's calculations showed that 3 shots to the same spot could penetrate the weak point of an A-class mech. Of course, she wasn't expected to actually shoot through the instructors. The training rounds were non-lethal, but the rifle's effective range was long enough to pose a significant threat. If they could find a good enough sniper position for Lu Zheng, her presence would become the greatest threat to the instructors. Xu Lingqu examined every inch of the terrain they passed, weighing the feasibility of setting up an ambush there. The terrain on their side was unsuitable for ambushes, and in some places ordinary students who spotted them immediately fled, revealing the poor concealment. Fortunately, the other team soon reported good news. They had found an excellent ambush location, high ground on both sides with a low middle, a perfect spot for luring the enemy into a trap. However, the location was almost too good to be true. The instructors were military recruits and wouldn't fall for it so easily. Still, having something was better than nothing. Xu Lingqu had them send the coordinates and slowly move toward that area. Now that they had a location, they needed to figure out the ambush strategy. On the way, they encountered a few small skirmishes among ordinary students. Su Shiqing commented appreciatively. One shot from their team's analysis went straight into the sky. Lu Zheng suddenly spoke up. Be careful not to get hit. The probability of being struck by a falling bullet was not 0%. Su Shiqing didn't know the point of her saying that at this moment, and was at a loss for how to respond. Xu Lingqu suddenly remarked, "You're telling a deadpan joke, aren't you?" Lu Zheng nodded yes. After all these years, someone other than her parents had finally realized she was making a deadpan joke. Lu Zheng was a bit flustered. Su Shiqing, ha ha ha. Not knowing what else to say, she decided to offer a polite laugh. In the end, the bullet fired into the sky caused 0 casualties. That foreman team eliminated one opponent before being regretfully taken out themselves. Several people exited the assessment area as the sky gradually began to darken. Kaiyong looked at the newly emerged students, patting their shoulders in encouragement. However, glancing at the smart screen showing Xu Lingqu's group of 5 with 0 kills, he felt a vague unease. Were they really just hiding and not planning to fight? Could they have simply found a spot and fallen asleep? Whenever Kaiyong tried to subtly ask the eliminated students whether they had seen the 5, they all gave the same answer: don't know, didn't see anyone. Then they would slump aside and fall silent. Instructor Chen also grew increasingly suspicious. Don't you think they're brewing some kind of plot? Of course I do, or I wouldn't be asking around. Kaiyong replied. Could they be planning to dig a tunnel straight here to capture you alive? Instructor Chen speculated. Capture me alive? That's too much. Kaiyong was baffled. He didn't believe Xu Lingqu would do that to him. After all, he had given her so many extra points. The sky grew darker, visibility dropping lower and lower. After the 6 of them gathered, their first priority was to find Lu Zheng a suitable sniping position. Though the terrain favored an ambush, there was no ideal sniper nest. All the spots offered only moderate concealment. Considering the extreme range of the heavy sniper rifle, Xu Lingqu finally positioned Lu Zheng at the highest point on the right flank, where a small depression served as a natural nest. If they filled it with weeds to provide sufficient camouflage, she would merge seamlessly with the surrounding rocks and vegetation under the cover of night. However, the distance was right at the rifle's maximum effective range, which put Lu Zheng to a severe test. She would have to maintain a long, rigidly still ambush, and then at the farthest possible distance suppress the instructors entering the kill zone. 5. Just as Lu Zheng was nervously adjusting her heavy sniper rifle for the last time, Xu Lingqu, who had come to assist her, spoke up. What? She asked, somewhat bewildered. 5 instructors. That's the minimum requirement for you. Xu Lingqu placed camouflaging grass on her body. If I were in your position, I could do it. So you who once beat me are absolutely capable. Lu Zheng paused for a moment, then smiled. Yes, Commander. Xu Lingqu further assigned different positions to the others based on their shooting skills and habits. They had tried to collect as many bullets as possible during the supply drops, but sometimes they had to give up when ordinary students fought over them. As a result, their haul was not very abundant. Each person only received an extra 10 rounds. The only way to eliminate opponents in this round is through bullets, Xu Lingqu said to everyone. So aim as accurately as you can. However, there will be situations where you have to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the instructors. When that happens while watching their gun muzzles, try to make sure they appear in our sniper's line of sight. Our sniper will take care of them. Everything was ready. All they had to do was wait for the right moment, and a trap was set to spring. Meanwhile, the instructors, the prey, were still outside putting on their gear. I specifically requested these people from the military department, Vice Principal Su said, one hand on his hip, addressing Instructor Chun and Kaiyong. Outstanding new recruits. They're easy to handle, aren't they? They're good, really good, Kaiyong nodded. Normally, the Moy Military Academy would just let third-year students serve as ordinary instructors. Securing personnel from the military department this time was a good start. Soon the instructors would enter the assessment ground to mop up the remaining students. The smart display showed that only 37 students were still inside, including Xu Lingqu's team of 5. Their kill count was still displayed as 0. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Kaiyong originally wanted to go in with them to see what was happening, but Vice Principal Su stopped him. There's no need for you to go in, is there? Suli asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't you trust these people, eh? Not exactly. Her words made Kaiyong abandon the idea of following. At that moment he suddenly recalled Instructor Chen mentioning that Xu Lingqu had captured him alive. A flash of insight struck and he stressed to the 20 instructors about to enter, "Don't take this lightly. Your priority once inside is to locate the 5 of them." The lead instructor, surnamed Zhang, was an outstanding graduate of Shaji, one of the 6 major military academies, and had performed remarkably well among the new recruits in the military department. Instructor Zhang answered with the others, "Yes, sir." As soon as the time came they stepped into the assessment ground, now shrouded in darkness. As soon as they entered, another ordinary instructor behind Instructor Zhang grumbled, "What does Commander Kaiyong mean? Is he afraid these students could pose any threat to us?" After all, they were new recruits in the military department, having participated in 3 interschool military leagues. They might not be celebrities, but they definitely had far more practical experience than those students. Another instructor chimed in, "Yeah, if we let these kids touch us, my squad leader back home would laugh himself to death." Instructor Zhang turned back to look at them. "You're not unaware of the skill level of these new students at Moy, especially the top 5. As instructors, although they were not the lead ones like Instructor Chun or Kaiyong, they had witnessed the growth of these students. This batch of freshmen, especially the 5 exceptional ones, were on the verge of reaching the very top tier of military academy cadets. Shinsholi had been groomed since childhood by his family to become the future star of the military department. Gina, though his background was unclear, had clearly received very professional training. Su Shichin needed no introduction. Her brother often bragged about her excellence to his military colleagues. As for Lu Zheng, her shooting record was known throughout the entire galaxy. But none of them were the most terrifying because the other 4 could be explained by innate advantages from family background or mental strength. The truly terrifying one was Xu Lingqu. Her growth rate was nothing short of monstrous. Give her a little more time, and it would be no surprise if she became a future Pentagon warrior in the military department. Do not let your guard down. Face them with the same intensity you would a real combat drill in the military department, Instructor Zhang ordered. He immediately decided to split into 4 groups of 5 and begin a carpet search for the 5 students. In the darkness, Guan Zhongli was frantically dragging Lin Xiao along as she fled. One of her legs had been pierced by a branch. "Can you make it?" "Absolutely fine." Lin Xiao gritted her teeth and followed Guan Zhongli, both of them sprinting desperately toward the position Xu Lingqu had sent them. They had run into a team of instructors who were originally searching for the 5. These 5 instructors most likely hadn't taken Instructor Zhang's words to heart, thinking they could finish mopping up the students early. When they spotted Guan Zhongli and Lin Xiao, they immediately opened fire and gave chase. The distance between the 2 students and the 5 instructors grew shorter and shorter. Just as they were about to re-enter the instructor's effective shooting range, they took the final step and successfully entered Xu Lingqu's ambush zone. They first threw themselves into the grass, pretending to be completely exhausted and unable to run any further. Seeing that they could no longer flee, the 5 instructors slowed down, fixated on the 2 students about to be eliminated, and stepped into the ambush zone without any caution. "I tell you, Instructor Zhang is too much. These students have been in the assessment battle for so long. No matter how good they are, they're too tired to run now. Why be so careful and searching for those 5 who are hiding?" One of them grumbled as he stepped forward to finish off the 2 students. A gunshot rang out, but it wasn't his. The heavy sniper round tore through the air, struck his shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, and the force of the bullet sent him crashing to the ground. His expression hadn't even had time to change. His combat suit sounded an alarm and emitted white smoke, indicating he was eliminated. His teammates were not spared either. Several bullets fired from different positions took them down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire instructor squad was wiped out. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the few eliminated instructors finally came to their senses, realizing they had fallen into a trap. They had been sniped by the students they had previously looked down upon. The 5 of them staggered to their feet, none knowing how to break the silence. It was Lin Xiao who had escaped, with Guan Zhongli, who spoke first. "Instructor, per the rules, since you've been eliminated, you should leave the assessment grounds immediately and refrain from communicating with anyone, right?" At that moment, the assessment base must have just received the news of their elimination through the smart brain, still in shock with no drones dispatched to supervise. Fearing they might tip off others about what had happened, the 2 steeled themselves and spoke up. Losing to students was embarrassing, losing to students, and then reneging was even more so. The 5 looked up with bitter smiles, exchanged glances, and one of them said, "We'll leave as per the rules. But I just want to ask, was it Xu Lingqu and the others who did this?" Guan Zhongli and Lin Xiao nodded. It was indeed them. The 5 left the assessment grounds with a sense of loss, and one of them couldn't help but sigh. "I suddenly recall my second year when our school Dewey was thoroughly thrashed by Long Yuan in the elimination rounds. The feeling I had when I left that day is exactly the same as now. A mix of emotions, indescribable." The other 4 felt the same and couldn't help but say, "I think the Military Academy League is really about to change this year. The new generation of Moy is no longer the bottom dweller it used to be." When the 5 returned to the assembly area outside the grounds, the crowd had already been stunned once, and their emergence triggered another wave of gasps. "Holy crap! An instructor really got eliminated. What did Vice Principal Su say?" 100 points for eliminating an instructor. Which brave soul did that? Do you even need to ask? Do you even need to ask? Even if it's a stretch, can Commander Xu take me with her next time? I'd be more than willing to be a cannon fodder charge, full of morale. Vice Principal Su's face had been grim at first, but it improved as Kaiyong and Instructor Chen briefed her on the specifics of those 5. Are you still counting those 100 points? Kaiyong asked her. Of course I am, absolutely. When have I ever gone back on my word? Vice Principal Xu rolled her eyes at him. I'm overjoyed to have such outstanding students, alright. Kaiyong smiled with delight. Xu Lingqu and her team were indeed determined to create surprises for everyone. Once they entered the league, they were going to turn the world upside down. At the same time, he felt a lingering chill. If he hadn't heeded the advice and gone in, he might have been captured alive by Xu Lingqu. How humiliating that would have been. Outside the grounds there was shock and delight. Inside, the instructors were seething with shock and fury. They actually dared to make a move on us, those little bastards. At that moment, Instructor Zhang had already led his team to the initial hiding spot of Xu Lingqu and the others. It was indeed well concealed, and only Instructor Zhang's extensive combat experience allowed him to discover it. They were hiding here in the beginning. It's secluded but not suitable for an ambush, so they relocated. Having received the elimination notices of those 5, Instructor Zhang was initially stunned, but he quickly began to deploy a counterattack against them. Let's regroup first. Those 5 were eliminated too quickly. They must have been ambushed. We'll move together, watch each other's backs, and find their ambush spots. That's safer. Instructor Zhang's tone was icy. We can't actually lose to these little brats, can we? They probably started by splitting into groups, 5 per group, 4 groups in total. So our first ambush opportunity could only catch those 5. Xu Lingqu shared information through the smart brain with Guan Zhongli and the others. Now that they've received the elimination notices of 5 instructors, they'll likely regroup and search for ambush positions. In the previous encounter among the 5, Lu Zheng took down 1, Shin Sholi took down 1, Su Shizhen also took down 1, and Xu Lingqu took down 2. Jean complained in frustration, I swear next time I'm not going to target the same person as our commander. Her shots are too fast. Making excuses for your own lack of skill, Su Shizhen retorted as usual. Quiet. Shin Sholi intervened before they could escalate. Xu Lingqu continued coordinating with Guan Zhongli and the others. Now that they're scattered, they won't attract much attention. You can try to concentrate. Guan Zhongli won't, that seems suspicious. The students were supposed to be hiding separately, gathering together was too abnormal. That's exactly the point. Make them suspicious, lure them in the same direction first. Otherwise, if they crept in from other directions, the danger would be greater, the unknowns more severe. Understood. Guan Zhongli immediately executed Xu Lingqu's order. The commotion of over 30 students gathering was quite noticeable. Instructor Zhang and his team soon spotted them. What are these students doing? Gathering to chat and bond. This is way too relaxed. Are they looking down on us? Watch me. Quiet. Instructor Zhang said coldly. They're definitely bait sent by Xu Lingqu, probably trying to lure us into an ambush. Damn, that's cunning. Let's ignore them and get out of here. Ignore them. Instructor Zhang interrupted. With these people leading the way, we won't have to search for so long. This was a golden opportunity to find Xu Lingqu directly, albeit with some risk. But with their numerical advantage, 15 men, sacrificing 1 or 2 to confirm the ambush points was worth it. Follow them, stay as hidden as possible. Stop immediately if something feels off. While moving, keep close to objects that can shield you. Instructor Zhang gave the order, and the others said nothing more. Guan Zhongli led the group toward the ambush site, nervously communicating with Xu Lingqu. I'm not sure if they're really following. It's fine, just keep going. With her reassurance, Guan Zhongli set his mind at ease. The main force gradually moved into the position where he and Lin Xiao had been earlier. The instructors obediently refrained from revealing themselves too obviously, so the students steeled themselves and pressed on. Instructor Zhang surveyed the area, gritted his teeth, and said advance a bit further. A few of them popped their heads out, and then gunfire erupted. In an instant, 3 instructors fell. The main body of students scattered like startled birds, fleeing deeper into hiding. Guan Zhongli had warned them beforehand, just hide and survive, don't interfere in the fight between the instructors and Xu Lingqu's team, as they would likely be more of a hindrance. We've confirmed several muzzle positions. Except for the sniper rifle, which is positioned farther forward, keep an eye on those obstacles. Fire the moment they show even a sliver, Instructor Zhang told his men. But don't attack first. They have a sniper, I'll go find the sniper's position. He didn't take anyone else, as he was the farthest back and least likely to be detected, while moving, allowing him to neutralize her without warning. With that, he circled around through the forest, weaving through the trees, searching for the sniper's position. When he was about halfway there, a bullet whizzed past him. Instructor Zhang broke out in a cold sweat, but quickly calmed down, taking cover behind a tree. Someone had quickly realized the sniper's position might be exposed, and had come to protect it. Who could it be? Instructor Zhang had an answer in his mind. Is it Xu Lingqu? The only response was the whisper of the night wind. He gritted his teeth, and continued, Xu, if it's you, could you put down your gun? To be honest, I've wanted to test your hand-to-hand combat skills for a long time. Instructor Zhang's profound impression of Xu Lingqu dated back to that combat training session where she defeated 7 opponents in a row. In his eyes, every move and stance of Xu Lingqu seemed fraught with lethal intent, something you couldn't quite fathom at first glance, but later when you mulled it over you couldn't help but mentally replay and replicate her techniques, imagining how you would counter them if faced with her. He had long awaited this day. Of course, as an instructor, it would be utterly bizarre to inexplicably seek an unknown fight with a female student. But now a golden opportunity for a direct confrontation lay before him. Their numbers still held the advantage. If they could eliminate that heavy sniper, they could launch an all-out assault. Though there would be casualties, it would be far less humiliating than losing to a mere 5 of them. Since she had come to intercept him, it proved that his chosen position was correct. The candidates for the heavy sniper were none other than Xu Lingqu and Lu Zhang. If he could get past Xu Lingqu, Lu Zhang would be easier to handle. Gritting his teeth, Instructor Zhang, to demonstrate his sincerity, discarded his gun and emptied his magazines. At that moment a female voice rang out, "Come." He turned and left the cover, heading toward the source of the voice. Suddenly 2 heavy footfalls sounded, followed by a gust of wind rushing straight at him. He hastily raised his arms to block his forearms, numbing with pain. Xu Lingqu's kick had landed. She attacked too swiftly. In the next instant she rebounded, pivoted, and launched another punch. Instructor Zhang parried with his left arm, while his right hand struck back, without mercy. Xu Lingqu changed her move mid-strike, ducking to evade his straight punch, while simultaneously targeting his waist and abdomen. Instructor Zhang barely managed to absorb the blow, staggering back 2 steps, without falling. This was Xu Lingqu's greatest weakness at present. Her punches and kicks lacked sufficient weight. Moreover, having shuttled back and forth across the assessment ground today, she was fatigued and unable to concentrate her strength. He grabbed Xu Lingqu's right hand, leveraging her lightness to fling her outward. The heavy thud of a body striking a tree told him he had successfully inflicted damage. Normally someone of Xu Lingqu's build would struggle to rise after such a blow. Gasping, Instructor Zhang stepped forward to check her condition. To his surprise, Xu Lingqu scrambled to her feet in the darkness. She charged again without hesitation, and this time her side kick caught him off guard, striking him square on the chin and sending him sprawling to the ground. Both of them were fighting with deadly seriousness, treating this duel with utmost gravity. Blood surged. Instructor Zhang also rose quickly, roaring as he spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. Xu Lingqu showed no mercy, pressing her fierce assault. Her fists rained down like hailstones as she maintained a relentless tempo. While blocking, Instructor Zhang observed and finally seized a moment of her fatigue. Repeating his earlier tactic, he grabbed her wrist again and hurled her away with all his might. This time there was no sound of a body hitting the tree, only the distinct thud of military boots kicking against the trunk. Xu Lingqu had learned from her mistake. She adjusted her posture midair, using the tree as a springboard to launch herself back at Instructor Zhang. Her fist struck straight at his face. Instructor Zhang heard the crack of his own nasal bone breaking as blood gushed from his nose. He collapsed to the ground, his vision darkening, yet he forced himself to stand. It wasn't over yet. It couldn't end. Just then a bullet tore through the air, striking Instructor Zhang square in the chest, with unerring accuracy in the darkness. This time he was truly eliminated. He had lost. Both of them froze, for the bullet clearly hadn't come from Xu Lingqu. She was still poised to attack. Watching the bullet hit Instructor Zhang and the white smoke billow from his body, Xu Lingqu barely managed to halt her forward momentum. She had almost assaulted a corpse. "You had an ambush prepared." Instructor Zhang panted, struggling to describe the flood of negative emotions surging within him. He asked a question to divert his attention. Xu Lingqu suddenly relaxed and felt the toll of exhaustion. Even in victory, she remained vigilant, hiding behind a tree to shield herself as much as possible. "I only prepared a sidearm," she said, pulling out the pistol tucked at her hip and waving it. She wasn't foolish enough to engage Instructor Zhang in a purely hand-to-hand duel. Once she found herself at a disadvantage or had completely knocked him to the ground, she would shoot him. This was the final assessment, not a contest of honor. Instructor Zhang let out a wry laugh, suddenly realizing how foolish it was to have thrown away his gun. He must have been so consumed by the overwhelming desire to go unknown with Xu Lingqu that he made such a stupid move. To die with clarity, he pressed on. "You didn't shoot when we appeared. The positions I had my men watch didn't include you, so you rushed over, didn't you?" In truth, he had regained some clarity midway through the operation. He had only confirmed 3 positions plus 1 heavy sniper, leaving 1 person's location blank and transparent. Unluckily, the only one he hadn't identified was Xu Lingqu, who had positioned herself on the right slope to protect Lu Zhang. "You weren't actually trapped, you just followed to confirm our positions. Sacrificing 3 people still left you with 12, maintaining numerical superiority. And since our forward sniper position was exposed, once you eliminated the heavy sniper threat, you could have won with a direct assault." Xu Lingqu decided to let Instructor Zhang die with full understanding. For him, the truly fatal bait was not the poorly acting ordinary students, but Lu Zhang's heavy sniper. Instructor Zhang thought to himself that he had been overconfident. If only he had simply led his men directly to capture the sniper from the start. Unfortunately, the other instructors had pushed too far forward and were constrained. He also lacked the audacity to make everyone follow his instinct alone. Now in hindsight, there were many opportunities to turn the tide. But while the victor is king and regret is useless now. Instructor Zhang flashed a thumbs-up gesture before lying still. At that moment, the actual shooter approached the two. Tang Muin, cradling his rifle, came to Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu, are you okay? He looked timid and worried. His position had also been arranged by her on the right upper slope, and she had only instructed him to stay hidden, which allowed him to arrive in time. Your marksmanship, is that accurate? Xu Lingqu asked, pressing her left side. The earlier throw had slammed her into a tree right where she had concealed her hidden gun. The impact was severe, and she walked with a slight limp. Tang Muin didn't answer her question, but instead asked, you're injured. Go back and stay hidden, Xu Lingqu said, moving down along the direction Instructor Zhang had come from. Where are you going? Tang Muin uncharacteristically didn't obey, and instead followed, pressing for an answer. If Instructor Zhang could come up from here to find the heavy sniper, then she could go down from here to flank the other instructors from behind. He'll go with you. You go back, Xu Lingqu turned around. Or can you guarantee your marksmanship will be just as accurate against the other instructors? Only then did Tang Muin answer her earlier question. I saw you move and thought something was up, so I came to see if I could help. When you two started fighting, I fired a shot in panic. I couldn't see anything, but somehow it hit. You go back, Xu Lingqu quickened her pace. I can handle it myself. Because of Instructor Zhang's earlier orders, most of the remaining instructors remained strictly in position, locked in a stalemate with Shinsholi and the others staring ahead without wavering. Thus they failed to notice a figure that had appeared behind them like a phantom. Xu Lingqu secretly thought to herself that she had indeed been somewhat provoked into fighting, sustaining additional injuries from the scuffle. She couldn't gauge the true extent of Instructor Zhang's marksmanship, but she should have confidence in her own shooting skills. Enduring the sharp pain in her abdomen, Xu Lingqu watched the instructors, who were so tense they didn't notice her, and suddenly found them rather rigid. Instructor Zhang had ordered them to hold their positions and confront without moving, and they actually stood still, lacking the battlefield awareness that one must have eyes on the back of one's head. Qualified soldiers, unqualified instructors. Was Vice Principal Su Li set up? As she thought this, Xu Lingqu raised her hand and quickly swept fire at the exposed backs. Bullets whizzed past, and only then did they realize they had been ambushed from behind. Caught in the open and forced to dodge forward, the stalemate was instantly broken. Shinsholi and the others' bullets followed, and Lu Zheng's heavy sniper rounds tore through the air, mercilessly heading straight for them. With Instructor Zhang gone, they indeed became a scattering of sand. Caught in a pincer attack, they fell into chaos, but quickly regrouped for a desperate counterattack. In the end, they frantically traded off with Xu Lingqu and Gina, who had inadvertently exposed himself while adjusting his position. At this point, all the instructors sent to clear the assessment ground were eliminated. Some were still in panic, while others, fully realizing what had happened, lay on the ground, their hearts like ashes. Too humiliating, truly too humiliating. Whether it was the initial neglect or the later excessive rigidity, it was obvious that once Instructor Zhang was gone, they became a complete mess toyed with by these 5 students. If it were students from Lonyuan or Delancedon who outperformed them, that would be normal, but this was Moy, freshman of Moy. One instructor who stood out from the others with a smile on his face patted a colleague beside him who looked like he wanted to die. Hey, not everyone knows the shooting scores. We just do physical training every day, and you basically manage the storage room. How could you know these 5 monsters would go this far? Alright, don't feel bad. Everyone has their off days. He was indeed good-tempered. Back at the assessment point outside, Instructor Zhang, who had left before them, first comforted the 5 who had been eliminated early, then the 14 who came out later. While explaining his nose to Kaiyong, I exchanged a couple of moves with Student Su. Kaiyong winced at the sight. Student Su also led her team down. The 5 survivors, Lu Zheng, Shinsholi, and Su Shiqing, directly gave the 20-point bounties on themselves to Guanzhongli Lin Xiao and Wang Shihu, who had contributed the most, and also distributed the faction points promised to the remaining ordinary students. Vice Principal Su Li's face grew darker. Seeing this, Kaiyong shot a glance at Instructor Chun, who sighed and pulled Su Li aside. The excellent recruits the military department gave us this batch. Only Junior Instructor Zhang and Junior Instructor Song are from Shaji and Du respectively. The others are just so-so, and we didn't let them fully participate in the entire training period. But what Kaiyong told you wasn't a lie. They are indeed more useful than our own third-year students, at least organized and disciplined. Instructor Chun tried to salvage the situation. Su Li only waved his hand coldly. I knew the military wouldn't give us good resources. It was a fact that most of the military looked down on Moy. This time they sent personnel only because Su Li had lobbied for a long time, otherwise Moy would have had to make do with third-year students. Junior Instructor Zhang is still pretty good, Instructor Chun evaluated objectively. Meanwhile, among the students on the other side, most were cheering loudly, celebrating that their 5 members had actually succeeded in challenging authority and clearing out all the instructors. Kaiyong stood by. The overall scoreboard for the entire training period had come out, indicating who would stay and who would go, who would become the final mecha pilots, and marking the end of this devilish training. It ended far earlier than expected, but it was clear that some of the young, energetic students had already formed friendships during this time. Now it was deep into the night, a bonfire was lit, and everyone sat around talking about today's final assessment. Everyone let go of their burdens. Compared to the atmosphere by the river that day, today was more lively and cheerful. Someone even joked with Kaiyong, "Instructor, you can't flood us with river water this time." Kaiyong pretended to sneer, "Why not worry about a mudslide?" The student stiffened. Kaiyong laughed and waved his hand, "Just kidding." The result today was unexpected to him, yet within reason. Sometimes he thought it completely defied logic and averages, but when he thought of Xu Lingqu, it inexplicably seemed automatically reasonable. Kaiyong looked at the score sheet, including the 100-point instructor kills promised by Xu Li. Xu Lingqu had killed 5 tonight, Lu Zheng 5, Su Shiqinjin, and Shin Sholi, and even 3 each, and Tang Muan 1. The top 5 in the overall ranking remained basically unchanged, with Xu Lingqu firmly in first place. But a problem soon arose. As the top scorer, she should enter the mecha pilot ranks, but her mental power level was B, which was completely insufficient. She couldn't even meet the threshold. What to do? For the first time, Kaiyong found himself so conflicted. He thought hard and decided to consult the other two. Without a second thought, Xu Lingqu headed straight for the makeshift medical tent. She met Dr. Li and proactively showed her injuries. "Who did this to you?" Xu Lingqu pointed outside. "Instructor Zhang, who just left. Let me do a preliminary treatment. When we get back, you'll go straight into the xylate condensation instrument." Dr. Li frowned as she treated the large bruise on Xu Lingqu's waist. On the final day of the assessment, to get this badly hurt, she would have to give Xu Lingqu something expensive and good. After Dr. Li finished, Xu Lingqu pushed the door open and walked out. The initial frenzy had subsided, and everyone had quieted down considerably. Tang Muan was waiting for her alone at the entrance. She hadn't told Su Shiqin and the others about her injury. They thought she had just gone to recover from fatigue. "Feeling better?" Tang Muan asked. Xu Lingqu nodded. At that moment, someone called out her name. It was the lackey who always followed Sun Liao. "Xu Lingqu, you're actually a very selfish person." He suddenly launched an attack, his voice loud, as if he had been rehearsing for a long time. "In today's assessment, you decide who lives and who dies. The 40 of us were just cannon fodder. Actually, you just don't like us, and you used the goodwill you earned from the underground maze to kill through proxies." He grew more agitated. "Xu Lingqu, you are truly evil. Before you pretended to have command skills and talked about cooperation and win-win, but now you've shown your true colors. You are just eliminating dissenters. Anyone who defies you or whom you dislike will be oppressed by you. Those of you who believe in her, aren't you afraid that one day she'll take a dislike to you, and you'll end up like us?" After he finished, the whole place fell silent for a moment because his voice was loud enough and his nerve was astonishingly thick. But Xu Lingqu smiled. She waved at the others who were about to stand up, signaling that she could handle it. "Yes, I am exactly that kind of person. Do you know why it was precisely the 40 of you who died? Because the rules of survival are always set by the strongest. Unfortunately for you, I am the strongest here, and I have the final say." The training period was over and she was in a good mood, so she didn't mind saying a few more words to these rats and cockroaches. "You've provided a perfect example. Offending me will never end well. From now on, it will probably serve as a warning to many." Moral condemnation had ceased to work on her 800 years ago. She tilted her head slightly, a mocking glint in her eyes. "I am this bad and I never intend to change." The final assessment had concluded. The excuses and indignation of the losers were as pale as their performance and rankings on the leaderboard. The 80 students to be eliminated had been confirmed according to the ratio: 60 from the combat track and 20 from the non-combat track, and the final results had already been made public. However, inside the temporary shed where the 3 principals were discussing matters, a fierce argument was taking place. The top 20 are eligible for mecha pilot qualification. Xu Lingqu is ranked first, so she deserves that qualification. Instructor Chun was unusually adamant, refusing to budge on this matter. Why not give her a chance? Let her try? Xu Li stared at him coldly. Because her spiritual power level is B. You want a B-level student to become a mecha pilot. Are you nurturing talent or trying to harm her? Don't you know what happens to those with low spiritual power when they pilot a mecha? But Xu Lingqu is different. At the beginning, who thought her physical fitness could endure? It's just a mecha pilot qualification, not sending her directly to the military to test drive a mecha. Instructor Chen's voice grew colder. In the military academy league, the Mecha Solo Arena's replicated mecha piloting minimum requirement has already been lowered to B-level for a mecha. Xu Lingqu deserves basic training. Do you think I don't want to train her? Xu Li's voice rose. Do you think I'm unaware of the military academy league? But do you know the pressure the military will put on us if we list a B-level student as an official mecha pilot? Kaiyong tried to mediate. Anyway, the military has been treating us like this for a while. He originally thought Instructor Chun was being unrealistic, but Xu Lingqu kept creating miracles, and he gradually changed his mind. Maybe it was worth a try. How can you say that, Kaiyong? Xu Li shook her head. You don't directly negotiate with them, so you can casually say it's been like this for a while. Where did the funding for this grandiose trial period come from? I have to beg the military for money like a beggar every day. For equipment and facilities, I have to find connections everywhere. Do you think being vice principal is easy? But she worked so hard to get first place. She deserves fairness. Sensing the burst of emotion from Xu Li, Instructor Chen realized he should shut up, but couldn't help adding that one sentence. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Unsurprisingly, Xu Li's anger flared even more. Fairness to her. Since General Xu left, has there ever been fairness in Moy? The three of us graduated basking in the last glory of the old general. When we returned, the original teachers of Moy had been forced away one by one, leaving only a bunch of useless old men. General Shu's reputation is being ruined. We three took an oath when we returned to revive Moy. Both of you have thought of leaving at some point, but I never did. I swallowed my disgust to reach this position. Do you think I don't know how the military works? If you report it today, the budget cut notice will come tomorrow. Do you think I'm deliberately targeting her? Wake up. Kaiyong and Chen Aifu had dreams and valued talent. Did Suli not? But behind beautiful dreams, there is always a harsh, messy reality waiting to be cleaned up. Someone had to do it. Her words left them both completely silent. They had thought about the pressure Xu Li was under, but not to this extent. A quiet, introverted girl in her student days, her personality had changed so much. They thought she had grown and been tempered, but it was just the helplessness of being oppressed. I'm sorry. Instructor Chen spoke, first bowing to Xu Li. I'm sorry for all the hard work. Kaiyong quickly followed, apologizing as well. I won't waste money or make unreasonable demands anymore. I'm sorry. Xu Li looked at these two men acting exactly as they did in their student days. She couldn't help but turn away and wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Letting them see her tears would be embarrassing. Kaiyong and Instructor Chen knew she was wiping her tears, but they tactfully remained bent over, only straightening up when she turned back around. Xu Lingqu is an excellent student. She will shine in the command track. I will support her as the overall commander of the Moy team in this military academy league, Xu Li said, having calmed down. But listing her as an official mecha pilot is non-negotiable. Instead of arguing with me, find her and explain the situation clearly. In the end, the task was given to Kaiyong. Before leaving, he cautioned them, wait until I get back to continue your argument. At least there will be someone to break it up. Get out of here. When Kaiyong came out, he ran straight into Xu Lingqu coldly, saying, I'm just that bad, and I never plan to change. He became even more worried. Xu Lingqu was no easy student to deal with, but he still grimaced and called her aside. I need to tell you something. Kaiyong roughly explained the military's hidden rules and bad behavior, complaining about the hardships over the years. He expected Xu Lingqu to protest indignantly or make sarcastic remarks, but instead she accepted it calmly, simply nodding. She had already anticipated this. The instructor's delay in announcing the list meant they were discussing something controversial. Now that Kaiyong came out and approached her, it was clear what they had been arguing about. Xu Lingqu was mentally prepared. In fact, solving this problem only required her to reveal her actual spiritual power level, but now was not the best. She already had a rough idea of when to disclose her S-level spiritual power. Following her plan, losing the mecha pilot slot temporarily was not a loss. Seeing her acceptance, Kaiyong felt completely relieved and went back to officially announce the elimination list and mecha pilot list from the final assessment. On the elimination list, Sun Liao and his clique were completely wiped out, further proving that crossing Xu Lingqu never ended well. The mecha pilot list also sparked some discussion. Xu Lingqu was first place, but her spiritual power level is B. How can she pilot a real mecha? But the mecha in the Cyberspace Military Academy League isn't real. Are you only thinking about the league? This concerns Xu Lingqu's entire life. Jean put his arm around Shinsholi's shoulder and said to Xu Lingqu, why not try again? Our young master Shun has connections in the military. He tried to lighten the mood with a joke. Sister, how about I talk to brother or father? Xu Shizhen was worried. She hadn't become the 21st place and lost the mecha pilot like in her dream, but Xu Lingqu as first place had lost the slot. It's fine. Xu Lingqu interrupted her. I'm actually happy. But your expression doesn't look good right now, Shinsholi suddenly said. Because it hurts, Xu Lingqu replied honestly. She urgently needed to get back to the base medical bay respawn point to revive. With the probationary period settled, the mecha instructors had already dismissed the students who were to be eliminated under the supervision of Instructor Guan. Instructor Guan was a new teacher hired at a high salary a year ago by Vice Principal Su, who had overruled all objections to replace the previous incompetent mecha instructor. He was a man of few words and strict in his teaching style, yet the students still held a fondness for him. For those pursuing mecha specialization, learning genuine skills was a responsibility to their entire career. Xu Lingqu briefly congratulated Natasha before hurrying to the infirmary. Lying inside the xylate coagulation instrument, the excruciating pain finally began to subside. Dr. Li sighed as she looked at the girl receiving treatment with her eyes closed. Just as she was about to sit down, Instructor Zhang, who had clearly taken 2 punches to the face during his duel with Xu Lingqu, entered. First come, first served. The xylate is taken, you'll have to make do with the ordinary one. Dr. Li raised an eyebrow and began treating Instructor Zhang. You two really don't hold back against each other. Instructor Zhang chuckled. Of course. This was an intense combat duel, not only representing personal victory or defeat, but also the team's. Seeing his earnest expression, the corner of Dr. Li's mouth twitched. Who on earth had tricked her into thinking this was a cushy, easy job? Still, being able to witness such a lively batch of freshmen at Moy and even discover Xu Lingqu's special constitution might be a blessing in disguise. But I'm long used to this level of injury in combat, Instructor Zhang said, glancing at the running Xylake instrument. She was thrown so hard by me, yet she still got up and organized an effective counterattack. Ruthless. When the ruthless Xu Lingqu emerged from the instrument, the Stalker R3 had once again arrived at the training ground. By now everyone's feelings were completely different from the excitement and novelty they had felt when first seeing it. Some were eager to finally leave this damned place, while others felt a faint reluctance. There was nothing worth taking in the dormitories, so everyone quickly assembled and re-entered the Stalker R3. Inside the cockpit, Kion rubbed his chin. Is Xu Lingqu still dizzy during the jump this time? Instructor Chun replied. Probably not anymore. Xu Lingqu indeed decided not to faint this time. As the second jump began, she timed it perfectly, silently sat down, curled up, and pretended to look miserable. After the jump ended, Su Shiqin looked at her in surprise. You're much better this time. Jean, who wasn't sure what had happened last time, quickly asked what? How is our commander much better? What happened before? She was. Shin Sholi started to answer, but then changed his mind. Why are you asking so many questions? Jean. Can't even ask. Fortunately, Su Shiqin replied warmly, last time my sister fainted outright. I thought Shin Sholi had pushed her. Xu Lingqu judged the time and slowly stood up with Su Shiqin's help. You've improved, sister. Su Shiqin immediately followed with her praise. Su Lingqu nodded. Indeed, she had improved, mainly in acting. The Stalker R3 stopped at the central square of Moy Military Academy. Returning to this school, everyone felt as if an eternity had passed. Last time they had spent less than half a day here before being sent through an extraordinary probationary period. Now some would be leaving with their suitcases. When Xu Lingqu returned to the dormitory, the first thing she saw was a puddle of dog right in the center of her bed. Indeed, a standard puddle of dog. Lumen lay sprawled, its 4 legs stretched out, sleeping in complete relaxation. Its white fur, groomed regularly by the household robot, was smooth and soft. Xu Lingqu stepped closer and poked the marshmallow several times. You're back. Lumen woke from its dream, about to get angry, but then recognized who it was and began wagging its tail. However, after a few more glances, its tail slowed. You've changed so much. The girl had once been frail and pale, looking as if she might faint at any moment. Now, after ample training, she stood taller and more upright, her figure no longer so thin. The sickly air had left her face, replaced by a hint of vitality. It's okay, Xu Lingqu said, not caring much about her appearance. She sat on the edge of the bed. You've had a good time these days, haven't you? Under the meticulous care of the household robot, its fur had become fluffy and its body rounder. Now it truly looked like a plump marshmallow. I'm fine too, Lu Ming said awkwardly, then pressed its paw onto Xu Lingqu's thigh. Actually, I missed you a little. A master should stay by their puppy's side. No matter how good the food and sleep, the longing remains. Before Xu Lingqu could answer, the doorbell rang. Su Shiqin went to open it. Your place is pretty much the same as ours. Nice. Is the commander in her room? It was Jin's voice. They had probably come for a visit. Xu Lingqu opened the door and went out with Lu Ming. The closest person was Lu Zheng, so Lu Ming immediately rubbed against her leg as if asking to be petted. After Lu Zheng petted it went up to Shin Sholi, proudly lifting its dog head. Finally, it was Jin's turn. He had already extended his hand, a smile on his face. But Lu Ming braked sharply and hid behind Xu Lingqu. Jin, why is it like this? Even the dog bullies him. Su Shiqin burst out laughing. It doesn't like red-haired monsters. It doesn't like golden-haired monsters either. It wouldn't let you touch it. Who says? I pet it all the time at home. Xu Lingqu turned and poked the dog's head, but Lu Ming just stayed hidden behind her without moving. I'm right above you guys. My roommate is Natasha. She was going to come too, but she had something to take care of first. Lu Zheng interrupted the childish argument. That's great, Su Shiqin said, successfully diverted from the pointless squabble. Jean then remembered the reason for his visit. Instructor Chen just notified us. We have 10 days off. Any plans? When did Instructor Chen notify them? Xu Lingqu opened her smart device and saw that the message had been sent while they were still in the Stalker R3. Going home. Back to the 4th galaxy. Going back. You're all leaving. I thought I was the only one. Wait, Commander, why aren't you saying anything? Jean asked curiously. According to his investigation, wasn't Xu Lingqu the child of an old subordinate of General Su? Hadn't he adopted her to give her a better life? Given Su Shiqin's attitude towards Xu Lingqu, he had assumed the Su family treated her well. But now it seemed off. Su Shiqin had just received the message when her more well-informed brother sent her a flurry of texts insisting that she must return to the capital star, saying he was too busy with work to come pick her up from Ewing Star. She guessed her brother wouldn't have sent a single message to Xu Lingqu, so she asked on her own, Sister, are you coming back with me? Xu Lingqu shook her head. No, I'm not going back. Going back now would only cause trouble for both sides. Mother and elder brother often did things wrong, so it was understandable that Xu Lingqu didn't want to return. Yet the thought of being apart for a few days still left Xu Lingqu with a hint of regret. "We'll see you after the holidays then." Xu Lingqu waved at them. "I'm going to take a stroll around the school first." "What's there to see in a school?" Gina asked, puzzled. "The infirmary is worth a visit." Training would still go on, and just because she was at school didn't mean she'd stop. The infirmary here was certainly better equipped than the rundown training base, and she couldn't wait to check it out. Xu Lingqu's obsession with the infirmary was truly persistent. "Oh right, the eliminated students are leaving today. Some of them want to meet you," Gene recalled, remembering the message he had to deliver. "Meet me?" Xu Lingqu raised an eyebrow. Since she was heading to the infirmary anyway, she might as well see them. She led Lumen downstairs where several eliminated students, both male and female, approached. Commander Xu. The one leading the group, face flushed and stammering, said we're all from non-combat directions. Xu Lingqu nodded. "What is it?" You're incredibly impressive. Some of us couldn't endure the trial period halfway through, but seeing your perseverance we held on to." The leader grew emotional. "Though we were eventually eliminated, maybe we really lack talent. But even if we can't excel at analysis and command, we're not bad at online roasting." Those behind her chimed in, "That's right. If the final best commander of this year's military school league isn't you, well, make sure the organizers taste what it means to be a cyber mob." "Exactly, Commander. I once held my own 1v10 on the Cybernet forum. Records are available. For this league, feel free to toy with students from other schools." Xu Lingqu. "Thank you, all of you." After they left, Xu Lingqu led Lumen away. Lumen was awestruck. "Are these fans you've gathered out there?" "I didn't." Xu Lingqu glanced at the infirmary. The school's version was much larger with far more sophisticated instruments. "But Dr. Lee must have gone on holiday, or she wasn't around, otherwise she could have greeted her." Having seen what she wanted, Xu Lingqu took Lumen back. At that moment, Xu Lingqu, who was about to leave, was adjusting the cocoon pod for Xu Lingqu to access the cybernet. "Sister, you just need to connect your smart brain to this interface for authentication, or you can go in and authenticate directly. Sit inside, fill the slot with nutrient solution, and you'll be connected to the cybernet." She had promised to help Xu Lingqu set this up, but it was a pity she couldn't accompany her for her first entry into the cybernet. "Also, I've transferred some star coins to your smart brain account. Remember to accept them," Xu Lingqu reminded. "You must accept them. This is what you deserve." "Xijin, thank you," Xu Lingqu said earnestly, watching the busy girl. "No need to thank me, it's only right." Xu Lingqu stood up and grabbed her luggage. The Xu family's people were waiting at the door to pick her up. Xu Lingqu checked her smart brain. Xu Lingqu had transferred 100 star coins. Given the prices in the Stellar Empire, that was quite a lot. Madame Catherine and Xu Yuan doted on Xu Lingqu, but they didn't allow her to squander money on extravagance since they provided the best things directly for her. The disposable funds she had were limited, she might have given Xu Lingqu everything she had. The door opened again, and Xu Lingqu returned. "Sister, can I have a hug?" Her ears were red with rare shyness. Xu Lingqu nodded. "Sure." After the embrace, Xu Lingqu bounced away. Liuming, who had been lying on the cocoon pod, called out, "Lingqu, hurry and connect." "Why are you so eager?" Xu Lingqu raised an eyebrow. "Just try it and you'll see." Urged by Liuming, Xu Lingqu began her first connection to the stellar cybernet. Following the instructions, she authenticated her identity with her smart brain. As she sat in the pod, a sensation akin to an out-of-body experience surged through her. Her consciousness plunged into darkness, then rapidly descended into a deep blue space. "Please set your appearance." White text appeared before her eyes. She reached out to touch it, and the words quickly dissipated. Behind them stood 10 colossal wardrobes displaying a variety of outfits. With a mere point of her finger, the clothes would automatically float onto her body. She could adjust facial features by dragging them larger or smaller. If she wanted to skip this, there were two options. 1. Use default appearance. 2. Use smart brain authenticated appearance. Xu Lingqu decisively chose option 1. Her entire body levitated, and a beam of white light flew into her palm. Then she plummeted rapidly until her feet touched a street. More fantastical, grandiose, and magnificent than the real Stellar Empire. This was the Stellar Cybernet. Xu Lingqu stared in silence at the bizarrely shaped buildings, the reckless flying vehicles, and the humans who could be flung 100 meters without injury. The default appearance was a plain generic face. A silver-haired handsome youth suddenly appeared beside her. "You don't look good at all." Xu Lingqu turned her head. Luming. Luming laughed. "See, you never expected I could be human, did you? So that's why you urged me to connect." Xu Lingqu watched Liuming, who now had human limbs, but moved with complete awkwardness. The 3 SSS mechas are essentially 3 super brains assembled. "With you I can freely change forms in the cybernet," Luming said, then quickly transformed into a white light. That landed on Xu Lingqu's hand, becoming a ring. It could switch back and forth 100 times without getting bored. "So what's happening to your outer form? Is your Samoyed life form also in an out-of-body state?" Xu Lingqu asked. "Yeah, pretty much. It's like a dog that stopped breathing because I can't control it. Once you log out and take me out, I'll be fine." Luming transformed back into the silver-haired youth. "Anyway, there's no one else in your dorm, so don't worry. No one will think you killed a little dog." Xu Lingqu found it both speechless and amusing, but for now she could finally experience the stellar cybernet. But sometimes whether human or dogmaster or servant, one shouldn't casually set flags. The smart brain connected to the security system at the door sent her a notification that someone was ringing the bell. Xu Lingqu had to log out of the cybernet and open the door to find someone she hadn't seen in a long time. Ms. Gina, with a grave expression, said, "General, Xu wants to see you." The last time the two had met was at the Xu mansion. After such a long separation, Gina immediately sensed the qualitative transformation in Xu Lingqu upon their reunion. Yet now was not the time for such reflections. After Xu Qingbi eradicated a nest of interstellar pirates at the Mulan border fortress, he had directly chosen to come to Yuhing Star to see Xu Lingqu. He had even specifically instructed Gina, who was on standby on the capital planet, to come and fetch her, presumably because he believed Gina was more familiar with her. Observing Gina's less than pleasant expression, Xu Lingqu understood in her heart that this General Xu was likely not an easy person to get along with. She asked no further questions, donned the white serpentine ring, and insisted that Lumen accompany her. She then set off directly with Gina. The two arrived at the Yuhang military base, where General Xu's troops were currently stationed. They encountered no obstacles and went straight to the office of the base's highest-ranking officer. The external biometric lock had been opened by General Xu himself, and Gina helped her push open the heavy wooden door. The carpet underfoot, made from some unknown animal fur, felt soft and yielding. Before her eyes stood a large, darkly gleaming square table, its surface as if rippling with flowing water. Behind it, a middle-aged man in the imperial military uniform bore the emblem of the empire's highest military rank, General, on his shoulder. The man had an Eastern face, handsome in features, and it was evident that Xu Shiqin had beautifully combined the strengths of his father and Catherine's appearance. At that moment his face was expressionless, his gaze fixed on Xu Lingqu from the moment she entered. Under such scrutiny, Xu Lingqu showed no sign of panic. She calmly walked to the table and said, "Greetings, General Xu." Xu Qingbi suddenly smiled. "Sit down. It seems you've been doing well at the Moxie Military Academy." Xu Lingqu sat down at his words. "It's been okay. Catherine has always lived in a privileged environment. Sending you to the military academy was the most torturous method she could think of," Xu Qingbi said naturally, as if confiding. "She's just a bit foolish, but not inherently bad. I hope you won't hold a grudge against her." Xu Lingqu sneered inwardly, but said nothing. Her reaction seemed to be anticipated by the general, who continued unperturbed. "Lingqu, you probably don't know yet. I never let Gina tell you directly, nor have I made it public. Actually, you are the daughter of one of my former adjutants. He died for the Empire over a decade ago, and your mother followed him. Your father was Chang Xian, and your mother was Lu Lingwei. The reason you weren't registered at the cloud-chasing border settlement was because of your great-grandfather Lu Ji. In his grief back, then he directly registered you as his adopted granddaughter and settled you on that border planet." Xu Qingbi sighed. "Later he passed away. Before his death, he wrote to me entrusting me to take care of you. So I arranged for living expenses to be sent to you regularly. Now that you've grown up, every time I think of my adjutant, I feel a sense of guilt. So I brought you here to raise you. I didn't expect it to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. I came personally to clarify everything as soon as I was free." He looked at the young girl before him, but her face bore none of the expressions he had anticipated. No joy, no tears of gratitude, nothing at all. The girl merely stared at him coldly, like a sharp icicle. Xu Qingbi's smile faltered. "Hypocrite." The girl's voice was crisp. For a moment Xu Qingbi wondered if he had misheard, but her expression quickly confirmed that he had not. Those were exactly the two words he had heard. Hypocrisy. That was Xu Lingqu's first impression of General Xu Qingbi. "You started off by saying your wife is not bad, but foolish, hoping I would understand. Yet in truth, I have never once mentioned her in front of you. I can take this as your attempt to subtly implant a negative image of her in my mind, while simultaneously elevating your own image as a good husband, can't I? Her words, like shards of ice, shattered Xu Qingbi's mask of feigned amiability. His expression instantly turned icy. "Speaking to me like this, do you have 9 lives? You want to kill me? After all the trouble of finding a former subordinate's daughter and adopting her, and then having that adopted daughter formally admitted to one of the 6 major military academies, how much more does that enhance your noble image as a general?" Xu Lingqu retorted sarcastically. "Besides, the fact that you came all the way here to put on this sanctimonious performance for me proves that I have enough value to drive you to do so. Killing me now and throwing away all that effort would be contrary to your utilitarian values." Indeed, she could have chosen to be hypocritical with the general, seeing through him without calling him out. But the venomous, hypocritical, and murderous probing of this General Xu was utterly repulsive. It was better to speak plainly. Xu Lingqu's identity was nothing shameful, yet he deliberately refrained from explaining it to anyone, especially his wife. He was almost cruelly stepping on her to build his own glorious image. If he had clearly stated that he had adopted a former subordinate's daughter, Catherine might not have warmly welcomed her, but at least she would not have harbored malice. By not clarifying things from the start, he allowed Catherine to develop antipathy toward her and torment her, only to later reveal her identity and step in on behalf of his adopted daughter. In the eyes of others, the image of a vicious, jealous wife and a general who cared for the orphan of his former subordinate was instantly established. This was far more attention-grabbing than simply saying he had adopted a former subordinate's daughter. Now he came to say these things to Xu Lingqu with such sanctimony, completely absolving himself and playing the good guy, wanting people to overlook that he was the root cause of the whole situation turning sour. But the most nauseating part was not even this. What if she hadn't transmigrated? What if she were still the helpless little girl she had been before? Suffering in the military academy, nearly losing her life, and then hearing this speech. All her resentment would have been directed at Catherine, and she would have been eternally grateful to this gentle General Xu. Throughout the process, he had thrown her into an artificially created island of isolation only to come and save her on his own terms. In this way, she would have easily fallen into Xu Chengbi's grasp. What did he want to use her for? The people from Moxie were right. You really are quite clever, Xu Chengbi said, dropping the pretense. He crossed his legs and leaned back, his posture shifting the affability, giving way to the oppressive aura of a superior. It's true that I stand to gain by adopting you, but there are so many orphans across the galaxy. Why would you oppose me? I've given you a chance to completely change your life. Though the girl had grown to Xu Chengbi, crushing her now was as easy as crushing an ant. Since she dared to offend him, he had plenty of ways to make her disappear without a trace. However, the feedback from those people had been positive. Letting her die inexplicably would indeed cost him a significant portion of his benefits. A few sharp remarks from her were nothing compared to the eventual gains. He simply dismissed her as rebellious and decided to speak plainly. Perhaps she would be more receptive that way. Xu Lingqu saw through it all. A man who could so unscrupulously use his former subordinate's daughter like this had no moral compass. It was no wonder he had become an imperial general. In this interstellar empire, some generals rose through genuine skill and merit, while others stood higher by stepping on their family's former subordinates and everything they could exploit. Xu Lingqu didn't think Catherine or Xu Yuan were any better. They were just small fry compared to General Xu. Within the Xu family, Xu Zikan's existence was a miracle, a beautiful sun-facing flower growing out of a cesspool. You may be a formal cadet of the MOCM military academy now, but no matter how you see it, without me you'd still be living a mediocre life on a border planet. Xu Chengbi tapped his finger on the table. You're clever enough to understand how much I can help you. Life in the imperial military and the academy are worlds apart. Just tell me what you want me to do. Xu Lingqu had no patience left for beating around the bush. Xu Chengbi paused, then fixed his gaze on her like a viper eyeing its prey. In your current state, you're not ready to hear that. When you've thought things through, we can talk again. But you won't get a third chance. If their second conversation was still so uncooperative, he would make her disappear. His interests only allowed him to give her a second chance. Xu Lingqu was far different from what he had predicted. Too clever, too strong-willed, too hard to control. Letting her continue like this would only nurture a threat. Xu Lingqu stood up. She knew exactly what Xu Chengbi was thinking. She would not give him another opportunity to drag her into his sphere of influence. She turned and left the office of the highest-ranking officer in this military base. She had a fair guess about what Xu Chengbi wanted to use her identity for: the ongoing power struggle between the war faction and the peace faction within the imperial military. Her identity was somewhat sensitive, the daughter of a fallen imperial soldier. But what exactly he intended to do with her, and which side he leaned toward, remained unclear. It was still Gina who escorted her back. They walked out of the base in silence until they were seated in Gina's aircraft. Then Gina spoke. Miss Lingqu, I can only tell you, and I only know, two things. This was a place she deemed absolutely safe, so she spoke directly to Xu Lingqu. I helped General Xu process a document. Gina's expression remained grave. I modified the autopsy report of Mrs. Lu Linggui's death, deleting the record that she was 2 months pregnant when she died. Back then, due to issues with compensation distribution for the fallen soldiers and their families, the autopsy reports were held up within the military and never submitted to the imperial medical system for verification. That report was the only flaw in his lie, and I've dealt with it. The words struck Xu Lingqu like a thunderbolt. She turned to look at Gina directly. Are you sure? Gina didn't know the specifics of the conversation between Xu Chengbi and Xu Lingqu, but she was certain it involved her background. The second thing is that Lu Ji's letter was real. It was the year 83 of the Empire, the year I chose to work for General Xu. After writing the letter, he left. And General Xu did instruct the border officers to keep providing you with enough relief money to survive, just enough to keep you alive. Xu Lingqu was now even more certain Xu Chengbi intended to solidify her identity as the daughter of a fallen soldier and use that identity for his own purposes. To that end, he had even asked Gina to help cover up the truth. Who Xu Lingqu really was didn't matter to him, only the identity mattered. For Xu Lingqu herself, an even greater mystery arose. Who was she then? Why had Lu Ji, a man with no blood relation, raised her and even lied to a general when he sensed his own time was short? Did he know that the ring she had always worn was the long-lost Lumen? Where did her special constitution come from? Could it be that she was actually the daughter of the galactic general? But the timeline didn't add up. The galactic general had disappeared in the 5th year of the Interstellar Empire, and now it was the 95th year. Xu Lingqu was only 18. Could she be a granddaughter? But the galactic general had never been involved in any scandals. Even if he had descendants, why would they hide their identities? And why entrust Xu Lingqu to an elderly man? Xu Lingqu twisted the ring on her finger, waiting for the storm of questions in her mind to settle, then spoke solemnly to Gina. Thank you. Without Gina's information, Xu Lingqu might have been fooled by Su Chengbi's story about her background. After all, she never imagined that Su Chengbi could utter not a single word of truth. The aircraft stopped at the gate of Mecha Academy. Before getting off, Xu Lingqu looked at Gina. My earlier promise still stands. Under the watchful eyes of a man like Su Chengbi, telling her these things carried immense risk. So far, Gina had been the one offering help, and this was what Xu Lingqu owed her. Gina watched her stride into the academy, her tall, straight figure gradually receding. To this day, she had never once regretted aligning herself with Xu Lingqu. Especially now, after seeing her astonishing transformation in just a short probation period, Gina felt even more confident in her choice. Back in the dormitory, the ring's Lumen reappeared in the form of a puppy. Its first words, "This General Su is too treacherous." Before it could spend half an hour grumbling about Su Chengbi, Xu Lingqu interrupted. Is your memory stuck at the day Galaxy tried to kill himself? Yes. After that, I was sealed in the ring space. I couldn't find my main body until you awakened your psychic power, and I could emerge again. Lumen said obediently. Did the Galactic General have a family? A daughter or a son? Xu Lingqu pressed on. That guy? Impossible. He was always fighting and killing with Caesar Euriphies back then. How could he have a family? Caesar and I barely count as half. A complex human expression, shock, disdain, and nostalgia, crossed the puppy's face. If that was the case, the possibility of being the Galactic General's descendant could be ruled out for now. But the Caesar Euriphies you mentioned is the founder of the Empire, the founding emperor, right? She had only seen that name once when she first arrived in the Interstellar Age and searched for basic knowledge. The Euriphies family was the imperial house. No one could have the exact same name. That's him. I didn't like him back then. I don't know why, but I always felt uneasy near him. Oh, and Chiron, Caesar's Mecha, felt the same way. But there was no helping it. Caesar was its master. Good thing my master was Galaxy. Oh no, that guy went looking for death. Now you're my master. By the way, that red-haired guy who came to see you that day gave me the same feeling. You didn't go and make friends with the Euriphies, did you? Lumen suddenly remembered the red-haired man, and still felt a bit of disdain. Xu Lingqu had already suspected Jean's identity, but she hadn't expected Lumen to confirm it completely. The Crown Prince's visit to Mecha was surely with a purpose, but for now Xu Lingqu felt no discomfort around Jean, so she could still keep him within her social circle. She stood up and went to the bathroom. The smell in Su Chengbi's office had made her uncomfortable. Oh, it had clung to her clothes, so she decided to wash up. Passing the sink, Xu Lingqu stopped in front of the mirror. She wasn't in the habit of looking at herself. She had barely done so in the apocalypse, and even before that not much. Since arriving in the interstellar era, except for the first time when she was forced to sit at a vanity, she had never really cared about changes in her appearance. The girl in the mirror no longer seemed frail or weak. Her whole demeanor had shifted so much that she looked almost like a different person. Her dark eyes were sharp, her nose bridge high, and when she looked down at someone, there was an indescribable sharpness tinged with a hint of mockery. In a sudden flash, Xu Lingqu felt that the girl in the mirror bore a faint resemblance, 3 or 4 parts similar, to the person she had been before the apocalypse on Earth, when she had lived a normal life. She could barely recall her life before the apocalypse, now only remembering that at that time, she was in her second year of graduate school, daily tormenting each other with her advisor, and she was fairly happy. But those memories had become so distant to her that they no longer felt like a life she had once possessed. Xu Lingqu brushed her overly long bangs from her forehead, sat down in the cocoon pod, and continued her interrupted exploration of the Tianwang net. She still chose the default appearance and default name. Liuming, utterly helpless, stayed by her side. This image of yours is bound to your real identity. As Xu Lingqu, it's very damaging to your public image. Is that so? Only real name internet access. Xu Lingqu was somewhat surprised. She touched the personal icon, with little wings floating before her eyes. Upon clicking it, she indeed saw the authentication badge of a Moe Military Academy cadet. It seemed that for a place like the Tianwang net to survive, it had to cede enough rights. However, as a corporation sandwiched between the Empire and the Federation, if it ever defected, it would inevitably cause immense damage to the other side. That's right, but you have me. I can help you go anonymous directly. Lumen reached out and touched her. Xu Lingque's personal identity icon flickered a few times before disappearing. Am I impressive? Lumen seemed to be able to do whatever it wanted in the Tianwang net world. Xu Lingqu asked, and how are you so familiar with the Tianwang net? Lumen stiffened, lowering its head slightly. Well, when you were away, I was sometimes too bored. I connected through the smart network of the home robot and hacked in. But since I didn't go through the proper cocoon pod channel, I couldn't manifest as my true form. Just a string of transparent code wandering around here. Its demeanor was very much like a primary school student caught at an illegal internet cafe. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Let's go. Since you're so familiar, where can I experience a mecha? The place where Xu Lingqu was now resembled the login hall of an Earth game. A vast square with people constantly appearing and others leaving. Some walked toward the surrounding streets, while others vanished in a flash of white light. Xu Lingqu's ordinary appearance and unmodified garbled name allowed her to blend well into the crowd, but Luming's silver-haired youth image frequently drew people's attention. Then we need to go to the mecha zone. Let's go. Luming pulled her, and the two of them instantly rose into the air, disappearing in two beams of white light. When they landed again, before them was a massive arena resembling the Roman Colosseum. Xu Lingqu stepped through the gate, and two floating options appeared before her. 1. Arena. 2. Training room. She chose 2, and the scene instantly transformed. She found herself in a gray-white space, spacious and tall enough, but currently only occupied by Xu Lingqu and Liuming, who had turned into a ring on her finger for convenience. It felt excessively empty and desolate. Luming transformed back. Master, you can experience the mecha now. But I must warn you, the virtual mecha here are of mediocre quality, nowhere near the replicas, let alone the real ones. However, none of the real mecha can compare to me. Xu Lingqu noticed the mecha selection interface on her right. Upon clicking, a page about 1 meter in size appeared with categories for virtual mecha and replica mecha. As an anonymous black user on the Interstellar Tianwang net, she could not select replica mecha, so she directly clicked on virtual. The virtual mecha had no special names, only divided into 5 types, and named directly after them: speed, power, defense, attack, and heavy. Xu Lingqu chose the first, speed. Instantly, a massive gray-green mecha about 6 stories tall appeared before her. After arriving in interstellar space, this was the first time Xu Lingqu had such an intuitive experience of a mecha, even if it was virtual. The towering mecha was made of tens of thousands of mecha parts. Last time she had seen how much effort Natada and the others had to put in to make just one part. Now Xu Lingqu accurately understood the value of a mecha pilot. No wonder independent mecha master teams capable of designing and building mecha were so scarce. In the center of the giant mecha was the cockpit. Xu Lingqu placed her hand on the mecha, and in the next moment, she was directly inside. The cockpit space was neither too large nor too small. In front of the seat were hundreds of control buttons, and behind her was a circular platform 2 meters in diameter, its purpose unknown. That's where you stand during combat for the mecha to connect neurally to your body. Luming's voice sounded, though it did not appear, its voice echoed within the mecha. Don't be afraid. I can parasitize any mecha. With me you can autopilot directly, and I can also optimize the mecha's performance and enhance its mobility. Xu Lingqu stood up. She stepped onto the circular platform, and immediately metal tentacles extended from above, forming a protective suit resembling a mechanical exoskeleton around her body. For ordinary people, even this virtual mecha without mental power restrictions would impose a lot of pressure and pain. But obviously you are not ordinary, he. Luming amused itself again. Xu Lingqu indeed felt no pressure or pain at all. Standing on the platform, she tentatively raised her hand, and the mecha raised its hand in sync. Still no pressure. This time Xu Lingqu directly jumped. Still no significant pressure. She then let herself go and tried. The giant mecha leaped and landed in the gray-white space, spun around, lifted its leg, and kicked backward. The entire motion was incredibly fluid. If this were real, it could destroy a building in an instant. Luming watched with great satisfaction. Xu Lingqu's mecha adaptability was too strong. Others would still be practicing walking back and forth after a month of connection, but she could already proficiently demonstrate combat techniques after 10 minutes. Try the weapons. Luming said. Instantly, the 2 weapons of this speed-type mecha appeared before Xu Lingqu. One was a long sword, and the other was a laser cannon mounted on the left shoulder. At the thought, a miniature version of the long sword appeared in her hand, and the giant mecha's hand also held a gray long sword. As Xu Lingqu moved, the sword spun smoothly in her hand. This mecha lived up to its name, speed type. It was light overall, could close in quickly in combat, and with the long sword it could swiftly inflict damage, and then retreat, specializing in a tantrum. Weapons are best practiced in actual combat. Swinging around randomly in this empty space felt a bit silly. Xu Lingqu clicked to exit combat mode, and jumped down from the platform. Then we can go to the arena. Luming said excitedly. For fairness, the Interstellar Tianwang net's arena did not allow replica mecha. To ensure the experience of ordinary citizens, only virtual mecha were permitted. The Imperial military also explicitly forbade mecha pilots from coming here to crush ordinary citizens' experience. Some military academies outright banned their mecha pilot students from competing in this ranking, as it was beneath their dignity. But some schools had no clear rule, so there were still mecha pilot students who failed to join the Imperial military's mecha forces playing here, since high rankings came with prize money. Thus the top 100 were a mix of civilian experts and military academy students. The top 20 were essentially monopolized by military academy mecha pilots. Fortunately, Xu Lingqu had not been selected as a MOE mecha pilot, or she would not have been able to enter the arena now. Xu Lingqu still chose to first experience all the other types of mechs, roughly familiarizing herself with the 5 models. Each lived up to its name. The defense mech and heavy mech were both larger in size, but the defense mech was equipped with 2 defensive weapons, while the heavy mech carried a single axe. The defense mech lacked offensive capabilities, and the heavy mech, though armed, was excessively cumbersome. The difference between the strength mech and the attack mech also lay in their weaponry. The strength mech was armed with a long blade and a short dagger which could be used interchangeably or simultaneously. The attack mech, on the other hand, was outfitted with 2 cannons, one with a small attack range requiring close combat, and the other with a large range, but whose ammunition once expended left it powerless. All things considered, Xu Lingqu felt that the strength mech and the speed mech suited her best. The strength mech could maximize her advantages while the speed mech was more versatile, possessing everything and being lightweight. However, Lumen mentioned that the speed mech was the most criticized. Many people found that although it had both cold and hot weapons, they were all quite underwhelming. Moreover, it was too light. After adapting to other mech, users often overexerted themselves with the speed mech and ended up flying off the arena platform. But in Lumen's eyes, Xu Lingqu handled all 5 mechs with remarkable smoothness. If only its original body could still be found, it would be incredibly cool to watch her pilot it. Xu Lingqu rested for a while. The sensations in the celestial net were almost indistinguishable from real life, and the physical exertion here was to some extent reflected in the real body inside the cocoon pod. However, with an ample supply of nutrient supplements, recovery was swift. She soon stood up. It was time to try the arena. Leaving the training room and returning to the options menu, Xu Lingqu selected the arena and arrived at a place resembling a boxing ring. However, the platform here was several times larger, surrounded by a massive transparent protective shell that shielded the spectators from accidental harm. The arena was grand and beautiful, but since Xu Lingqu was now an interstellar undocumented person with 0 points, she matched for a long time without finding an opponent. Just as she was about to log off and go eat, an account entered her arena. Wei Wu De Wang 2AO Wu joined the room. This name. Is this a kid? Xu Lingqu whispered to Liuming, who was on her wrist. Yeah, 2AO Wu is the hottest interstellar cartoon character right now from the show starring cute pets. Kids love it. Luming's tone was excited. You must really enjoy it too, Xu Lingqu casually remarked, noticing that Luming seemed to know the entire interstellar cartoon by heart. Luming started humming and grumbling, "It's all because you're not around to play with me." 2AO Wu's avatar in the celestial net was a handsome man with black hair and black eyes, standing 1.9 meters tall. But the one controlling him, 9-year-old Luo Zhenbier, was extremely nervous, afraid that his opponent would see his real age and reject him. His parents were well-known mech material merchants in the second galaxy, always busy flying across the galaxy for work. The only companionship Luo Zhenbier could get was from everything in the galactic net, especially virtual mechs. Due to work, his parents had once brought him to see a real magician mech, and he was deeply captivated by its beautiful, intricate, and massive weaponry. In the galactic net, kids could also play virtual mechs without the mental energy restrictions. Luo Zhenbier had been training himself all along, never stepping into the arena for fear of being mistaken for a child. He had even hired a hacker to forge a certification as a local Galaxy Military Academy student and created a cool, handsome avatar to conceal his real identity. Today was his first step into the arena. He seemed to have matched with a weirdo whose name was garbled and appearance ordinary, but he thought he could manage. "Are you a kid?" Luo Zhenbier saw the question from his opponent and nearly burst into tears. How did she find out? What went wrong? No, he had to stay calm and respond with an adult mindset. "How could I be a child? You're overthinking. Are you scared to fight me or something?" "Huh. Xu Lingqu. He'll just quit," she said helplessly. But Luming stopped her. "Don't look down on kids. Maybe this kid is really good. If you quit now, you'll hurt his feelings." "You sure know him well," Xu Lingqu said with a cold laugh. "Good thing you erased my identity verification, or else, when people dig up my past, the first thing they'd find is me bullying a kid." Interstellar villain Xu Lingqu. Beat instructors, then beat kids, bullying the old and the young alike. Well, since you can't find anyone else to match with, why not try him? Luming persisted, mainly because it couldn't bear to refuse 2AO Wu. Xu Lingqu eventually sent the opponent a request to start the battle. Luo Zhenbier was so nervous, he was sweating profusely. Seeing that his opponent seemed to have finally dismissed any suspicion about his age, he breathed a sigh of relief and happily welcomed his first arena match. Xu Lingqu chose the speed mech, while Wei Wu De Wang 2AO Wu chose the attack mech. 2 giant mechs appeared on opposite sides of the platform, and the 2 players were ready. As soon as the match began, Luo Zhenbier, eager to test the results of his hard training, opened all the cannon barrels of the attack mech and unleashed a devastating barrage at Xu Lingqu. "Whoa, he's pretty fierce," Luming muttered in awe. Amid the bombardment, Xu Lingqu piloted the speed mech, playing a game of evasion. The gray-green mech moved fluidly through the rain of fire, dodging each attack with graceful precision. Luo Zhenbier was stunned. He had never seen such smooth mech movements, not even in the top-ranked arena matches on the celestial net. Who was this person? Were these maneuvers even humanly possible? Or had some virus that could automatically control virtual mechs evolved to this extent? In a panic, he activated the attack mech special move, a homing missile. He couldn't believe this wouldn't hit his opponent. The blue missile shot straight towards Xu Lingqu. Observing its peculiar trajectory, she deduced it was a homing projectile and that simply dodging would be useless. She adjusted her direction and charged straight toward Wei Wu Da Wang 2AO was mech. Her speed was so astonishing that by the time Luo Jinbeer reacted she had already leaped behind him. The distance was too close, and his own homing missile unable to turn in time struck him instead. With a boom, Wei Wu Da Wang 2AO was mech crashed to the ground. However, a single hit from the missile wasn't enough for the system's damage assessment to declare him defeated, so Xu Lingqu finished him off with a few more strikes. The victory screen appeared, granting her a win and adding 10 points to her arena score. Xu Lingqu was about to leave when Wei Wu Da Wang 2AO Wu suddenly sent her a message. Are you a real person or a virus? Was he unable to accept losing to a human? Xu Lingqu replied, a real person. Then can you play for me? He'll pay you. Xu Lingqu. She logged out immediately. Lumen strongly protested. He wanted to give you money, why didn't you take it? Bullying a kid and taking money. I'd really become a villain then. Xu Lingqu opened a new arena room. Meanwhile, Wei Wu Da Wang 2AO Wu persistently sent her friend requests on the Tianwang network accompanied by the messages, I just want to know if you're really relying on your own skills. Have you really considered hiring a substitute player? He'll offer a price you can't refuse. The messages kept flooding in. Inside the arena, after waiting for a long time, someone finally arrived, left a comment saying, name is garbled, appearance is ordinary, the arena has bots, and then left. Bots Xu Lingqu. Lumen burst into laughter. I told you dressing like that on the Tianwang network will get you discriminated against. Xu Lingqu simply logged out of the Tianwang network. It was about time for a meal anyway, so she decided to stock up on more nutrient fluids this time. She pushed open the door and walked out. In the corridor, a person was lying face down not far from her door, their condition unknown. They looked vaguely familiar. Xu Lingqu crouched down and turned the person over, recognizing her as Nadata, a girl specializing in mecha engineering. Liuming, who had followed her out of the room, watched curiously as Xu Lingqu reached out to check Nadata's breathing. Good news, she wasn't dead. Bad news, there was no doctor in the medical room, so they could only let a medical robot perform a simple diagnosis. Xu Lingqu carried the girl on her back. Nadata was very light, naturally petite, and felt as light as a feather, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Before leaving, she drove the curious Liuming back into the room. Having familiarized herself with the terrain earlier, Xu Lingqu moved quickly. She placed the girl on the hospital bed and watched the household robot begin a basic diagnosis. After a minute, the medical robot reported hypoglycemia, fainting caused by the patient not eating. Xu Lingqu. In this interstellar era, could she still starve herself to death? The nutrient fluids in the cafeteria cost 1 credit per tube, practically dirt cheap. Was she on a diet? The medical robot promptly administered an injectable nutrient fluid to Nadata. Within 5 minutes, the girl on the bed slowly regained consciousness. The medical robot had worked wonders. Nadata's lips were still pale. She looked around in confusion, and when she saw Xu Lingqu, she froze. Xu. You. Her mind was clearly blank, completely unaware of what had happened. You fainted in the corridor outside my dorm. I brought you here. Xu Lingqu succinctly explained the situation. She stood up and sighed. Come on, let me treat you to a proper meal. At the word meal, Nadata instinctively swallowed, then obediently followed Xu Lingqu. When Xu Lingqu arrived at the cafeteria and ordered fresh dishes and rice, Nadata wolfed down several mouthfuls. Only after filling her stomach did she realize how embarrassing this was. She had fainted from hunger right outside someone's dorm, was taken to the medical room, and then Xu Lingqu treated her to a meal. Nadata nearly choked. Xu Lingqu pushed the glass of water toward her. If you can't swallow, drink some water, she reminded helplessly. After playing with kids on the Interstellar Tianwang network, she now had to remind a classmate to eat and drink. She felt like a kindergarten teacher. Feeling like she was being treated like an idiot, Nadata quickly took several gulps of water and swallowed. After recovering, she patted her chest to soothe herself and said, I'm sorry, let me pay for this meal. Forget it, Xu Lingqu refused directly. I'm afraid you'll be lying there again tomorrow. Xu Lingqu directly refused. You're in no condition to even afford nutrient fluid now. What happened? As expected, pretending to be strong was useless in front of Xu Lingqu. Nadata took a deep breath and said weakly, I owe a huge loan. Before Xu Lingqu could react, she quickly explained, it's definitely not for anything shady. It's for the tuition and material fees for mecha engineering. Mecha engineering was an extremely expensive specialization. If a family was barely middle class, they could hardly afford it. The tuition and material fees were a bottomless pit, nearly turning the profession into a luxury for the rich. Fortunately, the profession valued talent. Those with talent could get assistance from the school or apprentice under a mecha master early to earn some money. My parents passed away long ago. Nadata lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously clenching the fabric of her pants. Before entering the Moy Academy, I already owed a huge loan to sustain my mecha engineering studies. The instructor knew my situation and helped negotiate with the bank, allowing me to start repayment after finding a job. I'm very grateful to him. But now there's an important mecha apprentice competition. I need to pay 150000 credits in material fees to participate. I want to seize this opportunity. Saving a few credits here and there on nutrient fluid won't get you to 1500 even after the competition ends. Xu Lingqu frowned slightly. I'm sorry. I was so obsessed with going that I did something stupid. I must have been so dizzy from hunger that I couldn't see clearly and got off on the wrong floor. Nada waved her hands. I didn't mean to cause you trouble. I won't do this again. Xu Lingqu stared at her for 2 seconds. The commander's gaze was too sharp, making Nada freeze her nerves taut. What's your final ranking in the mecha engineering direction? Nada tremblingly raised 2 fingers. Second. Overall, she seemed to have some talent and deep passion for mecha engineering. Even after a family tragedy, she stubbornly persisted, taking out loans to enter the mecha engineering program of the 6 major military academies. Xu Lingqu spoke up. They'll give you the 1500 for the competition. Huh. Nada was so startled, she jumped up. Fortunately at this hour, they were the only ones in the cafeteria. A reasonable investment, Xu Lingqu said, lowering her head and transferring 900 credits to Nada. They'll give you the rest as soon as possible. When is the registration deadline? Nada, still in shock, stood stiff as a malfunctioning household robot. She answered mechanically, next week. Wait. No, Xu, I can't take your money. She couldn't possibly accept Xu Lingqu's money to enter the competition. Fainting at her doorstep today was practically like a staged accident. You'll need to pay me back later. It's not a gift. Xu Lingqu glanced at the food on the table. Finish eating first. Nada obediently sat down, tears welling up in her eyes. Xu Lingqu was too kind to her. She wiped her tears. I'll pay you back as soon as possible. Xu Lingqu shook her head. What I want you to pay back you probably can't do quickly. No rush. Nada was curious. What do you want me to pay back? Xu Lingqu and class Mecha. Nada. Are you trying to comfort me? Nada stammered slightly. In class Mecha, there were only 3 across the entire galaxy, and no Mecha Master except Dreamforge Master had ever crafted one. Xu Lingqu probably never intended for her to repay it, just casually mentioning something utterly impossible. No, I'm serious, Xu Lingqu said calmly. And a class Mecha, even with some advancements in parts production, cost billions. The probability of Nada building its class Mecha was never 0, and swapping 1500 for its class was practically a steal. This was an investment. From a comprehensive perspective, Xu Lingqu deemed it feasible. But I might never build one in my lifetime. And class Mecha, that's class. Nada felt someone between them must be insane, and she was certain it wasn't her, but Xu Lingqu's expression and tone were eerily calm. You can do it, Xu Lingqu said as nonchalantly, as if discussing cream puff recipes instead of class Mechas. Can I? Nada pointed at herself in confusion. Was it Xu Lingqu's excessive confidence in her, or her own lack of it? She was growing dizzy. Remember to accept the payment and finish the food on the table. Seeing she was gradually accepting it, Xu Lingqu stood up. They'll transfer the rest to you soon. Don't worry. Nada sat there dazed, watching Xu Lingqu's retreating figure, then glanced at the transfer request on her smart brain and the pile of food. Her nose stung, but she wanted to cry. How is she? As soon as Xu Lingqu returned to the dorm, Lumen pounced on her for news. She poked the dog's head away. Nothing serious, just starving. Huh. She actually fainted from hunger. Humans are so weird. Human food is so good. You're weirder. Xu Lingqu recalled that first meeting at the Xu mansion when this dog had demanded roasted chicken only to be unable to eat it. It meant it wanted to watch its owner eat, then drink pet nutrition liquid. After that, she logged into the celestial net for the 3rd time that day, with Lu Ming quickly following. Once inside, they saw that Xu Lingqu had accepted the friend request from Mighty King Rabbit AO and initiated contact. Boss, what's the price for boosting? You called him boss. Wait, didn't you refuse to take money from a kid before? Lu Ming exclaimed in horror. Xu Lingqu paused, then recalled that before the apocalypse, she had also done game boosting for money needing to earn her graduate tuition. She had lost that memory fragment, but her subconscious helped her retrieve it. Can't help it, my balance is running low. Indeed, treating money as dirt is only possible when life is full of dirt. Logan Bill was even more panicked. This weirdo had actually replied to him. The person's earlier head-turning departure had only deepened his suspicion that they might be using some virus or hack. He kept messaging this person stubbornly because he believed they wouldn't dare reply out of guilt. But they actually replied, and called him a kid boss. There was a scheme, definitely a scheme. Mighty King Rabbit AO hesitated for a long time before replying. What rank can you reach? Xu Lingqu replied directly, 1st place, so arrogant. How could this person be so arrogant? The top 50 were full of military academy students and mecha soldiers, and this person casually claimed 1st place. Yet Logan Bill was shamefully tempted. That was the 1st place in the Celestial Net Mecha Arena. Since they had the confidence to claim 1st, maybe they could actually help him achieve it. Logan Bill cautiously probed, you won't use any hacks that might mess up my account, right? Pure manual play. Xu Lingqu turned to Lu Ming. Can people use hacks in the arena? Yeah, I saw on the StarNet forums that someone once made a flying hack hanging from the ceiling the whole match. But now the arena's detection is very strict, Lu Ming said, cupping her cheeks. Basically, if you get caught on the spot, you're blacklisted. Even if someone has a particularly clever and hidden one, they'll get caught the second or third time. What's up? Xu Lingqu shook her head. She had assumed that Mighty King Rabidao's question meant the arena was flooded with hacks, and she would be fighting nothing but cheaters. If you get first place, they'll give you 1,000. The arena's 3,000 prize money is yours too. How about that? Logan Bill, after careful consideration, decided to use the money his parents had sent him that he had nowhere to spend. The first place in the Celestial Net Mecha arena came with a lifetime title, and showing it off in crowded places would be incredibly cool. Even if he couldn't reach first, top 50 would be impressive enough, and if he didn't make first, he could justify paying less. The Bill family's merchant blood burned fiercely. Logan Bill figured he was winning either way. On Xu Lingqu's side, Lu Ming was envious. This kid is rich. Is this price the market rate? Xu Lingqu wasn't familiar with Celestial Net pricing. Who would ever list the first place in the Celestial Net Mecha arena on the market? Lu Ming couldn't help but tease. Boosts are usually for ranks below 50. But this kid is offering a lot, and he's even giving up the prize money for you. Alright then. Xu Lingqu directly replied to Mighty King Rabbit, AO, any time limit. If no other requirements, I can log in and start playing now. Oh, by the way, I'll switch the appearance to female when I use your account. I won't change anything else. Any objections? Logan Bill was taken aback. You're a girl. Then quickly added no objections. Give me your pod number, and I'll set the permissions. Xu Lingqu waited for him to operate. She logged out first, and after half an hour, assuming Mighty King Rabbit AO was almost done, she re-entered the cocoon pod. This time 2 characters appeared for her to choose. She switched the gender of Mighty King Rabbit AO to female. A booster shouldn't have so many demands, but maintaining a male identity in a full immersion environment like the Celestial Net felt too strange, like undergoing a cyber sex change operation. Upon entering the Celestial Net this time, Lu Ming circled her full of praise. This is how you should look. The original kid's avatar was so well designed that switching from male to female looks refined and natural. Xu Lingqu didn't care. She opened the arena and saw that Mighty King Rabidao's score was still 0 while the first place had 97880 points, close to 1000. A world of difference, but fortunately the arena was user-friendly. With 500 points, one could challenge the top 100 and earn points by fighting up. The important thing now was to get a 10-win streak to reach 500 points. As the conflict between the Empire and the Federation intensified over the years, the popularity of the Interstellar Net Mecha arena soared. Amid this atmosphere, the net introduced unrestricted virtual mechas, and naturally, everyone wanted to experience the thrill of piloting one. Moreover, although the net ostensibly separated the Empire and Federation domains, those with keen eyes could still observe each other's activities, and the two sides engaged in a covert competition. The live streams spawned by the Mecha arena grew increasingly popular, featuring both civilian mecha masters and graduates from military academies who failed to enlist. Top streamers could attract up to 200 million viewers in a single night. Heisher was a small streamer in the arena's live section, yet he still had tens of thousands of viewers each night. His main content was smurfing in the lower ranks. He had studied martial arts, possessed decent physical fitness, and after 2 years of virtual mecha research, could reach around 3,000 points. More than enough to crush newcomers below 500 points. People constantly called him a bully, but others defended him, claiming the victims were simply unskilled and deserved it. Tonight, Heisher started his stream on time, greeted his viewers, and logged into his alt account to begin his hunt in the arena. Upon entering the matchmaking queue, an ID called Weiwu Dewang, 2AO Wu immediately caught his attention. Checking her match history, he saw she had already achieved a 9-win streak, needing just one more victory to reach 500 points and escape the newbie matchmaking pool. The chat began to flood. Go for her, go for her, go for her. Looked her up. She's a military academy student, but from the 3rd Galaxy Military Academy. Samhima Academy, a total no-name school. By her ID and appearance, she's probably a young girl. I love watching them get crushed. Streamer, go for it. The stream was buzzing with excitement, and Heisher cracked his knuckles decisively, sending a join request. Tonight's stream was going to be profitable. Xu Lingqu's 9-win streak was quite fast. Switching accounts increased her matchmaking success rate. To save time, she directly chose an attack-type mecha. Since most opponents here were beginners, her goal wasn't to torment them, but to earn streak points, so she planned to fire a few shots from a distance and finish quickly. Thus the 9-win streak was achieved swiftly. Just one match away from the milestone, an ID named Heisher joined her arena. As he entered, the previously empty virtual spectator seats quickly filled with over 200 people. This guy is a streamer. Xu Lingqu glanced around. They were probably Heisher's fans. Seems like it, but not very famous. His skill should be decent though. You can go all out in this match. Compared to the streaming section, Lu Ming preferred watching interstellar animations and wasn't familiar with this scene. Xu Lingqu started the match, decisively choosing a speed-type mecha to have some fun. The stream viewers and arena spectators immediately began mocking her choice. This girl doesn't get it. A newbie playing speed. How did she win the previous 9 matches? Those saying speed shows a lack of understanding are the ones who don't get it. Speed players are all low rank. Stop barking. Heisher, go easy on the girl this time, don't make her cry. To maximize stream time and entertainment, He naturally chose defense type, a slow, torturous approach. He had already planned to wear down the opponent Weiwu Dewang, 2-AO Wu to exhaustion. Xu Lingqu could directly see the arena's comments and immediately noticed their hostility and ridicule. Lumen was furious that someone dared to question Xu Lingque's understanding of mechas with a tone so contemptuous, it was disgusting. He chose defense hiding in a turtle shell. Master Lingqu smash him. As it spoke, the grayish-blue mecha shot toward the opponent. Heishi's heart skipped a beat. He only had time to summon a shield weapon. With a deafening crash, the speed mecha's blade slammed into the shield. Heishi watched in disbelief as the speed, widely considered a useless mecha, dealt 53 damage to the defense shield in a single strike. Damn, I've met a tough opponent. Not just Heishi, but everyone with eyes could see the weight of that blow. All spectators in the arena stood up staring wide-eyed at the two mechas on the stage. The stream chat exploded. Heishi's about to capsize in a ditch this time. Those who said she lacks understanding by choosing speed care to speak up now. Seriously, is this even legit? Can speed really deal that much damage? Here we go again, accusing someone of cheating when you can't win. The damage fluctuation of a bladed mecha is common knowledge, isn't it? Xu Lingqu didn't give Heishi a chance to recover. After the vertical slash failed to crack the turtle shell, she immediately launched a flying kick from the left, sending the rooted defense mecha tumbling uncontrollably to the side. Heishi struggled to maintain his balance, but the second strike came swiftly slamming into the defense mecha's neck. Its health plummeted, and Heishi lost all control. For the final blow, Xu Lingqu activated the cannon on her left shoulder, executing the entire sequence with fluid grace. The system declared Heishi's defeat just 52 seconds after the match began. In 52 seconds, she had used the most despised mecha, speed, to defeat a fully defensive defense mecha piloted by a streamer with 3,000-point skill. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The stream chat was also flooding justice served. What goes around comes around. Weiwu Dewang 2-AO Wu is amazing. Xu Lingqu secured her 10-win streak, earning 500 points. She was about to ask Lumen about the promotion match, when Heishi on the other side completely lost his composure. This was the first time he had ever capsized in his streaming career, and it was a humiliating, devastating defeat. As a smuffing streamer, he had long indulged in the pleasure of crushing noobs. Being crushed himself in return was utterly unacceptable. You're cheating, you must be cheating to win. He glared at Xu Lingqu resentfully, sending another battle request. He refused to believe it, intending to use his most proficient heavy mecha for a rematch. If you cheat twice, you'll definitely be banned. Dare you win against me again? Do you dare? Heishi roared, his eyes red with rage. His disgraceful loss of composure was fully visible to the spectators and stream viewers. Some troublemakers had already run to the forum to post a thread titled "Smuff Streamer. Heishi suffers a humiliating 52-second defeat today, turned into a dish by a random passerby now raging helplessly. Come quick." This caused the arena's spectator seats to flood with even more people, all watching to see if Xu Lingqu would accept the second challenge. If we get some hype, the promotion match challenge might be harder to reject, Lumen said excitedly. Hearing this, Xu Lingqu accepted Heishi's challenge. Otherwise, she had no interest in beating him twice in a row. It was too boring. Xu Lingqu chose force this time, disregarding overall strategy. What she loved most was force. A pair of blades, a long sword tempered in fire, and a short sword that could automatically retrieve itself after being thrown as a flying dagger. Their combination diversified her offensive techniques, maximizing Xu Lingque's personal advantages. Those who wield force well are undoubtedly skilled in combat, though every move is a display of bodily finesse. Blackstone felt a jolt in his heart when he saw the majestic King Rabbit Awu choose force. Could it be that he had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time? He gritted his teeth. Since he had already thrown down the gauntlet, he couldn't back down now. Choosing his most proficient heavy mecha the moment the match began, Blackstone charged forward with a war cry, brandishing his axe-like weapon, determined to seize the initiative. Xu Lingqu merely watched him rush toward her. When the distance was just right, she maneuvered her force mecha to flip over him, simultaneously striking backward with her left hand. The long blade pierced deep into the right arm of Blackstone's mecha, pinning it firmly against the transparent protective barrier. 2 seconds later, Xu Lingqu withdrew the long blade and swiftly retreated several steps. Blackstone felt utterly humiliated. Activating a defensive weapon, a half-body shield, he hurled his axe at Xu Lingqu with all his might, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. But she merely sidestepped slightly to evade it, then flung her short, throwing dagger in return. The dagger seemed to have eyes of its own, precisely bypassing the shield and striking the back of Blackstone's mecha's head, causing him to lurch forward and nearly fall. Immediately after the dagger retracted, Xu Lingqu burst into a leap, using the retracting dagger as a springboard midair, soaring upward. The tempered long blade descended from the sky, striking Blackstone's mecha with immense force, leaving a trail of crimson afterimage in the air. The sheer power of that blow sent Blackstone's heavy mecha crashing to its knees, and he was instantly declared defeated. The challenge had lasted only 1 minute and 12 seconds. Xu Lingqu stepped out of the cockpit board only to find the arena's spectator seats nearly packed to an absurd degree. Does this guy have so many fans with his level of skill? Her tone was dripping with skepticism. Luminous excitedly reported that Blackstone's fans accounted for only a small fraction. The vast majority had come from the Starnet forum. The post about the majestic King Rabbit Awu brutally demolishing the noob-stomping streamer Blackstone had gone viral on the Starnet forum. Firstly, many people had long been annoyed by noob-stomping streamers bullying newcomers. Secondly, Xu Lingqu's incredibly smooth and elegant moves combined with her ID created a massive contrast. Numerous people kept asking, what kind of thing is Rabbit Awu? The majestic king is truly majestic, but what the hell is Rabbit Awu? You're the hell. That's our Interstellar animation top female, star Miss Rabbit Awu. Okay. I thought all my fellow fans were in elementary school, but apparently they're already dominating the arena. As a result, the Interstellar animation zone and the arena livestream zone had a bizarre crossover. The livestream zone hurriedly launched Rabbit Awu emoji packs, netting the Celestial Network a tidy profit. But compared to all that, Xu Lingqu cared most about achieving her 10-win streak and the 500 points credited to her account. She could now study how to challenge higher-tier matches. After being defeated again in the second challenge, and the Celestial Network failing to ban the majestic King Rabbit Awu, proving her innocence, Blackstone had lost all face. While everyone's attention was on Xu Lingqu, he logged off and fled, though even his sparse fanbase didn't notice. Because at that moment all eyes were fixed on Xu Lingqu as she immediately opened the rankings with her newly earned 500 points and began issuing cross-tire challenges. Cross-tire matches were a fast track specially opened by the officials for exceptionally strong newcomers. They understood public sentiment well. What the masses loved most was the underdog triumphing over the favorite. The inspirational tale of a grassroots hero, no matter how cliché, always had the power to stir everyone's hearts. Some streamers even staged such plots to attract attention, pretending to be newcomers and bribing top-ranked players to put on a fake match. But the Celestial Network eventually banned them as a warning, and no one dared to take such risks anymore. Was the majestic King Rabbit Awu a new type of script, or did she truly possess the skill? Everyone watched as she first challenged the 50th ranked player. The 50th player was also a streamer named Skill Points All into Defense. His signature move was defensive mecha, exhausting opponents to climb to 50th place. His fans affectionately called him Turtle Ancestor or Shell Emperor. He was streaming at the time, unaware of the majestic King Rabbit Awu trending across the Interstellar Celestial Network. He assumed it was just another newcomer randomly triggering a cross-tire challenge. Since Head reached the top 50, countless new accounts challenged him daily, and he couldn't be bothered. Skill Points All into Defense rejected the majestic King Rabbit Awu. Xu Lingqu received the rejection notice without comment and continued scrolling up to challenge the 49th ranked player. Challenging the 50th publicly was already shocking enough, but being rejected and immediately moving on to the 49th. This was clearly a systematic move up the ranks, picking fights with everyone. Can those who doubt it's just another script speak up now? The majestic King Rabbit Awu can't have bribed everyone in the top 50, can she? Why are you in such a hurry? She hasn't even challenged all the top 50 yet. To be honest, did anyone notice when Blackstone slipped away? I wanted to rub salt in that clown's wounds, but he bolted too fast. He ran ages ago, and even hinted in his stream that he was paid to lose by the majestic King Rabbit Awu. Does he think we're fools? The 49th ranked player, named Gun Fast and Accurate, was a military academy student. Not from the 6 major academies, but from a decent one in the second galaxy. He had been lurking in the forums, fully aware of the day's hot topic, and that he had become the majestic King Rabbit A's next target. Accepting the challenge would undoubtedly bring him a surge of attention, but he dared not agree to this cross-tire match. His specialty was using ranged attack mecha that relied on cannon precision, and the greatest weakness of such mecha was a force mecha with agile movement. Xu Lingqu had barely revealed her techniques when defeating Blackstone, but Gun Fast and Accurate could tell she was exceptionally skilled in close combat. Barrage fire couldn't stop her. If he accepted, he would surely lose. So he decided to play dead. Rejected once again, Xu Lingqu frowned slightly. This was getting troublesome. Lumen is quick to read her mood, immediately said, "Master, why don't I send the messages for you? Leave the messaging to a super AI." Xu Lingqu agreed. And so before everyone's eyes, the majestic King Rabbit Awu simultaneously challenged all 48 players ranked above her in the Interstellar Celestial Network, along with a provocative message, "Except if you're not afraid of getting beaten by me." Just then Xu Lingqu received a message on her personal AI from Gene. Commander, "I'm so bored, I figured I'd check in on you. What are you up to?" Xu Lingqu casually replied, "Doing good deeds." This time when he returned, his imperial brother was even more ill. When Gene went to see him, his face was ashen gray, and the red hair, a hallmark of the Yulife's family, had become withered and lifeless on his head like a disorderly tangle of dark red threads. The eldest prince, Xian Yulifes, who had always been regarded as the successor to his majesty Andalou, had a gentle and stable temperament and a spiritual power level of S. 2 years ago he had fallen ill without any warning. Every method had been tried, but the answer was always the same beyond cure. His body was continuously aging, just like his father Andalou, who had already reached the brink of the end. The Yulife's family, the imperial royalty, was a short-lived family. This was an open secret. Jean was unusually calm as he finished reporting his recent activities in front of his brother. She sat up, coughed twice, and looked at him. Sending you to Moy Military Academy was to let you interact more with peers. Arusi is just something your father and I have no energy for, so I let you get familiar with it temporarily. Don't hang out with them all day. I know, brother, Jean replied. Also go see your sister and say hello to her, she emphasized. Behave well. Brother. Jean looked up somewhat helplessly. You know she doesn't like me. The second princess, Fulian Yulifes, had always been at odds with Jean. They were all full siblings with the same parents, so there was actually no conflict, but Fulian had detested Jean since childhood, especially detested him. Jean didn't know what there was to hate about him. He was unremarkable, had been sickly since childhood, and since members of the Yulife's royal family had always possessed spiritual power at level S, or above his mere A, was like a pillar of shame. Even if she doesn't like you, you still have to go. Unable to defy his ailing brother, Jean left helplessly, walking aimlessly through the palace along the white jade steps. When he reached a patch of shade under a tree, he looked up and suddenly remembered the day during the trial period when he first formally met Xu Lingqu and the others. As a formidable woman herself, the commander had also been hard to get along with at first. Jean had a sudden idea and opened his smart brain to send a message to Xu Lingqu. A simple greeting. He thought she probably wouldn't reply, but she actually replied, doing good deeds. That was too perfunctory. Jean's mouth twitched, but his mood inexplicably improved a lot. Well, it was just a greeting, not that hard. As his mood lifted, he didn't forget to care about his good friend Shinsholi. The commander replied to my message today. Even with his heels, he could imagine how furious Shinsholi would be. Jean's mood improved even more. Finally, he stopped dawdling and decided to finish his brother's task early tomorrow morning. But at this hour, what good deed was the commander doing? Xu Lingqu's good deed exploded the Tianwang Mecha competition live streaming forum and also exploded the arena. A newcomer with a 10-win streak after first defeating the noob-stomping streamer actually issued a challenge to the top 50 players, like a kill order, challenging them to cross-level matches. Who exactly is the mighty Weiwu Dewang, 2AO Wu? Seriously, I've never heard of the military academy she's certified with. This person is purely here to show off and leech off popularity, jumping around like a clown. If someone in the top 50 actually accepts her challenge, she'll be humbled. Remember the idea above. If after the match Weiwu Dewang, 2AO Wu really doesn't lose to the top 50, he'll necropost you for a month, okay? The current Tianwang atmosphere is also weird. Actually thinking a 500-point newcomer is some great master waiting to see you get slapped in the face. This wave of popularity finally caught the attention of the online streamer, the 50th ranked player. Skill points, all defense. Oh, she's so popular. Why did I just reject her? Streamer, don't hesitate. Take the initiative. Free traffic is not to be passed up. I just watched her powerful sword technique. Streamer, be careful your turtle shell doesn't get broken. Have some faith in the streamer. He's 50th. He's still 50th. Watching the scrolling comments, skill points, all defense, was tempted and finally decided to try to capture this wave of traffic. The 48 challenge invitations sent by Lumen had not yet received any replies, but Xu Lingqu first received an active application from the person who had just ignored her, the 50th ranked player. Skill points, all defense. Finally someone came. Xu Lingqu, not holding a grudge, decisively clicked accept, afraid this person might run away. Skill points, all defense, was also quite puzzled. This Weiwu Dewang, 2AO Wu agreed so quickly, clearly someone who genuinely came to compete in the arena rather than leech off popularity. Thinking of this, he retracted his initial impulse to just goof around and chose his signature defensive type mecha. He guessed that Weiwu Dewang, 2AO Wu would likely pick the power type she had just used with her excellent sword technique, but unexpectedly, she chose a speed type. No one had ever dared to directly bring out a speed type to face him. Skill points, all defense, immediately became serious, silently telling himself that this match really couldn't be a joke. To focus enough, he even turned off the comments. Xu Lingqu choosing speed was of course a sign of respect, but unfortunately, in everyone's eyes it was a blatant provocation. She herself hadn't realized this. Rotating her wrist, the match officially began. Xu Lingqu still employed the fast attack strategy she had used with the speed type, focusing on closing in quickly and catching the opponent off guard at close range. But skill points, all defense, was clearly prepared. He immediately summoned 2 defensive weapons to equip himself, and when Xu Lingqu's sword came down, he had already anticipated it to some extent and retreated several steps. Close call. She almost pierced him with her sword. Skill points, all defense's skill was clearly a cut above Blackstone's. He didn't just mindlessly tank hits because he was using a defensive mecha, he dodged whenever possible, not wasting his defensive weapons unnecessarily. Seeing this, Xu Lingqu launched another fast attack. This time it was clearly not for a direct hit, but to deliberately force the opponent's position, cornering. Skill points, all defense. Xu Lingqu directly activated the left shoulder laser cannon of the speed type and fired a shot at his gap. The shot was too close, leaving skill points, all defense somewhat dizzy. Fortunately, his defensive weapons were activated in advance, so he managed to block the shot. But now trapped in the corner and forced to take hits passively, he gritted his teeth and charged straight at Wei Wu Duwang 2AO, Wu turning his defensive weapons into offensive ones for a proactive attack. Xu Lingqu maneuvered the speed type to dodge nimbly, and then turned around to strike at his rear gap with the sword. Skill points, all defense swore this was the most perfect maneuver he had made in 3 years. He decisively turned around and raised his shield to block, barely managing to stop the sword. Otherwise, if that sword had struck his leg, he would likely have been incapacitated immediately. Too hasty. He shouldn't have been so confident and come looking for a beating. Skill points, all defense was about to cry, but had no tears. Wei Wu Duwang 2AO just hacked Ku Taizong to run all over the field. We haven't seen our Ku Taizong so embarrassed in a long time. It feels like before others could slash Ku Taizong 10 times without causing any pain, but one slash from Wei Wu Duwang 2AO seems to make sparks fly from Ku Taizong's body. Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu didn't want to be so embarrassed, but compared to his previous calm composure, all he could do now was run around wildly to avoid Wei Wu Duwang 2AO's attacks. Xu Lingqu strolled leisurely behind him like the Grim Reaper casually collecting a soul. Finally, when Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu, having exhausted too much energy, revealed a flaw, she struck again. The long sword slashed twice rapidly toward the half-body shield, numbing Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu's hand. His other defensive weapon was an umbrella-shaped device that could neutralize laser cannons when opened. At this moment, he had a weakness on his left side. If I can use this weapon as an offensive tool. Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu decided to gamble everything. He raised a shield with his right hand and thrust it forward, attempting to knock Wei Wu Duwang 2AO off balance and make it easier to attack his left side. Wei Wu Duwang 2AO, however, used a peculiar posture to follow his movement and dodged to his right, not only causing his attack to miss, but also thrusting a long sword deep into his right arm. At the same time, the laser cannon on his left shoulder activated and fired at Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu at ultra-close range. This time there was no obstruction. The blast directly hit the head of his mecha, and the system immediately declared him defeated. He lost. The 50th ranked player lost to this unknown monster rookie, who had just achieved 10 consecutive wins. Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu was completely stunned. He sat for a long time before realizing what had happened. At that moment, the cheers in the arena's audience were deafening. The crowd who had come to watch the excitement never expected Wei Wu Duwang 2AO to be truly this strong. Those who had been constantly questioning whether she was just creating hype and gimmicks to attract traffic now fell silent. Even Ku Taizong, the famed Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu, had been speedrun by her in 5 minutes. What more could be said? Xu Lingqu shook her hand. This Jining Dian Quan Dian Fangyu was like a loach running all over the field and very hard to catch. He also used defensive weapons well. Fortunately, she had chosen speed. If she had chosen power, he would probably have led her around much longer. This 50th ranked player is not bad, much better than the previous one. Lumen glanced at the audience. Wow, you're so popular now. This arena is packed. I bet the whole place is broadcasting your match outside. Before it could continue chattering, to Xu Lingqu, a challenge request appeared before her. The number 1 of the Interstellar Tianwang Imperial Network Mecha Arena, Ming, sent a challenge request to Wei Wu Duwang 2AO, initiated by himself. The entire venue erupted. The Mecha Arena section of the Interstellar Forum also went crazy. Ming had not appeared for some time. He had always been very mysterious, without a military cadet certification. It was said he was an ordinary person, yet he overpowered all military cadets to claim the top spot. Many people couldn't believe it. How could someone so skilled not be a military cadet? But Ming's information concealment was very good. No one had managed to uncover his true identity. Everyone just watched him dominate the number 1 position for nearly 2 years. He had profound knowledge of all 5 types of virtual mechas and often created different fighting styles that were refreshing. Moreover, his operational movements were incredibly fluid, showing no signs of stiffness. He favored the 3 offensive-type mechas. Several of his highlight video titles on Tianwang carried his trademark keyword aesthetics of violence. This aloof and mysterious Ming had actually taken the initiative to challenge the newly rising Wei Wu Duwang 2AO. The news quickly exploded across the Tianwang Mecha Arena forum and live streaming section. Even mecha enthusiasts outside Tianwang at that moment were watching the broadcast on their personal smart devices. At the Haoyue Military Academy in the 4th Galaxy, a group of students were gathered around watching the broadcast with rapt attention, completely oblivious to the black-faced principal, the embarrassed Galaxy governor, and Lu Zheng, who showed no expression. Lu Zheng had obtained a spot as a mecha soldier at one of the 6 major military academies, Moy Military Academy. Returning to the 4th Galaxy was like a triumphant homecoming. The Galaxy governor of the 4th Galaxy decided to take her on a surprise visit to Haoyue Military Academy that evening. The first purpose was to let her see the current spirit of the students. The second was to hope that Lu Zheng's presence would inspire everyone. The result was that they walked into this scene. By the time the students felt a chilling wind at their backs, it was too late. The principal's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. They scrambled to their feet and stood in a row afraid to watch anymore. Lu Zheng, however, spoke up and asked, "What are you watching?" The students exchanged glances afraid to speak. Finally, the one who had initiated the viewing was pushed forward to talk to Lu Zheng. "It's on the broadcast of the Tianwang Mecha Arena." As he spoke, he watched Lu Zheng's expression. Her face remained a cold poker face. Finding that this goddess-like senior didn't seem angry, he gradually grew braver and began to describe in detail the legend of Weiwu Duwang Tuawu. As Lu Zheng listened, she suddenly felt that the style of this Weiwu Duwang Tuawu was very familiar. 3 words immediately popped into her mind. Xu Lingqu. But this name? What is Tuawu? Lu Zheng asked, very puzzled. The student rubbed his nose. It seems to be a character from an Interstellar animation, haha, I'm not really sure. Interstellar animation. Xu Lingqu shouldn't be someone who likes watching interstellar animations. It shouldn't be her. Lu Zheng thought so, but still sent a warm greeting to Xu Lingqu on her personal smart device. What are you doing? Xu Lingqu stared at the 3 words that suddenly appeared, very characteristic of Lu Zheng, and fell silent. Did they all agree to come and greet me tonight? They miss you, Lu Ming perfunctorily coaxed, then urged. Hurry up and accept this Ming's challenge. This guy seems extremely strong, and he's number 1. Once you beat him, you're done. Xu Lingqu had originally prepared 2 days for her proxy fighting. After all, this arena used a point system. Even if she could fight rank-skipping matches, if the number 1 didn't accept, it would take a lot of time to climb up. Unexpectedly, Ming, the number 1, had taken the initiative to come to her. When you feel sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. Xu Lingqu first replied to Lu Zheng with 2 words, training. Then she immediately accepted Ming's challenge. A man with an ordinary appearance entered the arena and the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. This was the number 1 of the Tianwang Mecha Arena, a legendary existence. While so not setting your appearance is a tacit understanding among you true masters. Lu Ming stared at Ming in disbelief. Xu Lingqu didn't say anything. She chose the strength type mecha. She had now entered a serious state. Ming also chose the strength type. Both sides made it clear they would go all out with violent offense, and the spectators were the most excited. This kind of match was highly entertaining, thrilling enough to satisfy everyone's craving for action. At the same time, everyone began discussing who would ultimately win. Weiwu Duwang 2AO Wu is strong, but it's still Ming's game to dominate, right? Isn't that obvious? Ming has been rank 1 for 2 years. What does that mean? A newcomer like you reaching top 50 is already impressive. Getting to rank 1 directly. I suggest Dolinston Longyuan recruit you immediately. If Weiwu Duwang 2AO Wu can last 10 minutes, that's impressive. No one supports Weiwu Duwang 2AO Wu. I don't care, I'll bet on her winning. As the match began, the 2 strength-type mechas simultaneously picked up their blades and charged at each other. The clash of their swords produced a deafening sound, and the crowd gasped in unison. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with a murderous aura. Both pushed away from each other simultaneously. At that moment, Ming's short blade thrust toward Weiwu Duwang 2AO Wu's face. Unable to adjust her stance to dodge, Xu Lingqu raised her left arm to block. It was the first time on this arena that someone had dealt effective damage to her. Luminous felt that Xu Lingqu had become different somehow. An invisible killer aura emanated from her. After blocking that strike, she flipped the blade in her hand, leaped into the air, and executed a vertical slash from above toward Ming. The strike came fast. Ming barely managed to hold up his sword to block, but was still forced back several steps by the force. Xu Lingqu gave him no time to adjust. She raised her leg and kicked, hitting Ming's left shoulder, then swung her right fist, aiming directly at his face. After being kicked, Ming's stance was unstable, staggering, as if about to fall, but his reflexes matched Xu Lingque's. He blocked several of her attacks. In an instant, he finally absorbed the impact from that slash. He immediately switched from defense to offense, picking up his long blade and engaging Xu Lingqu. The audience watched with rapt attention as the 2 massive mechas performed maneuvers on the arena that were even more precise than human combat, afraid to miss a single move. The 2 seemed to have coordinated their transitions between moves incredibly smooth. If either side made the slightest mistake, they would be put to death. This was a feeling Xu Lingqu had never experienced, even when sparring with instructor Zhang. Her movements grew faster, and the clashing of their blades became more frequent. Ming had a profound understanding of mechas. Several times he found openings in Xu Lingque's defenses and launched attacks, but she endured them and retaliated by imitating his methods, giving tit for tat. At the same time, both fully utilized the characteristics of the short blades, whether in the trajectory of throwing or retrieving. They spared no effort in scheming against each other, as if controlled by sorcerers, trying to inflict as much damage as possible on the opponent's mecha. Thus, the high-frequency, high-level battle continued for over 100 moves. Xu Lingqu gradually felt the strain, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. With a side slash, Ming's blade actually flew out of his hand. He had exhausted his strength. He was now at the end of his tether. Xu Lingqu did not hesitate. With Ming disarmed after a few more strikes, the system quickly declared her victory. As the words "challenge successful" appeared before her eyes, thunderous cheers filled her ears. Panting, Xu Lingqu looked at the ranking of Weiwu Dewang 2 AO Wu. It had shot straight to number 1. In 4 hours and 13 matches, she had completely shattered the records of the Celestial Network Mech Arena, unprecedented and unlikely to ever be surpassed, because this had reached the absolute limit of speedrunning to rank 1. A perfect confluence of timing, location, and human factors. It took a long time for Ming to exit the virtual mecha. With an expressionless face, he slowly walked up to Xu Lingqu and extended his hand. Sensing that he had something to say, Xu Lingqu directly muted the arena's audience and also extended her hand. "You're strong," Ming said. "You should be among the cadet mecha pilots of the 6 major military academies." "I'm not," she replied. Indeed, she wasn't, because her apparent spiritual power hadn't been selected. Xu Lingqu threw the words back. "By your strength, you should be there too." Ming was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "My spiritual power level is C." He didn't even qualify to enter the 6 major military academies. Xu Lingqu was stunned. "I've never told anyone this before, but maybe because I lost today, I can't keep it bottled up anymore." Ming showed a confused expression. "My spiritual power level is C. It's not as mysterious as everyone guesses. I'm just an amateur mecha enthusiast. It took me a month just to adapt to the virtual mecha. My previous job was fighting in underground boxing matches, life or death bouts. I can feel that your moves are the same as mine. Every strike is aimed at the opponent's life." He murmured. "Actually, I was about to give up. After all, I'll never have a chance to touch a real mecha in this life, only indulging in the virtual world of the Celestial Network. Lately I've been thinking that I should have woken up long ago, but then you appeared. Honestly, thank you." After having no opponents, he felt his passion for virtual mechas fading. Today he logged into the Celestial Network by chance and stumbled upon the arena match, where this Weiwu Dewang 2 AO Wu fought against an opponent who had maxed out defense skills. At that moment, a long-lost feeling of meeting his match once again boiled in his blood. Ming said earnestly, "I won't give up for now, at least not until I beat you." "Spiritual power won't limit you," Xu Lingqu replied. "You will create a miracle for ordinary people." With that, she exited the arena. By now the rank 1 title was bound to Weiwu Dewang 2 AO Wu. The first boosting job of the Interstellar era was finally done. On this account, Xu Lingqu sent a notification to Logan Bill's personal brain. "Done. You can log in and check." Then she had Luminous erase her pod login information on this account and logged out of Weiwu Dewang 2 AO Wu. Logan Bill was about to drink the hot milk handed by his home robot and go to sleep. He had just seen off the piano teacher his parents hired for him when his personal brain received Xu Lingque's message. He almost sprayed a mouthful of milk. This person must be a scammer. How could they reach first place in such a short time? He was suspicious and quickly logged into the Celestial Network to see what had happened. As soon as he went online, he was first shocked by his own bound title, and then a flood of messages and requests poured in from curious Celestial Network users about the new rank 1. After blocking the messages, Logan Bill tremblingly opened his own arena battle records. Seeing that his Weiwu Dewang 2 AO Wu had defeated his idol Ming, he completely blacked out. Garbled code is really terrifying. The kid's payment efficiency was quick. Xu Lingqu soon received his transfer through a newly created anonymous account. After getting the money, she first transferred it to Natasha, and then seeing that the time was about right, she went straight to sleep. She was completely oblivious that the Celestial Network had become a chaotic mess because of her. Xu got off work early today. After finishing his business trip, he returned to report. As he walked out of the military headquarters, he heard his colleague muttering something about Mighty King Rabbit growl. He had no interest in understanding what that was, so he drove his aircraft home first. As soon as he entered the Xu mansion, he saw Xu Shiqin waiting for him in the hall. "Brother, where is mother?" Xu Zikin's late green eyes were full of confusion. Not seeing Lady Catherine at home made her feel uneasy. Xu sighed. The military had already begun to spread rumors about Xu Lingque's background. As soon as he learned of it, he informed his mother. Currently, the internal sentiment in the military was that General Xu was kind, but his wife was overbearing. Lady Catherine finally realized that she had been schemed against by her husband. Without any hesitation, she packed her luggage and left the Xu mansion. She was a baron's daughter raised in luxury. Her marriage to Xu Qingbi was merely a political alliance. She might not be particularly clever nor very tolerant, but upon sensing her husband's malice, she had enough confidence and courage to leave. "Qingqin, I hope you can grow up carefree forever." Xu had always been proud of having a brave and kind sister. He himself was not a good person, but he always wished for his sister to remain innocent and cheerful. However, now his father and mother were destined to face a battle. "Brother," Xu Shiqin didn't know what had happened, but her heart roughly guessed. She said firmly, "I have grown up. I will become a formal mecha soldier and be the support of my family." Looking at his sister, Xu suddenly realized that it wasn't that Xu Shiqin had grown up all of a sudden, it was that they had stubbornly treated her as a child for too long. Xu colleague was currently in a state of panic. His main daily task was to monitor the Chatian Network Mecha Arena, scouting for promising talents, and also catching any military mecha soldiers who violated regulations by fighting in the arena. Frankly, it was basically a cushy job. Once someone was selected as a formal military mecha soldier, they wouldn't be so foolish as to ruin their own future. He had previously looked up a young man named Ming only to learn that his spiritual power level was only C, so he didn't follow up. But today suddenly this mighty king rabbit growl popped up scaring him badly. He contacted the person in charge of the Chatian network to retrieve information only to find out that this person was actually a child. He stared at Logan Bill's photo for a long time, then gritted his teeth and reported it upward. The next day his direct superior brought him to the door of this mecha prodigy. When Logan Bill opened the door and saw several military personnel and local star system officials, he was dumbfounded, thinking that his parents had gone bankrupt and the house was about to be repossessed. After they explained the purpose of their visit, Logan Bill instinctively wanted to reveal the truth about the proxy gaming, but then he suddenly remembered that the garbled code in the Chatian network had been hiding its identity. She probably didn't want to be recognized. Logan Bill decided to protect his good proxy friend and keep her secret. But these people were unlikely to believe that the top ranker was actually him. So he pretended to be innocent. "Uncles, what are you talking about? I don't understand." He decided to pretend that his account had been hacked. Xu Lingqu didn't know that she had been firmly protected by her little boss. That night she slept exceptionally soundly. In the morning she didn't wake up on her own, but was nudged awake by Luming's fluffy head. Luming truly admired his owner's ability to execute. After finishing the fight yesterday, it wanted to say something to her, but she just went straight to sleep. She just went to sleep. The Chatian network was in an uproar. The entire forum stayed up all night studying who Mighty King Rabbit Growl was. The viewership of the duel between Ming and Mighty King Rabbit Growl skyrocketed into the top 20 of the Chatian network's playback list. Netizens analyzed frame by frame the few arena matches of Mighty King Rabbit Growl, even comparing them with some outstanding performers from the Military Academy League's Mecha Single Combat Arena, trying to identify him. Unfortunately, no matter how much they dug, they couldn't find this person. Luming felt immensely proud when looking at these posts, but thinking that its owner, who had casually stirred up such a storm, was still sleeping, it felt a bit speechless. So it mustered up the courage of a dog and woke her up. Xu Lingqu grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck, lifted it, and placed it on the ground. Xian went to wash up and after a little thought decided to train today. The reason she felt so exhausted after yesterday's fight was ultimately due to physical fitness. Although physical fitness cannot be rushed, improving it is always beneficial. "Master, do you know the entire Chatian network is trying to uncover you?" Luming chased after her to the sink. "Didn't I delete all the information?" Xu Lingqu turned to look at it. "That's why they've been digging all night and still can't find anything. Don't you think it's exciting?" Xu Lingqu. She often couldn't understand what was going on in Luming's little head. How did the Galaxy General raise it to be like this? Before Luming could continue with its weird little thoughts, the doorbell rang. Xu Lingqu went to open the door, first only to see Natada standing at the door with a breakfast, looking nervous. As soon as the door opened, she bowed, then raised her head with tears in her eyes. After receiving the transfer from Xu Lingqu last night, she was so excited she couldn't sleep all night. The 1500 material fee was covered. She could go to that important competition, all thanks to Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu took the breakfast from her and motioned for her to come in. "When do you plan to leave? If you need any help, feel free to tell me." Natada waved her hands repeatedly. No, how could I trouble you again? I came this time to express my gratitude." "It's fine, just become a mecha master as soon as possible." After this virtual mecha incident, Xu Lingqu's perception of mecha had completely changed. Previously, she was only mildly interested. Those words Instructor Chun said to her seemed like a curse. Having only been exposed to virtual mecha, she was already amazed. How much more stunning would it be to pilot a real mecha? Natada's face flushed. Xu Lingqu believed in her even more than she believed in herself. She hesitated, then said to Xu Lingqu, "Actually, my main research direction is mecha without spiritual power restrictions. This is my father's last wish and the cause I will fight for my entire life. Mecha without spiritual power restrictions." Xu Lingqu looked up somewhat surprised at Natada. Misinterpreting her expression, Natada quickly explained, "I will also study how to build class mecha. Although I feel I don't have much talent, I will definitely keep my promise to you." "The research you insist on is very good," Xu Lingqu said. Fortunately, Ming didn't give up, she thought, because someone who would dedicate their life to his and many ordinary people's dreams had appeared. Natada expressed her gratitude and left first. After closing the door, Xu Lingqu turned around and saw Luming looking sulky. "What's wrong? How could you let someone build you another class mecha? Didn't you promise to help me find my original body and be only my master?" Liuming, unable to hold back after hearing Xu Lingqu and Natada's conversation, burst out in accusation. "I did promise to help you find your original mecha, but when did I say I would be only your master?" Luming was sometimes too childish. Xu Lingqu calmed it down and reasoned with it. "There's not a single clue about your original body right now. How can we find it?" Luming calmed down a little. Well, although angry, what Xu Lingqu said made sense. "Besides, aren't you a SS class mecha? Why feel threatened by an class mecha that doesn't even exist yet?" Luming was completely appeased and said proudly, "I am indeed the most handsome mecha. Well, although I have no clue about where my original body is, you have S-level spiritual power, and I sense that you have improved recently. You can now fully sense the presence of SS-class Mecha, and this even requires only S-level as long as we visit enough places. As Lumen was speaking, it suddenly felt the atmosphere turn cold. It looked up and saw Xu Lingqu staring at it coldly. Then can Xu sense the presence of your life form? Lumen suddenly felt that Xu Lingqu before it had reverted to the way they first met, cold enough with murderous intent emanating from her. It shuddered and began to explain haltingly, no, impossible. As long as you activate me and let me summon my life form, I can control my own energy. After all, the original body is not here. That day when Xu came to this dormitory, Lumen even deliberately swaggered up to him and made contact with him, confident that under its control, even S-level Xu would detect nothing unusual. What about the times when you were in the ring and couldn't control yourself? At that first meeting, without activating her spiritual power, she had worn the ring and encountered Xu. Then it's only a tiny bit. At most he could sense an unusual energy fluctuation from you, and it's fleeting. Unless he's very attentive, it's completely undetectable. Lumen was really a bit frightened. Why hadn't it told Xu Lingqu immediately back then? At that time, just having gained freedom, it only cared about playing. That was really inexcusable. Xu must have sensed something. Recalling his inexplicable approaches throughout the entire trial training period, Xu Lingqu, though she had never felt malice from him, had nonetheless wondered about this bad-tempered young master's motives for persistently getting close even after being rebuffed. Now she had an answer. I can assure you that even if he sensed something off, he would never detect that I am a mecha or anything like that. My original body isn't here. Lumen was now truly about to cry. The air pressure in the room was terrifyingly low. Xu Lingqu pondered. Based on Xu's every move during the trial training and his subsequent behavior in the dormitory, he probably indeed hadn't detected anything special, at most just thought she was a bit odd. That encounter was unavoidable unless she had known about it in advance and gone back to remove the ring before attending the banquet. Moreover, on that day of interstellar jump, she had been half a beat slower before fainting in front of him. It was inevitable that he would notice something unusual. Rather than fretting over these, it was better to shift her thinking. Knowing the reason for being approached was fine. Approaching as forced and probing as Tang Yuan's only made Xu Lingqu increasingly uncomfortable. It wasn't Lumen's fault. The oppressive air in the room suddenly lifted. Lumen breathed a sigh of relief, approached Xu Lingqu, and wagged its tail. Aren't you angry anymore, master? He'll tell you everything from now on. Then is there anything you haven't confessed yet? Xu Lingqu asked. Nothing but. Lumen said cautiously, really, can't you be only my master? I see. Xu Lingqu reached out and opened a pet nutrient stick for it to comfort its wounded heart. At this moment, Xu was still staring blankly at the message Gina had sent him. On the day he returned to the Shun mansion, General Shun was watering flowers in the yard, insisting on competing with the robots for the task. The old man saw him come back, didn't stop watering, but asked, how did it go? Xu had not entered his grandfather's Long Yuan, but insisted on going to Moy precisely, trying to use his spiritual power to probe whether the Lumen Mecha existed in the school. This was a mission personally entrusted to him by Emperor Andalou. No results. Xu lowered his eyes, looking at the flowers and plants his grandfather was watering. In fact, General Shun had long expected this. Lumen had been missing for so long. Although everyone suspected that the Galaxy Admiral had left it in Moy had been turned upside down over the years. Emperor Andalou was essentially still balancing the level differences among the 6 major military academies. After all, in the last Inter-Academy League, Moy had lost to a local Galaxy Academy. If this continued, it could not retain its status as one of the 6 major academies, something the Emperor did not wish to see. How are you getting along with your classmates? General Shun worried about his grandson like an ordinary parent. He knew the boy's personality all too well. Although he had the third prince keeping him company, he was probably not well liked. Over the years, his grandson had been pursued because of his illustrious family, outstanding appearance, and impressive talent. General Shun was well aware that apart from the third prince, none of these people genuinely liked to hang out with his grandson. After all, his bad temper was obvious, and Xu had never thought of changing. Xu was silent for a moment, then looked at his grandfather. Grandpa, if I really want to get close to someone, but she seems not to like me, what should I do? General Shun's hand trembled. What did you say? He keenly detected the loss and inferiority in Xu's tone. 2 emotions he had never sensed in him before. His grandson also wanted to improve his bad temper and please others. Seeing his grandfather's shocked expression, Xu chose to turn and go back to his room to lock the door, otherwise he would definitely have to get to the bottom of it. Xu didn't want anyone other than Gina to know his secret of having a crush on Xu Lingqu. It had all come too inexplicably, he thought. That day in the garden of the Xu mansion, he had been attracted by a faint mysterious energy and thus became the witness of Xu Lingqu sending those 2 people into the water. Clearly, in every subsequent contact, that energy was no longer present, yet Xu Lingqu still attracted him. Shinsholi comforted himself that subtle energy was gone, but strength and mystery were objective facts that always existed in her. It was normal for him to be drawn to her. Until that cross-country exercise during the trial training, the feelings of concern and worry overwhelmed him. He left the base to search only to pass by her in the end. When he was drowned in sadness, he suddenly realized that he actually liked her. Now looking back on that day, it wasn't just those two who were kicked into the water, but also himself, Shinsholi thought. Those who fall into love are always unable to realize it at first until they find the water has risen above their heads. Xu Lingqu was full of mysteries. He looked at her like observing a dazzling, brilliant, mysterious, and unreachable star from afar. After being hopelessly attracted, he could only accept that he might forever stand in the position of an observer bathing in the starlight, fantasizing about moments of closeness. Shinsholi had a knack for choosing the perfect moment to send her a message. Lumen watched in trepidation as a holographic image of a white rose from a garden appeared on Xu Lingqu's brain-computer interface, sent by Shinsholi. What was this kid up to? What did it mean? Was he implying that he had sensed something unusual about her when she was in the garden? Xu Lingqu subconsciously tried to connect the two matters, but quickly dismissed her own speculation. All previous signs indicated that Shinsholi was not the type to be so deep in scheming as to use this to intimidate someone. If he wanted to hint at her, there were plenty of opportunities during the probation period. Going home just to stage this little garden scene would be too foolish. It was probably just a simple display of his gardening skills. But now she couldn't afford to be careless and perfunctory in her dialogue with him. Xu Lingqu replied with 4 words, "Quite beautiful." Today, as General Shin stepped into his meticulously tended garden, he saw his grandson, who usually never glanced at these flowers and plants, acting suspiciously in front of his carefully cultivated white whisper. "Shinsholi, if you dare touch my flowers today, I'll transfer you out of school." Having been greeted by these 3 people in succession, Xu Shichin, usually the most rowdy, remained unusually quiet. Xu Lingqu's heart stirred, and she took the initiative to send her a message. "How are things at home?" Su Qingbi had gone too far, and Madame Caitlin was no pushover either. The Su mansion was probably in turmoil now, but this was something she had to face. Su Zaikin's reply came quickly, accompanied by a crying puppy emoji, and she only said, "I want to return to Moy early." It seemed nothing major, but it was still quite vexing. Xu Lingqu felt relieved, and went out as planned to train as usual. The facilities on campus were much better than that shabby place during the probation period. There was a dedicated physical training room with all kinds of professional equipment for students to use, so there was no need to run around outside like a fool. With the help of these devices, Xu Lingqu's accuracy in calculating her physical limits improved significantly. After a full day of training, she could clearly feel that she was right at the edge of her limit, not a bit more or less. The perfect state for self-improvement that Dr. Li had once told her about. At the school infirmary, Dr. Li had not yet returned, but there was finally a doctor other than robots. Dr. Oliev had just returned from a special training organized by the military department, accompanying the 2nd year and 3rd year students of Moy Military Academy. As usual, it was quite relaxing. He thought that back at Moy there would be nothing for him to deal with, and was about to play a new song from an Interstellar star when a half-dead Xu Lingqu walked in. "Who did this to you?" Oliev was shocked. "Wasn't that lunatic Kang still on vacation? I did it myself." Xu Lingqu skillfully stopped in front of the xylate coagulation device and refused to move. How did she manage to pinpoint the most expensive treatment equipment here so accurately? Oliev's mouth twitched, but since she was already standing there and couldn't move and her condition didn't look good, he let her use it. After all, although this thing was extremely expensive, it was basically left and used at Moy. "Thank you." Oliev watched as she skillfully went in and lay down on her own. Suddenly, his personal brain computer received a message from his good colleague Li Haisha, who was on vacation. "Have you arrived at Moy now? When you have nothing to do, a little girl named Xu Lingqu will give you some work. Record her physical data more often, but keep your mouth shut until I get back." Oliev glanced at the identity information registered in the brain computer for treatment. The little girl who was so familiar with the infirmary was indeed named Xu Lingqu, a 1st year student. Li Haisha seemed to have a clairvoyant eye in the infirmary. For this reason, he dared not slack off at all. He stared at Xu Lingqu for a long time, even when she was inside the device, but in the end, after the treatment was over, he didn't see anything special. Xu Lingqu felt refreshed. The first treatment probably wouldn't involve Dr. Li comparing data like before, so she could come to the infirmary regularly after her vacation ended. Oliev watched her walk away, inexplicably feeling that he had been played by Li Haisha. Today, the 2nd year and 3rd year students of Moy returned to school. The Military Academy League was imminent. Although it was hosted by the Skynet, it was ultimately a battle between the young generation of the Empire and the Federation. This was an important indicator valued by the military department, which organized training for major military academies before the competition every year. However, there were differences between training sessions. Moy had lost too badly last time, and some high-ranking officials in the military department already disliked them. This time the training was as if they had been directly abandoned with no pressure or difficulty, even worse than the freshman probation period. Some second-year and third-year students of Moy felt embarrassed by this, but others were not ashamed, and even took pride in it, believing that coming to Moy was the right choice, as it was simply the best military academy for coasting through life. Xu Lingqu planned to finish dinner and then go back to rest. She arrived at the cafeteria where there were significantly more people. While eating, she could clearly hear the conversations at the neighboring tables. Have you heard? Delancedon has a new commander with S-level psychic power this year. S-level psychic power, and he's going to be a commander. Tisk, do you think the commanders at the other 5 major military academies are as useless as ours? Every year the chief commander they report for the competition is the most outstanding student in the school. Unlike us. Last year that Fengbu. But this year aren't there several impressive freshmen in our school. Shinsholi has come, and there's also Lu Zheng, the shooting champion, with S-level psychic power. Fengbu can't still hog the position, can he? Shinsholi doesn't seem to have signed up for the command track either. Oh, what's that saying? A mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Anyway, Fengbu has a good father as the principal. It's not impossible for him to do something stupid like offending General Shan for his own son. Hey, speaking of freshmen, didn't you say you had a junior surnamed Sun who asked you about the probation period before? So did he get in this year? Don't even mention it. Bad luck. A team from Ares came to the second star system. The deputy star system governor was taken away on the spot while giving a speech. His case is serious, involving the infrastructure of a planet in the second star system. It said that he caused many deaths. They had been investigating him for a long time, and with solid evidence they directly closed the net. His downfall brought down a bunch of people in the second star system. My junior was the worst off. I heard his family was given special treatment. Xu Lingqu had almost finished eating and got up to leave. The Ares they mentioned was probably an organization serving the royal family, and the special treatment of Sun Liao was clearly the handiwork of Gina. Owing him a favor, Xu Lingqu was more concerned about the so-called useless commander from last year, Feng, who had a principal as his father. She could give up the mecha soldier spot due to the inconvenience of exposing her psychic power, but she had no intention of giving up the commander position. Xu Lingqu was not the only one who had no intention of relinquishing the command position. At this moment, Su Li stood in the principal's office where the old men who held important positions within the academy had finally gathered. Usually they would come to the academy for no more than 2 minutes of tea before leaving, but this time sitting together to discuss matters was no easy feat. Su Li cast a sweeping glance at them. She was not at all surprised that they had all arrived, for it was entirely her doing. I am resigning, she declared. Her 10,000-word resignation letter had been sent to the neural interfaces of everyone present, but not to the military department, because Principal Feng Hui had intercepted it and convened this meeting. Everyone present was well aware of the internal situation of Moy Military Academy. If Su Li left, then Kaiyong, Instructor Chun, and the newly arrived Instructor Guan would all follow suit. Most of them had come to Moy with the intention of coasting through their remaining years, caring nothing for the academy's development, yet they certainly did not wish to see Moy collapse entirely. Feng Hui looked at the vice principal before him, whose eyes were resolute, and rubbed his brow. He himself was not a military man by origin. He had been a professor of planetary environmental science at a comprehensive university before being reassigned here as the principal of Moy, one of the 6 major military academies. It was a move by the military department purely to irritate others. A complete outsider could hardly find a way to revitalize Moy Military Academy. Fortunately, this female subordinate of his was utterly devoted to Moy, shouldering most of the work for him, and the academy had even begun to show signs of improvement. Vice Principal Su, if you have any difficulties you can raise them first. There's no need to resort to resignation directly. An old man at the long table spoke first. Once he had opened the conversation, the others chimed in one after another. Yes. Vice Principal Su has worked so hard to bring Moy back on track. Why leave? Without Vice Principal Su over the past few years, Moy would have been completely ruined. Su Li's face remained expressionless, but in her mind the scenes from last year's Military Academy League automatically replayed. The 3 crushing defeats, and the way they had all demanded accountability from her and Kaiyong. They completely ignored the fact that the biggest loss last year stemmed from the principal sitting across from her, Feng Hui, who had rigged the selection to appoint his worthless son as the overall commander. If she did not flip the table today, the same rigged travesty would likely repeat itself this year. I won't resign if you don't want me to. I am also happy to dedicate myself to Moy, but this year's league commander, I will decide who it is. As soon as these words were spoken, several old men who had been mediating fell silent and glanced nervously at Principal Feng Hui. Last year they had been Feng Hui's staunch accomplices, securing the command position for his son Feng Bu, with results evident to all. Feng Hui let out a sigh. He knew all too well what his son was made of, but Feng Bu had convinced himself that he could rival Lanjuan's Gu Changting. As his father, Feng Hui naturally wanted to help him whenever possible. But this year, however, are you thinking of Lu Zheng or Shinsholi? Feng Hui asked. If it were one of those two, Feng Bu would probably have no grounds to cause a fuss. Their psychic power levels were obvious, and Feng Hui would be glad for the peace. Neither. Xu projected a three-dimensional hologram of Xu Lingqu's performance data from the trial training period, clearly demonstrating Xu Lingqu's strength. However, it did not include the physical data provided by Dr. Li. After Instructor Chun had reported Xu Lingqu's special constitution to her, she had decided to keep the matter under wraps for now. Only the five of them knew, and whether to disclose it would be up to Xu Lingqu herself. She placed first in this trial training period, possesses sufficient capability and commands strong authority among the new students. Details of her command and coordination skills are in Kaiyong's report on the underground maze assessment, Xu Li stated. Therefore I want her as the overall commander. The dissenting voices came as quickly as expected. But her psychic power is only B-level. No military academy has ever fielded a B-level commander in the league. Why should Moy be the first to embarrass itself? With General Shin's grandson, here it's inappropriate to put her forward. Xu Li cut them off and retorted it makes sense for mecha pilots to have psychic power level restrictions, but why should command be limited by psychic power? She has the ability, so the position should belong to her. Feng Hui tapped the table. Vice Principal Xu, why don't you think it over? If this female student were chosen, Feng Bu would inevitably make a scene, and then no one would have any peace. Either the commander is her, or I leave. You decide. Xu Li was unwilling to argue further with these people. It was like casting pearls before swine. No amount of talk would help. She coldly observed their debate, which dragged on for several hours, until finally the old men, wanting to go home, decided to settle it by vote. Seeing the final tally with one more vote in favor, Xu Li breathed a sigh of relief. She had not truly wanted to leave Moy. In other words, only a Moy devoid of future and hope would drive one to flee. With the matter finally settled, the old men dispersed in a flurry, leaving the office quiet and spacious. Feng Hui studied his female subordinate and sighed. You went this far for her. Can she deliver the results you want? It was now abundantly clear that Xu Li's whole charade was aimed at securing Xu Lingqu's position as overall commander. Feng Hui looked over the female student's file and found nothing particularly extraordinary. Her being the commander is the result I want. Xu Li gathered her belongings, gave a slight bow, and left the office. Xu Li had not personally witnessed Xu Lingqu's full performance during the trial training, but she trusted Kaiyong and Instructor Chin's judgment absolutely. You can start drafting the 100-person roster for this year's Military Academy League. Xu Li messaged Kaiyong and received a reply almost instantly. The moment Kaiyong received Xu Li's message, he sprang up from his bed. Great Vice Principal, at your command. I'll end my vacation immediately and drag Instructor Chin back to school with me. In his eyes, as long as Xu Lingqu was confirmed, Moy would essentially secure a spot in the top 8 of this year's league. However, confirming Xu Lingqu as overall commander was certainly no easy task. Xu Li could be headstrong at times, but she was always reliable and trustworthy on matters like this. He recalled that she had once studied in the command department herself. Kaiyong cheerfully began pestering Instructor Chun to end their vacation and return to school together. Surely he wouldn't be scolded this time. After all, Instructor Chun was the one who had the highest hopes for Xu Lingqu. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu, the object of such high expectations, sat in the Moy training room watching the door that had been deliberately sabotaged to lock shut, and the few people clearly there to pick a fight. She found it all rather amusing. The story of the princess and the pea had no Interstellar adaptation, but school bullying was exactly the same. Feng Bu glared darkly at the composed young woman before him. Though the official roster for the Military Academy joint exercises had yet to be released, his father had privately informed him 2 days ago that this year's Supreme Commander would no longer be him, but a freshman named Xu Lingqu. How could this be? Last year he had indeed performed poorly, but why should someone utterly unknown take his place? If it were Shin Sholi Lu Zheng or any other mental strength candidate, he wouldn't feel so aggrieved. Xu Lingqu was only a brank. Rumors claimed she was the adopted daughter of a deceased subordinate of General Xu, but so what? He had been observing her these past 2 days as she came to the physical training room almost every day, showing nothing particularly remarkable. Unable to contain himself, he finally had the training room's systems and indoor surveillance robots sabotaged, cornering her here. He demanded she surrender the position of Supreme Commander whether willingly or not. Xu Lingqu, you should know why I've blocked you here, shouldn't you? Feng Bu approached Xu Lingqu, a knife in his hand, the threat unmistakable. I don't know, Xu Lingqu replied honestly. She didn't even recognize this gloomy-faced man who held a knife incorrectly. Feng Bu was certain she was playing dumb. Are you really unaware that the Supreme Commander for the Military Academy joint exercises has been decided to be you? Just 2 days ago, Xu Lingqu had been thinking she couldn't let the position of Supreme Commander slip away. Today she unexpectedly learned she had been pre-selected. She nodded. Now I know. You must be phoned with the principal's son. Being able to get advance information precisely sabotage the school's training room systems and bring his lackeys to confront her with such fury. This was likely the nepotism commander she had heard about the other day, the one who had made a fool of Moxie during last year's joint exercises. The words principal's son stung Feng Bu again. He glared at Xu Lingqu. Don't think I don't know. Your admission process was entirely irregular. You only got into Moxie because of General Zu's connections, didn't you? Oh, so what? Xu Lingqu replied calmly. We're both nepotism hires. My connections are stronger than yours, so, I'm the Supreme Commander. What's your problem? Fighting fire with fire, she had no need to justify herself to such a person. How can you be like this? Fengbu, predictably furious, wanted to denounce her shamelessness for using connections, but realized every word would only implicate himself. He feigned righteousness. I don't seek the position myself, but it belongs to Xu or Lu Zheng. They should represent Moca as Supreme Commander. Are you sure? Have you asked them? Xu Lingqu waved the smart device on her wrist. If you haven't, I can help you ask right now. You. Fengbu hesitated. Lu Zheng and Xu had spent a trial period with Xu Lingqu. Xu, so aloof, probably didn't know her, but Lu Zheng from the 4th star system might indeed be acquainted. Since you came in, I've been wondering. Has the Interstellar realm produced some absurd campus movies for you to imitate? You broke the systems and the robots, yet left my smart device intact, giving me a chance to call for help. Xu Lingqu glanced at the message Nada had sent 5 minutes ago. She had already contacted Instructor Guan, who was still on campus. As her words fell, the training room door was forced open from outside. Instructor Guan arrived with his team, and the image of Fengbu holding a knife was captured on record. With irrefutable evidence, this campus bullying incident was caught red-handed, and it would be reported to his father. Fengbu trembled like a sieve. He had assumed that from the moment the system was sabotaged, Xu Lingqu would be panicked and clueless, never noticing she had already contacted the instructor. Idiot. No wonder Moca had lost so badly last year, even with Kaiyong's guidance. With a commander like that, even heavenly soldiers would be useless. Finally, she no longer had to watch this fool's performance. Xu Lingqu stood up and nodded to the arriving Instructor Guan. As the victim of campus bullying, she had no further questions. Instructor Guan allowed her to leave first. Xu Lingqu walked out the door and down the corridor. Suddenly, Fengbu's heart-wrenching voice echoed from behind. He had broken free from the guards at the entrance, rushed out, and climbed onto the corridor railing, standing on it. Xu Lingqu, if you don't give up the position of Supreme Commander, he'll jump from here. Instructor Guan frowned deeply. He had no idea Fengbu had such a personality. When Suli recruited him, she hadn't mentioned dealing with students like this. He was at a loss. Xu Lingqu stopped. Fengbu, thinking his threat had worked, continued loudly. You're a blank mental strength student. You shouldn't covet this position. You're a freshman who hasn't even taken a single command course. What gives you the right to hold it? I admit I did poorly last year, but I've improved. Why can't I be given another chance? The latter half was a direct accusation against the instructors and his own father, the principal. Threatening with his own life. He could only coerce his father. Xu Lingqu turned to face him. Then go ahead and die, she said softly. The students who had gathered to murmur over Fengbu's suicide threat fell into dead silence. Even Instructor Guan was startled by her indifferent tone. If you want to jump, no one can stop you now. I won't give up the position of Supreme Commander. If you die, at least there will be no more trouble. Go ahead and die. Xu Lingqu offered her suggestion, then walked away, without looking back, leaving Fengbu legs trembling uncontrollably, staring at her retreating figure in disbelief. Such a cold person. How could she possibly be a commander? As he stood frozen, watching her leave, Instructor Guan seized the moment and pulled him down from the railing. Usually this corridor had an energy field protection mechanism, but Fengbu's sabotage of the training room system had caused a glitch in this small area. The Interstellar realm hadn't seen a student suicide attempt in ages. This incident would surely invite criticism from the military and the Skynet toward Moca. He asked the gathered students to disperse. After being pulled down, Fengbu continued trembling and weeping, curled up in a corner, refusing to leave. Just then, Suli, having just received the news, hurried over from home. She found Instructor Guan and Fengbu in a state of shock. Seeing her, Fengbu finally spoke. How can someone who directly tells me to die become the Supreme Commander? His voice quivered. Suli exchanged a glance with Instructor Guan, then looked at him. Because she knew you didn't have the guts to actually die. Fengbu's face instantly flushed a deep purple, and he completely shrank into himself, motionless and silent. Suli said the principal will be here soon. Instructor Guan, please keep an eye on him for a while. Then she turned and quickened her pace toward the direction Xu Lingqu had just taken, walking briskly for a good while before catching up. If she had been any slower, Xu Lingqu would have already entered the cafeteria. She truly couldn't care less about Fengbu's fate. Xu Lingqu, let's have a chat, Suli called out. Xu Lingqu, biting a tube of nutrient solution, followed Suli to her office. Suli directly handed her the 100-person list that Kaiyong had drawn up. The first line separately confirmed Xu Lingque's position as overall commander. In the subsequent list, about 60% were freshmen from this year, while the remaining 40% were selected from second and third-year students of Moca. Won't they have objections? Xu Lingqu looked at Suli. Suli gave a bitter smile. No, and they'll consider it less trouble. After the humiliation of last year, not only Kaiyong, but also the students of Moca were deeply traumatized by the Military Academy League. Under the relentless mockery and attacks from the Heavenly Net, many of last year's participants even developed psychological issues and transferred or dropped out. Fengbu was clearly in an extreme emotional state, completely unable to control himself. They were still just students. Physically, they might meet military standards, but their psychological resilience was far from adequate. You probably don't fully understand the structure of the Military Academy League. The most important part of the 3 segments is the team competition. 8 military academies from the Federation and the Empire each participate, competing as a 100-member team to determine the strongest academy. That title has been claimed by the Federation's Qing Jun for 3 consecutive years. The military command is already under immense pressure, and last year MOCA suffered a complete defeat in the 3 qualifying rounds. They dare not complain about Long Yuan and Dualancedin, so they vent all the pressure on us. Xu Li sighed. Besides the team competition, there's also the Federation-Empire confrontation, which involves all 8 academies. It takes place after the team competition, as the name suggests. The 8 academies from the Empire and the Federation merge separately for a confrontation, and the overall commander for that is the best commander from the team competition. As for MOCA, basically we end up as cannon fodder in this segment. Xu Li clasped her hands together. Finally, there's the Mecha arena dedicated to mecha combat. Each of the 8 academies from the Federation and the Empire sends 100 participants for the confrontation. The Empire's participants are required to have a mental strength threshold of at least A, so MOCA gets very few slots. The Mecha arena in the Military Academy League uses replica mechs, largely testing the average level of mental strength. I'm telling you this just to make it clear that this year the most important thing for MOCA is the team competition. Later, when Principal Feng Hui arrives, no matter what, you must not give up the position of overall commander. Xu Li knew that Feng Bu's outburst would ultimately require Feng Hui to clean up the mess. Feng Hui was clever and reasonably capable, but his approach to his son's education was a complete disaster. He could barely manage Feng Bu, and would give him whatever he wanted. Even though the decision that Xu Lingqu would be the overall commander had been passed in the meeting, Feng Hui, for the sake of his son, would still shamelessly come to Xu Lingqu. Just as she finished speaking, speak of the devil, and he appeared. Feng Hui, wearing a brown trench coat, looked exhausted. After he arrived, Feng Bu burst into another fit of tears and tantrums. Eventually, he had his family escort take Feng Bu to the psychological counseling room, intending to talk to him only after he had calmed down completely. Principal Feng. Xu Li greeted him with a blank expression and invited him to sit on the sofa. Xu Lingqu observed the principal, who was clearly troubled by his son. As soon as he sat down, he addressed Xu Lingqu, Feng Bu has caused you trouble. I apologize on his behalf. He appeared sincere, but Xu Lingqu did not respond. An apology made on behalf of someone else held no meaning whatsoever. Besides, Feng Hui had come specifically to see her, certainly not just to apologize. Feng Bu's mental state has been unstable since last year. He needs an opportunity to resolve his inner demons. Regardless, I am his father, and I must fight for this opportunity for him. So Xu Lingqu. Feng Hui spoke with lofty rhetoric, but Xu Lingqu cut him off the next second. His opportunity is important, so mine can be casually given away. Xu Lingqu looked calmly at Feng Hui, watching the mask of forced composure crack bit by bit. Feng Hui knew full well he was being unreasonable, using his position as principal to pressure an innocent female student. But thinking of Feng Bu's breakdown, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If there's anything else you want, just name it. Silence reigned in Xu Li's office for about 30 seconds. Just as Feng Hui thought he would be silently refused, Xu Lingqu spoke. I want a slot in the Mecha arena of the Military Academy League. Xu Li panicked, staring at Xu Lingqu in disbelief. Hadn't she just emphasized the importance of the overall commander? Feng Hui shook with excitement. Are you serious? I can give him command of only one match. The overall command remains mine, and that cannot change. Xu Lingqu looked at Feng Hui with a scrutinizing gaze. At these words, Xu Li's heart finally settled, while Feng Hui's expression turned grave. After all, the command of a single match was vastly different from the overall commander position. Didn't your son claim he just needed a chance to prove himself? Xu Lingqu said. If you're worried he won't agree, you can tell him that if he wins under his command, the overall commander position will be his. Feng Hui was silent for a moment, then looked at Xu Lingqu. What if he actually wins? You hesitated for so long before asking me. A father knows his son, and you're well aware he can't win. How could someone so incompetent that even school bullying had to be handled so foolishly be expected to lead a team to victory in a group competition? The young woman before him was calm and experienced in negotiation. Compared to the three-dimensional data Xu Li had shown, these few brief exchanges made Feng Hui understand why they were so determined to make Xu Lingqu the overall commander. Your mental strength level is B. Participating in this arena will do you no good, and the procedure is irregular. Feng Hui did not grasp the meaning behind Xu Lingqu's request for the slot. Xu Lingqu replied directly, how to get me in is something you as the principal need to figure out. I'm only responsible for handing over the command of one match. Although she didn't know why Xu Lingqu wanted to participate in the Mecha arena, Xu Li nodded approvingly from the side. In reality, Mecha training was restricted by the Nani Convention, and the military command could not allow people with level mental strength to be selected. But in the Heavenly Net's Mecha arena, the replica Mecha of a level could be fully handled by level mental strength. The military command had no hard reason to refuse, and with Principal Feng Hui's authority, he could easily get Xu Lingqu in. Over the years, what she hated most was her superiors in action. Seeing Xu Lingqu use a trade to force him to negotiate with those military command people herself, Xu Li couldn't have been more thrilled. To squeeze the class Xu Lingqu into the 100-person arena slots, he could foresee endless wrangling and arguments with the military department needing to swallow his pride and beg for favors. In the past, this was the very task Feng Hui loathed most, delegating it entirely to Xu Li. Now he had to shoulder it himself. Ultimately, it was still his family affair. Feng Hui knew very well that Feng Bu needed this small-scale command, even though he saw it as a doomed outcome. But this was precisely the ending Feng Bu required. Let reality shatter his illusions completely, let him recognize himself, and only then could he become a normal person again. Alright, Feng Hui agreed, and rose to leave. He needed to check on Feng Bu's condition. Xu Li watched him close the office door and depart entirely, then shook her head. He doesn't have the airs of a military leader, and his heart isn't bad, but a layman directing a military academy is a mistake in itself, and he has such a son. So she still despised him. Xu Lingqu didn't know much about Feng Hui, so she didn't respond, instead saying, "Vice Principal Xu, thank you." The current situation was likely the best case after Xu Li had paved the way. The chief commander had to represent the entire school, and Xu Lingque's displayed strength was still far from convincing. Xu Li bore a great deal of the pressure for her. "You're welcome, but I still need to ask. What do you want the arena spot for?" Xu Li asked seriously. The current Mecha arena competitions are essentially battles over who has more class spiritual energy students, even as students go up as cannon fodder. Let alone a class student like Xu Lingqu. I'm going to lead everyone to victory. Xu Lingqu finished speaking and left. Xu Li stared at the closing door, puzzled. How could she say such a fantastical thing without sounding like she was boasting? When the 100-person list determined by Kyong was released, the Moe freshman's holiday also came to an end. Xu Shiqin returned 2 days early, and as soon as she opened the door, she threw herself on Xu Lingqu. These past days she had been running back and forth between Xu Mansion and Catherine's place, her head spinning. It was even more tormenting than the trial period. Those two had now reached the brink of marriage collapse. With Xu Lingque's identity revealed, the people who had originally been accusing General Xu of promiscuity turned their guns on Lady Catherine, claiming she was jealous and had tormented the orphan daughter of the general's old subordinate. A perfect embodiment of the word vicious. Lady Catherine refused to tolerate it and directly proposed divorce to Su Qingbi, while Su Qingbi temporarily made no response. With the fame of eradicating pirates and adopting an orphan daughter of an old subordinate, the capital star was buzzing that General Xu would rise even further. She didn't directly complain to Xu Lingqu about all this, fearing it would burden her, but Xu Lingqu more or less guessed what had happened. After Xu Shiqin returned, Lu Zhengjin and Shin Sholi all came back on the same day, as if by agreement. Xu Lingqu opened the door 4 times today, each time facing a different face. Shin Sholi was the last to arrive. When he came, Jean was already playing a video he had discovered on the Moe school forum in the living room. Lu Zheng stood beside him, expressionlessly petting the dog. Lumen had developed a psychological shadow from Shin Sholi after the last incident. Among the 3 visitors, it only wanted to play with Lu Zheng. Shin Sholi felt a bit relieved. After all, last time he had been afraid of the dog shedding fur, but since it was Xu Lingque's little dog, he couldn't push it away. Then go die. In the holographic video, Xu Lingque's coldness contrasted sharply with Feng Bu's collapse, making the comparison even more striking. This was uploaded by a student who had watched the spectacle that day on the Moe school forum, caption, "That was so cool." It was swiftly removed after being discovered by school administration, but Jean had been quick enough to save it. "Why do these fearless idiots keep provoking the commander?" Jean complained. "Threatening a stranger with your own life. This guy is just ridiculous." That person seemed to be the son of Moe's principal. Jean stroked his chin, thinking about when he might have Aries pay a home visit to the principal's family. Where has he been hiding? "We can't find him anywhere," Xu Shiqin said, leaning toward the idea of beating him up herself. Since she was in a bad mood lately, if he wanted to die so badly, he might as well be her punching bag. Xu Lingque's training plan for today was completely disrupted by these 4 people, so she simply gave herself a day off. Jean and Xu Shiqin chattered endlessly like 2 little sparrows. Lu Zheng teased Lumen while being a faithful listener. Shin Sholi occasionally inserted a few words, but spent most of his time sneaking glances at Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu looked back openly, and he quickly averted his gaze. A very poor observation technique, Xu Lingqu thought. Who said the Shin family had trained Shin Sholi to be a bright future star of the military? If this guy went undercover, he'd be exposed in the first second. Her brain chip suddenly received a message from Tang Muan. Today it seems to be snowing at Yuhing Star. He hadn't even returned to Moe yet, but he was already concerned about the weather on Yuhing Star. At that moment, Xu Shiqin also stood up, pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside. It really is snowing lightly on Yuhing today. She turned to look at Xu Lingqu, the anniversary of the Galaxy General's arrival at Yuhing Star. The successive star governors of Yuhing never forgot to set the weather to light snow on this day in memory of the Galaxy General. "Let's go out." Let's go out together to see the snow and grab a meal. Xu Ziqin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Xu Lingqu like a child in a supermarket eyeing a bag of candy while waiting for their parents' approval. With Xu Lingqu's nod of agreement, they left the dorm. Jean proposed flying the aircraft Shinshuli's family had provided. Xu Shiqin suggested she learn alongside him, and the two nearly crashed the aircraft onto someone else's house. Lumen was surprisingly quiet when they went out. Xu Lingqu guessed it was probably missing the Galaxy General. Once out of the aircraft, it regained its energy, running wildly in the snow and dragging Xu Shiqin along. She had almost forgotten that the Samoyed was one of the 3 sled dog fools. This was the group's first visit to Yuhang's commercial center. It was far less bustling than the capital star, but despite the falling snow, it gave off a warm feeling. For the first time today, Lu Zheng spoke up, pointing to a hot pot restaurant by the roadside and saying she wanted to eat there. Xu Lingqu had now grown accustomed to the endless earth elements in this interstellar world. Inside the restaurant, a documentary about the Galaxy General inventing hot pot was playing. The interstellar humans all said the Galaxy General had too many whimsical ideas about food. Xu Lingqu watched the steam rising from the pot, and across the river of time thought he was probably homesick. This atmosphere briefly gave Xu Lingqu the illusion of being back on Earth before the apocalypse. Lu Zheng was unexpectedly good with spicy food. Shun Shuli's light brown eyes were streaming with tears from the heat, while Lu Zheng remained expressionless, as if she could swallow chili peppers whole. Jean marveled beside her, exclaiming that the color of the broth was even redder than his own hair. Xu Shiqin, also hit by the spice, gulped down ice water, but her eyes were sparkling. In her life controlled by her mother and brother, she had never gone out with friends to try novel foods. When they were nearly done eating, they stepped outside. The night deepened, the snow fell thicker, and not far away fireworks commemorating the Galaxy General began. Suddenly the sky was painted with a pattern of a long sword made of white and gold flames. Lumen instinctively rubbed against Xu Lingqu's leg. That was the shape of its weapon. The white gold fireworks cast a series of lights. Xu Lingqu wore a loose white sweater, snowflakes settling on her shoulders, while Xu Shiqin made a soft wish beside her, wishing that you would astonish the entire galaxy this year. Much later, Xu Lingqu would recall this day and realize it was one of the rare moments of complete relaxation she had in the interstellar world. But at the time, it all seemed ordinary. At this moment, Xu Lingqu gazed at the fireworks in the night sky and thought only one thing. The Military Academy League was about to begin. After the release of MOE's 100-person list, the senior students were in an uproar, all asking who Xu Lingqu was, while the freshmen remained utterly calm. In particular, Wang Qihu, Lin Xiao, and Guan Zhongli couldn't wait to use a megaphone to publicize every deed of Xu Lingqu during the trial period. Kaiyong and Instructor Chun returned to school on the same day. The students, especially the freshmen, couldn't help shivering at the sight of them. Half a month later would be the Military Academy League. This time, Tiannet chose Yuhing Star as the hosting location within the empire, and the staff were working overtime to build the venue there. MOE became the host, this time so it couldn't afford to lose. As soon as the two returned, they intensified training for the students. Instructor Chun was in charge of the other students, while Kaiyong took charge of the overall commander, Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu was dragged to the office by Kaiyong for individual training. Before leaving, she reluctantly glanced at Instructor Chun, who was leading the others on a weighted cross-country run. Kaiyong was speechless. You actually envy them. Being able to sit comfortably in the office for extra training, others would be dying of envy. Xu Lingqu nodded faintly. She had a severe phobia of insufficient physical fitness. Forget it. Kaiyong coughed twice. Today's extra training is your overall commander's special training. Xu Lingqu nodded. In terms of strategy and decision-making, I think there's nothing left for me to teach you. Kaiyong pulled up data from the smart brain, projecting it holographically. So your special training is about recognizing people, maps, and rules. Vice Principal Xu should have told you the basics. He'll supplement the rules in detail. After all 16 teams have arrived, the draw for the 3 8-strong qualification matches will begin directly. The first match is always a unknown team battle. In this match, your command authority should be temporarily handed over to Fengbu Right. Kaiyong had roughly heard about the Fengbu incident from Su Li and was furious, wanting to go argue with Feng Hui, but was stopped by Instructor Chun. Feng Hui had recently been helping Xu Lingqu secure a spot in the arena. If they wanted to cause him trouble, they could wait until the spot was secured. The format for the next 2 qualification matches is more complicated. There have been 655 groupings, 664 groupings, and even direct 88 groupings before. The occurrence is quite random. Anyway, since 88 grouping appeared last year, it's unlikely to be repeated this year. Kaiyong sighed. After the 3 matches, the cumulative points from the qualifiers will be considered. The top 8 will enter the quarterfinals, followed by the semizones, the semifinals, and the finals. Originally, Kaiyong thought that with Xu Lingqu reaching the top 8 would be no problem. But now that Fengbu had caused a ruckus, the 3 points from the first qualifier match were definitely unattainable. Tiannet is quite strict about command authority. For each match, whoever is reported as the commander gets control of the main communication channel, and the power to create channels is also in the main commander's hands. So you basically have no chance of seizing power on the spot. Kaiyong thought that given Xu Lingqu's personality, she would likely be capable of killing Fengbu herself to seize command authority. Moreover, in the first Onion team battle, the victory conditions are likely two types: total annihilation and decapitation. Decapitation, as the name implies, means killing the opposing commander. If Fengbu dies, the first match is lost directly. Xu Lingqu asked, there are different victory conditions. Yes, generally Onion matches have two victory conditions: decapitation and total annihilation. In the second and third qualifiers, due to the nature of the groupings, there will likely be various competition rules, such as capturing points, speed racing, treasure, hunting, etc. In such cases, the situation is complex and decapitation is not used as a victory condition. Later in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, it may be reinstated. But now with mechas, it's easy to achieve precision strikes and fire coverage right. In the era before the emergence of mutant beasts on Earth, humanity had already entered an age of unmanned warfare, with high-precision weapons, drones, missiles, and nuclear deterrence, leaning toward decapitation-style modern warfare. For some reason, interstellar humans had underdeveloped planetary warfare weapons, but interstellar warfare weapons like mechas and starships could also achieve direct fire coverage. A decapitation only required to coordinate. Yes, but no one wants to watch both sides bombard each other from start to finish. The Military Academy League is not meant to showcase real war. Kaiyong explained patiently, people want to see your personal combat skills, command, and strategic abilities, confrontation, and gaming. So now TionNet's trend in map design is to not provide the latest weapons. Some maps only give firearms and mechas appear only in group melee battles. The biggest reason TionNet could persist in hosting the Military Academy League was that interstellar humans love to watch it. The Military Academy League was the most popular event every year in the interstellar community, and it was no exaggeration to say it attracted the attention of the entire interstellar. In fact, such an act of pitting the new forces of the Federation and the Empire against each other was very sensitive and dangerous for a company like TionNet. But high risk came with high reward. The annual revenue the Military Academy League brought to TionNet alone accounted for 60% of the company's total profits. The users it attracted could be said to have single-handedly revitalized TionNet's entire live streaming sector. Therefore, CI-May, which had always been known for its advantage in high-tech equipment battles, has been declining year by year recently. Kaiyong shook his head and looked at Xu Lingqu. Do you know CI-May? Xu Lingqu said no. Kaiyong was shocked. Don't tell me among the 6 military academies, you only know ours. Actually, it was about the same. She had heard the names Long Yuan and Dualancedin before, but her understanding of them was limited to just the names. I am the most loyal fan of our school. Xu Lingqu began to talk nonsense with a straight face. Once I chose MOE, there were no other military academies in my eyes. So she didn't hesitate to use connections to get in. Kaiyong thought sarcastically. Fortunately, that back door had always been open for Xu Lingqu. CI-May is one of the 6 major military academies of the Empire, and the only all-female military academy in the entire Interstellar. Kaiyong resignedly began to educate Xu Lingqu. It was originally founded by the founding General Qin Shu. From the principal to the students, all are female. The current principal is Lieutenant General Jia Deli. Their previous results in the Military Academy League were on par with Dualancedin and Long Yuan, known as the Empire's Big Three. However, due to TionNet's later changes in rules and maps, they have declined significantly. It is widely believed that they have fallen behind Long Yuan and Dualancedin. Your vice principal Su once almost entered CI-May, but finally chose MOE. Every woman there is very strong. Kaiyong looked at Xu Lingqu's thoughtful expression. Don't tell me you're not familiar with Long Yuan and Dualancedin either. Xu Lingqu said, then you can start from the Federation military academies and talk about them later. Kaiyong, how did it feel like he was being used as an analyst? You should know about Long Yuan, right? Shen Shuli's grandfather, General Shan, is the principal of Long Yuan. Kaiyong took a sip of water and continued. It is said that the original founder of Long Yuan, General Mori, had a close relationship with General Galaxy. The name Long Yuan was even given by General Galaxy. Their performance had been mediocre until General Shun took over, after which their results skyrocketed. Last year's final was between Long Yuan and United University, and they narrowly lost. At that time, everyone thought that with the addition of Shen Sholi and S Genius this year, Long Yuan would surely win the championship. However, there is always an exception. Shen Sholi came to Moxie this year. Kaiyong chuckled. When the time came, he would definitely seek out Long Yuan's admissions instructor for a chat. Do you know the reason why Shen Sholi insisted on joining Moxie instructor? Shen Sholi's choice had nothing to do with Xu Lingqu, since she had squeezed in through the back door. The order of events was off. But since she learned that Shen Sholi might have once detected a fleeting mysterious energy from her, Xu Lingqu developed a genuine curiosity about him. His purpose in joining Moxie was not simple either. Kaiyong shook his head. He had pondered many reasons, and even asked Su Li if she had cast some kind of spell on Shen Sholi only to get beaten up. Aren't you quite familiar with him? Ask him directly. I want to know too. Kaiyong said earnestly. If I ask him directly, will he tell me? Shen Sholi isn't that stupid. Xu Lingqu thought to herself, gesturing for Kaiyong to continue his briefing. As for Dolinston, it has some connection with us. Kaiyong rubbed his nose awkwardly. When we were constantly dominating the rankings, they were the eternal second. Our two schools were recognized as archrivals. Later, when our school declined, they wanted nothing to do with us and would simply ignore us when they saw us. This year, their new students include the eldest daughter of the Skynet family, Jia Xiangying, with a mental power level of S. Her younger brother, Jia Xianglan, went to the Federal Azure Army. Most people believe that this year's champion will be decided between the Azure Army and Dolinston. He let out a deeply emotional sigh. Every time he analyzed Dolinston, it was like revisiting the history of Moxie's rise and fall. Last year's defeat nearly shattered Kaiyong's Dao heart, making him want to leave. Fortunately, he didn't leave. Kaiyong looked at Xu Lingqu. The opportunity for Moxie Military Academy to rebound from the bottom was truly coming. The current chairman of Skynet sent his children to the Imperial and Federal Military Academies. Xu Lingqu raised an eyebrow. She had originally thought the chairman of Skynet was a shrewd businessman who only cared about money caught between the Empire and the Federation. Sending his children to the Imperial and Federal Military Academies seemed like a balanced move at first, but the act of sending them to military academies was highly suspicious. If he only focused on making money, both the Empire and the Federation could turn a blind eye. But if he extended his reach beyond that, things would become problematic. Kaiyong continued, the remaining two of the 6 military academies are Shaji and Du. Their strength has always been at a mid-level, very stable. The noteworthy point is that Du's Jin Fong Taibai is the first S-level analyst in the Empire's history. As for Shaji, I heard they have an interesting new commander whose battle style is completely different from Shaji's usual approach. An S-level analyst. Xu Lingqu's focus was on this Jin Fong Taibai. Not only that, but before his mental power was tested and activated, he was also a genius hacker. Later he was recruited by Du and voluntarily chose to be an analyst without considering command or combat roles. Kaiyong spread his hands. His ability was also demonstrated last year. He could secretly infiltrate channels to steal opponents' command information, leading Du to the top 4. In the end, they faced Long Yuan, and Lanjuan's overall commander Gu Tingji directly chose to abandon command, relying on pure strength to win through blind fighting. Xu Lingqu silently memorized these names. The last 2 Imperial participating academies, Xia and Siduk, are both local military academies with recent momentum. Last year, Moxie even lost to them, earning the title of Moxie's bottomless pit. Some in the military even proposed that Moxie withdraw from the 6 major academies. Kaiyong rubbed his temples. The memory of those people's faces gave him a headache. Unsurprisingly, thinking about last year's battle commanded by the idiot Feng Bu, Xu Lingqu was not surprised they lost to anyone. The 8 federal military academies are basically led by United University and the Azure Army. The other 6 are all at a medium level. The good news is that United University's former formidable commander Chica Malin has graduated. This year, United University's strength should not be as strong as before. Kaiyong felt a headache just thinking about Chica Malin. As a descendant of the legendary Federal General Malin, he led United University to 2 championships and 1 runner-up. Graduated. A bit of a pity. Xu Lingqu had been noting down these names with the intention of defeating them one by one. Kaiyong, unaware that Xu Lingqu was already plotting how to deal with these people, during his introduction sent her the detailed materials compiled on his smart brain. This is quite detailed. Your task for now is to quickly familiarize yourself with them. Kaiyong recalled that last year he had also given these materials to Feng Bu. He memorized them diligently and could name anyone from other academies, but on the battlefield, he was beaten like a drowned dog. Although there was no need for such concern, with Xu Lingqu, Kaiyong still added, you don't need to look at the irrelevant parts. By the way, do you know about Skynet? Xu Lingqu nodded. The forum of the Skynet Military Academy League also has some pre-match analysis and predictions. Although most of it is nonsense, some of it is quite interesting. You can use it as a reference. Kaiyong waved his hand. Go, Commander. I need to check on the others' training. Thinking about the upcoming battle where command would be handed over to Feng Bu, Kaiyong still felt a pang in his heart. But since Xu Lingqu herself made the swap, he couldn't say much. In short, trusting Xu Lingqu was the right move. Carrying Kaiyong's materials back to the dormitory, Luminous was startled by her entrance. Why are you back so early today? Studying. Xu Lingqu curled up on the sofa, ready to pull out the materials and start reading. Luminous scurried over to her, placing both paws on her leg. What do you want to say? Xu Lingqu looked up at it. Luminous said seriously, do you know that you've become popular on the Skynet forum? On fire. Xu Lingqu, urged by Liu Ming, entered the cocoon pod and connected to the Tianwang. The Tianwang forum community was well designed, offering multiple modes for discussion, forum posts, voice arguments, and even holographic PK rooms. If a dispute arose, there was no need to track down the other person in real life. They could settle it online with a quick fight. Despite the flashy formats, the most popular and traffic-heavy was still the forum posting. Xu Lingqu, still using her anonymous regular account, followed Lu Ming's guidance into the Tianwang forum's Military Academy League section, and the first thing she saw was her own name. The post titled, Best Commander Head Commander this year, I bet on Xu Lingqu. had already garnered 1,000 replies. Meanwhile, at the top of the forum, there was a ranking of support for commanders from the 8 Imperial Academies, and Xu Lingqu had soared to 3rd place, most likely due to this post. Xu Lingqu found the situation somewhat delicate and clicked into the post to investigate. Sure enough, the original poster had started by seriously posting his predictions. The homepage was filled with prediction threads, things like strongest individual soldier, best analysis, and ultimate winning team. His post was quite normal. Unfortunately, a troll entered the thread. Who is this Xu Lingqu claiming to be the best commander? The OP naturally couldn't tolerate such a tone and immediately retorted, "Does my prediction have anything to do with you? Do you also go and taste the saltiness of dog shit on the roadside?" A troll is a troll precisely because they will argue to the end. I checked, she's the head commander of Moy this year. Wow, Moy dares to dream big. Then the two started trading insults for hundreds of floors. The constantly bumped thread attracted the attention of passersby. Some came in to watch the fun fanning the flames, others genuinely stepped in as mediators, and still others sincerely asked, who exactly is Xu Lingqu? In the end, the troll was banned by the forum admin for using excessively crude language, but a 1,000-floor thread was born, and Xu Lingqu successfully gained a presence on the Tianwang forum. I also think that troll was an idiot, but I really want to ask, with Gu Tingji and Jia Xiangying present, how can you insist on favoring this unknown Xu Lingqu? The OP finally replied with just one sentence, "Just watch the matches and you'll know. They'll bump this thread every time she surprises you." This remark caused dissatisfaction among a small minority who commented that they would bookmark the thread, and if Xu Lingqu ever failed they would come back to mock the OP. Xu Lingqu finished reading all the floors and turned to ask Liuming, "This OP couldn't be you, could it?" Luming waved his hands repeatedly. "How could it be me? When you're not around I can only come up to look and not speak. Plus I only watch the arena livestream section." The popularity of Weiwu Dewang 2AO Wu remained enduring. Of course, Luo Jinbeer wouldn't ruin this account himself. He very wisely closed all challenge requests to appear aloof, only logging in when he wanted to show off and bask in everyone's admiration. If it wasn't Luming. Xu Lingqu suddenly remembered that when the eliminated students left that day, one had said they would help her fight 10 people on the Tianwang forum. That was probably the person. "You're really famous now. People are opening threads to discuss and analyze you." Luming told her to look at other threads. Sure enough, with a refresh, there was another 100-floor post claiming to have completely dissected Xu Lingqu's tactics. Clicking in, the person in the main post was heavily mocking, saying that although she held the position of head commander, the command authority for the first submatch was given to Fengbu. From this, he concluded that Xu Lingqu was completely incompetent, a petty person who relied on giving command to others to avoid responsibility for losses while still taking credit for victories. Xu Lingqu thought that this was either posted by Sun Liao or by Fengbu himself. However, considering that one of them had been taken away by Ares for a family talk, and the other was confined to a hospital for psychological counseling, this person was probably one of the few kindred spirits they had in this world. This person's post was pure forced negativity. Even the originally curious onlookers found it hard to watch. I checked. Only the first match's command was transferred to Fengbu, the rest were all handled by herself. What level is Fengbu? Didn't the OP watch last year's league? Probably a cloud viewer. I mean, she just supported a commander she liked. You guys are randomly hating, and it's making me think Xu Lingqu might actually have something. Thus, posts related to Xu Lingqu firmly occupied a place in the Military Academy League forum. However, most people viewed her with a mindset of watching the fun and joking around. No one really thought she was that impressive. After all, she was just a level spiritual power and the commander of Moy, the bottom-ranked academy. Black fame is still fame. Luming patted her shoulder. "I think you have that legendary Stormblood physique. You do nothing every day, but there's always a group of people arguing around you. Well, I really thank them then." Xu Lingqu grew tired of the repetitive back-and-forth dialogues in her own threads and started browsing other people's posts on the forum homepage. Gu Tingji's spiritual power, the face of Long Yuan, the light of command. Xu Lingqu clicked into the currently hottest post related to commanders. It was reviewing last year's battle between Long Yuan and Du. The OP believed that after the communication was hacked, Gu Tingji found the best solution, leading the team to fight blind and won through sheer hard power. A few fans of Jin Fong Taibai popped up below, ridiculing and sneering, claiming that Gu Tingji was just a brainless brute and asking the OP not to subtly compare Jin Fong Taibai. The OP ignored them and continued analyzing Lan Jiwan's final match against Lianda. "I have always respected this opponent, Chica Meilin. He is strong enough. But hasn't everyone noticed? The trend in Tianwang's competition maps is increasingly leaning toward physical confrontation, which is also the direction that federal military academies emphasize. In this final there were no advanced weapons, only firearms with limited ammunition, and in the end it was hand-to-hand combat. I wouldn't be surprised if this year's finals feature a cold weapon map." The subsequent discussion was about the Tianwang competition maps. Some thought the OP was too sensitive and didn't feel what he described at all. Others deeply agreed but approved of this trend, as more physical confrontation was certainly more entertaining for the audience. Xu Lingqu skimmed through it. There wasn't much real tactical analysis of Gu Tingji himself. She exited, but on the homepage she saw her own name again. That tall thread, best commander head commander this year, I bet on Xu Lingqu, had been bumped up, and at the same time a new post appeared. The post titled, "Why isn't Xu with S-level the head commander of Moy this year?" Xu Lingqu decisively clicked in to see what these idle people were analyzing again. The thread starter indignantly said, Xu as the only S-cadet of the new generation condescended to go to a Mosia, and he doesn't even have the position of commander-in-chief. This Xu Lingqu is truly of such great stature that Xu is reduced to being her supporting role. Many people in this thread agreed with the original poster. Agreed. I don't know what means Xu Lingqu used to snatch the commander-in-chief position, even daring to sideline Xu. The Military Academy League is waiting to see her make a fool of herself. If an S can't even be commander-in-chief, then I have nothing to say. After about several dozen floors, some people started to rebel. Can you all stop contradicting yourselves? On one hand you praise the S as the military's glory, on the other hand you say Xu Lingqu is so powerful that she took his position. Is Xu Lingqu some lost princess? Can she just snatch it like that? I really don't know where Xu gets so many fans. They'd be quiet if he ignored them like air. Agreed. Who can stand Xu's temper? If he's unhappy, he'll go find Xu Lingqu himself. Some people are truly like the emperor, not anxious, but the eunuchs are. Xu has so many fans. Xu Lingqu finished watching another meaningless argument and felt that Kaiyong was right. This forum was just for casual browsing. Lumen wrinkled his small face and replied, yes, he has a group of betting fans because of his family background, spiritual power, and good looks. So many people follow him, including Jia Xiangying, the Tianet princess of Dulan. He thought these people really had no taste at all. Only the one who bet on Xu Lingqu as best commander had discernment. The others completely lacked the eye for treasure. Jia Xiangying. Xu Lingqu found her post on the front page, which contained her photo. The girl was of a cute type with light, gray curly hair and a pair of pink eyes that were quite distinctive. The post had relatively little discussion about her personally, since she was also a new student at Dulan. Most of it was praise for her and discussions about her appearance with no useful information. Xu Lingqu logged out of Tiannet directly after reading. This forum was unproductive. Netizens bickered to kill time, but for her she needed to finish reading the materials Kaiyong had organized first. However, Liuming, obsessed with the forum, was unconvinced. It had already exploited a bug to register over a dozen alternate accounts, and when Xu Lingqu finished her first match, it would flay all those who didn't recognize talent. In the medical room, Li Haisha looked up and saw Xu Lingqu connected to treatment instruments, looking very tired and sleepy, still flipping through the materials Kaiyong had given her. 10 days had passed. Li Haisha couldn't take it anymore. Despite Ilyafis' attempts to stop her, she slapped his hand away and directly placed a video call to Kaiyong. As soon as Kaiyong answered, Li Haisha unleashed a torrent of criticism. How can you people push her like this? She trains like this every day, and even when she comes to the medical room for treatment and rest, she has to read materials. It's double torture on her body and mind. She's just a commander. Can't you ease up on her before the competition? Would it kill you? Kaiyong was on the verge of tears. We don't want to either. He had already decided that before the official start of the competition, he would let Xu Lingqu just study materials in the dormitory, but Xu Lingqu refused. Xu Lingqu had now trained herself to be stronger than most combat-oriented students, only slightly behind the top tier. She was completely different from when she first entered Emosia. Although her special constitution played a role, without her perseverance and determination such a constitution would be useless. Instructor Chen glanced at the flustered Kaiyong, who had just been lectured by Li Haisha, and said, don't let her participate in training this afternoon. She definitely wants to come. I can't just kick her out. Kaiyong was troubled. Give her something else to do. Instructor Chen sent a document to Kaiyong's smart brain. Let her go pick up people. There were still 5 days until the official start of the Military Academy League. As the host of Yuhang Star, Emosia Military Academy should take the initiative to pick up other Imperial military academies and show them around Yuhang Star. Of course, Dulan had already informed them that they didn't need Emosia to pick them up. Today the students of CI May are coming. Let Xu Lingqu go pick them up early. Just tell her it's for familiarization. Instructor Chen suggested. It's also a chance for Xu Li to take her to meet Lieutenant General Jiada, Li, a benchmark for Xu Lingqu's future development. Originally Feng Hui was supposed to go, but after Xu Lingqu's spot in the Mecha arena was confirmed, Instructor Chen accidentally spilled hot tea on his foot, forcing Feng Hui to take paid leave. You always have a way. Kaiyong felt that having this partner was great. When Xu Lingqu received the notice, she had just finished treatment. These days she hadn't just stared at the materials or memorized them, she focused on the Tianet competition map. After familiarizing herself with the map, she simulated different battle scenarios in her mind. This was equivalent to ample tactical preparation in advance, which was indeed mentally taxing. Sometimes a competition map would suddenly pop into her mind during sleep, followed by a whole night of deduction. As a result, she was sleep-deprived and looked listless and lacking energy. I'm going to pick people up, eh? Xu Lingqu replied to Kaiyong. If I go looking like this, the people from CI might think MOCA doesn't let students sleep. In a sense, this was also true. Kaiyong insisted, this is a good opportunity to get familiar with people from other schools in advance. He insisted that Xu Lingqu go, and Xu Lingqu had no choice. Suli came to pick her up in an aircraft bringing several third-year students who were not on the 100-person list as volunteers. The students of CI May arrived on a dedicated Star Rail train stopping at the Yuhang Star Rail Station. Originally, people from the Yuhang military base had requested Lieutenant General Jia Li to stop directly at the military base, but she refused because it didn't comply with regulations. She and her students exited together with ordinary passengers at the same station. Xu Lingqu stood behind Su Li waiting for about 5 minutes. In the distance, the students of CI May uniformly dressed in their black and green uniforms walked towards them in a well-organized 100-person formation. They looked vibrant and energetic, curious about everything on Yuhang, Star looking around and chattering. Lieutenant General Jia Li walked at the rear. She was tall and imposing with several guard soldiers closely following her, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Su Li was about to pull Xu Lingqu forward to greet them, but when he turned around, he saw Xu Lingqu walking straight to the left and grabbing the arm of a person wearing a gray hoodie. "What are you secretly filming us for?" The gray hoodie wearer, once apprehended, immediately cried out, "Ow, ow, ow, that hurts. Let go, let go." Two leading students from CI May approached, one with shoulder-length dark brown hair, the other with a neat bob. As the gray hoodie struggled, his hood fell back, revealing a strikingly distinctive head of hair reminiscent of a Siamese cat's coat, a platinum blonde base that darkened to black at the tips. The dark brown-haired girl curled her lips into a smirk. "Jin Fong Taibai, skulking around like a thief, are you?" Jin Fong Taibai, the SSS-level psychic analyst. Su Li and Lieutenant General Jia Li turned to look. Several guards closed in. He wouldn't escape now. Xu Lingqu released her grip. Jin Fong Taibai muttered, rubbing his wrist, then obediently deleted the photos he had just taken under the watchful eyes of Su Li and Lieutenant General Jia Li. "Do you know how precious my hands are? And you yank me like that. And you dare complain about others while sneaking photos?" The dark brown-haired girl retorted, "Did Du send you out to gather intel again? Why didn't you just hack into the surveillance system this time?" Jin Fong Taibai replied with unshaken confidence, "I did hack it, but the camera angles here aren't all-encompassing." The surveillance system on Yuhang was so poorly designed that he couldn't obtain a full, unobstructed set of photos. Not that these pictures mattered much, but as an analyst, the itch to capture every angle was unbearable. So he took the risk to sneak shots thinking he was well hidden, only to be caught. "So you're that Xu Lingqu?" Jin Fong Taibai lowered his wrist and stared curiously at the person who had just grabbed him. Xu Lingqu replied, "Is there any other Xu Lingqu?" Jin Fong Taibai squinted. "Aren't you a level psychic? How did you sense I was taking photos?" The SSS-level analyst was indeed sharp. Xu Lingqu deftly shifted the focus, "Because your posture screamed thief." "Huh, me? A thief?" Jin Fong Taibai had never suffered such an insult in his life. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The dark brown-haired girl from CI May extended her hand to Xu Lingqu. "Hello, Xu Lingqu. I'm Yun Yao, the overall commander of CI May this time." The bob-haired girl nodded as well. "CI May Yu." Xu Lingqu had read their files. Yun Yao was a second-year CI May student, a rank in command, though she hadn't been the commander last year's military academy league. Yu was a freshman's rank in combat, formidable in hand-to-hand fighting. She nodded to Yu, then extended her hand to Yun Yao. "Hello, Mo Yi Xu Lingqu." As she withdrew her hand, Yun Yao tightened her grip and held on. Xu Lingqu shot her a questioning look. Yun Yao smiled. "Xu Lingqu, you're quite famous on the galactic net." Xu Lingqu pulled her hand free. "Not really. Just so-so." Jin Fong Taibai, seeing this, thrust his hand towards Xu Lingqu. "I want a handshake too." "We already shook hands," she said, glancing around. Su Li and Lieutenant General Jia Li seemed to be getting along well. The star vessel sent by Mo Yi had arrived. Time to lead the group to their quarters. Jin Fong Taibai looked aggrieved. "That wasn't a handshake. You grabbed me like a thief." Xu Lingqu walked away without looking back, leading the CI May students. "You said the word thief yourself." Jin Fong Taibai. "Did Mo Yi choose this person as commander just because she was good at cutting retorts?" He replied to Lemui, who was bombarding his smart brain with messages while following Xu Lingqu out. He even audaciously squeezed next to her on the star vessel, staring at her the entire time. Xu Lingqu remained composed under his gaze. When the star vessel reached its destination, she deliberately veered to the side. Jin Fong Taibai, fixated on watching her, slammed his forehead into the door. He crouched on the ground, dizzy and throbbing with pain. This time Yuhang had refurbished a smaller, decommissioned military base to host the other academies. It came with dedicated training grounds spacious enough for 800 cadets. For fairness, once the other schools arrived, MOES students would also move here. The students from Dual Incident objected. Their lead instructor suggested booking the best hotel on Yuhang, but the organizers rejected the request. In the end, they had to come, deciding to delay their arrival until the day before the competition began. Lieutenant General Jia Li had separate accommodations. Su Li led her elsewhere. The CIMA students were guided by another instructor to their dormitory area. Their school's medic was delayed by a personal matter and wouldn't arrive for 2 days. Jean Fong Taibai, who had sneaked away from Du without the others knowing, covered his nose and slunk into the medical room behind Xu Lingqu. Lingqu looked up first, startled. "Did you hit him?" he asked Xu Lingqu. Li Haisha looked up too. Xu Lingqu waved a hand. "Not my doing." He walked into the star vessel door himself. Jean Fong Taibai held his nose, grinding his teeth, but unable to refute, because it really was his own fault. Tisk tisk, walking into a star vessel door. A red-haired figure appeared behind them out of nowhere. Jean looked at the blood seeping through Jean Fong Taibai's fingers. "Well, look at that, so serious. You must not have been watching where you were going. Why did every MOE student have to be so infuriating?" Jean Fong Taibai wanted to retort, but Lingqu had already dragged him over and had the medical robot press on his wound to stop the bleeding. "You moved over already?" Xu Lingqu asked Jean as she left the medical room and headed toward MOE's dormitory area. "We finished training and moved straight here. Su Shichin brought your stuff. Oh, and your dog insisted on tagging along, so Lu Zheng carried it. It completely ignored me." Jean began complaining about Lu Ming again. They reached the dormitory building just as 3 people waiting in the shade of a nearby tree spotted them. "Sister." Su Shichin waved happily. "How are the CIMA people? Easy to get along with." Xu Lingqu recalled the tight grip Yun Yao had given her. "Not bad, I guess. They seemed decent enough, but that probing handshake made her uncomfortable." Combined with Yun Yao's remark, "You're quite famous," Xu Lingqu figured she was testing her temperament, whether she was tough or soft. "No real malice." Jean added. "And there's this guy with ugly hair like upside-down caramel pudding. Goes by Jean Fong Taibai, a hacker analyst from Du. He came to nose bleeding, and our commander sent him to the medical room." Su Shichin looked puzzled. "Why is his nose bleeding? What happened?" Jean shrugged. Though Xu Lingqu said she didn't hit him, he was pretty sure it was related to her. Otherwise, Jean Fong Taibai wouldn't have looked so resentful, reminding Jean of when he first met Xu Lingqu and got beaten up. Walked into a door. "Idiot," Xu Lingqu said succinctly. Shin Sholi, who had been on alert since Jean started speaking, instantly relaxed. Good. Xu Lingqu hated idiots. This new commander of MOE, Xu Lingqu, is not someone to be trifled with. Jean Fong Taibai's nosebleed had finally stopped, and he immediately sent a message to Li Mui. The way he had been staring at Xu Lingqu earlier was actually a psychological tactic. Generally speaking, when stared at like this, those with weak mental fortitude would quickly lose their composure, while those who were both weak and timid would sulk resentfully in silence, and those with a tougher personality would directly ask what was going on. If someone showed no reaction, they were either slow-witted or possessed a sufficiently strong mental fortitude, a distinction that was somewhat difficult to make. However, after Xu Lingqu deliberately let him crash into the door, Jean Fong Taibai quickly realized that her mental strength was so formidable that she had begun to retaliate against him directly. How infuriating. Putting everything else aside, she is absolutely not someone to be messed with. "You guys need to come and back me up quick." After sending this message, Jean Fong Taibai began studying right there how to breach the MOE system. He wanted to get more information about Xu Lingqu. Li Haisha sneezed nearby. She was editing some data reports about Xu Lingqu. After consulting with instructor Chun Su Li and Kai Yong, they unanimously agreed that the matter of her special physique must be kept absolutely confidential for now, otherwise someone would surely exploit it. She found that very reasonable and decided to record it in the most primitive way, on paper, and enlisted her unlucky colleague Oliefu to assist her. These days were when the other military academies were arriving in concentration. Kai Yong insisted that Xu Lingqu meet them all. On the 4th day before the competition began, Xu Lingqu received the people from Situ-ku and Shiyu. They were mostly friendly and nothing untoward happened. On the 3rd day, the people from Du finally appeared after much eager anticipation from Jean Fong Taibai. Li Mui finally found this troublesome genius. The day he had run off, Li Mui had nearly gone crazy. There was Jean Fong Taibai lying on the bed studying the records of Xu Lingque's performance during her trial training. Her marksmanship is very accurate. "Get down here." Li Mui threw a pillow at him, startling him. "Lily, you're finally here." Jean Fong Taibai was almost in tears. He had been alone in MOE for the past 2 days, and it had been terrible. There was that alternative red-haired guy named Jean who mocked his hair color as ugly, and the famous Shin Sholi, who was always in a bad mood whenever he saw him. Jean Fong Taibai wondered if he owed this guy money. The most detestable was Xu Lingqu. She basically treated him like air. He was an SSS analyst. Yet she showed no curiosity about him at all. Could it be that she's ignoring you precisely because you're an SSS analyst? Li Mui said, exasperated. It was obvious that she had a strong sense of caution toward him. "And if you keep calling me that disgusting nickname, I will absolutely not plead with Teacher 2 for you." Before coming, Teacher 2, the lead instructor of Du, had said that he would give the utterly disorganized and undisciplined Jean Fong Taibai a good beating. Upon hearing this, Jean Fong Taibai immediately became well-behaved. Pointing at the data on his smart brain, he said, "Look at how outrageously good Xu Lingque's performance is in shooting training, and her basic training scores are skyrocketing as well." Li Mui thought Jin Fong Tai Bai was simply making a fuss. Today when Xu Lingqu came to pick them up she seemed perfectly normal, just a bit quieter than usual. He figured that Jin Fong Tai Bai was holding a grudge because she had not given him face, and so he kept harping on her. Li Mui perfunctorily said, okay, and then escorted Jin Fong Tai Bai to teacher 2. Xu Lingqu, the professional greeter, had just finished receiving the due people and was now coming to pick up the second wave. The people from Longyuan and Shaji arrived at the same time, leaving only Duolancidin, who would dawdle until tomorrow. Xu Lingqu stood behind, Su Li feeling bored. She had not come alone, she had brought Su Shiqin, Lu Zhengjin, and Shinsholi along under the pretext that more people meant more strength. Especially Shinsholi. Being in S+ grade, he was too valuable not to show off as a front. Longyuan and Shaji arrived simultaneously. One side wore uniforms of gold and white, the other gold and black. The two teams walking together were surprisingly harmonious and exuded an imposing aura. The leading student from Longyuan with deep blue hair and pitch black eyes estimated to be around 187 centimeters tall was presumably the flagship of Longyuan Gu Tingji. He walked straight up to Xu Lingqu and stopped. Xu Lingqu. Hello, I'm Gu Tingji from Longyuan. This was probably another person who liked to watch the Tianwan. Xu Lingqu nodded. Just as Gu Tingji was about to say something more, a commotion nearby drew both of their attention. The leading student from Shaji strode directly towards Shinsholi with a look that was as punchable as jeans. As soon as he got close he started shouting, Shinsholi, you're doing pretty badly in MOE, huh? Can't even get the position of commander-in-chief. The newcomer was Guan Xuanjuan, the chief commander of the Shaji freshmen, with a spiritual power level of S. He had several streaks of yellow in his hair, and was used to picking fights with Shinsholi whenever they met. Both were privileged young masters raised on the capital star, with silver spoons in their mouths. Shinsholi had a grandfather who was a general, and Guan Xuanjuan also had a maternal grandfather who was a general. Before they activated their spiritual power tests they were always compared side by side. But after the tests, Guan Xuanjun was also a precious rank, yet all the limelight was stolen by Shinsholi the Splus. The two were originally equals, but the situation had turned into Shinsholi alone taking the spotlight, enjoying the glory of being the future star of the military. Guan Xuanjun was extremely displeased beyond displeased. Why should a mere plus sign create such a huge gap? When he heard that Shinsholi had gone mad and joined MOE, he had been gloating. But now discovering that Shinsholi hadn't even become the commander-in-chief, Guan Xuanjun was overjoyed. He naturally started taunting as soon as they met. He had done so many times before. Usually Shinsholi would ignore him, and he had gotten used to it. But this time unexpectedly Shinsholi responded. Our commander told me not to talk to fools. Shinsholi blinked. His light brown eyes held neither anger nor disgust this time. They were completely devoid of emotion. With that he casually delivered a sarcastic jab at Guan Xuanjun. It wasn't a particularly clever insult, but it infuriated Guan Xuanjun. This was clearly Shinsholi brushing him off and using their brand commander as an excuse. Who did he think he was looking down on? Where is your commander? Guan Xuanjun's voice grew louder. Jin, who had been keeping quiet to avoid revealing himself since Guan Xuanjun arrived, could barely contain himself. He almost blurted out his identity as the third prince then, and they're determined to shut this guy up. But Shinsholi gave him a look that told him to hold back. If you're determined to cause trouble today, I'll accompany you in the arena. Shinsholi suddenly stepped forward and shoved Guan Xuanjun, causing him to stagger backward. Caught off guard, Guan Xuanjun was shocked by the shove. This was the first time Shinsholi had responded to his provocation so fiercely. Normally, he would just ignore him. Moreover, this guy had severe germophobia. He would want to disinfect himself immediately if touched. Before Guan Xuanjun could react, a voice sounded from the side. In their commander. What's the matter? You looking for me? Xu Lingqu's gaze swept over like a blade edge. Xu Lingqu's photograph was one that Guan Xuanjun had seen before, a portrait of the commander-in-chief uploaded by MOE himself. He had no idea when it was taken, but it seemed as though Xu Lingqu had just been pulled out of bed, her face full of drowsiness as she stared at the lens like a lazy cat. Now seeing the real life Xu Lingqu, she was dressed in MOE's purple combat training uniform, with fair skin and jet black hair, a high-bridged nose. When she turned her head to look at someone, she resembled a half-drawn sword harboring a concealed menace. Guan Xuanjun, who prided himself on having seen countless faces on the capital planet, from celestial beauties to those of every conceivable appearance, and who had grown indifferent even to flawless model-like features, felt as though a knife had suddenly slashed across his heart upon seeing Xu Lingqu. What a curious sensation. She was so sharp. It was the first time Guan Xuanjun had ever used that word to describe someone's appearance. He swallowed hard and instinctively took a step towards Xu Lingqu. Unexpectedly, Shinsholi stretched out a foot to trip him, and he stumbled, nearly performing a faceplant on the spot. Fortunately, his physical reflexes were formidable, and he managed to regain his balance. Yet the whole process made him look like a flapping goose, utterly ridiculous. Su Shiqin and Jin Seheo showed no mercy, pointing at him and bursting into laughter. Lu Zheng shook his head, muttering that it would have been better if he had just fallen. Xu Lingqu, who had turned her head to look, witnessed the entire scene and found Shin Shouli's tripping motion oddly familiar. Shin Shouli, who had actively tripped someone, then reached out to pull Guan Chuanjun back. When he drew the man close, he warned in a breathless voice, meant only for the two of them stay away from her. Shin Shouli knew all too well what kind of person Guan Chuanjun was. He had ignored him before, not even deigning to give him a glance. But if Guan Chuanjun insisted on flaunting his playboy demeanor and clinging to Xu Lingqu, Shin Shouli would not hesitate to make him see the true disparity between them. Guan Chuanjun was genuinely stunned by those words. What madness had possessed Shin Shouli today? Before he could react further, Winters, the lead instructor of Shaji, hurriedly stepped forward to pull their own embarrassing commander-in-chief behind him, offering an awkward smile to Su Li and teacher Pu, who led Long Yuan. Let's hurry to the accommodations. The eldest son of the Guan family had indeed gone berserk all of a sudden. He could have chosen Dulinstan or Long Yuan, but instead insisted on coming to Shaji. He wasn't even from the command department, yet he had secured the position of commander through his mental strength and family background. If he hadn't genuinely possessed some skill, who would have bothered to serve this young master? The inexplicable little interlude finally subsided. Xu Lingqu turned and walked outside, with Gu Tingji falling into step beside her. Is your mental strength really only great? The question was abrupt and intrusive. Gu Tingji continued, there's no point in beating around the bush with you. It's better to ask directly, isn't it? In his mind, he had roughly sketched an image of Xu Lingque's personality. Initially, when he had seen on the Tianwang that she upgrade had secured the position of commander, Gu Tingji was merely surprised and curious. But after meeting Xu Lingqu in person, his feelings were no longer so simple. Judging by their formation, when they came to pick up the others, the group had consciously spread out, with Xu Lingqu at the center. This was the simplest manifestation of leadership in a crowd, and it included S-grade individuals like Shin Shouli and Lu Zheng. What was truly terrifying was that they genuinely recognized her as their leader. Is that question so important? Xu Lingqu said calmly. The first match is about to start soon. Let's settle it on the field. Indeed, she had confidence and strength far from the messy speculations about her floating around on the Tianwang. Gu Tingji shifted the topic. You've met Jin Fangtaibai, haven't you? Xu Lingqu nodded. He must have been bothering you a lot, right? He's hard to deal with. After a few exchanges, Gu Tingji felt that if anyone could extract useful information from Xu Lingqu, it would be Jin Fangtaibai, who was simply too tenacious. Initially, it had been a bit troublesome, but after Xu Lingqu steered him into the spaceship door, and he ended up with a bloody nose, Jin Fangtaibai had become quite wary of her. For instance, now that they had arrived at the Yuhing League base, Jin Fangtaibai was lurking behind a nearby tree, sneaking a peek like a thief. Gu Tingji was somewhat surprised, curious as to why Jin Fangtaibai didn't just charge forward. Only when Xu Lingqu walked away did Jin Fangtaibai approach. You cunning brute finally showed up, Jin Fangtaibai said, staring at Gu Tingji's nose. Why couldn't Xu Lingqu give him the same door-bashing treatment? It was unfair. The students from Longyuan and Shaji headed en masse toward the dormitories. The two of them were in the way, so they moved to another spot, outside the Du Gate. You seem terrified of Xu Lingqu. Why? Gu Tingji had never thought anyone could handle Jin Fangtaibai. Back on his own turf, Jin Fangtaibai shouted with confidence, who's afraid of her? Who's afraid of her? After shouting, he glanced around nervously and added, anyway, that woman is terrifying in every way. The two exchanged a look, sharing a moment of mutual understanding, though their perspectives differed. Kaiyong was still unaware that by sending Xu Lingqu to pick up the guests, he had inadvertently turned her into a hidden dark lord in the eyes of several powerful schools. At that moment, he sat in his office watching Su Li expressionlessly put through a relentless barrage of calls to Feng Hui, who was on leave. Tomorrow Dulinstan would arrive. Those people were a real handful, and Su Li wasn't about to take their nonsense. She wanted Feng Hui to bring his good son Feng Bu along. Our principal Feng. Wasn't he honorably wounded? Kaiyong scratched his head. Instructor Chen rolled his eyes at him. I poured tea, not biochemical reagents. Feng Hui couldn't show his face, so he gave him an out. Logically, Feng Hui should have thanked him. Kaiyong recalled the bitterness that had hit him straight in the head and muttered, actually, it's pretty much the same. Feng Hui naturally knew that receiving Dulinstan was no easy task. He had originally planned to play dead all the way, but Feng Bu insisted on going. Father Dulinstan is the strongest military academy in the Empire now. Getting on good terms with them is a sure bet. And I also want to meet the young lady from Tianwang. Feng Bu had read a lot about Jia Xiangying and desperately wanted to make a good impression on her. Feng Hui knew his son was indulging in unrealistic dreams again, but he was completely deaf to advice, so he had no choice but to accompany him on this trip. The next day at the Yuhing Star Rail stop, Jia Xiangying completely ignored Feng Bu's outstretched hand. Feng Hui let out a resigned sigh. Jia Xiangying looked over the Moe team, her expression dark. Shin Shouli wasn't there, Lu Zheng wasn't either, and even that grade Xu Lingqu hadn't come. They had sent a mere insect. Wasn't this a complete disregard for her? All 8 academies have arrived at the Yuhing League base. Tomorrow marks the official first day of the Military Academy League, and tensions are already simmering among the students from the 8 schools. Guan Chuanjun bought a bouquet of flowers intending to give them to Xu Lingqu. After Shen Shuli's last bout of madness, he pondered carefully and saw through Shen Shuli's little scheme at a glance. Previously on the Capital Star, he had always thought Shen Shuli was putting on an act, pretending to be aloof and different to women like an unattainable flower. Guan Chuanjun had been waiting for Shen Shuli to slip up, never expecting to catch him red-handed at the Military Academy League. He had always been intrigued by Xu Lingqu, and now that he had discovered Shen Shuli's secret, he became even more eager. If he could steal Xu Lingqu from Shen Shuli, it would be the perfect revenge. Guan Chuanjun was confident. He believed Shen Shuli couldn't possibly understand women better than he did, and with his predaboy looks he was no match for the cool and stylish Guan Chuanjun. When he arrived at Mosie's side, brimming with confidence, Jin Fong Taibai was already there ahead of him. Xu Lingqu was sitting on the training ground, and he used a loudspeaker to deliver his declaration of war from dozens of meters away. Xu Lingqu, listen up. Tomorrow at the Military Academy League, if Du and Mosie face off, I will lead Du to defeat you. Limuyi was about to collapse beside him. Over the past 2 days after studying all of Xu Lingque's data, Jin Fong Taibai had directly regarded her as the strongest opponent in this Military Academy League and insisted on making such a humiliating scene, claiming it was psychological warfare. He really couldn't see what was so terrifying about Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu had no reaction. She was drinking water, her throat parched, as if on fire after training. She hadn't expected to watch a monkey show during her break. The nearby Jin handed the training rifle to Lu Zheng. Is this within your sniping range? Lu Zheng took the gun, raised it, and looked as if he was about to actually shoot someone, but Su Shiqin stopped him. Can't shoot him. Su Shiqin said seriously. What if he ends up clinging to my sister? This guy had come knocking on their door and started acting all weird about Xu Lingqu. If they shot him, even though the bullet was harmless and only caused pain, Jin Fong Taibai would definitely make a huge scene. Tomorrow was the league. They couldn't afford any trouble. After delivering his declaration of war, Jin Fong Taibai felt as if he had been possessed by the god of courage and accomplished a great feat. Proudly, he handed the loudspeaker to Gu Tingji beside him. You too. Gu Tingji had only come to watch the excitement and didn't expect Jin Fong Taibai to do this. He turned to look at Yun Yao and Yi Yu, who were spectating from behind. Ladies first. Yun Yao uttered a single word, scram. Gu Tingji helplessly turned back, glanced at the persistent Jin Fong Taibai, and still took the loudspeaker. Xu Lingqu, how about we meet in the finals this year? This cunning brute sure knew how to speak. Jin Fong Taibai immediately regretted letting him speak after him and snatched the loudspeaker back. How can you do this? Gu Tingji shrugged. Can't help it. Last year we trampled over you to get to the finals, and I want the same this year. With Gu Tingji's example, Yun Yao got excited and reached for the loudspeaker. Jin Fong Taibai refused to give it no matter what. In the end, he would be the only one who offended Xu Lingqu. What was that about? He looked around and immediately spotted Guan Chuanjun, who had just arrived with a bouquet and was standing by observing the situation. Jin Fong Taibai narrowed his eyes and walked toward him. What are you here for? Guan Chuanjun was still surprised by the commotion and suddenly being asked by Jin Fong Taibai. He awkwardly tried to hide the flowers behind his back. His purpose for coming here seemed quite out of place in this scene. However, Jin Fong Taibai was extremely sharp-eyed and directly snatched the bouquet from behind him. You even brought flowers. Could it be you came to confess? Jin Fong Taibai's mind was quick, recalling a small incident about picking someone up that Gu Tingji had shared yesterday. He immediately realized Guan Chuanjun's purpose and target. He was as shocked as if he had discovered a new galaxy. He stared at Guan Chuanjun in disbelief for a long time, making Guan Chuanjun want to dig a hole and escape. He grabbed Guan Chuanjun's hand, pulled him to his previous spot, and handed him the loudspeaker. The true warrior has arrived. It was normal to feel murderous intent towards Xu Lingqu, but to have romantic designs on her was simply audacious. For the first time in his life, Guan Chuanjun experienced the word bashful. He stood awkwardly looking at Xu Lingqu in the distance, about to say something. A bullet suddenly flew over, hitting the loudspeaker, precisely killing Guan Chuanjun's words in the cradle. Jin Fong Taibai. Anyway, you have to compensate me for this. He looked up at Guan Chuanjun. On the other side, Su Shiqin was also in shock. She had just been about to tell Lu Zheng to take out Guan Chuanjun. They all lived on the Capital Star and were part of the aristocratic circle. Su Shiqin knew this guy was a notorious womanizer, and he actually dared to set his sights on her sister. How shameless. But before she could tell Lu Zheng to act, Shen Shuli made his move first. He fired a shot, originally aiming for the head, but considering how shameless Guan Chuanjun was, he would definitely pick up the loudspeaker and continue after the pain. So he chose to destroy Guan Chuanjun's tool of mischief once and for all. If only there was a legitimate reason to directly eliminate this person. Xu Lingqu had seen enough of the show and was about to head to the medical bay. A figure in pink and white stormed in, gray hair, pink pupils, wearing the uniform of Dual Incident. The Skynet heiress Jia Xiangying headed straight for Xu Lingqu with clear intent and stopped in front of her. Why didn't you go to pick someone up today? Jia Xiangying frowned, pointing at Xu Lingqu, then at Shen Shuli and Lu Zheng. And you? because they didn't go to pick someone up. The Skynet heiress had come to interrogate them. Her demeanor was exactly like a child asking an adult why their candy color was different from the others. Why should we go to pick someone up? Xu Lingqu found it a bit amusing. Jia Xiangying hadn't expected this person to remain so calm after being questioned and was momentarily speechless. Normally, given her status as the Skynet heiress, others would have obediently admitted their fault when asked like this. How could there be someone as ungrateful as Xu Lingqu? She stared at Xu Lingqu for a moment, then said, "On the battlefield you will regret your rudeness today. Just wait and see." The heiress left just like that, coming and going like the wind. Xu Lingqu watched her fiery departure, then turned to Xu. "She's a lot like you. Equally inexplicable, equally easy to provoke, and their way of storming off was extremely similar." Xu. How could he be like that? These farces didn't affect Xu Lingqu at all. She watched them like a few monkey shows, and after finishing she continued to the medical bay as planned. The other MOCA participants were left stunned. What exactly made the commanders of several strong schools declare war on MOCA one after another? Lanjuan's Gu Tingji even seriously said, "See you in the finals." Huh, see MOCA in the finals. Weren't they here to be cannon fodder? How could this be? The Tianwang Arena at Yuheng has been fully constructed. Today marks the first day of the league competition, with all tens of thousands of seats sold out, a full house. Although one could still watch through cocoon pods at home, the atmosphere of cheering and applauding together with the crowd on site is incomparable. Every year Tianwang recovers the cost of building the arena just from ticket sales. This year the Empire Division invited two commentators, Professor Zhuang, a renowned military expert in the Empire, and Senior Colonel Ren, a soldier with rich combat experience. The two sat in the commentary room. Professor Zhuang adjusted his commentary equipment, and before the official start they chatted for a bit. Senior Colonel Ren, which school in the Empire do you favor this year? Senior Colonel Ren, dressed in imperial military uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuded a soldierly aura of killing. She pondered for a moment and said, "Long Yuan." Professor Zhuang smiled. "I think Dualancedon has the best chance this year. Dualancedon lost to Lianda last year due to a weakness in the overall commander. Now that they have replaced him with Jia Xiangying, the Tianwang heiress, Professor Zhuang believes Dualancedon is now in an invincible state." Senior Colonel Ren shook her head. "This year the Federation's Qingjun is said to be terrifyingly strong." The two exchanged glances and sighed. As Imperial subjects they still most hoped that an Imperial military academy would win, no matter which one. However, in recent years the highly anticipated Dualancedon and Lonyuan had not gained any advantage over the Federation's Lianda and Qingjun. The Imperial people harbored a fire in their hearts, longing for an Imperial military academy to break through the siege and bring back the championship of the Military Academy League. But this year many talented students have come to the 6 major military academies. Didn't Xu go to Moy? Maybe Moy could become a dark horse this year. Professor Zhuang steered the conversation toward optimism. Senior Colonel Ren chuckled, reminiscing, "Back when I was competing on the field, Moy was still the invincible Moy. Now things have changed, times are different. The war god Moy has become Moy the bottom dweller." Senior Colonel Ren couldn't help but feel emotional. At that moment, everything was ready. The Tianwang staff gestured to the two and they immediately adjusted their state. The long-awaited Military Academy League officially began from this moment. Inside the venue the students of Moy gathered in their restroom. At this moment Su Li was pacing anxiously back and forth. Instructor Kaiyong and Instructor Chun were at a loss. It was Instructor Guan who forcibly stopped him. "I'm so nervous I feel like I'm going to throw up. I wasn't even this nervous when I was on the field back then." Su Li clutched his abdomen, his face pale. Kaiyong was also extremely nervous, but he still forced himself to stay calm and patted Su Li on the shoulder. "What are you afraid of? It's all small matters. The students aren't nervous." Wang Qihu looked up at Instructor Kaiyong but dared not speak. He was also nervous to death. Beside him Guan Zhongli and Lin Xiao felt the same. While the teachers and students of Moy were infecting each other with tension, Xu Lingqu finally changed into the commander's uniform. This uniform was specially customized by Su Li. The overall tone was Moy's exclusive light purple with white accents. The inner lining was a white shirt with a black bow tie, and the light purple military jacket was in the style of a trench coat with 2 sword shapes riveted on both lapels. On the left chest was the Moy Military Academy emblem, and on the right was a Wii tear-shaped ornament. Su Li told Xu Lingqu to wear the middle buttons open like a trench coat to match her temperament. The black military cap pressed down her already long bangs a bit more, revealing a sharp gaze, making her seem even more unfathomable and inscrutable. As soon as she stepped out, everyone's eyes turned to her. Su Shiqin almost wanted to cling to her sister. So handsome. A continuous stream of praise arose, and the tension subsided a bit. Having such a handsome commander leading the way was a great honor. Outside, the host announced the military academies one by one, and finally, it was Moy's turn. As the host, they were the last to appear. The team lined up standing behind Xu Lingqu. The doors slowly opened amidst thunderous cheers. Xu Lingqu led the new generation of Moy onto the stage with high spirits. Not only on-site, but the online live stream of Tianwang was also packed with viewers. Moi's appearance usually had lower popularity due to their poor performance. But when they saw this Tianwang celebrity, Xu Lingqu come out the comments started scrolling rapidly. Damn, you all were arguing so enthusiastically about her, but nobody told me Xu Lingqu looked like this. Oh my god, how is she so handsome? I only watched last year's Moi yesterday, and each one was lifeless. How come this year everyone seems so spirited? You guys change your faces too fast, right? What can you see from Xu Lingqu just walking? And you're already worshipping her. Xu Lingqu walked to the platform designated by the staff. The opening ceremony of Tianwang was always grand and magnificent. The commanders of the 8 military academies stood on their respective platforms. Led by Gu Tingji of Longyuan, a giant dragon suddenly soared behind him. Tianwang's holographic effects were fully lifelike. The dragon flapped its wings and sprayed a ball of blue flame into the sky. Gu Tingji raised his hand, and the dragon descended from the sky, swooping down to wrap around his hand, transforming into a dragon-patterned scepter. A dragon lurks in the abyss. Gu Tingji said in a deep voice, reciting Longyuan's motto. Longyuan's fans were ecstatic, their screams and shouts incessant. As his voice fell, it was the turn of the adjacent Samoyed. Instantly, a giant rose grew from the ground. The rose petals were delicate and vibrant, yet quickly withered, while the thorns on the stem grew rapidly, detaching from the rose to form a wall of green spikes standing behind Yin Yao. She reached out her hand, and a special green thorn blade was held in her palm. The thorns that grow from my flesh and blood will eventually turn into 10,000 blades. Lieutenant General Jia Deli, sitting in the VIP seats, extended her hand and applauded. Jia Xiangying glanced at the sea of spectators. It was Duolancidin's turn. The entire venue suddenly went dark. Then beams of golden light flew from Jia Xiangying's hands like golden elves, leaping and dancing, igniting the whole venue and bringing light. The golden light gathered together, forming a shining metal which then fell onto Jia Xiangying's chest. Born extraordinary, fearless of all things. The venue lit up. While everyone was still marveling at Duolancidin's special effects, a grain of yellow sand appeared above each spectator's head. By the time they noticed, the sand had gathered and flew toward Guan Chuanjuan, forming a spectacular tornado-like phenomenon behind him. Guan Chuanjuan, when composed, exuded a strong leadership aura. He cupped his hands, and a morning star landed in his palms. Rolling yellow sand stars guide the way, where thorns grow, glory arrives. Jinfeng Taibai was not the commander of Du So, he watched Limu Yi from below the stage. Unlike the grand effects of the previous academies, Du's effect was calm, flowing water. It split into streams flowing around the fingertips of each spectator, then converged to form a vast water curtain. A calm and gentle power, just like Du's school motto. Cross the mortal realm, pacify suffering. Moi Military Academy was still the last. Xu Lingqu watched the thunderous might of Situk School and the flourishing growth of Xia. She had to admit Tianwang did an exquisite job in this aspect. The Military Academy League's scale and audience volume were inseparable from their efforts. It was Moi's turn. Following the staff's instructions, Xu Lingqu stepped forward and pulled out the sword in the stone that appeared before her. The sword in the stone was blue. The moment she pulled it out, a cyan sword suddenly appeared behind her, then multiplied into countless overlapping shadows sweeping across the audience with a cyan glow, and finally, all the swords merged into one giant sword that landed behind Xu Lingqu. Holding the blue sword horizontally in front of her, she spoke in a calm tone, like a cold spring in a mountain stream. The blade of the Empire, invincible wherever it goes. Xu Lingqu once asked Su Li if those 8 words were absolutely necessary. She wanted to know if there was a shorter alternative like Longyuan, which only had 4 words. Su Li nodded, solemnly insisting that it must be this exact phrase, no change allowed. This sentence was personally written by Caesar Ulysses for Moi and the Galaxy General when Moi Military Academy was founded. In the early days of the Empire's founding, the Galaxy General and Caesar, from the location of today's Empire's 3-star systems, led Lumen and Chiron to rebel. The two of them nearly overturned half the interstellar realm before bringing about the current situation of the Empire and Federation standing on opposite sides. In those days, every battle the Galaxy General participated in was a victory. The phrase invincible was truly deserved for him, and for Moi, it was also the expectation Caesar had for this military academy, founded by the Galaxy General. Sitting in the commentary booth, Colonel Ren was also moved by this scene. Moi this year gives everyone a different feeling. Professor Zhuang nodded. Last year he had also sat at the commentary desk, and he was furious when he saw Moi's commander hesitantly say that line. The opening ceremony officially ended, and the two began to cue the process. Next came the drawing of lots for the first round of unknown battles in 3 qualifying matches. In front of tens of thousands of live audience and billions of Skynet livestream viewers, the Federation's Inspector General drew half of the lots. After their draw, the remaining pool was drawn by Lieutenant General Jayadali. Over 800 Empire military cadets waited quietly. Soon the opponents they would face began to appear in the air. After about 4 draws, Xu Lingqu looked up and saw the two characters, Moy, appear. The first match of the 3 qualifying rounds, Empire Moy versus Empire Shaji. The audience barrage immediately became lively. Teacher, this time our Shaji is really coming to slaughter the chickens. Damn, I'm a Shaji graduate. How come we're so lucky this time? In the past we always fought Long Yuan or Dual Incident. What map? Not out yet. Feels like a complete 3-hour speedrun. Seriously, Moy is going to get a beating this time. Shaji always goes supernova in their first match. Lianda, Long Yuan, and Dual Incident all got thrashed by first-round Shaji. It's a given. As everyone knows, the first-round Shaji and the later Shaji are 2 different schools. Can you stop reverse cursing? Our little Shaji is strong against strong opponents, but against weak ones, who knows? The map still needed to be drawn by the 2 commanders themselves. Xu Lingqu and Guan Xuanjun followed the staff to the machine for selecting the battle map. Guan Xuanjun flashed a smile he thought was charming at Xu Lingqu. Your first match, commander, isn't you, so I won't go easy on Moy. Xu Lingqu pressed the button to draw the map and looked up at Guan Xuanjun. I know why Shinsholi hates you so much. Guan Xuanjun's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Actually, you like him, don't you? Xu Lingqu showed a slightly sarcastic expression. That's why you care so much about everything related to him. You won't let go of anyone who appears by his side, just trying to attract his attention. Guan Xuanjun felt nauseated, his stomach churning. For the first time he showed a rather fierce expression at Xu Lingqu, but she was completely unafraid and looked back calmly. Can you stop being so disgusting? Xu Lingqu sneered. So you know how disgusting it is to talk to yourself. Guan Xuanjun. At this moment the map drawn by the 2 appeared on the big screen. An ordinary mountain wilderness map battle with mediocre weaponry. Apart from standard firearms, there were armored vehicles, machine guns, and mortars. No heavy weapons like Mecha, nor any new military black technology. This was a battle that truly tested mobile combat and command skills, and it was also a battle where no major surprise. Shaji playing Moy on this map is so boring. I call it. Tomorrow Shaji will steamroll Moy. Nothing fun to watch. I'm definitely going to another stream. But basically there are no strong teams grouped together. This Skynet must have rigged the draw again. How about watching Dual Incident play against Federation Chile? Pure domination. No, I want to watch Simi play against Doer. This time they drew a high-end map like Space Transport Line. It's the specialty of the Simi girls. You'd miss out if you don't watch. Guan Xuanjun had originally wanted to tease Xu Lingqu, asking if Shaji beat Moy, could he date her? But now after Xu Lingqu's 2 sentences he had no desire to say it. He squinted as he watched her walk away gracefully. It wouldn't be too late to bring up this request when he actually won. Fengbu waited in Moy's rest area for the specific details of his only command battle. He was actually relieved when he saw the map. He had studied this map before. At least he wouldn't get lost in the complex desert terrain, and he could directly use the established troop deployment tactics. The only fly in the ointment was that Xu Lingqu had actually drawn Shaji. Fengbu gritted his teeth secretly. Shaji was known to be in excellent form at the beginning of the league. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, that Guan Xuanjun was the grandson of General Wan and possessed SSS-level spiritual power, making him no ordinary opponent. He felt he had basically no chance of beating Shaji. Xu Lingqu had done it on purpose, making it impossible for their agreement. If Fengbu won, he would take over as commander-in-chief, to ever come true. Fengbu secretly glared at Xu Lingqu with dark thoughts. Even so, he couldn't lose too badly. The match wouldn't start until tomorrow, so now he would properly exercise his power as commander. Instructor Kaiyong, please rally everyone. I want to hold a pre-battle meeting. Fengbu stood up. He knew that if he spoke directly no one would listen, so he began ordering Kaiyong around. Kaiyong really wanted to slap him across the face, but his teacher's ethics made him hold back. He thought Instructor Chin's method of settling accounts after the autumn was very effective. Once this kid graduates, he would definitely put Fengbu in a sack and beat him up. Everyone reluctantly gathered under Instructor Kaiyong's call. Fengbu stood at a high point, enjoying the feeling of looking down on the crowd. His gaze swept around until he finally found Xu Lingqu leaning against the wall. His face immediately darkened. Classmate Xu, if you don't want to listen, please leave. Fengbu clenched his fists. He had to establish his authority among this generation of Moy participants. In his mind, he had to make an example of someone. Choosing Xu Lingqu was purely personal vendetta. He still held a grudge over her words, "Then go die." All eyes instantly turned to Xu Lingqu. She said nothing, turned, and walked away gracefully. As soon as she left, Shinsholi, Su Shiqin, Lu Jingjin He, and the previously inconspicuous Tang Muan immediately followed. This caused Wang Qihu and Guan Zhongli to also become restless. It was only when Fengbu, with a dark face, slammed the door shut and stood in front of it that he stopped the restless people from leaving. It was all Xu Lingqu's fault. He had already prepared a draft on how to communicate with Shinsholi and Lu Zhong, yet they simply followed Xu Lingqu away. Jean hurriedly followed behind Xu Lingqu. "Please, Commander, or else let me go beat him up. The thought of taking orders from someone like him tomorrow makes me want to find a tree and jump off just to end my misery." He did not know that Xu Lingqu had used the command authority for this single match to swap places on the Mecha arena roster, and he was thoroughly displeased with this Fengbu. Were it not for being in the military academy, he would have called on Ares people to lock this father and son in the dungeon for 2 days. Are you still planning to take his orders tomorrow? Xu Lingqu was delighted not to be inside listening to Feng Bu's worthless drivel, and she emerged feeling refreshed. Catching her meaning, Jean raised an eyebrow. Oh, Commander, do you have a plan B? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's go back and rest well today. Xu Lingqu turned to look at Tang Muan. She hadn't paid much attention to him these past few days. He seemed even thinner, his steps almost ethereal. Sensing Xu Lingqu's gaze, Tang Muan offered a gentle smile. The same smile as always, but Xu Lingqu felt it didn't reach his eyes. The next afternoon, the cadets of Moy Military Academy assembled and proceeded from their quarters to the Tianwang Arena. In the morning, Long Yuan fought against Siduk. A new map was introduced in Island Conquest Battle. The overall commander of Lung Yuan, Gu Tingji, organized a coordinated airborne and amphibious assault, catching Siduk off guard and unable to defend both fronts. In the end, the first match resulted in a complete annihilation. On the Tianwang livestream, everyone was analyzing Gu Tingji's tactics. When Moy arrived, Gu Tingji was leading Longyuan's personnel in retreat. They met face to face, and he nodded at Xu Lingqu. It's up to you this afternoon. Feng Bu shot him a vicious glare. He was clearly the commander of this match, but what was he doing talking to Xu Lingqu? Su Shixin walked beside Lin Xiao, noticing her yawning from time to time. What did he drag you all into talking about yesterday? Lin Xiao shook her head. Some tactics. Scattered and messy, I couldn't understand what he meant at all. He even had the audacity to tell me to enter the arena and produce a terrain map within an hour. Hilarious. Guan Zhongli chimed in beside her. I understood it. It's actually just some rigid formulaic tactics all copied from textbooks. But he still managed to make it a mess. I'm quite impressed. Guan Zhongli from the command department could more keenly feel how incompetent the principal's son was. He held complaints, but didn't know where to start. After all, this was Xu Lingqu's choice, and he couldn't fathom what she was thinking. Today, the main venue, the same as yesterday's opening ceremony area, was used for the match between Simiai and Du, while Moy vs Shaji was held in a sub-venue. Upon entering, the sub-venue had slightly fewer people, but the stands were still densely packed. On Shaji's side of the field, students who were not competing held up a huge banner with the Shaji school emblem, looking quite imposing. Moy's side was less crowded and not as flashy. Only Lan Rua led the unselected students in waving a few modest flags in support. The competition-type pod capsules for connection were ready. The two commanders Guan Chuanjun and Feng Bu came to the center of the arena to confirm the match rules. 1. The students' sensory sensitivity within the arena is set at 70. Those experiencing extreme discomfort during combat may exit promptly. Medical personnel are on standby. 2. The victory conditions for this match are 1. Total annihilation, 2. Decapitation. Total annihilation: eliminate all active forces in the opposing camp, with the enemy commander being the last target to eliminate. Decapitation: eliminate the enemy commander. 3. The total combat duration for this match is unlimited, but if both sides hide from each other and delay fighting, both will be judged as losers. 4. The commanders for this match have been confirmed and cannot be changed mid-match. Feng Bu and Guan Chuanjun confirmed and signed under the staff supervision, then returned to their respective halves pod capsules. The 200 students took their seats, and under the staff's operation, all were simultaneously connected to the arena. With a blink, Xu Lingqu once again found herself in the familiar mountain wilderness combat terrain, feeling a sense of déjà vu from the final assessment of the trial period. They were wearing light green camouflage combat suits, each with a communication earpiece. As soon as they entered, Feng Bu's voice crackled through. The commander has absolute control over channel usage. He issued his first order announcing his own position and ordering everyone to gather at his location. If they were fighting against Du, the top hacker Jin Fong Taibai would be laughing. They could lock onto the enemy commander's position at the start and launch an all-out assault to take them down immediately. Each person's spawn location was random. Xu Lingqu decisively removed her communication earpiece and turned it off, then began moving through the jungle to locate the others. On the way here, Xu Lingqu had simulated this scenario with them. Feng Bu's self-exposure of his position was also within her calculations. They had agreed to meet at a spot 700 meters southeast of the position Feng Bu had announced. Shaji and Moy should not spawn too close to each other initially. Both sides would need to encounter each other, set up camps, and then begin probing skirmishes. If Feng Bu had a sudden change of mind and didn't report his position, their task would be to gather as many people as possible and search for each other. Apparently, Xu Lingqu had overestimated Feng Bu. His very first sentence had given himself away. Xu Lingqu remained concealed in the forest and quickly arrived at the agreed spot. She waited calmly, and before long, Jin, Su Shiqing, Tang Muan, Lu Zheng, and Xin Sholi arrived one after another. She pointed to her ears, signaling everyone except Tang Muan to turn off their communication earpieces first. Meanwhile, Commander Feng Bu, who was waiting at his position for everyone to come to him, was staring intently at his commander's smart device. When he saw that Xu Lingqu and the others had directly turned off their earpieces, a fresh wave of anger surged within him. But then he thought that since these people had turned them off themselves, he wouldn't have to waste time kicking them out one by one, and his mood improved slightly. He stood in the open area waiting for the others to arrive, planning to force them to analyze and produce a terrain map to facilitate his troop deployment. Otherwise, in such chaos, he couldn't effectively arrange people. In a small tavern on Moying Star where Shaji was located, the tavern owner was using a smart device to project the live broadcast of the Tianwang Military Academy League. Instructor Zhang sat beside his old classmate he hadn't seen in years. He was finally on leave and naturally wanted to catch up. His friend, already quite drunk from drinking all day, pointed at the Shaji footage on the live stream and said, "What's so interesting about fighting Moy? They should let them taste the hardships of their predecessors, face Longyuan and Dolinston." Instructor Zhang smiled. "Moy isn't bad either." The friend was quite surprised. "You just led Moy's trial period and you've already switched sides. That young man from the Guan family is our Shaji's overall commander this year. He can't be a complete idiot." Instructor Zhang subconsciously rubbed his nose. The memory of Xu Lingqu's punch to his face was still fresh. He had met this Guan Chuanjun a few times, from a prominent family with decent military training, but truly a person in need of a beating. He wondered if in this match he would witness the spectacular sight of Xu Lingqu pinning down Guan Chuanjun and beating him. According to the pre-battle deployment, Guan Chuanjun first had the designated squad leaders report their positions, assembling by squad. He himself chose to rendezvous with the nearest squad, confirming no danger before integrating the main force. Several reconnaissance squads were not required to assemble. They were to directly begin tracking the traces of MOES forces. Shaji's troops assembled methodically, but the situation was less optimistic for MOE. Fengbu, after reporting his position, made no further deployments. MOES scattered soldiers converged in one direction, and Shaji's reconnaissance squad quickly deduced the location of MOES main force, transmitting intelligence to Guan Chuanjun. Guan Chuanjun sneered inwardly. If only he had heavy weapons, he would have blanketed that area with firepower, creating a massacre that ended the battle in 10 minutes. Peng Yue, Shaji's rank individual soldier, was in the reconnaissance squad. After completing the initial task, her squad began to withdraw toward Guan Chuanjun's position. The squad maintained strict discipline, moving in absolute silence save for the rustling sound of footsteps on the grass. Xu Lingqu and his 5 companions concealed themselves on higher ground tens of meters away, watching the rapid withdrawal. Feng Bu's position has been exposed. Shaji will soon organize an effective assault on MOES main force. Tang Muan whispered. In MOES channel, Feng Bu has not issued any defensive deployment orders. He only had the 20 outermost soldiers form a one-line snake formation. At this point, analysis could preliminarily determine that MOES position was in a low-lying area. Deploying a one-line snake formation, there was like setting up a target for Guan Chuanjun to shoot. Jean looked at Xu Lingqu. Are we going to circle around to this spot and launch an ambush like we did against the instructor last time? Shin Sholi shook his head. We don't have the conditions for an ambush this time. Fengbu gave us the simplest light infantry equipment, not even grenades. Last time we ambushed the instructor and got the equipment we wanted, and Guan Zhongli was still under Su command. Su Shiqin added, and last time we had time to deploy in advance. This time the battle has already started. With only 6 of them lacking favorable terrain, the numerical disparity was immense. Shaji's soldiers were not incompetent. They could not be harvested like grass or trees by the roadside. Fengbu was unwilling to allocate even a heavy sniper to Lu Zhang, making it very difficult to execute a brilliant ambush tactic against Shaji under these circumstances. So what we need to do is outflank and penetrate, Xu Lingqu spoke. Infiltrate behind enemy lines, locate Shaji's command post, and execute a swift decapitation. They were about to engage in a race against time, to kill Guan Chuanjun before Feng Bu doomed himself. Wang Qihu sighed repeatedly as he watched Xu Lingqu disappear from the communication channel. Beside him was Feng Bu, who was currently pressuring Lin Xiao to quickly produce a topographical map. Lin Xiao had just exploded in anger. How could she produce a topographic map without any reconnaissance information? She was an analyst, not a miracle worker. After sending 20 people to form a one-line snake formation at the front, Feng Bu began selecting guards to protect his command post, euphemistically calling it safeguarding the headquarters. Wang Qihu was directly detained by his side, ostensibly to protect him, but in reality, he did nothing but pressure the command. Guan Zhongli could no longer bear it. Commander, do you have any other operational deployments? It's not good for all of us to just gather here. Feng Bu was dismissive. The enemy does not move, I do not move. Shaji's forces haven't shown up yet. It's unwise to act rashly. Let's wait for the topographical map first. Guan Zhongli was also in despair. They were forced to waste time here. How could Shaji truly remain still? By now they were probably organizing multiple forms of attack. He scanned the crowd, but found no trace of Xu Lingqu and his team. Perhaps Commander Su had a contingency plan. Feng Bu's bewildering actions were even more apparent to the livestream audience and commentators. With dual perspectives and a god's eye view, they could clearly see that Xia Ji had already split into 3 groups of 20 encircling Mo's main force from 3 directions. Moe remained stationary like meat on a chopping block. Professor Zhuang rubbed his temples. Currently the optimal solution for Moe is to quickly flee westward to break the encirclement. Of course, losing some equipment and sacrificing a few soldiers to Xia Ji's pursuit is inevitable. Colonel Rin shook her head. She had praised Moe for seeming different this year during the opening ceremony, but so far there was no difference. The entire strategic deployment was like playing house. Xia Ji won't give them that chance. Although it's a 3-sided encirclement, the focus is on the soldiers in the one-line snake formation. The idea of a quick retreat is correct, but they should not run alone. They should try to rendezvous with the one-line snake formation. Xia Ji's intention is clear. They want to annihilate the entire force. For now, eliminating Mo's effective strength takes priority over capturing their commander. Colonel Rin immediately saw through Guan Chuanjin's deployment intentions. Mo's every move was under his control, and he aimed to fight a beautiful annihilation battle. The two exchanged a glance and sighed. As the main commentators, they had the privilege to choose which matches to commentate on. They had declined the matches of Ci Mei and Du Yi to come here. Had they made the wrong choice? My god, what an ugly match. It feels like Moe is already a meal on Xia Ji's plate, only a matter of whether to finish them quickly or slowly torment them. KKK, don't you know? Mo's matches have always been this ugly. In just over 10 minutes, you can see the inevitable decline. I've been watching this for years, girl. Those who can stick with Mo's matches are truly something. They'll succeed in anything they do. Why haven't I seen Mo's rank Shinsholi? Why isn't the Tianwang giving him any screen time? And where did Xu Lingqu go? They're not trying to flank, are they? But what's the point of FL? My god, what an ugly match. It feels like Moe is already a meal on Xia Ji's plate, only a matter of whether to finish them quickly or slowly torment them. KKK, don't you know? Mo's matches have always been this ugly. In just over 10 minutes, you can see the inevitable decline. I've been watching this for years, girl. Those who can stick with Mo's matches are truly something. They'll succeed in anything they do. Why haven't I seen Mo's rank Shinsholi? Why isn't the Tianwang giving him any screen time? And where did Xu Lingqu go? They're not trying to flank, are they? But what's the point of flanking with just a few people? I'll come watch the battle between Ci Mei and Du Yi. Jinfeng Taibai hacked the system and forced the rout to stop. Ci Mei retaliated with brute force, covering Du Yi's main force with missile bombardment. Isn't that far more exciting than Moe versus Xia Ji? Why haven't I seen Mo's rank Shinsholi? Why isn't the Tianwang giving him any screen time? And where did Xu Lingqu go? They're not trying to flank, are they? But what's the point of flanking with just a few people? I'll come watch the battle between Ci Mei and Du Yi. Jinfeng Taibai hacked the system and forced the rout to stop. Ci Mei retaliated with brute force, covering Du Yi's main force with missile bombardment. Isn't that far more exciting than Moe versus Xia Ji? Instructor Zhang's friend was nearly sobered by the alcohol because the match was so ugly that he had vomited twice, leaving his stomach empty and his mind much clearer. Is this it? Is this it? He pointed at the projection screen. At that moment, Xia Ji's advanced forces had already engaged Mo's one-line snake formation. The pre-planned offensive left them with no resistance, and after 2 probing attacks, Mo's main force directly abandoned the 20 men at the front and fled eastward in a rout. Fled eastward. That was the boundary of the combat map. What difference was there between fleeing there and seeking death? Instructor Zhang shook his head. You don't understand. The most important person in Moe has not yet appeared. Among the multitude of choices, Feng Bu unerringly selected the worst one. As Wang Shihu covered his retreat, the 20 men he had sent to form the single-line snake formation were now all dead. While running, Lin Xiao rapidly assessed the terrain and direction in her mind and finally realized, damn, we're heading toward the boundary point of Psi-2. Unlike the real world, Psi-2 had boundaries. The otherwise one team would endlessly flee, while the other endlessly pursued with no end in sight. Feng Bu, now frantic with rage, shouted at Lin Xiao, why didn't you say so earlier? Now we're being forced to the boundary point. What do we do? Lin Xiao was almost amused by his anger. Without any reconnaissance, what could she say? Moreover, Xia Ji had clearly been herding them toward a specific location, which meant Guan Chuanjun had launched a well-prepared offensive, while they had been waiting like headless flies. Your fathers. What are you yelling about? What to do? You're the commander, you're asking her. Wang Shihu, furious, threw a punch at Feng Bu, but he dared not hit too hard. If the commander were declared dead by the system, it would be over. Feng Bu was reeling from the blow, but he didn't dare curse Wang Shihu as he still needed his protection. He could only say, let's try to break through in another direction. We can't be forced to the boundary point. Wang Shihu said grimly, they'll lead the charge to break through. No, Feng Bu vetoed directly. You can't leave. This group must stay to protect me. What if they send someone to cut through and behead me? Guan Zhongli thought this man was even dumber than Sun Liao. Behead you. Commander Feng, can't you see? Xia Ji is clearly aiming for a total annihilation. Feng Bu's face flushed crimson, but he still insisted that Wang Qihu and the other best fighters stay by his side. He ordered 30 men in the channel to attempt a breakout. If that failed, they were to find suitable terrain and fight a positional battle against Shaji. This move was exactly what Guan Chuanjun wanted. He was no longer considering whether to behead or annihilate. He was now calculating the kill-to-loss ratio. Shaji had already eliminated the opposing 20 men without losing a single soldier. In the current pursuit, they had lost 2 and hit 5 of the enemy. If the pursuit turned into a positional battle, Shaji had already forced Moyi to the boundary point while occupying the high ground. Their losses would be even smaller. They could simply set up positions, let the artillery bombard, then launch a pincer attack. According to Guan Chuanjun's calculations, the kill-to-loss ratio would be spectacular, possibly setting a league record. Soon the front line reported that Moyi's attempt to break out had been repelled. As expected, Moyi followed Guan Chuanjun's plan and began preparing defensive positions. Set up a temporary command post here. We'll also start arranging our positions. Guan Chuanjun issued the orders with satisfaction. However, he turned to Peng Yue. No sign of Xu or Xu Lingqu yet. Peng Yue shook her head. Guan Chuanjun sensed something amiss. They might be trying to flank us from behind to kill me directly. Given the situation, Xu Lingqu couldn't seize command, and Moyi's only hope was to have a divine figure behead Guan Chuanjun. Do they think I'm that easy? Guan Chuanjun clicked his tongue and said, take people and patrol this area personally. If they're going to flank, they'll need to move fast. Send a scout team to lie in ambush at the left rear position. I recall that's the only direction with a path leading here. If they came, he would set a trap. After all, his goal was total annihilation, and he couldn't miss Xu Lingqu and Xu. Meanwhile, the 6 were indeed sprinting at full speed. Su Shiqing glanced at Xu Lingqu several times, confirming she could keep up, and breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Lingqu's physical fitness had truly improved. Tang Muan was falling slightly behind, but not by much, just trailing at the back. Their flanking maneuver was faster than Guan Chuanjun had anticipated. By now the 6 had circled to the rear of Sha Ji's entire formation. Lu Zheng had suggested following the mountain path from the left rear to cut into Sha Ji's rear positions, but Xu Lingqu vetoed it. If we can think of flanking and decapitating Guan Chuanjun, he'll certainly have set up ambush points for us. With the main force routed and their whereabouts unknown, it was easy to guess what they were up to. It was only a matter of time. Sha Ji's main force was currently positioned on the front part of a small hill, taking advantage of the high ground to set up their positions. Xu Lingqu and the others essentially bypassed the hill and advanced from the direct rear to cut through. Guan Chuanjun's style of troop deployment was utterly different from his usual lackadaisical demeanor. Xu Lingqu and her team crept forward from behind the hill and arrived at a suspension bridge in the mountains. Most of the wooden planks on the bridge had been destroyed, making it utterly impassable for normal marching. The 4 iron chains swayed in the wind over the empty valley, creaking. The 6 had to cross quickly. Based on the length of the river below, this was the only bridge, and Guan Chuanjun had already wrecked most of it. Crossing via the 4 iron chains required immense upper body strength and balance. Gina decisively spoke up. I can lie down in the middle front section, and you can step on me to cross. Su Shiqing and Xu could try to cross directly, but Xu Lingqu, Lu Zheng, and Tang Muan would struggle. If they slipped and fell, it would be certain death. Having a human bridge would be best to help them cross a section. Gina believed he could withstand it. He'll lie down in the rear section of the bridge, Xu said. Huh? What? Gina looked at Xu in surprise. Su Shiqing was also stunned. With the bridge's length, 2 human bridges would be ideal, and she had been ready to be the second one. But Xu had volunteered without hesitation. Actually, the 2 adult males had the most suitable builds. Though both were slender, their coverage area was still larger than the others. What made it shocking was Xu's well-known fear of dirt and his cleanliness obsession. His offer to be a human bridge was utterly unexpected. Since we've decided on the plan, let's get across quickly, Xu Lingqu said. Time is of the essence. With that, Gina and Xu quickly took their positions, providing buffer sections. To minimize pressure on them, Su Shiqing and Lu Zheng crossed swiftly. Tang Muan was a bit slower, but made it safely. Xu Lingqu was the last to start. She moved quickly, and near the rear section, she skillfully used the adjacent iron chain to vault over, avoiding stepping on Xu. The 2 human bridges crawled along the chains to the end, where the other 4 pulled them up. Without pausing, they continued their sprint forward. Gina walked beside Xu and whispered accusingly, I think the commander does treat you specially. Xu, she only stepped on me, not on you. In your position, if she didn't step on you, she'd have to jump. The 20 students who had followed orders to form a long snake formation and were subsequently abandoned found themselves under siege, forcing their retreat from the cocoon chamber connection. 13 of them were freshmen from this year's Moyi Academy. As they emerged from the cocoon chambers, each face was etched with pain and confusion. When the Shaji forces launched a coordinated pincer attack from both sides, the only instruction in the communication channel was Feng Bu's command to leave them to their fate. The remaining 7 senior students wore expressions of numbness. They had already experienced this exact scenario during last year's league, sent into the desert to scout only to be inexplicably abandoned. The outcome was a crushing defeat met with discrimination from other military academy students and scornful mockery from Tianwang. Kaiyong, instructor Chun, and Xu Li watched their students in this state, their hearts a tangled mix of emotions, none able to speak. Young people, especially young military cadets, should be brimming with vitality and high spirits. Such dejection was truly heart-wrenching to behold. There's basically no way to salvage this match, Xu Li said with difficulty. After the match, he'll arrange for someone to provide them with proper psychological counseling. Next round, Xu Lingqu will take command. She'll summarize well and strive to score points in the next match. Only she knew that the victory of this match had been traded away by Xu Lingqu before it even began, and that Xu Lingqu and Feng Hui had a bet regarding the overall command authority. Xu Lingqu, Lu Zheng, and Shin Sholi haven't shown up yet, Instructor Chun said watching the live feed from the scene. They must be on a flanking maneuver. But the Shaji Command Center has already set up an impenetrable net around their position, Kaiyong's side. Guan Xuanjun may seem unrestrained, but he's actually quite vigilant. There's even an ambush prepared on the left rear side, which is the easier route for infiltration. Even if they succeed in the flanking maneuver, they'll likely be walking into Guan Xuanjun's trap. What if by some chance they can avoid all that and decapitate Guan Xuanjun? Instructor Chun turned to him. Kaiyong felt a stir in his heart, and the words of rebuttal he wanted to say died on his lips. Xu Li remained silent, unwilling to shatter the last vestige of his hope. The six were stealthily advancing through the forest directly behind Shaji's position. They couldn't initiate offensive measures like a typical infiltration force upon reaching enemy territory, because the main force was disintegrating on the front line and their manpower was insufficient. Their primary objective was to remain concealed and execute a decapitation strike. Thus, even if they spotted Shaji personnel, they must not engage. They had to hide. To be a patient hunter waiting for the sole lethal opportunity. Tang Muin stayed close to Xu Lingqu, reporting the frontline situation in a hushed tone. Feng Bu chose to engage Shaji in a positional battle, which plays right into their hands. Now their artillery positions are blanketing MOE's first and second defensive lines with firepower. He's cursing in the communication channel, berating our own artillery for being too slow. But we don't have any precise coordinates of Shaji's positions to deliver accurate strikes. Tang Muin rarely frowned as he spoke, but even just listening to this Feng Bu was unbearable. Luckily, Xu Lingqu had already instructed Gina and Su Shiqin to turn off their earpieces, otherwise they would have turned their guns around and gone back to kill Feng Bu themselves. Xu Lingqu nodded. The six of them crept to a spot where the trees grew denser, and she signaled for a halt. Moving together as a group of six was still too conspicuous. She first sent Su Shiqin to scout the left side and Gina to investigate the right. Even if they didn't detect enemy activity, the information gathered would allow Tang Muin to quickly map out the terrain of this area. She put on Tang Muin's earpiece to listen to the current situation herself. The moment she wore it, she heard Feng Bu's roar. The first defensive line must not retreat. If you retreat, what am I supposed to do? I'm already at the boundary point. There's nowhere left to fall back. The sub-commander in charge of the first defensive line replied helplessly. It's not that we want to retreat. We have no means to fight back. You need to send reinforcements so we can hold the line. There are no reinforcements, Feng Bu refused flatly. The troops around me are to protect me in the final moments. I cannot provide you with reinforcements. I don't care what you do, but the first defensive line must not retreat a single step. The situation on the front line was truly grim. Xu Lingqu removed the earpiece, fully aware that she was now racing against death itself. Every moment of resistance on the front line bought her precious time. She lowered her eyes, contemplating her next move. Deploy defenses but refuse to reinforce. This major flaw of MOE is a mirror for those students who love to study textbooks but never put theory into practice. Professor Zhuang said, now relaxed and even cheerful as he joked with Colonel Rin and the audience. They're obsessed with formulaic tactics, completely rigid. You tell them to deploy a certain number of troops on the first defensive line, and they'll deploy exactly that many, not one more. Then they come asking me, I replicated this famous general's tactics, why did I still lose? Colonel Rin shook his head. Someone who completely lacks the ability to adapt on the battlefield can never become an excellent commander. But the new generation of MOE still has backbone. Watching the live broadcast, the soldiers on MOE's first defensive line had indeed not retreated or fled. Thanks to Guan Xuanjun's desire for a favorable casualty ratio, the Shaji forces did not charge directly. The defenders made futile struggles under the hail of bullets until the last man, the sub-commander who had requested reinforcements from Feng Bu, fell. Only then did Shaji seize the first defensive line. Feng Bu was still berating him in the channel, but the only response was the complete loss of signal from the entire first defensive line. Last year, I remember they had a direct internal conflict in the desert competition. This year, they are surprisingly united. I believe there are still people in MOE worthy of their trust, Colonel Ren remarked with emotion. Colonel Ren sighed. This kind of tragic defeat makes me truly furious. That MOE commander is utterly despicable. Wait, wasn't this year's MOE overall commander Xu Lingqu who was widely discussed on the forums? Who is this Fengbu? MAMOE student, let me answer directly. The current commander on the field is Fengbu, the son of our principal Fenghui. He was determined to be this year's overall commander, but then Xu Lingqu emerged out of nowhere. Oh, the principal's son. I see. Hey, where are all those people who were cursing Xu Lingqu on the forums for being a privileged elite and stealing Shun Shuli's position? Come explain to me how Xu Lingqu with such vast influence could still have the command of this match taken away by the principal's son. You people, stop arguing. No one cares about your petty campus infighting. All I know is that Shaji is already in an unstoppable position. How can they lose? How don't jinx it with that flag? What if they do lose? The six continued their stealthy advance through the forest behind Shaji's position, knowing that every step brought them closer to their only chance. Su Shichin, who had been scouting to the left, soon returned with news. They set an ambush on the easier path. Peng Yue, the Shrank individual soldier from Seabuckthorn, is there. I spotted her from afar, immediately concealed myself, and circled around to ensure I wasn't detected or followed before coming back. Su Shichin had a natural talent for reconnaissance, her eyes sparkling. We didn't fall into their trap. They must be anxious now, right? Jean, who had scouted to the right, also returned reporting that there was no ambush on the right, though Seabuckthorn personnel were patrolling. Guan Chuanjun had predicted they would choose to ascend from the left rear, so he set the ambush only there. This was a standard move. After all, the main force was engaged in frontal combat, and the command post was protected by a limited number of personnel. Only about 100 could be mobilized. Diverting troops to the left rear for an ambush was already a significant advantage gained on the front. They might be anxious, but we are even more so. Xu Lingqu pondered for a moment and made a decision. We need to proactively enter their ambush point. Huh. Su Shichin was baffled. He deployed the Shrank individual soldier Peng Yu to ambush us, didn't he? Once the ambush succeeds, Peng Yu will be recalled to guard the command post. That's the fastest way for us to directly reach him. Just as Fengbu was unwilling to let Wang Qihu leave his side, ensuring a reliable protector nearby was an instinct for commanders on the battlefield, especially for those operating under a decapitation strategy. Guan Chuanjin's decision to deploy Peng Yu directly for the ambush already showed his boldness. Now we disguise ourselves as a standard flanking and encircling tactic. Disperse, create chaos in their rear area with multiple points of action. Xu Lingqu took the basic terrain map drawn by Tang Muwen and began assigning zones to the team. Let Guan Chuanjun guess that our goal is to flank and cut off waging guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines rather than decapitation. Lu Zheng asked, would he then recall troops from the front? No. Letting him think that is to make him more certain we intend to decapitate him, thereby increasing his unease. She pointed at Shinsholi. You are the most crucial. After Jean and you voluntarily enter the ambush zone, you must break out alone and quickly converge on Lu Zheng and Su Zikin's positions. After defeating Jean, if Shinsholi survives with the psychological groundwork we've laid for Guan Chuanjun, he should recall Peng Yu to a position near him for vigilance. Once he confirms his own safety, he will send people to encircle and eliminate Shinsholi, Lu Zheng, and Su Shichin. Xu Lingqu glanced at the others. And I, after locating Guan Chuanjun's position, will personally decapitate him. In this situation where the enemy was hidden and outnumbered, their only options were to cast a stone to test the waters and to have absolute faith in their own abilities and those of their teammates. The communication channel was monopolized by Fengbu, preventing them from making real-time adjustments. This time Xu Lingque's command had to be executed flawlessly. Trust yourselves, trust your teammates. There is no mission we cannot accomplish together. Her voice was soft, lacking grandiosity, yet it injected a calm and resolute strength into the others. The decapitation plan, the stonecasting test, was now officially underway. Xu Lingqu brought Tang Muwen along with her. Don't you think he'll hold you back? Tang Muwen looked at the young woman before him, his lips pressed together as he asked. Do you need to keep pretending in front of me? Xu Lingqu glanced back at him and continued forward, leading him to the location where Su Shichin had detected Peng Yu's movements. Moi. Tang Muwen's heart skipped a beat. I don't know what your purpose is or what you're trying to probe from me. I find it annoying, but I need you now. If you insist on continuing this act, you can leave right now. She had no personal connection with Tang Muwen. In her judgment, his true skill surpassed Lin Xiao's, so she chose to bring him along. Annoying. Is that why you didn't reply to my messages? Tang Muwen relaxed a little, looking at Xu Lingqu. I thought someone who wraps themselves in many layers wouldn't care about such things. Xu Lingqu spotted Peng Yu's figure. She seemed to sense someone approaching her ambush position. Tang Muwen's eyes flickered, but he said nothing and concealed himself alongside Xu Lingqu. Guan Chuanjun sat at the command post listening to the broadcast. On the front, a major victory had been achieved. They had breached MOC's second line of defense with only 10 casualties, while MOC had clearly sustained 60 deaths. He was in high spirits, but bad news followed. Enemy fire erupted in the rear area, instantly killing 2 artillerymen at a battery. Was this the purpose of Shinsholi and his team's flanking maneuver? But what was the use of killing 2 artillerymen now? It couldn't change the situation on the front. Guan Chuanjun shook his head, more convinced that their true aim was decapitation. Peng Yue, once you successfully ambushed them, immediately returned to guard the command post. He wanted to see how these people could escape his setup. At that moment, the Tianwang broadcast finally noticed the activity behind Si Buckthorn's lines and quickly switched the camera over. Professor Zhuang hesitated. Moxia has indeed infiltrated the enemy rear, but why are they dispersing? Shouldn't they operate as a squad to engage Si Buckthorn in guerrilla warfare? And I see two people heading toward Si Buckthorn's ambush point. Colonel Ren paused, his tone filled with admiration. Guerrilla warfare is now meaningless for Moxia given the heavy losses on the front. So their dispersal isn't for flanking, they're trying to locate Guan Chuanjun through certain actions. A stone cast to test the waters, a path to survival in desperate straits. On the front, Moxia had suffered terribly. Every Moxia student who exited the competition pod wore a grim expression, but after recovering they all approached the three teachers and said, "We never took a single step back." Just as Kai Ong had drilled into them over the past few days, no matter what happened, no internal strife, hold the line, fight to the last person without surrendering or retreating. The three teachers embraced the students. At the same time, Xu Lingqu's figure appeared for the first time on the Tianwang broadcast. She silently followed behind Peng Yue, her concealment so flawless that even an entranced soldier remained unaware. Su Li watched Xu Lingqu's figure, disbelief in her eyes. Why did she still want to win? Even if they won, it wouldn't be under Feng Bu's command, and they had the moral high ground. But if Feng Hui were shameless, he could still use this to dispute the position of overall commander. The eyes of the eliminated MOCS students besides Su Li lit up, especially the new recruits in the trial period. Their sacrifices and stubborn resistance in the simulated battlefield were not meaningless. That was more important than anything. Everyone present held their breath at this scene. The keen perception of its class combat soldier was well understood, yet Xu Lingqu had managed to follow behind Peng Yu without a sound, showing no signs of being detected. At that moment, the camera shifted. Gina and Shun Sholi had already entered the ambush circle set by Shaji as planned. Peng Yu was in position at the sniper point. When Jean's red hair appeared amidst the green wilderness, she pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the forest, but the wary Jean brushed past it. He exchanged a glance with Shun Sholi. The two had grown up together, sharing a wordless, tacit understanding. Immediately, they split up and began to break out of the encirclement. Jean knew his task from Xu Lingqu was to be successfully ambushed here, thereby lowering Guan Chuanjun's guard. Arrogantly, he chose not to take cover, but instead countered on the spot, drawing more of Shaji's fire, so that Shinsholi could break through more easily on the other side. His move indeed worked. Seeing his brazenness, Shaji's members directly aimed their guns at him and chased him. Peng Yu hesitated for a moment before finally pointing her sniper rifle at Shinsholi, since Guan Chuanjun had emphasized two targets, Shinsholi and Xu Lingqu. Chased by the sniper of its glass soldier, Shinsholi moved with the same lightness and ease, displaying no panic or tension. Thinking of the crucial task Xu Lingqu had entrusted to him, he raised his gun, took down two foes, tore a gap in the ambush circle, and dashed out like a gust of wind. He moved swiftly toward Lu Zheng and Su Shiqin. Meanwhile, Jean was hit in the encirclement, judged dead by the system, and exited the competition pod. He stood up immediately, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the live broadcast camera. Would Xu Lingqu's deployment succeed? After killing Jean, Peng Yu immediately reported to Guan Chuanjun, explaining Shin Shuli's movements and asking whether to pursue. Guan Chuanjun was silent for a moment. Seated in his temporary command post, he closed his eyes, pondering the intentions of Xu Lingqu and Shin Sholi. He began to think about his instinctive reaction. If he didn't overthink, he would first choose to send a unit to follow Shin Sholi, without losing his position, then have Peng Yu lead the remaining ambushers to return and stand guard. After confirming his own location was still safe, he would ultimately have Peng Yu personally go to eliminate the three of them. After all, it was Shin Sholi. What was off? He stood up and paced back and forth in the small room. Suddenly he raised his head. He realized the oddity. In this dramatic play of infiltration, encirclement, and breakthrough, Xu Lingqu had never appeared at all. The only possibility for her concealment was to exploit the chaos created by these few to extract the location of his command post from Peng Yu and the remaining ambushers. He had heard rumors of Xu Lingqu's performance at the Moyi Military Academy in the past 2 days, on Everest 7 feet. She was arrogant enough to believe she could single-handedly take out the command post. Guan Chuanjun's hands pressed on the table, his eyes brimming with excitement. He had completely seen through Xu Lingqu's strategy. She was indeed extraordinary. This feeling of meeting an equally matched opponent sent chills down his spine, while also making his blood boil. But unfortunately, Xu Lingqu was still one move short against him. Peng Yu, don't return to the command post for vigilance. Stop and sense if someone is following you. Guan Chuanjun's sudden remark startled Peng Yu. Frowning, she halted her movement and signaled the ambushers around her to freeze, carefully attuning to every blade of grass and tree nearby. Suddenly, from the position behind her right, she felt a cold, icy gaze fixed on her. Someone had indeed been following them. Peng Yu's heart skipped a beat. That Guan Chuanjun could foresee this made her opinion of the Shaji commander who she had previously found displeasing shift slightly. Yes, commander. What should we do now? Expose this person. Guan Chuanjun snorted coldly. That person is probably Xu Lingqu. Don't worry, let her keep following you. Don't return to the command post. Don't alarm the snake. Pretend you haven't noticed her, and lead her towards Shinsholi's direction. I'll send 2 more people to follow behind her. When the position is right, we'll pincer her from front and back. He paused, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Capture her alive if possible, and bring her to my command post. I want her to be the penultimate fallen soldier of Moye. Remembering her humiliation of him before the match, Guan Chuanjun resolved to capture Xu Lingqu alive. The conversation between Guan Chuanjun and Peng Yu was broadcast live. Before the audience could even express admiration or praise for his keen counter-reconnaissance, the camera cut, and everyone present gasped. Because at this very moment the person following behind Peng Yu was no longer Xu Lingqu, but Tang Muan. And Gina, who had been tightly wound up listening to the exchange between Guan Chuanjun and Peng Yu, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The commander had used Tang Muan to outmaneuver Guan Chuanjun 1 layer deeper beyond the verbal instructions she had given them. It was only now that Guan Chuanjun had completely fallen into the trap Xu Lingqu had laid for him. Professor Zhuang gasped. Hiss. This is a major misjudgment by Guan Chuanjun regarding Moye's infiltration team. But speaking of which, I have no impression of this Tang Muan either. From his file, he seems to be just an analyst. Yet he managed to follow Peng Yu until now without being detected. The new generation of Moye is truly full of hidden talents. Commander Rin nodded. Guan Chuanjun's intelligence gathering on Moye Military Academy would inevitably focus on Xu Lingqu, Shinsholi Lu Zheng, Su Shiqin, and Jin. He essentially assumed the infiltration team consisted of only these 5. Thus at this moment Tang Muan, like a ghost, has taken the place of Xu Lingqu in his mind. Now the key point for us is, where is the real Xu Lingqu? What exactly does she intend to do? In a small tavern on the Moing Star, instructor Zhang's friend had completely sobered up. The shot of Guan Chuanjun and Peng Yu's conversation followed by the camera shift revealing that the person following Peng Yu was Tang Muan instead of Xu Lingqu. That was a scene straight out of a horror film. This Xu Lingqu, I feel like she's a ghost, he murmured. Instructor Zhang gave a wry smile. Yeah, when he had gone alone to find Lu Zhang's sniper position and was intercepted by Xu Lingqu single-handedly midway, he had thought the same. But his friend shook his head conflicted. I think Moye's frontal battlefield has completely collapsed. They can't hold on. Can Fengbu survive until she shows up? And what can Xu Lingqu do alone by sneaking into the command post? Can a commander student single-handedly take out the command post? Instructor Zhang nodded. She can.